My year 49. The Third Shinobi World War had just ended not long ago. The cruelty of war had cost many ninja families their members. Uchiha Police Force. Although the Uchiha clan usually did not need to perform missions during the war, they were all sent to the battlefield to fight. After the war ended, many positions were vacant. Therefore today they were recruiting new members to maintain order in the village. I'm getting more and more stressed thinking about those two geniuses coming. A young Uchiha clansman around 20 years old smiled bitterly. He prided himself on being talented in the clan, becoming a jonin before age 25. But in front of real geniuses that was nothing. I hope they're not too hard to get along with, another Uchiha woman murmured softly. In the Uchiha clan, strength represented everything, and the weak had no say in front of the strong. Don't look at them having been in the police force for nearly 10 years. But seniority meant nothing in front of strength. For example, those two geniuses, even as new recruits, didn't need to start from the bottom. The lowest was a squad. Uchiha Shursui should be easier to get along with. The Uchiha Jonin who spoke earlier smiled back. I saw him in the clan grounds before. Uchiha Shursui was one of the clan's recognized geniuses. He went to the battlefield at age 8. With his unique phantom shunshin technique, he roamed the battlefield and earned the title Shursui of the Body Flicker, recognized by all ninja villages. His body flicker speed surpassed all his peers, excelling in silent surprise attacks, behind Emmeline's rescues, and cutting off enemy supply lines. He routed the elite Mist forces, intimidated the Mist leadership. When fighting Mist Jonin Ao, he used Jinjutsu from a distance to take down 2 of his subordinates. Ao barely escaped thanks to his Byakugan. He completed many high-rank solo missions at a young age, greatly reducing the village's casualties. Such a genius was the clan's pride. And there were 2 such geniuses. While the Uchiha clansmen were whispering, Uchiha Fugaku brought the new recruits into the hall. The air instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes almost in unison bypassed the calm and dignified clan leader and landed on the young boy behind. The boy was not yet 12, but his height was a full 1.70 m with a lean and clean figure completely shed of childhood childishness. Dressed in the standard black Uchiha high-collared clan uniform, which set off his fair skin with calm and indifferent eyebrows, and eyes pitch-black, pupils deep and unfathomable, hiding a calmness and cunning far beyond his years. The most eye-catching was a pure black fat cat lazily lying on his shoulder. The black cat had fluffy shiny fur, a round chubby body, squinting amber vertical pupils, a fierce scar on its left eye, lounging lazily, ignoring the gazes around. 1 person and 1 cat stood quietly, the boy silent with downcast eyes, a clear and aloof aura spreading silently. Is this Uchiha Jin? The Uchiha police force members stared at the boy and whispered directly, ignoring the 20 or 30 new recruits behind him. Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat, and the murmurs in the room instantly vanished. Today we have new members joining. They'll say a few words. Saying so, he walked to the center of the hall to explain the rules and duties of the police force. Uchiha Jin listened as Fugaku spoke, and the surrounding clansmen dared not come too close to him. The police force was founded by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama and was entirely entrusted to the Uchiha clan to manage. It was the only law enforcement institution in Konoha. It was similar to a ninja village's criminal police city defense force. One had to admit the political skill of the second Hokage. Letting the Uchiha control the police force was ostensibly a recognition of Uchiha's combat power, granting the clan law enforcement power in the village to appease the conflict between the 2 groups. In reality, this confined the Uchiha to internal village security affairs, isolating them from the core military and political power. Uchiha clansmen did not need to leave the village for missions, and at the same time the entire clan could be monitored to prevent another rebellion like that of Uchiha. And the work content was simple. The most basic was daily patrols around the village, stopping ninja fights and civil conflicts. Advanced tasks included capturing criminals in the village, infiltrating spies guarding the Konoha prison, and interrogating ordinary ninja involved in crimes. It could be said that the Uchiha had great power in the village. They had the power to patrol and arrest without a warrant, priority enforcement, village search rights, and clan autonomy. Recruitment, promotion, and punishment were entirely decided within the Uchiha clan, without interference from the Hokage or higher-ups. The police force captain was directly elected by the clan without needing approval from the Hokage or higher-ups. They had an independent police building, dedicated training grounds, prison cells, and an annual security budget allocated by the village. It could be said to be an iron rice bowl exclusive to the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Jin, come with me. Uchiha Fugaku finished his speech and brought Uchiha Jin to his office. Clan leader, what do you need me for? Facing one of the clan's rare geniuses, Uchiha Fugaku's face lost its previous sternness, instead showing a rare gentle expression. I plan to skip your probation period and make you a full police member with the rank of squad leader. The police force was divided into trainee patrols and full police members. The ranks of full police members from low to high were member, squad leader, platoon leader, company leader, vice captain, and captain. A squad leader could lead 2 trainees. Okay. Uchiha Jin nodded at this, able to see the clan leader was trying to win him over. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Saying so, he prepared to turn and leave without any stir in his heart about switching from trainee to full member. Wait. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly called him, paused for a moment, and asked, "Why didn't you want to join the Umbu?" After the Third Shinobi World War ended, the Third Hokage saw the talent of the two. So he recruited Shursui and Jin to join the Umbu. This was a good thing for the Uchiha. Joining the Umbu meant being recognized by the higher-ups. It meant breaking out of the closed circle of the police force and being able to access the core power of Konoha. After all, the police force handled only village security, never touching border conflicts, diplomacy, or high-level secrets. The Umbu, on the other hand, were under the Hokage, able to participate in national missions, interact with village high-ups, and know the village's secret intelligence, no longer just gatekeeper enforcers. The clan could learn the latest village intelligence through clan members who joined the Umbu. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Jin refused. Neither the Uchiha nor the Konoha higher-ups understood this. Uchiha Jin stopped, did not look back at Fugaku, and simply left a calm sentence. No particular reason. If I have to say I'm an Uchiha, does that count? As the words fell, he stepped out of the captain's office. Uchiha Fugaku watched the boys retreating back, his usually stern face breaking into a rare smile. Uchiha. Mission complete. Joined the Uchiha police force system successfully activated. Uchiha Jin walked out of the chief's office, arriving at the main hall, looking at the system panel only he could see before him. 10 years after crossing into this world, he had finally awakened the golden finger, essential for a time traveler. Although he was a time traveler, he never had a system. Perhaps due to the fusion of 2 souls, his mental and physical abilities far exceeded ordinary people. Even without a system, through continuous hard work, he became one of the 2 recognized geniuses of the new generation of the Uchiha clan. To be honest, the system appeared too late. If not for Uchiha Jin's exceptional talent, he would likely have died in the Third Great Ninja War. And the system only appeared yesterday, requiring joining the police force to activate. Boss, I'm hungry, meow. Just as Uchiha Jin was about to study the system that had arrived 10 years late, the black cat on his shoulder lazily spoke, brushing its fluffy tail across his face. Didn't I feed you before we left? The black cat was a contracted summoning beast with no combat ability itself. Its only use was to relay intelligence. The downside was that it was extremely gluttonous. I'm full, then hungry again, meow. The fat cat blinked, its amber vertical pupils fixed on him, looking pitiful. Eat a soldier pill if you're hungry. Uchiha Jin took out a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch, but the black cat shook its head frantically. Even a dog wouldn't eat that stuff. The soldier pill tasted terrible. Then wait until I get off work. It was Uchiha Jin's first day on the job. He couldn't be late or leave early. Ding, as a glorious Uchiha police officer, patrolling and fighting crime is your duty. At that moment, the system's cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Mission released complete. Daily patrol mission, reward 5 justice points. Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow. It seemed the system's missions were related to his work. He wondered what the so-called justice points were for. Justice points can be used to purchase items or draw a lottery in the system shop. The system seemed to read his thoughts and immediately responded in his mind. He opened the system shop. The items inside were all things from the Naruto world. From small things like kanai and ninjutsu to large things like bloodline limits, various eyes and physiques. Of course, the prices were extremely high. Just the Manjikyu Sharingan cost 500 justice points, let alone the Eternal Manjikyu worth 100 points. The Rinnegan at 150 justice points was unthinkable. Based on his understanding of such systems, accumulating that many points was a pipe dream. Honestly, getting 150 justice points was harder than stealing Nagato's eyes. Oh well, having a system was better than nothing. Uchiha Jin arrived at the hall's office. The receptionist was a female clan member around 15 or 16. She felt nervous seeing him approach. What can I help you with? The chief appointed me as a squad leader. Where are my 2 team members? One moment, I'll arrange it immediately. The female clan member immediately opened the roster and soon produced a list. These are the trainee members who joined today. You can choose 2 to be your team members. Actually, Uchiha Jin was also a new recruit today, but his powerful strength earned him a promotion from Fugaku Uchiha. Such things were common in the Uchiha clan, so no one questioned it. After all, if the strong cannot be promoted, how could the weak have a chance? Uchiha Jin nodded and began flipping through the documents on the table. Besides him, there were 29 other clan members who joined today. After a brief screening, he selected 2 members with good talent and strength. 1 male, 1 female. The male was named Uchiha Jin, age 13, barely chunin level with left eye 1 tomo, right eye 2 tomo. The female was named Uchiha Mio, age 12, Chunin, level both eyes, 2 Tomo. He'll take them. Uchiha Jin handed the 2 files to the female clan member. Okay, please wait a moment. She took the 2 files, stamped them, then ran to find the 2 and bring them over. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Mio were listening to a senior's orientation training with other interns when suddenly a woman called them away, completely confused. The 2 saw Uchiha Jin and their expressions became tense. Admiring the strong was an Uchiha trait, and being nervous in front of a strong person was normal. I'm your captain, Uchiha Jin. From now on, we'll be a team. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Mio were stunned. They never expected to be chosen by the clan's genius as teammates. What luck! Captain, I'm Uchiha Jin. I'm Uchiha Mio. The 2 quickly recovered from shock and introduced themselves to Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin nodded. He had already read their Although Konoha was called a village, its actual size was large. The permanent population was hundreds of thousands. For concentric ring district, the first ring was the village core Hokage building government plaza, ENBU exclusive zone. This area was under ENBU control, Uchiha had no patrol rights unless ordered by the Hokage. The second ring was the public zone containing the Ninja Academy, Konoha Hospital, Orphanage, Arena, etc. The third ring was the commercial residential zone, with shopping streets, civilian houses, taverns, etc. The main area patrolled by the Uchiha. The fourth ring was the residence of major ninja clans. Although called the fourth ring, it was not far from the village core. Unless like the Uchiha clan after the Nine Tails incident, moving to the edge meant being far from the core. The village was large. Therefore Uchiha patrols were divided by area. Uchiha Jin's squad was responsible for the Southern Commercial District, maintaining order on the streets. Dealing with troublemakers. Southern Commercial District. Although the Third Great Ninja War had just ended, the village civilians were unaffected. The streets were bustling with people, vendors, cries incessant. But at that moment the surrounding noise instantly vanished, and the crowd unconsciously parted. At the front, it was Uchiha Jin's squad on patrol. Seeing the nervous and fearful expressions of the Konoha villagers, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was the Uchiha's reputation really that bad? The Uchiha are coming. Speak softly, aren't you afraid they'll throw you? My neighbor's uncle's son's friend was arrested for beating his drunk wife. He was locked up for over 10 days. No way they even intervene in wife beating. Who says so? I wonder why the second Hokage let the Uchiha handle the police force back then. Now the village is all uneasy. Listening to the whispers around him, Uchiha Jin furrowed his brow and cast a cold glare at those speaking. The Uchiha police force enforces the law impartially, strictly following the village's regulations. Hearing this, the gossiping villagers immediately fell silent. If you are dissatisfied with our enforcement, you can file a complaint with the Third Hokage instead of gossiping behind our backs. If the police force truly made a mistake in enforcement, we can apologize to the parties involved. But if not, you are slandering public officials of Konoha, and we can arrest you according to the law. At these words, everyone present looked at Uchiha Jin in disbelief. Usually they had often gossiped about the Uchiha behind their backs, and the police force members never said anything. But why was this young man reacting so strongly today? And what did he mean by slandering public officials? They were just discussing a few words in private. Was it necessary to escalate matters and arrest them? When had the Uchiha become so petty? Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Shi were also shocked as they looked at their captain. They truly hadn't expected him to publicly reprimand the villagers. Normally shouldn't they just ignore these people? During the orientation training for the police force, it had been emphasized not to engage in direct conflict with villagers who hadn't violated the rules. After all, in the village, villagers were the vulnerable group, and ninjas who bullied them would face punishment. I've already warned you. If I hear similar rumors again, I won't hesitate to let you experience the taste of prison. Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction at the villagers' stunned expressions. Watching the anime back then, he hadn't thought much of it. But now experiencing it firsthand, he understood the true caliber of Konoha's unruly citizens. In Konoha, the strong were bullied for being too strong, and the weak were bullied for being too weak. Talented ninjas were bullied, and untalented ones were bullied too. In some respects, the village was truly tolerant of its citizens. But Uchiha Jin was not a native of the shinobi world. He wouldn't be foolishly bullied like the locals. If the unruly citizens of Konoha dared to bully him, then he would make them experience the methods of the Uchiha police force. One baton strike to the leg to prevent escape, another to the mouth to prevent begging for mercy. Fortunately, the unruly citizens before him were intimidated by his words, and none dared to step forward as the first to challenge. It seemed their will to bully was not pure enough. He wondered if he would ever encounter someone with a truly pure will to bully. Someone who would bully even knowing they would die. Like the villagers of Sunagakure, who bullied Gaara despite knowing he would kill them when enraged, unafraid of death. Always draw the blade against the strongest, never soften for the weak, never stop out of fear. If you stop bullying just because you fear death, then what's the difference from truly being dead? This might be the underlying code of the Naruto world. Back when Uchiha Jin hadn't transmigrated, he often cursed while watching but later public opinion gradually improved. It was like the unruly citizens of Konoha, initially treating Naruto with malice, then gradually viewing him as the village's hero. Perhaps the audience, like the original inhabitants of Naruto, also possessed the underlying code of the will to bully. Returning to the present, Uchiha Jin ignored the stunned villagers and continued patrolling the shopping street with his two team members. Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Shi exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. The same thought crossed their minds: was it really okay for the captain to do this? Listen up, anyone who dares to slander the Uchiha name can be regarded as a traitor sent by enemy nations, Uchiha Jin said, stopping to address them. The clan's reputation had long been tarnished over the years, especially after Uchiha Madara defected and attempted to destroy Konoha only to be killed by Senju Hashirama. The Uchiha's reputation in the village had been growing worse. One would think they had committed heinous crimes. Moreover, impartial enforcement inevitably offended many, gradually leading to the current state. The Uchiha's reputation was already terrible, and after the Nine Tails incident, it would become completely infamous. If they didn't salvage it now, there would be no chance. Yes. Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Shi nodded seriously, their eyes filled with admiration for their squad leader. If they had been gossiped about by the villagers, they would have usually remained silent. They had never thought of explaining themselves in front of everyone. The rest of the patrol went smoothly with no incidents on the shopping street. They had a 2-hour break at noon. The normal end of shift was 4:30 p.m., but overtime was required if there was a task. Boss, I want more meow. The fat cat with a candied hawthorn stick in its mouth stared at the vendor's treats with gleaming eyes, nearly drooling onto his shoulder. Uchiha Jin bought another stick from the vendor and handed it to the black fat cat on his shoulder, letting out a resigned sigh. Can't you eat a little less? When he first adopted the fat cat, it was just a tiny thing. Who would have thought it would become this plump after a few years? The cat, engrossed in its candied hawthorn, ignored his words, either not hearing or pretending not to. Just as they were about to finish their shift, a villager rushed over frantically. Lord Uchiha, there's a fight at the tavern up ahead. Uchiha Jin. The entire patrol had passed without issue, and trouble came just as they were about to leave. Wasn't this too realistic? Inside the tavern, a crowd was gathered at the entrance, eager to watch the spectacle. Some even urged them to hit harder. Stop. Uchiha Jin looked at the chaotic tavern, his gaze falling on the two people locked in a scuffle in the middle. Two drunkards had argued, and encouraged by the onlookers, Lord, you must seek justice for me. The tavern owner, an old man over 50, rushed forward as soon as he saw the enforcer. Once we understand the situation and assign responsibility, we'll have them compensate you for the damages, Uchiha Jin said, waving his hand. Shin and Shi behind him then escorted the two away. Uchiha Police Force. Interrogation room. The situation wasn't complicated at all. Once captured, the two quickly sobered up. They chose to reconcile with each other and compensate the tavern owner for the losses. Ding. Host has completed a routine patrol and handled the dispute, impartially earning a cumulative reward of 10 justice points. For completing the first mission, the host is awarded the title Clear Insight. Equipping this title allows the visualization of evil. Uchiha Jin was stunned by the system's reward. Visualization of evil. He hadn't expected such a special reward. He quickly understood the function of the Clear Insight title. It allowed him to see the color above each person's head, categorized as white, yellow, red, and black, respectively, indicating no evil, no substantial harm caused, and heinous crimes. Each color had shades to indicate severity. After equipping the title, Uchiha Jin looked at his two teammates. In his eyes, Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Shi each had a faint yellow bar above their heads. This should be the visualization of evil the system mentioned. Observing the village, he saw that more than 70% had yellow with occasional red bars. Uchiha Jin summarized the pattern. White represented rare, good people, yellow, normal people, and red, criminals. Black represented those with heinous crimes. Based on this, he could focus on those with red bars. Capturing them would surely earn him justice points. Uchiha Jin looked at his own reflection. The bar above his head was light yellow. This indicated that killing enemies didn't count as evil. Those with red bars were likely ninjas who had killed comrades or murdered innocents. Inside the Hokage's office, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, a pipe clenched between his teeth as he puffed on it slowly, the smoke curling upward to obscure his weathered face. It had been over 3 decades since the second Hokage appointed him as the third. With age and waning vitality, his energy was no longer what it used to be, and he had begun contemplating retirement. The foremost matter at hand was the selection of the 4th Hokage. His first thoughts turned to his 3 disciples, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Oro. During the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade's beloved Dankato was killed in battle. Witnessing the massive hemorrhage, she developed a severe hemophobia, losing her ability to practice medicine or participate in combat. As for Jiraiya, he had no interest in becoming Hokage. When Hiruzen had sought his opinion some time ago, Jiraiya recommended his own disciple Minato. As for Jiraiya, he had no interest in becoming Hokage. When Hiruzen had sought his opinion some time ago, Jiraiya recommended his own disciple Minato Namikaze. His grand disciple had mastered the second Hokage's spacetime, ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, perfecting it to its peak. During the Third Great Ninja War, he single-handedly intimidated all participating nations. The unparalleled speed of the Flying Thunder God forced high commands across the nations to order their troops to abandon missions and retreat upon encountering the Yellow Flash. Countless Konoha squads were spared annihilation thanks to his reputation, drastically reducing casualties among the village's shinobi. During the war, Minato repeatedly executed high-risk assassination and rescue missions, saving besieged allies on multiple occasions. Such achievements fully qualified him to become Hokage. Most importantly, Minato was the disciple of Jiraiya, who was himself a disciple of Hiruzen, a pure lineage of the Hokage's will. Most importantly, Minato was the disciple of Jiraiya, who was himself a disciple of Hiruzen, a pure lineage of the Hokage's will. That figure was his most prized disciple, Orochimaru. Among the three disciples, he favored Orochimaru, yet before the brilliance of Minato, Orochimaru's. It was not that Orochimaru lacked excellence, but rather that Minato was simply too outstanding. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, was renowned throughout the ninja world. He single-handedly turned the tide of the Third Great Ninja War, sparing most of Konoha's shinobi from death. Civilians and all major clans alike respected and revered him, giving him a far broader base of support than Orochimaru. Moreover, he fully embodied the will of fire, always prioritizing the safety of comrades and civilians on the battlefield, a philosophy perfectly aligned with the core principles of every Hokage before him. In this regard, Orochimaru fell far short of Minato. Just then, an Umbu operative appeared in the office with a flash, dropping to one knee with his head bowed. Lord Hokage. He reported the day's surveillance on Uchiha Jin, emphasizing the words Jin had spoken to the villagers of Konoha. Very well, I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the operative to leave. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan had produced two young prodigies, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Jin. Recognizing their talents, he had recruited them into the Umbu after the war. He intended to nurture them closely, hoping they would become shinobi who carried the will of fire and protected the village. He had thought this was a sure thing. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Jin refused to join the Umbu and instead enlisted in the Uchiha police force. This left Hiruzen puzzled about his intentions, so he had an Umbu team monitor Jin's every move. Jin's defense of the clan's reputation made Hiruzen frown. A staunch clan loyalist. Clan-based factions were common among Konoha's ninja families. For them, clan interests trumped all else. As Hokage, he naturally wished to avoid this situation, so he had been deliberately guiding shinobi to embrace the will of fire, instilling in them the subconscious belief that the village stood above the clan. This way, there was no need to worry about clan rebellions. Other clans were manageable, but the Uchiha were different. According to the second Hokage's research, the Uchiha were all madmen, who knew what they might do. He had always been wary of the Uchiha, fearing the emergence of a second Uchiha Madara. Upon learning of the prodigies within the clan, his first instinct was to win them over. Jin and Shisui were both rare geniuses of the Uchiha. They would surely receive the clan's focused cultivation. If the village could win them over early, instilling in them the will of fire and a sense of loyalty to the village, then once they came to lead the Uchiha, there would be no need to fear rebellion. But so far, he had only won over Uchiha Shisui. As for Uchiha Jin, he remained to be observed. For now, there seemed to be no major issues. Monkey. Just then the office door was pushed open. Shimura Danzo stormed in with a dark expression. Hand Uchiha Shisui. He had just learned that Shisui had been recruited into the Umbu and rushed over to confront his old friend. Damn, he had been beaten to the punch again. Danzo calmed down. Hiruzen felt a headache coming on at the sight of Danzo and rubbed his temples in exasperation. Calm down. Shimura Danzo sneered. You'll see me calm when you hand Uchiha Shisui over to me. A genius like that belonged to Root. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen raised his voice. I am the Hokage. Shimura Danzo. Every time they argued, he was always shut down with the title of, was being Hokage so great? Damn it. If he had stepped forward back then, things might have been different. But there were no ifs. Seeing the constipated expression on his old friend's face, Hiruzen felt his earlier irritation ease somewhat. He had been quite annoyed. But seeing his old friend's expression made him feel a little better. Danzo Shisui is best suited to remain in the Umbu. Don't indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Shisui was a hard-won recruit, a genius who embodied the will of fire. Handing him over to Root would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, never to be seen again. Then what about Uchiha Jin? Shimura Danzo asked through gritted teeth. There were two Uchiha prodigies, one for the Umbu, the other for Root. That should be fair, shouldn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, You can try to recruit him. Even he as Hokage had failed to recruit Jin. He doubted his old friend would succeed. Uchiha Jin was clearly a clan loyalist, making recruitment extremely difficult. Fine. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up, his mood shifting from overcast to partly cloudy. He was confident that with his abilities he would have no trouble recruiting Uchiha Jin into root. The monkey's failure was simply due to incompetence. With that thought, Shimura Danzo turned and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his old friend's retreating figure, took the pipe from his mouth, and shook his head with a wry smile. What unwarranted self-confidence. They had known each other for so many years, how could he not continue monitoring Uchiha Jin? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke into the shadows, issuing the order. Within the Uchiha clan grounds. Boss, I'm hungry. The black cat perched on his shoulder affectionately rubbed its fluffy head against his master's neck. Uchiha Jin. It had been less than an hour since he finished eating several sugar-coated hawthorn sticks. And now the fat cat was hungry again. Mother should have dinner ready by now. Although he was a transmigrator, he hadn't lost both parents. Only his father had died. He also had a sister. Awesome. The black cat's eyes lit up, its tail wagging incessantly behind. Let's go home quickly. Brother, you're back. The black cat tried to flee at the sight of the girl, but Jin grabbed it by the scruff and handed it to his sister. Little Blackie, what are you running from? The black cat tried to flee at the sight of the girl, but Jin grabbed it by the scruff and handed it to his sister. Little Blackie, what are you running from? The black cat mercilessly cuddled in the girl's arms, closed its eyes in resignation. By the way, how did you get so fat again? Little master, I'm not fat. I'm clearly buff. The black cat, offended by the remark, raised a chubby, fluffy paw in the air to show off. Its silly, adorable appearance made the little girl giggle. The black cat, offended by the remark, raised a chubby, fluffy paw in the air to show off. Its silly, adorable appearance made the brother, stop patting my head. Mom says it'll stunt my growth. Uchiha Quan pouted in protest, but didn't actually push his hand away. Though she complained, she secretly enjoyed the feeling of her brother's touch. Anything interesting happened at school today? Today was the day Uchiha Jin joined the police force, and also the day Uchiha Quan turned old enough to attend school. Brother, they put me in the same class as Itachi. At his sister's words, Jin's smile froze for a moment. In the original story, Quan and Itachi were childhood friends, and she died at the hands of Uchiha Obito on the night of the clan massacre. But that tragedy was ultimately initiated by Itachi. Poor Quan believed until the very end that Itachi would come to save her, unaware that the weasel was one of the perpetrators. Brother. Uchiha Quan noticed his expression and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. That Itachi isn't a good person. Stay away from him at school. Uchiha Jin said with a serious expression. Okay. Though Quan didn't understand why her brother said that, she knew listening to him was never wrong. Time to eat. Uchiha Hina emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, her eyes soft as she looked at the siblings in the yard. Time to eat. Uchiha Hina emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, her eyes soft as she looked at the siblings in the yard. Go wash your hands. Coming, Mom. The two of them and the cat washed up and sat at the table. Your cat food. Uchiha Hina, ignoring the black cat's pitiful gaze, poured half a bowl of kibble into its dish. Mom, I'm so hungry. No can do. You're getting too fat. For your health, we need to start controlling your diet. The black cat looked at Uchiha Jin with grievance. Boss, this is too little, meow. It usually ate a full bowl, now it was cut in half. Wouldn't it starve to death? Listen to Mom. Uchiha Jin also thought little Blackie needed to lose weight. It was a black cat as fat as a pig. How did it manage to eat so much? Black cat. The thought of half portions for the coming days was unbearably distressing. The sky had fallen. I'm clearly not fat. This is muscle. Don't you understand? Buff meets fluff. Uchiha Hina watched the dejected cat and spoke gently with a smile. If you dare to sneak food, I'll take you to get neutered. At those words, the black cat's eyes instantly became clear. Mom, don't worry, I won't sneak food. Faced with the threat of losing its original 2 eggs, losing weight didn't seem so hard anymore. Mom, don't worry, I won't sneak food. Faced with the threat of losing its original 2 eggs, losing weight didn't seem so hard anymore. It was just a matter of eating less. Jin, how did your first day go? Uchiha Hina looked at her son. Smoothly, mother. The clan leader made me a full member and appointed me squad leader, overseeing 2 trainees. Uchiha Jin put down his chopsticks and gave a brief account of the day. Wow, brother is amazing. Uchiha Quan looked at him with admiration, stars in her eyes. The police force had a strict promotion hierarchy. It was a privilege only geniuses could achieve to be promoted to full member and squad leader on the first day. Jin is truly remarkable. Uchiha Hina smiled with pride. Her son was really outstanding. Jin went on duty, enforced the law impartially, and don't let yourself be bribed. Uchiha Hina warned her son with a serious expression. As a law enforcer, you must uphold justice and never engage in favoritism. I understand, mother. I will strictly enforce the village's rules and regulations. Uchiha Jin nodded. With a justice system, of course he had to enforce the law strictly. Only then could he accumulate a large amount of justice points and exchange them for items in the system shop. After dinner, Uchiha Jin guided Uchiha Quan in training in the yard. The Third Shinobi World War had just ended. Based on his knowledge of the original plot, he wouldn't face danger in the short term. Unless the Third Shinobi World War had just ended. Based on his knowledge of the original plot, he wouldn't face danger in the short term. Unless the story reached the stage of the Nine Tails incident. Uchiha Obito, pretending to be Uchiha Madara, would invade Konoha, snatch Naruto Uzumaki during Kushina's childbirth, and release the Nine Tails sealed inside the Jinchuriki. This would cause the village to be destroyed by the Nine Tails, killing many shinobi and civilians. The fourth Hokage and his wife would also die. Uchiha Jin was only 2 years younger than Obito, and had even seen him when he first entered the ninja academy. Sometimes he would see the spiky-haired boy with goggles helping an old lady cross the street. It was hard to imagine that such a good person would turn into someone who would abandon all family and friends. During the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Jin mainly followed the main Uchiha force. He hadn't even participated in the battle at Canopy Bridge. Otherwise, he might have been able to change Uchiha Obito's tragic fate. Now the corrupted Obito was fixated on Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan. He saw himself as a savior creating a perfect world. In essence, it was just an escape from reality. The ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan was to some extent determined by the user's thoughts at the moment of awakening. Witnessing the death of his beloved made him unwilling to accept reality, wanting to escape it. Thus the Kamui dimension was born. Uchiha Jin planned to experiment when he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Of course, the Mangekyo required intense emotional stimulation. Under such circumstances, he couldn't guarantee perfect control of his thought, but trying wouldn't hurt. What if it actually worked? Good morning, Captain. At the entrance of the Uchiha police force, Uchiha Shin and Uchiha, she saw the captain approaching and greeted him. Uchiha Jin nodded calmly and headed to the captain general's office. Jin, you're here. Uchiha Fugaku's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly the moment he saw the newcomer, then quickly returned to their former state. Clan leader, what happened? He noticed the clan leader's expression was off and instinctively glanced at the documents on the desk. A murder occurred in the southern district last night. Based on the modus operandi, it was likely the work of a shinobi. Uchiha Fugaku didn't conceal anything and handed him the documents on the desk. Uchiha Jin took the papers and began to scan them. A family of 3 had been brutally murdered in their home, with the wife violated before death. The husband and daughter had been killed with a single fatal blow. The bodies had lain in the house for 3 days until the stench alerted the neighbors to no valuables were missing from the home, indicating that the motive was not robbery. The wife was 23 years old and quite attractive. Considering the circumstances of the violation, it was deduced that the perpetrator's motive was lust. Possibly upon being discovered, the killer first killed the husband and daughter, then silenced the woman after finishing the act. Any leads on this case? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Uchiha Jin was a prodigy of the clan and a staunch supporter of clan interests. As clan leader, it was natural to nurture him vigorously. Ding detected that the host has discovered a massacre. As a righteous enforcer, you must find the culprit within 3 days. Task completion, reward title Eye of Judgment. Clan leader, I wish to take on this case. Uchiha Jin placed the documents back on the desk. Since the system had issued a task, there was no reason to refuse. Finding the killer within 3 days was admittedly somewhat challenging, but it agreed. Uchiha Fugaku had already intended to assign Jin's squad to investigate the murderer, and now that he volunteered, it was even. Of course, he wouldn't rely solely on a rookie squad. He would also dispatch other experienced teams to search for the killer. Such a heinous murder must be solved in the shortest possible time. Moreover, the killer was highly likely a shinobi, perhaps even a spy sent by an enemy nation. Having obtained the clan leader's permission, Uchiha Jin turned and left the captain general's office. Uchiha Fugaku watched his retreating figure and raised an eyebrow. I hope you can surprise me. The morgue. The bodies of the family of 3 lay neatly arranged. Uchiha Jin lifted the white cloth covering the corpses. 3 days had caused the bodies to ooze dark red putrid blood accompanied by a pungent nauseating stench. Boss, it's too stinky, meow. The black cat perched on his shoulder covered its nose with its soft paws. It regretted following the boss to the morgue. It really couldn't stand it, meow. Uchiha Jin carefully examined the bodies. The husband and daughter had wounds on their necks apparently inflicted by a sharp blade, causing instant death. They hadn't even had a chance to resist. The wife's body bore multiple bruises, likely from being beaten while resisting the assault. In the end, she too was killed by a slit throat. Uchiha Shin, suppressing his discomfort, asked, Captain, there are few clues on the bodies. Let's go to the crime scene. Though both were seasoned shinobi, the stench of decay was truly sickening. The trio and the cat left the morgue breathing fresh air and felt as if they had come back to life. Arriving at the crime scene, there were few clues. The floor was stained with dried blood. The bed was also covered in blood belonging to the wife. She had been violated and then killed on that bed. The entire scene bore no signs of a struggle, offering very little. After all, the gap in power between a shinobi and an ordinary person was immense. Even a freshly graduated genin could effortlessly overpower a civilian, leaving them utterly defenseless. Thus finding the culprit seemed nearly impossible. This is too difficult. Uchiha Jin wore a pained expression, completely clueless about the killer. Could they really find the murderer? Perhaps others would be at a loss, but Uchiha Jin with his system was different. He could see the sin value above people's heads. For a brutal massacre like this, the sin value would definitely be red. The couple ran a noodle shop, which wasn't particularly prosperous. All he needed to do was check the shinobi who had recently visited the noodle shop and examine their sin values to narrow down the suspects. They died at home. This meant the killer at least knew the victims or had secretly followed them. He might have long harbored illicit thoughts about the beautiful landlady. First, let's interview the neighbors and customers who have recently visited the noodle shop. The three of them visited the neighbors around the victim's home and the shops near the noodle shop. They found customers who had dined at the noodle shop recently. Among them were 5 shinobi. Uchiha Jin saw that the color of their sin bars was yellow. This indicated that they were not the culprits. After routine questioning, he let them go. Captain, any leads? She instinctively looked at Uchiha Jin. In her opinion, finding the killer in such a vast village was like a fool's dream. Not to mention that they were newcomers to the police force. Even the veterans would find it extremely difficult. After all, murders occurred in Konoha village every year. If it were a revenge killing, it might be manageable, but cases like this where the perpetrator was a shinobi were tough to crack. This case would likely be closed due to lack of clues. Uchiha Jin shook his head. He admitted that he had initially underestimated the difficulty of tracking the killer. A shinobi could conceal evidence of murder all too easily. If he had killed a few civilians, he would have left no trace either. Unless he was unlucky enough to be caught in the act, which was virtually impossible. Just then his peripheral vision caught a young man on the street who kept stealing glances at the noodle shop while walking. When the young man met Uchiha Jin's gaze, he feigned nonchalance and looked away. This was a common sight. Gossiping was human nature. Many onlookers were watching them work from a distance. But this young man was different from the others. Because the sin value above his head was not yellow, it was red. A saying suddenly crossed Uchiha Jin's mind: murderers often return to the crime scene to admire their handiwork. And this young man was highly likely the killer. Detected that the host has discovered the culprit. Mission complete. The electronic voice in his mind stunned Uchiha Jin. Was the mission already complete? He had initially fallen into a misconception. The system's task was to find the killer within 3 days, meaning simply spotting the culprit sufficed without needing to gather evidence like a normal investigation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title Eye of Judgment. Eyes of Judgment. With this title equipped, no sin can escape your sight. Uchiha Jin stared at the system's introduction and without hesitation equipped the newly acquired title. The moment the title was equipped, the world before his eyes transformed. Where once he could only see the sin value above others' heads, now textual descriptions appeared above their health bars. The text revealed the evil they had committed. The owner of the bun shop, who was watching from across the street, had a pale yellow health bar. Above it was written the sin he had committed. To reduce costs, he purchased pork from diseased pigs, causing some customers to suffer vomiting and diarrhea after consumption. Such an immoral act resulted in a yellow health bar. Uchiha Jin glanced at the others around him. As he had suspected, a yellow health bar indicated wrongdoing. The shade of yellow deepened according to the severity of the offense. Then his gaze fell upon the young man with a crimson health bar. Name: Yuan Fei Zhengtailing. Age 15. Sin: 4 days ago, driven by lust, he broke into a home, violated the mistress in front of her husband and daughter, then slaughtered the entire family of 3. Uchiha Jin frowned. This guy was actually a member of the Yuan Fei clan. As everyone knew, the third Hokage was Yuan Fei risen, and the murderer was his clansman. They might even be relatives. Of course, what troubled him was not the identity, but the lack of evidence to prove the young man was the killer. How could he tell others that he could see the crimes this man had committed? Although the Uchiha police force had law enforcement authority in Konoha, they still had to abide by the village's rules and regulations. Without evidence, it would be difficult to convict him. Detected host has found the murderer. Option 1: find evidence to bring the murderer to justice. Reward: 50 justice points. Without evidence, it would be difficult to convict him. Detected host has found the murderer. Option 1: find evidence to bring the murderer to justice. Uchiha Jin looked at the two options before him, pondered for a moment, and chose the second. Though both tasks aimed to bring the murderer to justice, they were vastly different. The former required finding evidence of Yuan Fei Zhengtailong's crime and then arresting him based on that evidence. But that was clearly impossible. The scene had left no substantial evidence. The latter allowed any means to make Yuan Fei Zhengtailing confess to the crime. If it were someone else, it might be dismissed as a coerced confession. However, Uchiha Jin had the system. He could see the true culprit and would never wrong an Captain. She noticed Jin staring blankly at the crowd and gently waved her hand before his eyes. She thought the captain was lost in confusion because he couldn't find evidence. Actually, this situation was quite common. The captain shouldn't blame himself. Just as she was about to console him, Uchiha Jin's words left her stunned. "I found the murderer." At these words, Uchiha Jin and Uchiha She were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They had been searching for clues together the whole time. When had the captain discovered the killer? They were all newcomers to the police force. Was this even possible? Uchiha Jin ignored his team's astonishment, and amid the onlookers' curious gazes strode directly toward the young man in the crowd. Was this even possible? Uchiha Jin ignored his team's astonishment, and amid the onlookers' curious gazes strode directly toward the young man in the crowd. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shi. What was going on? How did the captain know he was the murderer? They didn't seem to have any evidence. If they arrested someone arbitrarily, they would definitely be complained about, and then becoming a regular member would be impossible. Yuan Fei Xingtailing looked at Uchiha Jin, before him a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, before quickly returning to normal. "Haha, aren't you mistaken?" He scratched his head with a smile feigning harmlessness. "How could I possibly be a murderer? That matter had been done in secret, even his parents didn't know. As for others, it was even less likely they would find out." Although he didn't know why this Uchiha had come to him, he didn't believe the other party had evidence of his crime. After all, he was a chunin. If killing 3 ordinary people could be detected, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the village. Uchiha Jin ignored his smug grin, put away his ID, and said expressionlessly, "Whether you are the murderer or not will be determined. Please come with us." "Captain, is this?" Uchiha She looked worried. She thought the captain, unable to find the killer and faced with the crowd's scrutiny, had randomly grabbed someone to save face. That way no one would say they were incompetent. But was that really okay? Arbitrarily arresting someone would bring punishment. "Restrain him." Uchiha Jin's voice was calm, his tone brooking no dissent. Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Shin, though deeply puzzled, chose to follow the captain's orders. They flanked the young man, one on each side. "What do you mean by this?" Yuan Fei Xingtailing panicked completely, trying to break free. "Do you know who my uncle is, eh?" Even though he knew in his heart that no one could know about his crime, being pinned down by the law enforcement officers of the police force still made him anxious, especially the squad leader in front of him, who had remained too calm throughout. It was as if he truly knew he was the murderer. "You're finished. Dare to arrest me. Just wait to be reprimanded." Uchiha Jin ignored his clamor and ordered his team to escort the man to the police. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. "Do you think that young man really is the murderer?" "I don't think so. I feel these rookies are just making random arrests. I have to complain to the Hokages. Yes, we must complain." 2 Umbu agents hidden in the shadows exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes through their masks. They hadn't expected Uchiha Jin to dare arrest someone without evidence. Moreover, that person's identity was quite unusual. "You keep watching. I'll go report to the Hokages." In the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei, risen pipe in mouth, stared at the crystal ball with gleaming eyes. The sudden appearance of the Umbus startled him. He hastily deactivated the orb and resumed a dignified expression. "Has something happened to Jin?" "Hokages." The Umbu reported Uchiha Jin's arrest in the street. Yuan Fei, risen, shook his head with a smile. "That kid is too young." He wasn't angry, he simply felt that Jin was too inexperienced to make an arrest without evidence. But it was understandable. After all, he had just joined the police force. It was normal to lack experience. The Umbu's next words wiped the smile off his face. "Hokages, the person Uchiha Jin arrested is your nephew Yuan Fei Xingtailing." Yuan Fei, risen. Uchiha Police Force interrogation room. Sarutobi Shotaro was bound to a chair, his face dark as he glared at the young man seated across from him. "Kid, do you have any idea what you're doing?" He truly hadn't expected that without any evidence the other party would dare to drag him into the interrogation room. When had the Uchiha clan become so lawless? At the entrance of the interrogation room, Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Mio exchanged glances, their hearts racing with anxiety as they listened to the commotion inside. "Captain, want this really caused trouble?" They had just received Jin's order to guard the door and allow no one to disturb. Not even Uchiha Fugaku. "Sarutobi Shotaro, 4 nights ago you sneaked into the victim's home, violated her in front of her husband and daughter, then silenced them all by murder. Am I right?" Uchiha Jin gazed at him calmly, a cold, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Men like this were truly beasts. They used their formidable strength to bully the weak at will. And the one he killed was a villager of the village. When Konoha was founded, it was decreed that ninja must not indiscriminately harm civilians, let alone brutally murder them. Hearing this, every hair on Sarutobi Shotaro's body stood on end and panic flashed across his face. How did this guy know the details of his crime? Though his heart was a mess of panic, he still pretended to know nothing. "Don't talk nonsense." His father was the head elder of the Sarutobi clan, and his uncle was the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. With such a background, he could strut through the village with impunity. Under his uncle's leadership, the Sarutobi clan had grown steadily, and members of other clans always showed them some respect. Killing a few civilians was nothing. It was that woman's fault for not cooperating. As long as he stubbornly denied it once his father and uncle arrived, this guy would have no choice but to release him. With such a background, he could strut through the village with impunity. Under his uncle's leadership, the Sarutobi clan had grown steadily, and members of other clans always showed them some respect. Jinjutsu activated. He used illusion to invade Sarutobi Shotaro's memories. Such an act carried great risk. At the very least, it could damage the target's mental strength. At worst, it could turn them into an idiot. This technique was usually used to interrogate enemies and rarely employed on comrades. After all, if something went wrong, it would be very troublesome. Sarutobi Shotaro's motive was simple. As a teenager in the throes of puberty, he was filled with desire for the opposite sex. By chance, he had laid eyes on the beautiful and well-proportioned shop owner. At first, he only fantasized about the shop owner, but as time passed, mere fantasies no longer satisfied him. So on a dark and windy night, he sneaked into her home and assaulted her. That night, after realizing he was a ninja, the shop owner stopped resisting and willingly cooperated, hoping that by doing so, Sarutobi Shotaro would spare her family of 3. But unfortunately, the 3 of them had seen his face, and fearing they would report to the authorities afterward, he chose to eliminate them all. As his memories were forcibly invaded by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, Sarutobi Shotaro's body began to convulse. This was a sign of severe mental damage. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku pushed open the door, and seeing the scene, his face turned grim. "Jin, what the hell are you doing?" He had been flipping through documents in his office when a clan member rushed in to tell him that Jin's squad had arrested the Hokage's nephew. Uchiha Fugaku felt as if the sky had fallen upon learning this. This kid acted without any thought for the consequences. He had just been promoted to squad leader and already dared to arrest the Hokage's relative. If he got promoted further, would he go after the higher-ups? So he rushed to the interrogation room in a panic, and upon opening the door saw this. Watching Sarutobi Shotaro convulse and foam at the mouth, Uchiha Fugaku nearly stumbled. This was bad. If the third Hokage's nephew turned into an idiot and the police forced, the consequences were unimaginable. For now, all he could do was pray that Sarutobi Shotaro would be okay. Otherwise, the third Hokage would surely retaliate. "Clan leader, please don't disturb my investigation." Uchiha Jin deactivated his Sharingan, waiting for the other to regain consciousness, and completely ignored the clan leader. He had confidence in his Jinjutsu abilities. At worst, Sarutobi Shotaro would suffer severe mental damage. He generally wouldn't become an idiot. Fugaku was always making a big deal out of nothing. Uchiha Fugaku. Right now, he really wanted to string Uchiha Jin up and beat him. He didn't understand why this kid had to arrest Sarutobi Shotaro. Didn't he know he was Sarutobi Hiruzen's nephew? Although the Uchiha had long been discontented with the village's oppression, they hadn't yet stooped to arresting the Hokage's relative to vent their anger. This kid was truly a diehard hawk. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi head elder, who had just received the news, hurried to the police force, followed by a group of Umbu and Sarutobi clan members. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened as he instinctively shielded Jin. This kid had really stirred up trouble. "Son, what happened to you?" The Sarutobi head elder rushed into the interrogation room, his face frantic as he looked at his son, who was foaming at the mouth and unconscious, his heart nearly breaking. He had fathered a son late in life and doted on his only child. He had treated him as if he might break from holding him too tight or melt from holding him in his mouth. In over a decade, he had never even scolded him. And now, just after joining the police force, his son had been tortured into this state by the Uchiha. "How dare you torture my son? You're asking for death." The Sarutobi head elder's eyes blazed with fury, his finger pointed at Uchiha Jin, his chakra, as an elite jonin, unmistakably flaring. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku likewise erupted with his chakra, neutralizing the elder's aura. Though Uchiha Jin had caused trouble, he was a rare Jin. As the clan leader, it was natural to protect his own, even if they were in the wrong first. "Uchiha clan leader, I need an explanation from you." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew stern, exuding the authority of a superior. He truly hadn't expected that on only his second day in the police force, Uchiha Jin would dare to arrest his nephew in broad daylight, and from the looks of it, even resort to torture. In his view, Jin must have been instigated by certain members of the clan. "Lord Hokage." Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's interrogation, Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily at a loss for how to explain. In truth, he hadn't even figured out the situation himself. Why on earth did this kid have to arrest the Hokage's nephew? And even if he had to arrest him, why resort to torture? There was no way to explain this. Seeing his hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the instigator of this incident. "Jin, who ordered you to do such an act?" was undoubtedly a slap in the Hokage's face. The Uchiha were becoming more and more unruly. Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged. He stood up from his chair, his face calm, his gaze devoid of any fear. Lord Third, no one ordered me. Uchiha Fugaku's eyelids twitched, terrified that this kid would utter something outrageous. The Uchiha were already being targeted by the village, and this incident would only make things worse. Then why did you do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose, the anger in his tone unmistakable. The reason I arrested him is simple. He committed a crime. He committed a crime. The moment the words were uttered, the interrogation room fell into silence. Uchiha clan members, Sarutobi clan members, and the Umbu gathered at the entrance looked bewildered. That statement seemed unremarkable. After all, the Uchiha's duty was to maintain the peace of Konoha. If Sarutobi Shotaro had indeed violated the law, then being brought to the interrogation room was only natural. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up as if a drowning man had grasped a lifeline, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If Jin had truly found evidence of Sarutobi Shotaro's crime, then this matter was entirely in their favor, and even the Hokage could say nothing about it. You're full of shit. The Sarutobi elder was agitated, pointing a furious finger at him. How could my son ever commit a crime? He had raised his son with utmost care since childhood, fulfilling every request. What if his nephew had indeed committed a crime? The thought surfaced in his mind, and a seed of doubt began to take root. Wait, even if his nephew was guilty, that didn't warrant vigilante justice. What if his nephew had indeed committed a crime? The thought surfaced in his mind, and a seed of doubt began to take root. Wait, even if his nephew was guilty, that didn't warrant vigilante justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly recovered, instinctively narrowing his eyes. The Uchiha, dissatisfied with his rule, had seized the opportunity to arrest his criminal nephew, and then in the moment before he reached the interrogation room, they had taken matters into their own hands. All to strike at his pride. Jin, even if Shotaro committed a crime, you cannot resort to vigilante justice, can you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was stern, carrying a note of reproach. With so many eyes watching behind him, he could not show blatant favoritism, nor could he rebuke too obviously. He needed the Uchiha to admit their mistake voluntarily, because he refused to confess. Uchiha Jin explained, so I used Jinjutsu to invade his memories. Everyone. What kind of reasoning was that? Everyone was stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelid twitched, and he feigned curiosity as he inquired. Without evidence, how did you know he had violated the village's laws? Since Uchiha Jin had already used Jinjutsu, it meant his nephew had indeed broken the law. What intrigued him now was how Jin had come to know this. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha sure widened their eyes. Their captain was right. Sarutobi Shotaro was indeed the murderer. Unbelievable. They had been following behind the captain the entire time without discovering any useful clue. Sarutobi Shotaro was indeed the murderer. Unbelievable. They had been following behind the captain the entire time without discovering any— What kind of excuse is that? The Sarutobi elder pointed at Uchiha Jin in exasperation. If not for the crowd, he would have taught this. What right do you have to declare my son guilty, just because you say so? Uchiha clan leader, since when does the patrol force enforce the law based on intuition rather than evidence? Will you then decide the Hokage is guilty and lock him up in the interrogation room for torture? What right do you have to declare my son guilty, just because you say so? Uchiha clan leader, since when does the patrol force enforce the law? Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened. He was not adept at arguing. Although I had no evidence initially, the facts prove my intuition was correct. Just then, Uchiha Jin's cold voice rang out. My intuition never fails. If I ever make a mistake, I will apologize to the party and compensate for the losses. Silence fell once more. A single thought crossed everyone's mind. This brat was far too arrogant. He dared to say such things in front of the Hokage. As expected of an Uchiha. Even the Uchiha clansmen watching were utterly shocked. Those who considered themselves proud and confident were mere rookies compared to Uchiha Jin. Though Uchiha Jin's actions were inappropriate, they had not caused severe consequences. It would be best to wrap things up with a few words of persuasion. This would also demonstrate the magnanimity of the third Hokage. The criminal refused to admit his guilt. I had no choice. Uchiha Jin had no intention of following the Hokage's advice. Some matters simply could not be resolved through evidence. Take this murder case, for example. If one were to follow conventional logic in seeking evidence, the case would be closed due to insufficient evidence, and the perpetrator never found. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his stubborn demeanor and shook his head with a helpless smile. In his view, nothing in this world was 100% certain. He was merely offering Jin a way out. Hiruzen. The Sarutobi elder looked at him with a complex expression. Why was he speaking up for the Uchiha clan? In his view, nothing in this world was 100% certain. He was merely offering Jin a way out. Hiruzen. The Sarutobi elder looked at him with a complex expression. Why was he speaking up for the Uchiha clan? Even if his son had committed a crime, did that warrant vigilante justice? Seeing Sarutobi Shotaro's miserable state, his heart ached, as if being cut by a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently shook his head, and the elder could only hold his tongue. There was no point in dragging this out. It was better to bring his nephew home to recover. Son, let's go home. Two Sarutobi clan members stepped forward to support Sarutobi Shotaro. Uchiha Fugaku's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. Thankfully, the brat's intuition had not failed him, or today's situation would have been hard to manage. After the Hokage left, he must give Jin a serious talking to. On his second day in the patrol force, he had already stirred up such trouble. It was truly headache-inducing. Just as everyone thought the matter was resolved, Uchiha Jin blocked the door. You may leave, but the criminal stays. At these words, everyone's expressions turned strange, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. This kid was truly a reckless fool. The Hokage had let it go, yet he insisted on pressing the matter. Was it just a violation of the village's law? So what if it was? Come to think of it, none of them even knew what crime Sarutobi Shotaro had committed. They had arrived to find him unconscious from Jinjutsu with no chance to learn the details. Jin, can you tell me what crime Shotaro committed? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. If it was nothing serious, the man could be allowed to go home and rest. In his opinion, his nephew would not have committed a grave offense. At most, it would be something like a brawl. He trusted that Uchiha Fugaku, out of respect for him, would not make too much of his nephew's mistake. The murder case 3 days ago. A family of 3 was killed, and it was all the work of Shotaro. Uchiha Jin had wanted to say this for a long time, but the others had never given him the chance. Finally, he could reveal the criminal's sin. Everyone. A shinobi's primary duty is to protect the villagers of their own village. Killing civilians without official orders from high command is a grave crime. After all, civilians are the foundation that the shinobi of Konoha protect. The first rule of the shinobi code is to shelter the villagers within the village, and actively slaughtering them constitutes an extreme act of treason. This was a rule established by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju when he founded the village. If such behavior is discovered, the Umbu and the Jonin on site have the right to execute the perpetrator on the spot, as long as the armed suspect resists arrest. No need to report to the Hokage for immediate execution. If what Uchiha Jin said is true and Sarutobi Shotaro really killed a family of 3, then this is absolutely a very serious matter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sarutobi Elder's face turned pale. He knew too well the crime of killing civilians. Under Konoha's strict rules, if it were true, his son would hardly survive. No matter what, this must never be admitted. Even if his son really did kill, it cannot be admitted. The crowd instinctively looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stared at Uchiha Jin with a complex expression. Jin, is what you said true? If it were true, Shotaro's actions would be extremely vile. Even though he was his uncle, it would be hard to let him live. It's true. Uchiha Jin nodded. I have already infiltrated his memories with Jinjutsu. You're lying. Sarutobi Elder exploded, pointing at Jin with reddened eyes. What do you know, you brat? Who gave you permission to interrogate someone with Jinjutsu privately? He knew the situation. His son's killing was likely true, so he could only stall for time with nonsense. He believed Hiruzen could find a solution. That was his only precious son. If he died, he wouldn't want to live either. This old man, Uchiha Jin said coldly, looking at him. Please don't let emotions interfere with the Uchiha's legitimate law enforcement, or I can arrest you even in front of the Hokage. At these words, everyone present looked at him in disbelief. They never expected Jin to speak to the elder of the Sarutobi clan like that. Most importantly, the Hokage himself was present. He showed no respect at all. Truly the Uchiha. In fact, even the Uchiha clan members were dumbfounded. Though they were usually arrogant, they wouldn't dare speak like that in front of the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku sighed silently. That kid Jin seemed a bit. He would have to have a serious talk with him later. At the very least, basic respect for the Hokage was necessary. At least address him as Hokagesima, instead of the cold, third Hokage. You. Sarutobi Elder pointed at Uchiha Jin in fury. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time he had been spoken to like that. He felt unprecedented humiliation. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and waved at the Sarutobi ninja and Umbu at the door, who immediately turned and left without hesitation. What followed was not for their ears. Uchiha Fugaku noticed the Hokage's gaze and signaled the Uchiha clan members watching at the door. A few breaths later, the interrogation room door closed. Only Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Elder, and the delirious Sarutobi Shotaro remained inside. Jin privately using interrogation techniques on a suspect violates the village's regulations. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in annoyance, then spoke earnestly. Such behavior does not meet the requirements for obtaining evidence. Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. He understood that the Hokage meant to let this go. In other words, he wanted the Uchiha to show leniency to his nephew. Though this smacked of using authority to pressure, there was no choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage. They all instinctively looked at the silent Jin. Any other Uchiha might have given the Hokage face, but Uchiha Jin was different. Third Hokage, are you saying that the memories I saw with Jinjutsu are false? That's right. Jinjutsu is constructed by the caster's subjective will. If you subconsciously viewed Shotaro as a murderer, the memories you saw when infiltrating his mind could have been altered. That is the killing process you witnessed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, thinking the kid was good at taking the hint. The elder's ashen face began to improve. As long as the Uchiha were willing to let his son go, paying some money was no problem. The Sarutobi clan had developed well over the years. With the Hokage's support, they had taken control of many shops in the village's commercial district. They earned a substantial income every year. This old man was angry just now seeing my son wronged, and said some things I shouldn't have. Sarutobi elder said, looking at Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore I am willing to pay 10 million ryo as compensation for slandering the Uchiha police force. 10 million for a life. To be honest, the price was quite high. After all, an elite jonin, one of the 12 guardian ninja, and the third Hokage's son Sarutobi Asuma had a bounty of only 30 million ryo in the black market. But he had no other choice. For his precious son, spending 10 million was completely worth it. Haha, it was all a misunderstanding, now it's cleared up. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. If it were anyone else trying to bribe, he would have refused without hesitation. But now he was facing the third Hokage. Knowing when to stop was the wisest choice, and it would make the Hokage owe him it was truly not a loss for the clan. Since it's a misunderstanding, we'll take our leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Fugaku's cooperative attitude. Though this somewhat tarnished the will of fire that was the elder's only bloodline. And this was clearly a misunderstanding. It wasn't really a tarnish. He always believed he carried the will of fire and had worked hard to spread it to everyone. Wait. Just as everyone thought the matter was resolved, Uchiha Jin's voice stopped them. Third Hokage, my Jinjutsu cannot be flawed. He closed his eyes gently and opened them again, his black pupils replaced by crimson, with 3 black tomo slowly rotating. The Jinjutsu ability of a 3-tomo Sharingan is incomparable to that of 1 or 2-tomo. He closed his eyes gently and opened them again, his black pupils replaced by crimson, with 3 black tomo slowly rotating. The Jinjutsu ability of a 3-tomo Sharingan is incomparable. Standing behind Jin, Uchiha Fugaku was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that Jin wouldn't even spare the Hokage's face. But why was he feeling a little excited? Jin was essentially tearing the Hokage's face off and stomping it into the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, but he forced a kind smile. Jin, as I said, you might have subconsciously altered Shotaro's memories when using Jinjutsu to infiltrate his mind. Therefore the memories you saw cannot be considered evidence. Third Hokage, my eyes cannot be wrong. Third Hokage, my eyes cannot be wrong. Uchiha Jin ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's displeased expression and pointed at Sarutobi Shotaro, who was being supported by the Sarutobi elder. He is the murderer. Young man, I advise you to stop right there. The Sarutobi elder was completely enraged, wishing he could strike and kill the opponent. This kid has no sense of propriety. Can't he see that he has already yielded and offered money to buy his life? Patriarch Fugaku, what do you— Since Uchiha Jin is unreasonable, let's go to his direct superior. This kid Jin is definitely a staunch family faction member. If he won't listen to the Hokage, he can't possibly ignore the clan leader, can he? Uchiha Fugaku, who had been watching the drama, was caught off guard by the question and didn't react for a moment. At first he admitted that he wanted to give the Hokage a favor, but now seeing Jin's demeanor made him change his mind. They were in the right. So what if they didn't give the Hokage face? The Uchiha had long been dissatisfied with the village's high-ranking officials, and this was a perfect opportunity to thoroughly discuss the Hokage. Ahem, I think Jin is right. Uchiha Fugaku also activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Lord Hokage, you may not know, but after the Sharingan evolves to 3-tomo, it is nearly unmatched in Jinjutsu. Jin is a genius of the clan, and his mastery of Jinjutsu far surpasses that of ordinary 3-tomo members. I believe he could not have made such a rudimentary mistake. The Sarutobi elder did not expect Uchiha Fugaku to suddenly turn against him. What do these madmen want? Are they really trying to put his son to death? Facing the arguments of the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Today's matter might not be so easily resolved. Uchiha Fugaku's sudden betrayal was clearly an opportunity to retaliate against him. The most critical point was that the Uchiha were in the right. Although Uchiha Jin had used Jinjutsu to invade memories without authorization, he had also found evidence of Sarutobi Shotaro's murder. He couldn't possibly say in front of everyone that the memory Jin saw through Jinjutsu was false, could he? Such things were only said privately. If he really said that in front of everyone, his tenure as Hokage would be over. Is there really no room for negotiation? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. There was no need to beat around the bush anymore. What price do we need to pay to release Shotaro? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up. This kid actually made the Hokage yield. If the hawkish members of the clan knew, they would definitely cause an uproar. The clan has produced such a genius, but I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Sorry, third Hokage, I cannot let a murderer go. Uchiha Jin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the village's law, intentionally killing a villager is a serious offense, and Sarutobi Shotaro must be publicly executed. The Sarutobi elder, seeing his stubborn and unyielding attitude, was so angry that his chest heaved violently. This kid is definitely doing this on purpose. He just wants to kill his precious son. Bastard. He looked pleadingly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the meaning clear: no matter what he must protect Shotaro. Faced with the elder's plea, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples with a headache. He also found Uchiha Jin's relentless dog-like pursuit extremely troublesome. The key was that Uchiha Fugaku was condoning that kid. If he had been able to trick Uchiha Jin into joining the Umbu like he did with Uchiha Shisui, how could there be all these troubles today? To be honest, he regretted a bit. He should have insisted firmly that Jin join the Umbu rather than being satisfied with just getting Shisui. Jin really no room for discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen voluntarily lowered his posture, hoping Jin would show leniency. He had originally thought that the kid would let Shotaro go out of respect for his position as Hokage. But the imagination was rich and reality was harsh. Hokage, are you shielding a criminal? Uchiha Jin stared calmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his gaze falling on the red health bar above the man's head. Your behavior is contempt for the village's law. At these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. How could this kid casually accuse him? Normally those were the words he would say, but he never expected to be lectured by someone else. A ninja who kills a civilian must be executed. That is the rule set by the two previous Hokages. Uchiha Jin ignored his expression and continued. Third Hokage, you have violated the rules set by the first and second Hokage. Of course you are the Hokage, you call the shots. You can now introduce a bill that allows ninjas to kill civilians without death penalty. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't listen anymore and directly interrupted him. If he didn't speak up, this kid's accusations would become even more serious. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the Hokage, whose chest was heaving with anger, then at Jin, who was calm and fearless. Splendid, absolutely splendid. This kid Jin really dares to say anything. As the Uchiha clan leader and the captain of the police force, he couldn't even get a word in. He could only obediently watch the drama. And indeed, seeing the Hokage so frustrated was quite satisfying. Hokage, I am acting entirely in accordance with the village's rules and regulations. Although I used unauthorized torture, as I said, no crime can escape my eyes. Uchiha Jin did not stop, but continued to speak. Without conclusive evidence, I would not use extreme methods to interrogate a suspect. If there is any misjudgment, I am willing to bear all Sarutobi Hiruzen. The kid had said all the good and bad things. What more could he say? The fact that Sarutobi Shotaro had killed a civilian was true. Moreover, Uchiha Jin showed no regard for anyone's face, even when he himself lowered his posture. He was even accused by the other party. It only showed that this kid truly wanted to enforce the law impartially. Otherwise, he would have made demands. Of course, it was also possible that Uchiha Jin was acting on Uchiha Fugaku's instructions to disgust him in this manner. After all, during his tenure, he had indeed suppressed the Uchiha. It was reasonable for the other party to seize the opportunity for revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and silently closed his eyes. He knew that his nephew was doomed. Even if he was the Hokage, he could not break the village's rules. Hiruzen, the Sarutobi elder, immediately grew anxious. He had originally thought that even if his son killed someone, the Hokage could make a big deal small, and a small matter nothing. It was just a matter of spending some money. Who would have thought that the Uchiha would not give the Hokage any face, insisting on following the village's rules? As a result, his precious son would surely die. No, I will never let this happen. Hiruzen, please save Shotaro, he is still a child. The Sarutobi elder knelt before him, grabbing the Hokage's robe with both hands, his face full of pleading. I only have this one son. Father, uncle, please save me. Yuan Fei Zheng Tailang regained consciousness, having already overheard the exchange among the others. Father, uncle, please save me. Yuan Fei Zheng Tailang regained consciousness, having already overheard the exchange among the others. It seemed that Uchiha Jin had not been mistaken. His nephew had indeed killed a family of 3. Although he desperately wanted to help his nephew evade punishment, there was nothing he could do now. The Uchiha were determined to kill Zheng Tailang. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fu spoke up at the opportune moment. The Uchiha enforce the law in accordance with the village's regulations. Please do not interfere with our internal affairs. Yuan Fei Risen was put on the spot by the elder. His words were undoubtedly a way to give the other side an out. I'm sorry, brother. Upon hearing this, the elder slumped to the ground, weakly, his face pale. It's over, it's over. His son was done for. It seemed that his only bloodline would not be saved. Uncle, father, I don't want to die. Yuan Fei Zheng Tailang was so terrified that he wet himself, kneeling on the ground and clutching Yuan Fei Risen's thigh. I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. As a teenager in the throes of puberty, he was filled with longing for the opposite sex. The noodle shop owner's wife was exactly his type. At first he managed to suppress his desires. But as time passed, he could no longer hold back. Driven by lust, he went to assault the owner's wife, and then casually killed her husband and daughter. Yuanfei Zheng Tailang thought his deed was flawless. Even if the village's Umbu came, they would find no useful clues. Who would have thought that he was just passing by to check the situation and someone discovered his identity as a murderer? Even now he couldn't understand how that Yuzhibo brat knew. He dared to guarantee that no one had seen what happened that night. But now was not the time to think about how he was discovered. He needed to find a way to make his uncle safe. He was still young, he really didn't want to die. If given a chance to start over, he would never have gone to assault the owner's wife. Yuanfei Risen closed his eyes and said nothing, allowing his nephew to keep tugging at his pant leg. The evidence was clear, and the culprit was caught red-handed. Moreover, the Yuzhibo were determined to bring his nephew to justice. He truly could think of no way to save him. Finally, amid Yuanfei Zheng Tailing's desperate cries, Yuzhibo Jin dragged him to the prison. In the interrogation room, only the great elder slumped on the ground. Yuanfei Risen with a grim expression, and an awkward-looking Yuzhibo Fuyue remained. Subconsciously, all three felt that this was not a big deal. Just 3 civilians dead. They could easily frame it as killings by enemy spies. They had truly not expected Yuzhibo Jin to show no regard for face. Lord Hokage, would you like to stay for tea? Yuzhibo Fuyue, no need. Yuanfei Risen snorted coldly, then supported the great elder, whose legs were weak, and left. Fuyue watched their retreating figures, shook his head, and sighed softly. What a mess. Actually, he didn't want to offend the Hokage, and even though the village targeted the Yuzhibo, he had no intention of resisting. But the voices of discontent within the clan were growing louder. Even as the clan leader, he had to heed the will of the majority and could not act arbitrarily. And Yuzhibo Jin's actions would surely satisfy the dissatisfied members of the clan. This would allow for a period of calm. After all, the dead was the Hokage's nephew, not his own son. Moreover, the Yuzhibo were in the right. Even if Yuanfei Risen was displeased, he could only swallow his pride and endure. Half an hour later in the office. Jin, do you really want to kill Yuanfei Zheng Tailang? Yuzhibo Fuyue looked at him with a grave expression, wanting to know the thoughts of this clan prodigy. Can you tell me why? Yuzhibo Jin looked at him with a strange expression, as if he were looking at an idiot. Yuzhibo Fuyue felt insulted. Killing civilians is punishable by death. Isn't that the village's rule, eh? Yuzhibo Fuyue. So this kid was not showing the Hokage any face, but was strictly enforcing the village's laws by insisting on killing Yuanfei Zheng. He had thought that Jin was acting on the orders of the clan's hawkish elders. Well, the reason didn't matter at all. The Hokage won't let this go easily. I think he will send someone to negotiate with you, or put pressure on the Yuzhibo to release Zheng Tailang. Yuzhibo Fuyue took the initiative to explain the intricacies. I want to hear your opinion. After all, Yuanfei Zheng Tailang was Yuanfei Risen's nephew. Some things were not easy to handle in the interrogation room, or there was no time to think of a strategy. Once he returned to his office and figured it out, he would definitely negotiate with the Yuzhibo. Normally, the clan should know when to stop. After all, offending the Hokage was not a good thing. But the Yuzhibo had been targeted by the village's higher-ups. Offending the Hokage or not seemed to make little difference. In Yuzhibo Fuyue's view, as long as Yuzhibo Jin insisted on his own idea, he would stand behind his clansmen. Although he didn't want to conflict with the village, blind forbearance was useless. Appropriate counterattack was the right choice. No opinion. Yuanfei Zheng Tailang must die. Yuzhibo Jin didn't hesitate. Clan leader, you can submit the execution application to the Hokage. The village's laws were established and revised by Qinsho Feijian when Qinsho Zhujian founded the village. During Feijian's reign, a large number of laws were added. Among them, there was a rule that if a ninja massacred civilians in a heinous manner, he must be executed publicly, allowing the villagers to witness the process in order to stabilize public morale. Any ninja who deliberately killed a civilian would be sentenced to death, with no room for leniency. After all, in the village, civilians were a vulnerable group with no chance of resistance against ninjas. If the matter escalated, the Hokage would even be held accountable by the daimyo, leading to cuts in Konoha's military budget. The Yuzhibo police force needed the Hokage's. If the matter escalated, the Hokage would even be held accountable by the daimyo, leading to cuts in Konoha's military budget. The Yuzhibo police force needed the Hokage's permission to execute a prisoner. They could not be executed privately. Yuzhibo Fuyue nodded and began to write the execution application. The Yuanfei Risen looked at the execution application sent by the police force, his face turning livid. All it needed was his signature and seal. Then the Yuzhibo, if so, his son would be truly doomed. Great elder, I don't want to either. Yuanfei Risen put down the document, bit his pipe, and shook his head. Think of some way as long as he can live, Risen, I beg you. The great elder knelt on the ground, setting aside his dignity as an elder once again. Yuanfei Risen sighed at the sight. Although Yuanfei Zheng Tailang's act of killing civilians was serious, he was still his nephew. If he could help, he naturally would. He couldn't just watch him die, could he? Uchiha clan grounds. The news that Uchiha Jin, disregarding the Hokage's face, insisted on executing Sarutobi Shotaro with a firm stance quickly spread through the clan. The hawkish Uchiha found it immensely satisfying. They had long wanted to rebel against the village's upper echelons, but were suppressed by the clan leader and other peace advocates. The long-accumulated frustration completely dissipated upon learning that Jin was determined to kill the Hokage's nephew. Everyone felt exceptionally exhilarated. Of course, some approved while others opposed. The Hokage is the supreme leader of the village. The Uchiha were already being targeted by the village's high-ranking officials. Offending the Hokage would only make the situation worse. It would be better to do Sarutobi Hiruzen a favor, perhaps improving the clan's standing in the village. The two sides argued fiercely. Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the voices of praise or opposition within the clan. Although the current situation between the clan and the village was not that dire, with the interference of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, coupled with the clan members' inherently unyielding nature, the conflict would only intensify. Whether or not he offended the Hokage made little difference. His strength improvement had reached a bottleneck, and the appearance of the system happened to compensate for that. He could become stronger simply by cracking down on criminals in the village. He could not show leniency just because the murderer happened to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's nephew. Konoha was not ruled solely by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the third Hokage dared to abuse his power to forcibly release the murderer, someone would surely take the initiative to expose the matter. After all, someone had been coveting the position of Hokage for decades. Jin, are you all right? Uchiha Hina looked at her son, her brows filled with worry. Although she had told Jin to enforce the law impartially, this matter seemed a bit too big. It involved the Hokage's nephew. Regardless of the final outcome, Jin would be thrust into the spotlight. It might even incur the Hokage's displeasure. The clan leader was really something. How could he let a newcomer who just joined the police force handle such a case? At this moment, her dissatisfaction with Uchiha Fugaku reached its peak. Mother, don't worry. I am enforcing the law seriously. Uchiha Jin noticed his mother's worry, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he cast a reassuring gaze at her. Uchiha Kwan didn't understand what was happening. She looked at her worried mother, then at her brother, who appeared completely at ease. She had only been at school for one day, but how did she become kept in the dark? She wanted to ask what had happened, but felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Forget it, she would ask her brother after dinner. If only she hadn't brought the fat cat to school today. If it had stayed with her brother, she wouldn't be so clueless. The black cat, busily devouring cat food, noticed Kwan's angry expression out of the corner of its eye and tilted its head in confusion. Who angered the little mistress again? Forget it, not my concern, continue eating. After dinner, Uchiha Kwan was about to ask her brother what had happened. An Uchiha clansman wearing a jonin vest appeared at the doorstep. Uchiha Jin, the clan leader, summons you. Mother will be back soon. Uchiha Jin greeted his mother, then ruffled his sister's head. Train well, don't slack off. With that, he followed the Uchiha clansman and left. Jin, you're really too brave. This Uchiha Jonin was named Tiahua, a staunch hawk in the clan. He had long resented the village's upper echelons, but never had a chance for revenge. Uchiha Jin's actions made him feel exhilarated. What does the clan leader want with me? The clan leader is convening a clan meeting. All elders and Jonin must attend. It's likely about Sarutobi Shotaro. Uchiha Tiahua said, then suddenly became serious. Jin, you must stick to your own opinion. We will definitely support you. Currently, the peace faction in the clan far outnumbered the Hawk faction, and the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku had no strong opinions. If the peace faction all demanded the release of Sarutobi Shotaro to gain the Hokage's favor, that would not be good news for the Hawk faction. As long as Uchiha Jin insisted on his own view, the Hawk clansmen would unconditionally support him. A life for a life. What's there to say? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiuo's face broke into a gratified smile. It seemed this kid was also a Hawk. The Hawk faction in the clan was growing, as sooner or later they would suppress the peace faction. Then they could begin to resist the village's upper echelons. Naka Shrine. Located deep within the Uchiha clan grounds, all major conspiracies and high-level meetings of the clan were held here. It was free from the surveillance of Konoha's higher-ups, essentially the clan's underground council chamber. Inside the meeting room, at the rectangular conference table, Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head. On both sides were the Uchiha elders, 7 in total, all white-haired old men. Dozens of other Uchiha Jonin stood behind. Uchiha Jin walked into the meeting room with a composed demeanor, under gazes that ranged from disgust to admiration to gratification. Uchiha Shirsue among the crowd shot him a complex glance. Some time ago, the Hokage had recruited them to join the Umbu and serve the... As a result, Uchiha Jin refused without a second thought, and instead joined the police force. Originally, this was nothing special. Although he didn't understand why Jin would give up a promising position in the Umbu to become a patrolman, there was nothing much to say. Different people have different aspirations. Who would have thought that on his second day in the police force, the murderer, he caught turned out to be the third Hokage's nephew, and he firmly demanded the death penalty, leaving no room for negotiation or compromise. This sparked fierce disputes within the clan. In fact, Uchiha Shursui thought Jin was right. Since one had committed a crime, they should pay the price even if they were the Hokage's relative. But the disputes within the clan and the compromise proposed by the Hokage began to shake his resolve. The third Hokage's request was simple. Sarutobi Shotaro's crimes of killing civilians were indeed heinous, but he was after all a chunin of considerable strength. Killing him outright would be it would be better to send him to other countries as a spy, using that method to obtain enemy intelligence and atone for his sins. It seemed reasonable. After all, the dead cannot be brought back. From the village's perspective, not killing Shotaro and making him a spy would maximize benefits. Clan leader, what do you want with me? Uchiha Jin ignored the stares of the surrounding clansmen, his gaze falling on Uchiha Fugaku at the head seat. Take a look. In response to Jin's inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku said nothing, pushing the infiltration mission document on the table toward him. The meeting room, over a dozen Uchiha elites were waiting for his reaction. After reading the contents, Uchiha Jin casually tossed the document onto the table. I refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought too well. He attempted to use this method to exempt Sarutobi Shotaro from the death penalty. Once he left Konoha, he could fly freely as the sky is vast. As for the so-called undercover spy mission, it was merely a nice-sounding pretext. Everyone knew it in their hearts. The duty of the Uchiha police force is to maintain the village's peace. Uchiha Jin looked at the crowd with a firm stance. No matter who commits a crime, they must pay the price, even if it's the Hokage's son. Bastard. The elder violently struck the ground with his cane, producing a dull, thudding sound. What do you know, you brat? He was the leading pacifist in the clan, believing it was unnecessary to offend the higher-ups. The Uchiha had already been living under someone else's roof since joining the village, and antagonizing the Hokage over this matter would only bring more losses than gains. It would be better to do Sarutobi Hiruzen a favor. Perhaps then the clan's life in the village would be a bit easier. Jin, you are too extreme. The third elder advised earnestly. I think the third Hokage's proposal is quite good. Letting Sarutobi Shotaro infiltrate enemy lands as a spy under the guise of atonement is fine. Jin, we called you here to make you think carefully. The clan doesn't need to stir up trouble at this critical juncture. The fifth elder of the Uchiha echoed. You old fools are getting more and more pathetic as you age. The second elder pointed angrily at the others. He could no longer stand by and watch. It was precisely because these parasites held power in the clan that the Uchiha could never hold their heads high in the village. Jin, don't listen to them. I support you. The fourth elder smiled warmly, his gaze full of admiration for Jin. After so many years, the clan had finally produced a Hokage. He believed that in time, once Jin matured, he would lead the clan to its pinnacle. The sixth and seventh elders remained silent, keeping their eyes fixed and minds detached. Apart from the Hawks and the Doves, there was also their faction, the Neutrals. They refrained from voicing opinions on the conflict between the clan and the village. It was precisely this reason that kept the Hawks suppressed by the Doves. Uchiha Jin turned to the first elder who had first accused him, his black eyes devoid of emotion, sending a chill down one's spine. First elder, I think the second elder is right. The Uchiha members were momentarily stunned, but his next words left everyone in shock. You old fool, have you been kneeling so long you've forgotten how to stand? At these words, everyone stared at Uchiha Jin in disbelief. Jin actually dared to speak to the first elder like that. It was outright defiance. Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow, ready to continue enjoying the spectacle. He wasn't too surprised by Jin's outburst. This guy wouldn't even spare the Hokage's face, let alone a first elder who throws his weight around based on seniority. Bastard. Bastard. The first elder's face alternated between pale and red with rage. He pointed a trembling finger at Uchiha Jin. How dare you humiliate me like this? He prided himself on his seniority in the clan, and becoming the first elder was a matter of popular acclaim. Under his advice, over the years the clan had been developing better and better in the village. Yet today he was publicly humiliated by a junior whose beard hadn't even grown. This was a monumental disgrace. Brat apologized to the first elder. The third and fifth elders' faces darkened instantly upon seeing the first elder, and they were all on the same side. Jin's words insulting the first elder were undoubtedly aimed at them as well. The Dove faction Uchiha members also glared at Jin with hostility. Although this kid was a genius of the new generation, his attitude was far too arrogant. He didn't even show respect to the first elder. Apologize. Uchiha Jin tilted his head in confusion, his contempt undisguised. Why should I apologize? He pointed at the first elder and demanded coldly, what did I say that was wrong? You Doves are nothing but parasites in the clan, trying to secure a peaceful life for the Uchiha in the village by licking the boots of the Leaf's hierarchy. You? The three Dove faction elders' chests heaved violently from his words. Uchiha Fugaku listened to Jin's relentless tirade, his expression growing grave as he lost interest in the spectacle. In truth, his thoughts were similar to the doves. He didn't want the clan and the village to clash. Jin's words on the surface were scolding the three elders, but in reality, they were an attack on all clan members except the Hawks. Facts have proven that your groveling to the Hokage is useless. The clan has always been suppressed by the village over the years. Uchiha Jin ignored their livid faces and continued speaking. Clan members enforce the law according to the village's regulations, yet every month someone files complaints to the Hokage. Who do you think sent those people, eh? Confronted with his relentless questioning, the first elder was momentarily speechless. Everything Jin said was true. Clan members had always been ostracized by the villagers and ninjas of Konoha. They were even frequently slandered. Haha, Jin is right. The second and fourth elders, seeing their rivals silenced, couldn't help but laugh heartily. It had been so long since they felt this happy. Those old fools were exactly as the boy said. They had knelt for so long they forgot how to stand. The third Hokage had never accepted them. Over the years, he had sent the Umbu to monitor their every move, suppressing them openly and covertly. This had long bred discontent among many clan members. In truth, there were no Hawks in the clan at first. It was only after years of unfair treatment that resentment grew. Thus the Hawk faction was born. When Konoha was first established, the clan members cherished the hard-won peace. Everyone wanted a good life in the village. Even when the clan leader Uchiha Madara called for them to leave, no one was willing. It wasn't until the village began suppressing the Uchiha that some members realized the problem. But even those who realized it were unwilling to resist. That was the origin of the Hawks and the Doves. Ahem. Uchiha Fugaku, not wanting to escalate matters, cleared his throat to signal an end to the discussion. He was truly afraid that this boy would talk until he drove the elders to their deaths. Since everyone holds firm to their opinions, let's settle it by voting. The clan was not a dictatorship of the clan leader. Even if he agreed with Uchiha Jin's approach, he could not ignore the views of other clan members. The only option was to make the final decision through a vote. Raise your hand if you support the execution of Sarutobi Shotaro. Uchiha Fugaku slowly raised his hand as he spoke. The Uchiha clan members present were somewhat surprised to see their clan leader raise his hand. After all, the clan leader had always been a neutral, rarely involving himself in the conflicts between Hawks and Doves. But today he broke with convention to support Jin. I think Jin's approach is just fine. The second and fourth elders raised their hands. The Hawk faction Uchiha members also raised their hands without hesitation. There were 30 Uchiha members in the meeting room. Counting Uchiha Jin himself, 10 people raised their hands. Uchiha Fugaku sighed silently at the sight. Raise your hand if you support the Hokage's proposal. The first elder snorted coldly and raised his. The third and fifth elders followed suit, and all the Dove faction Uchiha present raised their hands. Uchiha Shursui cast a complex glance at Jin before slowly raising his hand. 14 people supported the Hokage's proposal, while the remaining 6 neutrals abstained from voting. Uchiha Jin, seeing this, said nothing more and turned to leave the meeting room. You will regret this. The second elder looked at the fifth and sixth elders with a sense of disappointment, then led the Hawk faction members out after Jin. If it weren't for those 2 old fools always refusing to take sides, the Hawks wouldn't have been suppressed by the Doves all these years. The fifth and sixth elders remained silent. They thought maintaining the status quo was fine. Although they faced unfair treatment in the village, it was within tolerable limits. Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha have accepted your suggestion. Uchiha Shursui knelt on one knee, truthfully reporting what had happened in the meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with relief, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. He admitted that he had fallen into a misconception at first. Although Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader, the opinions of the majority of the clan members also mattered. Thus he had Shursui deliver the appointment document regarding Sarutobi Shotaro's atonement as a spy to the clan. The purpose was to let all Uchiha make a choice. Time proved his thinking was correct. At the Uchiha clan meeting, the peace faction collectively passed his proposal. Sarutobi Shotaro would not have to die. He would then arrange for the man to be sent to a safe country, and after a while, when the heat died down, secretly bring him back to the... Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious at his nephew's actions, after all he was the son of the great elder, and also his own nephew. He couldn't possibly place righteousness above family loyalty, could he? The younger Sarutobi Hiruzen might have done it, but as he grew older, he became soft-hearted and couldn't bring himself to do it. The tragic deaths of the 3 members of the ramen shop family pained him deeply. The only thing he could do now was to have the great elder pay compensation to their parents. Shursui, you've done well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in high spirits. Having Shursui join the Umbu was simply the wisest choice. This way he could learn the contents of the Uchiha clan meetings from him. One could say he had gained a loyal spy. Lord Hokage, I hope you won't be angry with Jin. Uchiha Shursui looked up, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke to persuade. He is just stubborn and unwilling to compromise. He didn't mean to oppose you. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Jin is diligent in his duties in the police force. How could I possibly be angry with him? Thank you for your understanding, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Shursui stood up, gave a serious 90-degree bow, and then turned and left the Hokage's office. As Shursui disappeared from sight, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face slowly faded. Regarding Uchiha Jin, his feelings were undoubtedly complicated. If the victim were not his nephew, he would truly appreciate Jin's strict enforcement of the law. But that was the problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unsure whether Jin was genuinely enforcing the law or deliberately trying to antagonize him in this way. If it was the former, then he was indeed worth cultivating. If it was the latter, it would be troublesome. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and prepared to return to the clan to share the good news with the great elder. Uchiha clan grounds. Jin, don't be too angry. Those old fellows are just like that. The second elder patted Uchiha Jin on the shoulder with relief. After all, we old fellows don't have many years left. The future belongs to you young people. He believed that Jin would one day lead the clan to resist the village and end the long-standing injustice they had endured. Kid, these are the ninjutsu I've collected. The fourth elder pulled out a ninjutsu scroll from his robe. Both of them regarded Uchiha Jin as the hope for the rise of the Hawk faction, and his personality was very much to their liking. They intended to spare no effort in cultivating him. Thank you, two elders. Uchiha Jin had no ill feelings toward the two old men before him. He took the ninjutsu scroll and thanked them solemnly. Don't pay attention to the opinions of those fools. The second elder said meaningfully. Do whatever you want. If any problems arise, this old man will back you up. And me too. The fourth elder chimed in. Don't underestimate us. Just because we're old, we still have some fighting strength. Uchiha Jin nodded and turned to leave under their approving gazes. Do you think hell dare? The fourth elder asked with a smile. What do you think? The second elder retorted. To be honest, they didn't really like Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader. He was too content with the status quo and had no independent opinion. Now that the Peace faction held the majority in the clan, he simply sided with them. If in the future the Hawk faction became the majority, would he then side with them? If that were the case, this clan leader was utterly useless. If the day ever came when the clan and the village reached a point of no return, someone like Uchiha Fugaku would most likely choose to surrender without a fight. Uchiha ninja were not required to go on missions outside the village. They spent their years maintaining public order in the police force. The clan members had lost their former fighting spirit. It was precisely for this reason that they had suffered losses among the new generation of ninja in the last war. The most outrageous thing was that a Sharingan had fallen into the hands of an outsider. The Hawk faction certainly didn't want such a thing to happen, but those fools in the Peace not retrieving the Sharingan, claiming it would demonstrate the Uchiha's magnanimous nature. They were at their wits' end. A few days later, in the police force prison, Uchiha Fugaku personally opened the cell holding Sarutobi Shotaro. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the great elder stood behind, their eyes filled with pity as they looked at the pale-faced Shotaro. Lord Hokage, I have deeply realized my mistake. For the rest of my life, I will become a spy to gather intelligence on enemy countries for the village. Sarutobi Shotaro solemnly took the document, knelt on one knee, and accepted the infiltration mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted him on the shoulder and nodded with relief. Clan leader Fugaku, would you allow this old man to say a final farewell to my unfilial son? Hearing the great elder's request, Uchiha Fugaku naturally had no reason to refuse, so he took the initiative to leave, creating an opportunity for them to talk. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Shotaro left the village under the watchful eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the great elder. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the kid was finally spared from death. As long as he left Konoha village, he would be completely safe. Clan leader Fugaku, why haven't I seen Jin today? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized that Jin was not in the police force today and couldn't help but asked curiously. Lord Hokage, I don't know his whereabouts. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Should I ask his team members? Normally such a thing wasn't worth asking, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had a nagging sense of unease. Then let's ask. Back at the police force, they found Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shi. Facing the clan leader's inquiry, the two naturally dared not conceal anything. Uchiha Jin had not come to work at the police force today at all. Check on Uchiha Jin's whereabouts. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the surrounding Umbu departed. 10 minutes later, an Umbu knelt on one knee before him. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Jin accepted a crank escort mission this morning and left the village. At these words, the expressions of everyone present stiffened. Although after joining the police force one was not required to take missions, no one would stop someone if they actually wanted to accept one. This is bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized why Jin had abruptly left the village. He was clearly going after Shotaro. Someone follow me out of the village. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Sarutobi Shotaro strolled along the path, his spirits lifted by the surrounding scenery. Yesterday he truly believed he was about to die, even losing control of his bladder out of sheer terror. Fortunately, his uncle the Hokage exerted his influence to secure his release. Damn Uchiha Jin. Sarutobi Shotaro's forehead veins bulged with fury at the mere thought of that bastard. Even now he couldn't fathom how the other had discovered his identity as a murderer. Could he have seen through him with a single glance amid the crowd? That's utterly absurd. What infuriated him most was the other's unwavering determination to kill him. Sarutobi Shotaro swore he had never provoked Uchiha Jin. They had no prior grievances, so why did the man cling to him like a rat? He didn't even show respect to the Hokage, his uncle. Could it truly be for the sake of so-called justice? Ridiculous. He was an elite chunin, a genius destined to become a jonin in a few years. How could the lives of a few ordinary civilians compare to his? They died, so what? Why should he be forced to atone with his life? Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Unable to withstand the pressure from his uncle, the Uchiha convened a clan meeting and unanimously decided to release him. His uncle had already arranged the rest of his life. His place of concealment was the land of hot water, a nation of scenic beauty and thriving tourism untouched by war for many years. Being dispatched, there was essentially a life of leisure for Sarutobi Shotaro. The spy mission was merely a pretext. After all, he was the Hokage's nephew. Even a minor transgression wouldn't warrant a death sentence. After a few years, once the storm had passed, he could return to Konoha. Damn bastard, just you wait. The mere thought of Uchiha Jin's face ignited a blaze of rage within him. He would train twice as hard in the land of hot water and return to the village to seek revenge on that man. Where are you going? On the foremost tree a youth sat on a branch, chin resting on his hand, watching him. A black cat perched on his shoulder, and a black ninja sword hung at his waist. Sarutobi Shotaro's pupils dilated instantly upon seeing the figure, terror twisting his features. You. He pointed a trembling finger at the youth, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Uchiha Jin, why are you here? A foreboding dread seized him the moment he saw the man. Why was he on the only path he had to take to leave? He dared not dwell on it. Uchiha Jin leaped down from the tree, landing softly and walking slowly toward him, his right hand gradually gripping the sword's hilt. Did you think leaving Konoha would make you safe? With each step Jin took, Shotaro retreated in terror. I am the village's enforcer. Your brutal murder of civilians is a crime too heinous to be tolerated. By law you should be executed publicly, but certain unavoidable forces have allowed you, a murderer, to roam free. Uchiha Jin activated his three-tomo Sharingan and slowly drew the tachi at his waist. Though the village's light is obscured by darkness, I will cleave through the dark to restore the light. Sarutobi Shotaro's back pressed against a tree until he could retreat no further. He screamed hoarsely, Uchiha Jin, you can't kill me. Frantically, he pulled a spy assignment document issued by the Hokage from his clothing. I am a spy sent to infiltrate enemy nations. Killing a fellow villager. Are you trying to betray the village? He knew he was no match for the Uchiha before him. This genius, who rivaled sure sway of the body flicker, was far beyond a mere chunin like him. For now, he could only invoke his uncle the Hokage to make the man realize the gravity of the situation. His current identity was not a murderer, but a spy seeking redemption through service. Shing. A flash of cold steel, and the document in Sarutobi Shotaro's hand was sliced in two. Uchiha Jin's expression remained impassive, his three-tomo locked onto him. Sorry, I can't read. Sarutobi Shotaro. Despite the perilous situation, he couldn't help but want to retort. You're full of crap. How could this guy possibly be illiterate? Even the worst student at the Ninja Academy with a rock-bottom cultural score would still know. At worst, they had poor learning ability, but illiteracy. Unthinkable. This man was using such an absurd excuse just to kill him. What a bastard. Sarutobi Shotaro, your murder of Konoha civilians is a proven fact. According to the laws established by the first Hokage and refined by the second, your crime is severe. As a jonin of the village and a member of the police force, I have the authority to execute you on the spot. Uchiha Jin ignored his outburst, calmly pronouncing Shotaro's sentence. He had meticulously consulted the village's laws before taking action. After all, his strength had not yet reached a level where he could defy the Hokage. With a justifiable reason, even killing Shotaro would be Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly object afterward, unless he dared to defy the laws set by the first and second Hokage. That was clearly impossible. Bastard. Realizing that invoking his uncle was useless, Sarutobi Shotaro drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and charged at Uchiha Jin with gritted teeth. It wasn't unheard of for a chunin to kill a jonin. Perhaps today, he could create a miracle. This Uchiha Jin was just a kid around 10 years old. His battlefield honors could easily be fabrications by the kunai thrust toward Uchiha Jin's chest, but he easily sidestepped. Then a flash of cold light. Sarutobi Shotaro's right hand, still clutching the kunai, was severed cleanly by the sharp tachi. Blood sprayed. My hand. The searing pain sent him to his knees, clutching his stump and wailing. In an instant, all his combat ability was gone. It was clear Shotaro lacked combat experience. Any other Chunin, even if their arm was severed, wouldn't leave such a glaring opening. After all, losing a hand wasn't fatal, but exposing a weakness like that would mean certain death. It seemed this man had never faced brutal battlefield struggles. He likely stayed behind his clan members, or undertook only safe missions. With his father as the elder of the Sarutobi clan, and his uncle as the third Hokage, such privileges on the battlefield were expected. If you thought your background could let you escape punishment after committing crimes. Uchiha Jin held the tachi to his throat. Then let me prove that justice may be delayed, but with me it will never be absent. Please don't kill me. Sarutobi Shotaro looked up, his face streaked with tears and snot. My father is the elder of the Sarutobi clan, and my uncle is the Hokage. Spare me, and I'll agree to anything. I have only— At these words a flicker of hope ignited in Sarutobi Shotaro. Anything. I'll agree to anything. Uchiha Jin tightened his grip on the hilt. That you pay the price you deserve. Just then Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed in with the ANBU, followed by Uchiha Fugaku and members of the police force. Seeing the scene before him, he shouted in desperation, "Jin, stop." Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Before the eyes of all present, Uchiha Jin slit Sarutobi Shotaro's throat with his tachi. Blood sprayed. Clutching his severed artery, his body convulsed uncontrollably, emitting desperate gurgling sounds. You bastard. The Sarutobi elder, eyes bloodshot, rushed forward, embracing his son's body and roaring. Someone call a medical ninja. A medical ninja from the crowd stepped forward upon hearing the call. When she saw Sarutobi Shotaro's condition, she fell silent. The artery was completely severed, compounded by earlier excessive blood loss. With her medical skills, he was beyond saving unless Lady Tsunade, one of the Sannin, intervened personally. Only then might there be a glimmer of hope. Though the medical ninja knew Sarutobi Shotaro was doomed, she still knelt and attempted treatment with the mystical palm technique. Whether he could be saved was one matter, whether she participated in the treatment was another. After half a minute of treatment, Sarutobi Shotaro breathed his last. Before death, his eyes filled with venomous resentment as he pointed a trembling finger at the impassive Uchiha Jin. How unwilling he was. He had successfully left the village, yet this guy had to come chasing after him to enforce so-called justice. It was just killing 3 civilians. Was it worth all this? He knew he was dying, and only hoped his father and uncle would avenge him, dragging that damned Uchiha brat down to accompany him. My son, my son. The Sarutobi elder, hands trembling, gently closed his son's eyelids. Then, eyes bloodshot, he turned to face the murderer of his son, Uchiha Jin. With his only son dead, he no longer cared to distinguish a life for a life. He must avenge his son. Uchiha Jin, do you realize what you've done? Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at Sarutobi Shotaro's body, closed his eyes in pain. Although Shotaro's murder of a family of 3 driven by lust was excessive, he was still his nephew. Uchiha Jin's unauthorized killing of Shotaro was an extremely egregious act. I was cleaning up a murderer in the village. The Uchiha clan members present heard this and looked at the young man standing opposite with complex expressions. This guy was way too extreme. He dared to say that even in front of the Hokage, privately, he must be even more unbridled. As fellow Uchiha, they often felt inferior because their temperaments weren't as extreme as Jin's. It seemed they must never provoke this madman within the clan. Who knew what he might do? Boss, I need to pee. The black cat, frightened by the scene, jumped down from his shoulder, trembling, and hid behind a tree to peek. Oh my meow. Boss actually dared to talk to the third Hokage like that. Wasn't he afraid of trouble? It was just a gluttonous ninja cat with no combat ability. If a fight broke out, it would only hold the boss back. So it wisely left early. Jin, did you know that I sent Shotaro to an enemy country to atone for his crimes? Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded with a dark. This was trampling the Hokage's dignity into the dirt. I knew. Uchiha Jin didn't evade, then tilted his head in confusion. But so what? Ignoring Hiruzen's ashen face, he continued, Third Hokage, according to the laws established by the 2 previous Hokage, there is no provision for such heinous murderers to have opportunities for atonement through merit. In the latest decree by the second Hokage, it is clearly stated that once a ninja slaughters civilians in the village, the Jonin and Umbu on site have the right to execute them on the spot without reporting to the Hokage. With each word, Hiruzen's face grew darker. This brat was using the laws of the previous Hokage to suppress him. Enough. I am the Hokage. Realizing he couldn't out-argue Jin on this matter, he intended to deal with him the same way he dealt with Dan. Unfortunately, Uchiha Jin was not Shimura Danzo. Third Hokage, are you suggesting that as the third Hokage you can ignore the rules set by the previous Hokage? I didn't say that. Hiruzen's forehead veins bulged in anger. This kid loved to pin labels on people at the slightest disagreement. Although he was the village's Hokage, he dared not claim to disregard the rules set by the first and second Hokage. Such words would be a grave disrespect. If someone caught him on that, the Hokage position would slip away from him. Since the third Hokage also agrees that the laws of the previous Hokage are unproblematic. Uchiha Jin twirled his blade and sheathed it. Then what is wrong with my killing Sarutobi Shotaro? Hiruzen. The Sarutobi elder panicked. He had been consumed by the grief of losing his son and hadn't paid attention to their exchange at first. By the time he realized, it seemed Jin might be acquitted. This must not be allowed. That inherently evil Uchiha brat must pay for Shotaro. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Jin's words were correct. He really couldn't convict the boy. Seeing the elder's fury, he felt a headache coming on. What a mess this was. If he had been firm and made Jin join the Umbu, perhaps none of this would have happened. Now Uchiha Jin's argument was flawless. According to village law, cases like Sarutobi Shotaro's indeed warranted execution. He had thought the Uchiha would show leniency out of respect for the Hokage, but it turned out Jin gave no regard to either the clan or the Hokage. Third Hokage, if you can't prove my guilt, may I return to work now? Uchiha Jin deactivated his Sharingan and looked calmly at the third. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, then nodded. You may. Hiruzen. The Sarutobi elder was almost in tears. How can you let him leave? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, then nodded. You may. Hiruzen. The Sarutobi elder was almost in tears. He couldn't just disregard the rules set by the previous Hokage. Clan leader. Uchiha Jin approached Uchiha Fugaku and gave a Uchiha Fugaku nodded in return. Then under the gaze of clan members, some admiring, some fearful, he left with the black cat. An extreme madman was already terrifying enough. There was no way to convict him. They must never ever provoke him. Beast. The Sarutobi elder stared at Uchiha Jin's retreating figure, his killing intent on. There was no way to convict him. They must never ever provoke him. Beast. The Sarutobi elder stared at Uchiha Jin's retreating figure, his killing intent unconcealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, but said nothing. Congratulations to the host for slaying a red-name villain. Reward, 500 justice points. Achievement, unlocked, first villain slain. Title, awarded intimidation. Ability, judgment aura. Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow at the system's introduction. This ability seemed quite powerful. Judgment aura naturally suppresses the souls of targets bearing sin marks. The heavier the sin, the stronger the suppression. Especially for villains with weak resolve. When the host draws near, they will feel suffocated and compelled to confess their crimes. He felt nothing about killing Sarutobi Shotaro. All his actions were in accordance with the village's laws. Even the Hokage cannot override the rules. If dissatisfied, go speak with Senju Tobarama. In the original story, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo conducted human experiments in secret. Uchiha Jin did not believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage was unaware of this. With so many Umbu watching in the village, it was merely a case of turning a blind eye. Only when ninja and civilians began to disappear without a trace and the situation spiraled out of control did he step in. And in the end, he did not capture Orochimaru, but instead allowed him to escape the village amid heavy encirclement. Uchiha Jin sneered at Sarutobi Hiruzen's double standards. The Hokage as the village's supreme leader. If he knows nothing of such matters, it only means he has been sidelined by other high-ranking officials. But in reality, among the three Hokage advisors, only Shimura Danzo harbored ambition. Utina Koharu and Mitokado Hamura had no interest in the Hokage position. And Danzo had been kept firmly under Sarutobi Hiruzen's thumb all these years. Hiruzen must have known about Danzo's covert activities, or perhaps even tacitly approved them. After all, the deep crimson health bar above Sarutobi Hiruzen's head could not be fake. Initially, Uchiha Jin was determined to kill Sarutobi Shotaro to complete the system quest and avenge the brutally murdered family of three. But now he seemed to have grown addicted to this feeling of upholding justice. His position in the Uchiha police force allowed him to openly dispense justice in the village. No one can escape the reach of the law. Boss, what are you mumbling about? The black cat brushed his cheek with its fluffy tail. I'm a bit hungry, meow. The way the boss had defied the third Hokage earlier had startled it. When a cat is terrified and its fur bristles, it expends a great deal of heat, causing it to feel hungry again soon after breakfast. Uchiha Jin. That fat cat only thinks about eating all day. Didn't it see him stand up to the third Hokage just now? It didn't eat. Whatever, it was just a simple-minded cat. Sarutobi clan compound, Great Elder's residence. Sarutobi Shotaro's body lay in the morning hall covered with a white cloth that only revealed the outline of his form. My son. The Sarutobi Great Elder wailed over Shotaro's body, while his wife, also weeping, could not speak through her sobs. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his elder brother and sister-in-law who were burying their child in their old age, wanting to offer comfort, but not knowing how. He had truly tried his utmost to save Shotaro. Who would have thought Uchiha Jin would not care about the plan agreed upon by the clan and the Hokage? He insisted on executing Shotaro according to the village's laws. Such a personality was truly extreme. Hiruzen, I will make Uchiha Jin pay for Shotaro's life. The Sarutobi great elder, eyes red with rage, clenched his fists in fury. His only son had been killed right before his eyes by Uchiha Jin. This was nothing short of a psychological blow. No matter what, he would make that inherently evil Uchiha brat pay the price. Brother, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to dissuade him. Although Uchiha Jin's actions were extreme, he had strictly followed the village's rules and regulations. Even he could find no fault with it. After all, this matter ultimately stemmed from his own abuse of power, using his Hokage status to allow Shotaro to atone for his crimes through service. If this were made public, he would be the one in the wrong. If something happened to Uchiha Jin in the village, those madmen of the Uchiha clan, which they could not afford to let the conflict between the Uchiha and the village escalate because of one Shotaro. Hiruzen, are you going to stop me? The Sarutobi great elder demanded coldly. In truth, he harbored some resentment toward Hiruzen for failing to save his son. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had used the Hokage's authority to change the law and directly declare that Sarutobi Shotaro would not be executed, then Uchiha Jin would not have dared to take matters into his own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, took one last look at his nephew's body, and turned to leave. Let's pretend I was never here today. He knew the great elder was determined to strike at Uchiha Jin. Since he could not stop it, he would look the other way. If problems arose later, it would be the great elder's personal issue. It would not implicate the clan or the village. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe the great elder could kill Uchiha Jin. That boy was a prodigy no less talented than Uchiha Shisui. In some aspects, he was even more terrifying than Shisui. Late at night inside the Uchiha clan compound, news of Uchiha Jin killing Sarutobi Shotaro had already spread throughout the clan. The pacifist faction was furious upon hearing this. They had just agreed to the Hokage's proposal only for Jin to turn around and kill the man. Wasn't that slapping the Hokage in the face? How would Sarutobi Hiruzen view the Uchiha now? That kid was nothing but a parasite in the clan. On the other hand, the Hokage faction believed Jin had done nothing wrong. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Since the Uchiha were in the right, why should they accept the Hokage's suggestion? The two sides argued fiercely, nearly coming to blows. Fortunately, some elders from both factions stepped in to prevent a large-scale clan brawl. Uchiha Jin paid no attention to the internal clan affairs. He sat on the rooftop, gazing toward the clan compound's entrance. Earlier when he left, he had seen the undisguised murderous intent in the Sarutobi great elder's eyes. Having killed his son, he knew the man would not let the matter rest. In the dead of night, Uchiha Jin slowly opened his eyes, his Threedemo Sharingan glowing with an eerie crimson light in the darkness. A stooped figure appeared in the courtyard. It was the great elder of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Jin, I have come tonight to avenge my son. I do not wish to involve any unrelated parties. Sarutobi, great elder clad in armor, pointed his sword at the youth on the rooftop. They'll give you a chance to go back inside and change into armor. Meet me in the forest of death in a quarter of an hour to settle this. With that, he vanished from the courtyard using the body flicker technique. Uchiha Jin watched the retreating figure of the great elder, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He had not expected the old man to be so honorable. He had thought he would be ambushed by a group of assassins. Instead, it turned out to be an unknown duel. Of course, it was still possible that a large number of assassins were lying in wait in the forest of death. But judging by the great elder's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Interesting. He did not go back inside to put on armor, but followed in his everyday clothes. Not long after Uchiha Jin left, the door of the house slid open. Uchiha Kana watched her son's retreating figure with worry and murmured, Jin, please be careful. She knew her son was walking an unusual path. As a mother, there was little she could do except hope he would live well. Training Ground No. 44. Located on the outskirts of Konoha, far from the main village. Also known as the Forest of Death, it is teeming with dangerous creatures, and a lone genin entering, it would likely suffer severe injury or death. Grand Elder Sarutobi stood in the clearing clad in dark armor, calmly watching the youth approaching him. Don't bother looking around, I haven't set any traps. He was a father seeking revenge for his son, and such matters would not involve the innocent of the clan. Uchiha Jin slowly drew the katana from his waist, its blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Killing Sarutobi Shotaro was my duty. Grand Elder Sarutobi closed his eyes at these words, tears streaming down his aged face. I want to argue with you. I only want to avenge my dead son. As he spoke, he instantly closed in, his long blade slicing through the air with, despite being over 50, his strength was still not to be underestimated. After all, to become an elder of a clan, one needed more than seniority, one's personal power had to be formidable. Otherwise, one could not command respect. Uchiha Jin raised his blade to parry sparks flying from the clash. Their weapons collided, then they separated and attacked again. They exchanged hundreds of blows. Grand Elder Sarutobi's attack speed began to slow. The disparity in physical condition started to put him at a disadvantage. Yet he did not give up. Instead, he launched an even more ferocious assault, determined to avenge his dead son. Uchiha Jin sidestepped the slash, used the body flicker technique to appear behind him, and his katana cut through the armor, leaving a wound dozens of centimeters long across his back. Struck heavily, Grand Elder Sarutobi staggered forward a few steps before planting his long blade into the ground to steady him. The intense pain forced him to gasp for breath, sweat pouring from his body, and the contact with the wound on his back only intensified the agony. Uchiha Jin did not attack hastily. He watched the elder's disheveled state with a calm expression. "You are no match for me." The health bar above the elder's head was pale yellow, indicating he was not a heinous villain. When it did not endanger himself, he was willing to let the man go. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person by nature. "Indeed, I am no match for you." Grand Elder Sarutobi struggled to straighten up, not shying away from the fact that he was inferior to a younger generation. As expected of the Uchiha clan's acknowledged genius, he pulled the long blade from the ground, gripped the hilt with both hands, and assumed a fighting stance. "But I will not surrender. I must avenge my son." At this moment, he was no longer the Grand Elder of the Sarutobi clan, but a father seeking vengeance for his son. "I respect your choice." Uchiha Jin nodded slightly at this, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Grand Elder Sarutobi instantly fell into a daze. The next moment, Jin appeared beside the elder, his katana piercing straight through his body. In the world of Jinjutsu, Grand Elder Sarutobi and Uchiha Jin fought for hundreds of rounds using every technique of swordsmanship, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Finally, relying on his vast experience, he killed Jin at the cost of severe injuries. "Ha ha ha, I won." But just as he was weeping with joy, the Jinjutsu space shattered. He belatedly realized he had fallen prey to the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, but it was too late. The katana had already pierced his abdomen. Grand Elder Sarutobi looked down at the hilt protruding from his stomach, then at the youth standing behind him, and smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, my son. Your father couldn't avenge you." His body deflated like a punctured balloon, vitality draining rapidly, and he could no longer stand, collapsing to his knees. "Young man." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his dim pupils reflected Jin's calm face. "In truth, I think you did nothing wrong. Evil people deserve to pay the price." As he spoke, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, his voice hoarse. "But why did that evil person have to be my son?" He had fathered a son late in life and doted on Shotaro immensely. He granted practically every request. When the Third Shinobi World War broke out, fearing for his son's safety, he personally requested that Sarutobi Hiruzen assign Shotaro to the logistics department. Thinking that still wasn't enough, he dispatched 2 jonin of the Sarutobi clan to protect him secretly. In his eyes, his son was everything and must not come to end. Even knowing that Shotaro was protected on the battlefield, Grand Elder Sarutobi still felt uneasy in the village, terrified that something might happen to his son. Fortunately, those years of worry were unnecessary. Shotaro was safe on the battlefield, serving in logistics until the war ended. Perhaps the years of battlefield life had ignited a longing for the opposite sex. Grand Elder Sarutobi saw his son's desire and began arranging a suitable marriage within the clan. But who would have thought Shotaro couldn't wait even that long? Behind his father's back, he went and assaulted an innocent noodle shop owner, then brutally murdered the entire family of 3. When he learned the truth from Uchiha Jin, his world collapsed. Though Shotaro's behavior was nothing short of bestial, he was still his son. So he desperately begged Sarutobi Hiruzen to save Shotaro. He thought this would allow his son to survive. But who would have expected Uchiha Jin to disregard the clans and the Hokage's deliberation, leaving the village ahead of time to intercept and kill Shotaro? All their efforts were in vain. After Shotaro's death, Grand Elder Sarutobi was blinded by rage. Even knowing his son was at fault, he still had to kill Jin for revenge. But in the end, he failed. He lost. And Uchiha Jin, leave my body here. Let the beasts of the forest devour it. Consider it the price I pay for attacking you in my blindness. With these words, Grand Elder Sarutobi slowly closed his eyes. Uchiha Jin pulled the katana from his body, flicked the blood off the blade, and turned to leave. Minutes after he departed, several ANBU appeared at the scene. The clan leader's orders: bring the elder's body back to the clan grounds for burial. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed upon receiving the news from the ANBU. Brother, why did it come to this? He returned to the clan grounds, intending to inform his sister-in-law of his brother's death. But when he arrived at the Grand Elder's residence, he found no trace of her. A sense of foreboding gripped Hiruzen. He slid open the door to the master bedroom and saw his sister-in-law kneeling on the floor, her hands still gripping the short blade plunged into her abdomen. A letter lay on the table. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen read the envelope and fell silent. It contained the reason for her suicide. Though she grieved deeply for her son's death, she knew it was his own doing and no one else's fault. She intended to donate 1/3 of her assets to the victims' families as compensation for Shotaro's crimes. The remaining wealth would be turned over to the village. Hiruzen closed the envelope, bowed to his sister-in-law's body, then looked toward the Uchiha clan compound and murmured softly, "What exactly is your stance?" Uchiha Police Force. Captain, you're here. Uchiha Shin and Uchiha. She saw Uchiha Jin arriving for work and immediately approached respectfully to greet him. Previously in their impression, Jin was a genius in the clan who could match Shisui. For him, it was merely the awe of the weak toward the strong. After the incident with Sarutobi Shotaro, their awe turned directly into worship and fear. It was insane. No one had expected that he would leave the village to ambush and kill Shotaro. Most crucially, even killing the Hokage's nephew right in front of him, he managed to escape unscathed. With such skill and courage, was he really only around 10 years old? Not only the squad members, but also other Uchiha clan members were shocked by Jin's actions. Uchiha Jin was already a genius in the clan, so normally no clan member would actively pick a fight with him. After this incident, they dared even less. Are you kidding? The guy killed the Hokage's nephew without batting an eye. If they went looking for trouble out of boredom and got killed, what then? Of course, some feared him, while others admired him. The Hokage clan members really liked his behavior of not showing the Hokage any face. His reputation in the clan was severely polarized. Uchiha Jin didn't care about the clan's opinions at all. If one refrained from just enforcement just because the murderer happened to be the Hokage's nephew, then these Uchiha clan members were not even as good as the troublesome villagers of Konoha. At least those villagers were not afraid of authority. What? You're the 4th Hokage's son. Then I must go up and give you a few hard kicks. Although the troublesome villagers of Konoha were detestable, when it came to bullying, they really went for it. They didn't care at all about the status of the person being bullied. Come with me on patrol. Uchiha Jin called the two and headed to the streets, patrolling his domain like a lion. The news of Sarutobi Shotaro's death had not been concealed. The villagers all knew that Uchiha Jin was the one who did it, and their faces were filled with terror when they saw him appearing on the streets. This Uchiha was a demon. If he dared to cut down the Hokage's nephew, might he suddenly rise up and cut them down. Therefore, whenever Jin appeared with his squad members, the originally bustling streets instantly fell silent. The villagers didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that the sound of their breathing would get them killed. In this respect, the troublesome villagers of Konoha were not as good as those of Sunagakure. The village atmosphere of Konoha was relatively liberal. Those who were bullied dared not say anything and didn't develop thoughts of revenge. Therefore, they acted with impunity. But if they encountered someone truly ruthless who dared to kill like Uchiha Jin, they wouldn't dare speak, recklessly behaving as meek as quails. But Sunagakure was different. Even if it was a murderer, they would still bully him. Gaara was emotionally unstable. If he was in a bad mood, yet they showed no fear. Villagers with limited funds used their remaining money to buy vegetables and eggs to throw at Gaara. Even at the risk of being killed, they still wanted to bully him. This is the true will of bullying. Just as Uchiha Jin was making his daily patrol, an ANBU wearing a cat mask appeared before him. Uchiha Jin, the Hokage wants to see you. Uchiha Shin and Uchiha She exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Oh no. The 3rd Hokage wouldn't retaliate afterwards, would he? If that were true, things would be troublesome. Watching their captain follow the ANBU toward the Hokage building, the two immediately sprinted toward the police force. They had to inform the clan leader. Hokage's office. Uchiha Jin arrived at the office and glanced at the ANBU, kneeling on one knee. Judging by the silhouette, it was definitely Uchiha Shisui. This guy came to pay respects to Sarutobi Hiruzen early in the morning. Such loyalty. Shisui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who was one of the few Uchiha who could transcend the narrow-mindedness of the clan and wholeheartedly protect the village. Judging by the silhouette, it was definitely Uchiha Shisui. He regarded protecting Konoha as his lifelong faith. This was also the will of fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen had always preached. When he transmigrated, he had tried to approach Shisui, subtly influencing him not to follow the will of fire. But Uchiha Shisui was a pure-blooded will of fire devotee. No matter how he tried to persuade him, it was useless. In Shizui's heart, the clan and the village were equally important. Neither could be lacking. Over time, Uchiha Jin grew tired of trying to persuade him. This guy would sooner or later pay the price of his life for his naivety. Jin, you're here. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Jin appear and forced a smile on his aged face. The death of the elder's family made it hard for him not to hold a grudge against Jin. This kid had barely joined the police force when he caused such a huge mess. If left unchecked, who knew what would happen? 3rd Hokage, what do you need from me? Uchiha Jin met his gaze with no awe of the Hokage's power in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already used to this and didn't mind his disrespectful behavior. After all, he seemed to have no reverence for anyone. Would you like to join the ENBU? He extended the invitation to him once again. Recent events made him realize that a genius like Jin could not be left in the Uchiha clan. He must find a way to recruit him into the end. He believed that with his personal guidance, Jin would surely, like Shisui, break free from the shackles of the clan and become an Uchiha who embraced the will of fire. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the ANBU. Uchiha Jin refused without any hesitation. Are you kidding me? Isn't it better to grow stronger by fighting criminals in the police force? Why would he waste time being an ANBU? The ANBU, in flattering terms, was the Hokage's direct assassination and tactical special force. To put it bluntly, they were the Hokage's personal guards. Even more bluntly, they were the Hokage's lackeys. The Uchiha and the Hokage were already at odds. He would have to be out of his mind to join the ANBU. He wasn't a pure-blooded will of fire devotee like Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui kneeling on one knee. He felt the disappointed gaze Jin. To be honest, Shisui felt he was doing nothing wrong. The other clan members were truly too narrow-minded, completely unaware of the village's importance. The old clan mentality was no longer applicable. Only coexistence of the clan and the village was the optimal solution. Therefore, after Sarutobi Hiruzen recruited him, he joined the ANBU without hesitation. He wanted to use this as a bridge for peaceful communication between the clan and the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused again, had a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Why, oi? He silently took a puff of his pipe and asked the question that puzzled him. In the eyes of most ninja, joining the ANBU was logically no one would refuse. Yet this kid had rejected him twice in a row. He really couldn't understand. Compared to joining the ANBU, I prefer being a law enforcer. Uchiha Jin said, I enjoy the feeling of fighting criminals and upholding justice. He met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze without any evasion. The village is full of evil. Those pests affect the village's stability, and what I need to do is to drag them out one by one and bring them to justice. Hokage, can you understand the feeling of seeking justice for the victims? It's truly fascinating. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shisui were both stunned by Jin's fervent expression. Yuan Fei Risen had been perplexed by Uchiha Jin's refusal to join the ANBU, even suspecting it was the will of the Uchiha clan. But now, seeing the fervent look in the young man's eyes, he suddenly realized he might have been mistaken. Uchiha Jin insisted on killing Yuan Fei Zhengtailang, not because of personal vendetta against the Hokage's nephew, but purely to seek justice for the victim. Even if the perpetrator was the Hokage's nephew, he showed no fear. He admitted he had misjudged him. Uchiha Zishui's expression beneath the mask was peculiar. If not for the factors of clan and village, he and Jin could be considered good friends. They had known each other for years. When had he become so righteous? Previously, aside from training to become stronger, he only warned himself not to blindly embrace the will of fire. He had never shown any intention of becoming an outstanding member of the police force. What had happened in just a few days? Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the two of them and continued to voice his views. In my opinion, anyone who violates the village's laws must pay the price, even if it's you, the Hokage. He pointed at the red health bar above the Hokage's head with a serious expression, showing no signs of joking. The judgment aura gained from slaying Yuan Fei Zhengtailang began to activate. Yuan Fei Risen, pointed at by the young man, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, breaking out in goosebumps. He felt as if he had been seen through. Enough. The uncomfortable sensation of being under scrutiny made him involuntarily interrupt the young man in a low voice. As Uchiha Jin fell silent, the unsettling feeling vanished. Realizing his earlier loss of composure, he himself was stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Uchiha Shisui looked up in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the Hokage had interrupted Jin's speech. Although his words were somewhat extreme, they didn't seem problematic. A law enforcer should maintain such a spirit of defying tyranny to bring justice to the victims. I apologize. Yuan Fei Risen, recovering from that state, showed an apologetic expression, then nodded at Jin with satisfaction. Jin, you are right. I agree with your viewpoint. This desire to seek justice for the victims was also a form of the will of fire. If he could truly achieve it, whether he joined the ANBU was no longer important, because such a person would only follow the justice in his heart. But before that, Yuan Fei Risen paused, his expression turning serious. Can you tell me what He wanted to know the young man's definition of justice. There was no standard for it. If the path went astray, it would be troublesome. If the boy's justice was to lead the clan in a coup to overthrow the high-ranking officials, wouldn't that be catastrophic? Over the years, factional conflicts in Konoha had been severe. The estrangement between the village and the Uchiha had deepened, and Shimura Danzo had been constantly scheming. And Yuan Fei Risen was preparing to retire. Therefore, asking about his view of justice was important. In essence, it was a test of Jin's true intentions and stance. There is no ambiguous justice in the shinobi world, nor is there hypocrisy that condones evil for the sake of the greater good, Uchiha Jin replied after a moment of silence. What people call positions, clans, and the greater good have always been the compromises of the weak and the excuses of the wicked to evade guilt. The justice I understand is simple: punish evil and promote good. The guilty must be punished, and the evil must die. What is called protecting the village and safeguarding peace has never been achieved through tolerance, compromise, or sacrificing a minority for false stability. Tolerating the abuse of power, allowing ambitious schemers to operate in the shadows, and shielding friends and clansmen who do wrong may seem to maintain balance, but in truth it nurtures hatred and breeds greater disasters. Yuan Fei Rizen's expression froze upon hearing this. He felt that Jin's later words were all directed at him. Did this boy consider the Hokage of the village an evil person as well? Good people deserve protection, evil people are not worthy of tolerance. The principle I follow in the shinobi world is to slay all who commit evil. With every trace of evil eliminated, the shinobi world gains more stability and the innocent suffer less. Uchiha Jin activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. No sacrifices, no compromises, no peace bought with endurance. Slaying all villains is the greatest will of fire. Eradicating evil is the purest justice. If a clan commits evil, I punish the clan. If the high-ranking officials commit evil, I execute them. My justice does not favor the village, nor does it show partiality to the clan. It only protects the innocent and cuts down evil. These words left Yuan Fei Rizen and Uchiha Jishui standing frozen in place. They truly had not expected the justice Jin believed in to be so radical. A true extremist madman. Yuan Fei Rizen puffed on his pipe, his pupils contracting sharply, long silent. He admitted that Uchiha Jin's so-called justice overturned everyone's understanding. Does this extreme justice truly align with the village's will of fire? Jin, your justice is too sharp, too absolute. The shinobi world has never had absolute black and white. Indiscriminate killing only breeds more hatred. Compared to those emotionally stable reedied clansmen, he feared this madman who believed in absolute justice more. After all, according to his explanation, he himself was an evil person. Who knew if this boy would one day draw his blade against him under the banner of justice? Thus he thought to persuade him. According to the second Hokage's research on the Uchiha, such steadfast believers were even more dangerous. No one could guarantee what he would do for his beliefs, including destroying the village, turning his blade against the village's high-ranking officials, or even slaughtering his own clan. The mental state of Uchiha clansmen was indeed that unpredictable. Otherwise, the second Hokage would not have kept the Uchiha under long-term surveillance. The tenderness that tolerates the breeding of evil is the greatest cruelty to the victims, Uchiha Jin retorted coldly. Not cutting down evil, not redressing wrongs. The so-called peace and justice are betrayals to the innocent. Third Hokage, if there is nothing else, I will return to my duties. With that, he turned and left under Yuan Fei Rizen's complex gaze. Jishui, what do you think of Jin's views? Yuan Fei Rizen kept smoking his pipe, the haze of smoke obscuring his expression. In all these years, he had never seen such an extreme Uchiha. Fortunately, his views currently posed no threat to the village. It was impossible to tell whether letting him continue would be good or bad. Hokagesima. Uchiha Jishui opened his mouth, unsure where to begin. He felt that Jin had undergone a great change during his time. It seemed he would have to find time to talk with him. Never mind, you may leave. Yuan Fei Rizen waved his hand, and Uchiha Jishui stood up. Only an old man remained in the office. Jin's words had truly shaken him. Absolute justice is it? Then let me see how you will dispense justice. Clan leader. Uchiha Jin walked out of the Hokage building and saw Uchiha Fugaku with a grave expression along with 2 subordinates behind him. He immediately understood what had happened. Uchiha Fugaku saw him emerge from the office and scathed, nodded slightly, and did not ask any questions. The 4 of them returned together to the police force. In the captain's office. Jin, the Hokage didn't give you a hard time, did he? Uchiha Fugaku was worried that the third Hokage might deliberately make things difficult for Jin. If that had happened, he would have stepped forward to seek justice for his clansmen. Although the Uchiha did not want to break ties with the village's top brass, it did not mean they were weak and easy to bully sheep. The third Hokage invited me to join the Umbu, and also asked about my views on justice. Uchiha Jin succinctly recounted what had happened in the office. Regarding Uchiha Fugaku's appearance at the Hokage building in an attempt to protect him, this improved his impression of the clan leader considerably. It would have been even better if he had not fathered that filial son, Uchiha Itachi. Ever since Jin failed in his attempt to interfere with Shizui's belief in the will of fire, he realized that some things are not so easy to change. Unless he gouged out Shizui's Mangekyo and forcibly altered his will, it would be very difficult to change a person's mind, especially a precocious genius like Uchiha Itachi. Since he could not change them, he would let them be. If worst came to worst, he would take his mother and sister and leave the village. The ninja world was... He refused to believe there was no place for them. Why stay in Konoha and wait for death? If you ever encounter difficulties, you can seek my help. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the young man before him, his stern face filled with earnestness. The clan will always be your solid backing. Uchiha Jin was different from Uchiha Shisui. He was a pure clan factionist and would definitely lead the clan in the future. As for Shisui, joining the Umbu was both a good and a bad thing for the Uchiha. The Umbu reported directly to the Hokage, allowing direct access to the Third Hokage and the high-ranking officials, unlike the police force, which was isolated from the core decision-making circle. Shisui's presence could serve as a bridge between the Uchiha and the village. It facilitated communication and eased tensions. But every advantage has its disadvantage. The Umbu itself had the duty of monitoring the village's ninja, and after Uchiha Shisui joined the Umbu, it was very likely that the Third Hokage would assign him to monitor the clan. If that were the case, it would cause clan members to suspect Shisui shattering their trust. Not long after Uchiha Shisui joined the Umbu, rumors began to spread within the clan. They concluded that he had betrayed the clan. One had to admit that Hiruzen Sarutobi's move was very clever, a complete open scheme. The village deliberately selected geniuses to pull into the Umbu, siphoning away the clan's top combat power. The clan was completely split, unable to unify its stance. The only thing Uchiha Fugaku felt relieved about was that the only genius recruited by the Hokage to join the Umbu was Shisui. The impact on the entire clan was not too great. After all the other genius had chosen not to join, perhaps Jin had seen through this, and that was why he was unwilling to join the Umbu. Uchiha Jin did not act like a young boy at all. In this regard, he was very much like his son. That child Itachi was the same. He believed that his future achievements would be no less than Jin's. Root Base. Shimura Danzo had been busy providing experimental materials for Orochimaru recently. He had just learned about what had happened in the village. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, his single eye narrowed slightly, his gaze turning cold and dark. Uchiha Jin. He really hadn't expected this brat to be so lawless. He actually dared to defy even the Hokage. Although seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi suffer a setback with satisfying Jin's behavior made him realize that the Uchiha were beginning to slip out of control. If he dared to defy the Hokage today, tomorrow he would dare to plot a rebellion. Lord Tobirama was right. The Uchiha are a clan born evil. Keeping such a clan in the village was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. It seemed that the plan to eliminate the Uchiha needed to be put on the agenda. Once Hiruzen retired, and he smoothly became the fourth Hokage, he would start dealing with the Uchiha. Before that, he would try to recruit that brat into root. Late at night, in the Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Jin, come with us. Two ninja wearing Umbu attire appeared before Uchiha Jin. He frowned slightly at the two. Who wants to see me? One of the ninja wearing a dog-face mask was silent for a moment before speaking coldly. Lord Danzo. I won't go. If it were Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would go out of respect for the Hokage. What was Shimura Danzo anyway? Calling him, there was definitely bad news. The two root ninja exchanged glances, then drew kunai from their waists. That's not up to you. Lord Danzo's order was to bring Uchiha Jin back to root. Since he was unwilling to go, they would have to use some means. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin's expression turned cold. He activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his killing intent unconcealed. In the village, you root members are too reckless. Root's ninja were all selected from childhood by Shimura Danzo, their independent thoughts extinguished through extreme training, becoming weapons that only obeyed their leader's commands. Jin only felt pity for such people. If the two insisted on attacking him, he wouldn't mind granting them an early release. Just as the atmosphere became tense, two Umbus suddenly appeared. The Hokage orders you to return and tell Counselor Danzo that some things cannot be taken too far. If the matter escalates, it will be unpleasant for everyone. Upon hearing this, the root ninja sheathed their kunai and vanished using the body flicker technique. Although they only obeyed Lord Danzo in this situation, they had no choice but to abandon the mission and return to report. When did the Uchiha's defense become so poor? Uchiha Jin stared at the two Umbu, his gaze mainly on the one leading them. Shisui, I don't want you to appear at my house again. Upon hearing this, the leading Umbu turned to wave at the one behind him, and after the other left the yard, he removed his mask, revealing Uchiha Shizui's slightly youthful face. Sorry, Jin. It's my duty. Uchiha Jin looked toward the rooms of his mother and sister. Such a commotion must have woken them up. He didn't want his own affairs to affect his family. Jin, come to my place for a while. Uchiha Shisui understood his friend's concern and invited him to follow back. Uchiha Shizui's residence. As an orphan, his living conditions were ordinary. Actually, after becoming a jonin, he could have applied to the clan for a change of residence. But Uchiha Shisui did not do so. Perhaps he was used to living there since childhood. The yard was not large, but sufficient for one person. Moonlight spilled over. The two sat facing each other at a stone table. Uchiha Shisui poured hot water into their cups and, gazing at the bright full moon in the sky, sighed with emotion. Jin, it's been a long time since we sat together and talked like this. Jin, it's been a long time since we sat together and talked like this. Uchiha Jin took a sip of hot water, set down the cup, and said expressionlessly, I have no common ground with you. From the moment they met, he had been doing his utmost to prevent Shui from embracing the will of fire. In the end, this guy was like an NPC. No matter how he guided him, it was useless. When he reached the right age, he automatically awakened the will of fire. Since then, he realized that changing someone else's life was truly difficult. He was too lazy to even guide Uchiha Itachi. If Shui alone seemed beyond redemption, then the family's elimination king was even worse. Uchiha Shui was choked by his friend's words. In truth, he didn't understand what he had done to offend Jin. They had once been very close friends, training together, strolling together, chatting together. When exactly did their friendship start to sour? Perhaps it was during the Third Shinobi World War when they met again. He remembered that Jin had asked him a question. Shui, which do you think is more important, the clan or the village? With the will of fire in his heart, he answered without hesitation, the village is the foundation of the clan. Then Uchiha Jin left behind some incomprehensible words and turned away. Everyone's choice is different, you are not wrong. But I can only say you are not my brother, you are a stranger. What is a stranger? It means you are neither my friend, nor my brother, nor my enemy. We are not on this. At that time, Uchiha Shui was completely bewildered, not understanding what had gotten into his good friend. He thought that Jin might have been under too much pressure on the battlefield, leading to his rambling. So he didn't take those words to heart. Now, upon careful reflection, he realized, had their friendship already shattered back then? Was it because of those words? Jin, I think you are too narrow-minded. Uchiha Shui intended to persuade his friend to agree with his viewpoint. Although I do not approve of the higher-ups' suspicion and marginalization of the clan, we must not develop negative feelings toward the village because of it. As long as we work hard, sooner or later the higher-ups will see the clans change, thereby ending this situation of marginalization and distrust. Enough, you haven't even slept yet, and you're already dreaming. Uchiha Jin impatiently interrupted him, rolling his eyes in annoyance. You think just by moving your lips you can dissolve the conflict between the clan and the village? We can't now, but we can. Can what? Make the higher-ups recognize the Uchiha. How will you make them recognize it? In his view, Shui had the typical laborer's mindset, thinking that as long as the clan worked hard and earnestly, they could change others' ingrained ideas. He was completely poisoned by the so-called will of fire. In the original story, the Uchiha coup d'etat was rooted in long-term discrimination and distrust, not mere ambition. Faced with his friend's retort, Uchiha Shui fell silent, his expression troubled. Shui, you are too naive. I feel that someone like you is not fit to be a ninja. Uchiha Jin sighed helplessly. Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi could be called the twin stars of the clan, let alone whether Uchiha Fugaku actually had a Mangekyo. With just the two of their Mangekyo plus the clan's elites, the probability of winning a coup was very high. Even if they were outmatched, they could lead the clan to leave Konoha and find another path. But these two incredible people, one of them voluntarily revealed the abilities of his eyes to the Konoha higher-ups. What on earth was he thinking? The most important thing in a ninja battle is information, yet this guy actively gave away his intelligence. Then Shimura Danzo took one of his eyes, and he was chased by a group of root ninjas. Even in such a situation, he still didn't think to find his clansmen and resist. Instead, he felt that if he lived his remaining left, I would become a weapon contested by all sides, further intensifying the distrust between the clan and the village, and thus accelerating the rebellion. So he gave his remaining eye to Itachi and jumped off a cliff to commit suicide. Truly full of plot holes. If Uchiha Shui was a godlike figure, then Uchiha Itachi was a god among gods. He, also possessing the will of fire, did not wish to see war break out between the clan and the village, leading to widespread suffering and other countries taking the opportunity to invade. Only two paths lay before him. One, allow the clan and village to go to war, resulting in the Uchiha being annihilated and the village suffering heavy losses. Two, preemptively kill all the clansmen, annihilating the Uchiha, but reducing the village's casualties. Between dying standing and living kneeling, Uchiha Itachi chose to die kneeling. He teamed up with Uchiha Obito to carry out the night of the clan massacre, killing all clansmen except Sasuke. Thus, the Uchiha clan produced two elimination kings, whose Uchiha kill count far exceeded that of a certain red-eyed white-haired guy. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin was filled with rage. It could be said that all of this was inseparable from Uchiha Shui. If only he had not revealed the Mangekyo's information to the higher-ups, but instead secretly found an opportunity to alter their will. How could the subsequent events have happened? He possessed the godlike ability of Kodo Amatsukami, but died before he could even use it. What a waste of skill. Jin, actually, I have a way to resolve the conflict between the clan and the village. Uchiha Shui glanced around instinctively, and after confirming no one was watching, he said with a serious expression, Uchiha Jin, this guy isn't going to reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan's information at this moment, is he? No way. With his intelligence, he shouldn't do something so impulsive. Do you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Jin's mouth twitched as he looked at Shui in disbelief. It wasn't that he was shocked to know Shui had awakened the Mangekyo, but that he actually voluntarily revealed the information. No wonder the Uchiha coup failed. Not to mention Shimura Danzo, even he now wanted to gouge out this guy's eyes. Seeing the shocked expression on his friend's face at the mention of the Mangekyo, Uchiha Shui couldn't help feeling a little smug. Then he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, what appeared was not the three tomo but a four-pointed shuriken pattern. The pupil pattern centered on a black that in the pupil extended outward into four symmetrical sharp-edged black blade-like lines arranged in a cross-like rotation with the four blades equal in length and angle. That's right, I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shui had expected to see shock and envy in his best friend's eyes upon revealing the Mangekyo. But Uchiha Jin's face showed neither shock nor envy as he had imagined. Instead, it was a look of looking at an idiot. Shui. The script seemed different from what he had imagined. Why did Jin look at him with that kind of expression? Uchiha Jin sighed. With these two twin stars around the Uchiha, being wiped out was no injustice. He had already prepared to take his mother and sister and run away in a few years. Konoha's feng shui was bad, unsuitable for the Uchiha to survive. No wonder Uchiha Madara had left not long after joining Konoha back then. It could only be said that he was worthy of the eternal Mangekyo. Jin, I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shui repeated himself, fearing his closest friend hadn't heard clearly. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan after all. It was the first pair to appear since the one who defected from Konoha. Shouldn't Jin be shocked, then envious and jealous? Oh. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly, indicating he understood. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Though he didn't possess it now. Oh. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly, indicating he understood. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Though he didn't possess it now, he could use Shizui. After all, that guy's eyes would eventually be taken by someone else. He could just snatch them back and use them. Uchiha Shui. Aren't you surprised? His friend's indifferent reaction instead shocked him. Do you want to use the Mangekyo Sharingan to ease the conflict between the clan and the village? Uchiha Jin didn't respond, but posed a question. Yes. Uchiha Shui, no longer dwelling on his friend's reaction, nodded earnestly. My Mangekyo ability is... Stop. Before he could finish, Jin cut him off, glancing at Shui with mild exasperation. My Mangekyo ability is... Stop. Before he could finish, Jin cut him off, glancing at Shui with... In shinobi combat, the advantage lay in information asymmetry. If others knew in advance, they could prepare. For instance, Uchiha Sasuke's Amaterasu activated too slowly, relying solely on that gap. If others knew about it, it would never hit its target. Though Uchiha Shizui's Kodoamatsukami was powerful, shouldn't fewer people know about such an ability? Yet this guy seemed eager to tell everyone. In the original story, Shui foolishly revealed Kodoamatsukami to the village elders. Then Shimura Danzo ambushed him and stole one eye. Yet this guy seemed eager to tell everyone. In the original story, Shui foolishly revealed Kodoamatsukami to the village elders. Then Shimura Danzo. It was no longer just about resenting the village's exclusion, but wanting a coup d'etat to change the outcome. No matter what your Mangekyo ability is, don't reveal it. Uchiha Jin stared at those Mangekyo, murmuring softly. Shui, if one day you must choose between the clan and the village, which side will you stand on? Jin, I'll do my best to prevent that situation from happening. Uchiha Shizui's answer was evasive when truth, he didn't know the answer. To him, the clan and the village were equally important, and coexistence was the best option. If forced to choose, he most likely couldn't. Thus, he could only strive to avoid such a scenario. Idealists cannot always live in ideals. Uchiha Jin shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing undisguised disappointment in his friend. Remember, you are Uchiha Shui, not Sarutobi Shui or Hyuga Shui. Uchiha were naturally stubborn. Without experiencing a particularly intense emotional shock, it was hard to change their original thinking. Even the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't altered Shizui's will to protect the village. Jin didn't think a few words could change him. Since reasoning was futile, he stopped talking to save time and breath. As Uchiha Jin rose to leave, Shizui's voice came from behind. Jin, wait. He looked at his friend's retreating figure with a complex expression. Jin, I don't think you should hold prejudice against the village and its elders. We can change their view of the clan through actions, not by taking such extreme measures. The full moon was like a plate, its clear light covering the ground. Under the moonlight, the black-haired youth slowly turned his head, a pair of crimson, Freedomo Sharingan appearing even more eerie in the lunar glow. Uchiha Shui, in what capacity do you speak to me? Under the moonlight, the black-haired youth slowly turned his head, a pair of crimson, Freedomo Sharingan appearing even more eerie in the lunar glow. Jin? Uchiha Shizui's expression was complex. He hadn't expected Jin to say such things to him. He opened his mouth to answer, but saw Jin casually wave his hand, as if shooing away an annoying fly. It doesn't matter to me in what capacity you speak. One day the clan and the village will inevitably stand opposed. By then I hope you abandon your unrealistic illusions. Otherwise, when an idealist witnesses the shattering of his ideals, all that awaits him is death. Uchiha Jin genuinely wanted to change Shizui's fate. But everyone has their own destiny. Some things cannot be forced. He had advised Shisui countless times, yet never achieved substantial progress. He wouldn't realize the problem until the very last moment. Uchiha Shisui watched his friend's departing figure standing silently in the courtyard for a long time. Men of different paths cannot plan together. Most of the clan members shared Jin's thoughts while he was one of the few who could see beyond the clan's limitations. I won't let that happen. Though the third Hokage had subtly suppressed the Uchiha during his reign, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already very old. He would retire soon. The newly appointed fourth Hokage would be the key to mending relations between the clan and the village. He believed that if the Uchiha performed well enough, everyone would eventually change their impression of them. Wasn't Uchiha Jin's impartial law enforcement praised by the villagers? What Shisui didn't know was that initially the villagers did unyielding to power enforcing justice. No matter who, even the Hokage's nephew. If they committed a crime, they would pay the price. A sense of security suddenly surged. The villagers of Konoha had a much better impression of the Uchiha police force because of this incident. But within a few days the tide began to turn. What exactly are the Uchiha trying to do? They dare to kill the Hokage's nephew. What's to stop them from killing anyone they dislike in the future? This is really terrifying. Suddenly I feel so insecure. What if I accidentally offend an Uchiha, and they frame me with a false charge and kill me? Yeah, I remember that when Uchiha Jin judged Sarutobi Shotaro, it was a forced confession. Soon letters accusing Uchiha Jin piled up on the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's side as he looked at the villagers' complaints and suggestions to reduce the authority of the Uchiha police force. He didn't need to guess whose hand. Danzo was truly reckless, spreading rumors about the Uchiha without his permission. He had done similar things many times over the years. The Uchiha's power indeed has grown a bit too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, staring at the letters on his desk and muttering to himself. When the second Hokage established the police force, he hadn't thought it through. As a result, the Uchiha became the only clan in the village aside from Umbu with law enforcement authority. In the end, he abandoned the idea of weakening the Uchiha. He was about to retire. Now he only wanted to pass his remaining time peacefully without making any wrong decisions. Otherwise, he might tarnish his reputation in his later years. Konoha's commercial street. Uchiha Jin is coming. The vendors, seeing Uchiha Jin approaching them, lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Yesterday, the owner of the steamed bun shop was reported for using inferior pork. Normally, such a case would only require compensating the customer with money. But Uchiha Jin insisted on arresting the owner and detaining him for half a month according to the village's laws. The method of cutting costs to increase profits was quite common among the merchant circle. Many of the vendors present had done the same. Although they hadn't used substandard ingredients, they had all bought cheap leftovers, fearing they might be caught by the patrol unit members. Actually, they were overthinking. Uchiha Jin made the arrest because the steamed buns from that shop had nearly caused a death. Such a situation could not be resolved by mere monetary compensation. The culprit needed to be locked up for education, and the shop had to be shut down. Of course, Uchiha Jin didn't care about how the villagers perceived him. Let others say what they will, as long as they weren't foolish enough to say it to his face. He had no need to argue with this mob of Konoha's stubborn citizens. They were all a bunch of brainless fools. As for the recent negative rumors, Uchiha Jin didn't need to think twice to know who was behind them. If something bad happened in the village and the culprit couldn't be found, it was definitely the scapegoat of Konoha, the future fifth Hokage Shimura Danzo. His refusal to join Root probably made that old schemer bear a grudge, leading him to resort to such methods to smear the Uchiha name. Similar deeds were certainly not uncommon for him. The Uchiha's reputation and public image had gradually been ruined this way. Although it was unknown whether Sarutobi Hiruzen had given his consent, the Hokage surely knew about it and tacitly approved. This kind of deliberate behavior, watching other high-ranking officials smear village comrades, was it not a form of evil? In the end, the Konoha higher-ups were all on the same side. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were playing the good cop and bad cop routine. Only fools like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who had been brainwashed by the will of fire since childhood, would believe that the clan and the higher-ups could coexist peacefully. The prerequisite for peaceful coexistence was fairness, or one side willing to make concessions. Otherwise, conflict was inevitable. Uchiha Jin gazed at the distant Hokage rock, murmuring softly. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha K exchanged glances, puzzled as to whom their captain was referring. Jin. At that moment, a gentle male voice came from not far away, its mere sound bringing a sense of warmth like a spring breeze. A blonde-haired figure in a jonin vest was waving at Uchiha Jin. His clothes were covered in dust, and his bright blue eyes gave his features a gentle, refined look. Seeing Jin turn toward him, he revealed a clean, pure smile, his eyes curving slightly, and his voice was clear and soft. Long time no see. The blonde was none other than the future fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Hello Minato-senpai. Long time no see. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly in response. He and Minato had met during the Third Shinobi World War, but their paths had not crossed much. Minato was mostly dispatched to various battlefields, and they only chatted during rest periods. After the war ended, they never saw each other again. Well, you've joined the patrol unit. Namikaze Minato's smile remained unchanged. I thought you would join the Umbu. Although he had been busy with missions outside the village, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen well enough to expect that the Hokage would definitely try to recruit Jin. Now it seemed Jin had likely refused. Despite Uchiha Jin's usual cold demeanor, he had saved many comrades on the battlefield. When Namikaze Minato had arrived to provide support, he saw Jin facing dozens of Cloud Ninja alone to cover the retreat of wounded comrades. From that moment on, he had developed a favorable impression of this Uchiha youth. Compared to the life of an Umbu, I prefer maintaining order in the village. Then work hard. We'll talk when we have time. Namikaze Minato flashed a cheerful smile. I need to report to the Hokage now. With that, he waved and headed toward the Hokage building. Uchiha Jin stared at the blonde's retreating figure until it disappeared from sight before looking away. If Namikaze Minato hadn't died, would the Uchiha situation in the village have been better? After all, Minato was not like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wary of the Uchiha. A Hokage without any bias was exactly what the clan needed. Only then could the clan members feel respect and equality. The Ninetales rampage would occur in about 2 years. At that time, Uchiha Obito would take advantage of Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth to release the Ninetales. Namikaze Minato would die using the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Ninetales. It seemed he needed to start building a good relationship with Minato from now on. If he could gain Minato's trust, he might be able to appear at the childbirth site of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, thus preventing Uchiha Obito. The childbirth of the Ninetales Jinchuriki was an absolute village secret. No one else was supposed to know. To be honest, Uchiha Obito's Kimui was too sinister. Normally, there was no way to counter it. His goal was not to defeat Obito, but to prevent him from releasing the Ninetales. Maybe he could see if Shursui could help. Ideally, if Namikaze Minato survived, the clan and the village might coexist. Whether he could succeed remained uncertain. What a hassle. Uchiha Jin sighed softly. Sometimes knowing the outcome, yet finding it hard to change, was truly frustrating. If Namikaze Minato still ended up dead, it would mean the grand scheme was impossible, and he would have to take his mother and sister and flee. Otherwise, he might even be killed by the plot himself. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha K exchanged bewildered glances, feeling that their captain was acting strange today. They speculated that the negative comments from the villagers must have affected him. After all, words could be deadly. Once a strong ninja in the village had committed suicide due to unbearable slander. Fearing that Jin might have similar thoughts, after a brief exchange of glances, Uchiha K spoke first. Captain, don't care about what others say. After all, as an Uchiha clan member, he naturally didn't want to see the clan annihilated. Someone's dead. Uchiha-sama, someone's dead. Just then a young man approached in a panic, explaining the situation. He had gone to bathe by the river today and discovered a female corpse. Frightened, he immediately set out to report to the patrol unit and happened to encounter Uchiha Jin's squad on the way. Lead the way. The three followed the young man to the location where the body was found. By the riverside of my village. A corpse was retrieved from the water. The female victim's skin was pale and bloated, her hands and feet wrinkled, lips swollen and turned outward, complexion pallid, hair disheveled and clinging to her cheeks. The swelling was not overly pronounced. The deceased is approximately 20 years old, and the time of death is about 2 days. Uchiha, she crouched on the ground, staring intently at the body as she analyzed the situation. The victim suffered a severe blow to the head and died instantly. Uchiha Jin looked down at the corpse, and specific information emerged before his eyes. Deceased Gong Ben Nayo, cause of death brain, nerve shattered by a palm strike 2 days ago. Killer Rishiang Qingxian. This was an ability he had exchanged from the system space for 500 points just moments ago. Retrospective death, as the name implied, it allowed him to see the basic information of the deceased and the identity of the killer. With this, there was no need to laboriously search for clues about the murderer. Retrospective death, as the name implied, it allowed him to see the basic information of the deceased and the identity of the killer. With this, there was no need to laboriously search. Captain, we need to contact the security force to send someone to post the victim's portrait and find her family to claim the body. Uchiha, she stood up and looked at us. This was the standard procedure. Only by locating the victim's family could they learn who she had recently met and where she had been, gradually narrowing the scope until the murderer was found. No need. I already know who the killer is. Uchiha Jin turned to Uchiha Xian. Go to the clan leader and apply for a search warrant. Also inform him of the situation here. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shi exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. No way. What had they just heard? The captain already knew the killer's identity. Are you kidding me? They were all newcomers to the security force. Although he had been promoted directly to squad leader due to his strength and talent, this was still too exaggerated. They hadn't even figured out the victim's identity, yet the captain had already locked onto the suspect. How absurd was that? The two newcomers stood there utterly questioning their own existence. They had never imagined the gap between people could be so vast. Was the captain even human? Yes. Uchiha Jin snapped out of his shock and hurriedly rushed toward the security force. Captain, have you truly found the killer's trail? Uchiha Shi looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the captain's calm expression. How on earth did he figure it out? She could only determine the cause and time of death. Nothing else seemed apparent on the body. Could it be that the victim had told the captain herself? Actually, she had wanted to ask this question ever since Uchiha Jin identified the killer of Yuanfei Zhangtail. My eyes can see sin. Uchiha Jin's tone was serious with no hint of jest. In truth, he wasn't joking. The title provided by the system allowed him to quickly pinpoint the murderer's identity. There was no need to follow the tedious process of elimination like other clan members. Uchiha Zai's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Captain, stop joking. How can I see sin? She stopped mid-sentence, frozen. Because when Uchiha Jin looked at her, a sudden chill ran down her spine. It felt as if all her little secrets had been exposed. Fortunately, the feeling vanished quickly. She stared at Uchiha Jin in disbelief, suddenly realizing that the captain might not be lying. In that instant, she felt as though she had been completely seen through. Uchiha Shi instinctively clutched her chest, staring at her captain with a wary expression. Could this guy have some special ability? There's no need to hide your flat chest. Your dimensions are smaller than my pectoral muscles, Uchiha Jin muttered softly, unable to resist. Though children in the ninja world matured early, their physical development was still average. A flat chest at 13 was quite common. Some things never developed from the start, and once they were gone for good. Captain. Uchiha Shi bristled instantly. How could this guy comment on someone's figure with such a calm face? What a jerk. If my honesty hurt you, I apologize. Uchiha Jin's attitude was sincere. He had accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. Forget it, don't bother. Uchiha Shi waved her hand, pouting in displeasure. Well, you did speak the truth. I've heard that eating more papaya can promote development. Uchiha Zai's eyes lit up. Really? I've only heard it, never confirmed it. Then I'll try it when I get back. While they were chatting, Uchiha Jin returned with a search warrant followed by 3 senior members of the security. Jin Xian said, you've identified the killer. The leading squad leader, named Cheng Xi, was a jonin of the clan and a staunch pacifist. He had no kind words for the clan's hawks. Uchiha Jin nodded, took the search warrant from Xian, and prepared to leave. You handle the bot. You are just a rookie who joined the security force. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you stumbled upon a solution to one case. Uchiha Jin stopped, turned around, and looked at him calmly. And what if I insist on being reckless? This question left Uchiha Cheng-Si momentarily speechless. He had intended to offer some advice as a senior, urging the young man to gather evidence, instead of using extreme methods to force a confession. After all, but the other party showed no respect for him, which he felt challenged his authority. Kid, do you even know the meaning of respecting your elders? Uchiha Cheng-Si's face darkened, his fists unconsciously clenching. Law enforcement is not a game. Fooling around will only ruin the clan's name. How I do things is none of your business. Uchiha Jin frowned, his expression full of impatience. Put away that lecturing tone. I'm not your subordinate, and you have no right to boss me around. As the words fell, his black pupils were replaced by a crimson hue. If you disturb my case again, I won't hesitate to make you suffer. Faced with Uchiha Jin's undisguised threat, Uchiha Cheng-Si trembled with rage. He, an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, was being threatened by a brat who still reeked of milk. How infuriating. Of course the kid had reason to be arrogant. After all, he was only 11 years old and already an elite jonin. Phil, just see how you handle this case. Uchiha Cheng-Si wisely chose not to say another word lest he provoke the young man to the point of no return. As a veteran jonin, bullying a child would bring him no reward if he won, and if he lost, his life would be over. He had already examined the corpse. There were no clues pointing to the killer. He simply didn't believe that this kid could find the murderer just from the body. When things went wrong, he would make sure to report the young man's misconduct to the clan leader. Within the Hyuga clan's compound, the main family mansion. Xingma, where is your brother? The elder of the Hyuga main family questioned, coldly staring at his grandson, who knelt timidly before the table. Grandfather, he had long grown accustomed to this. The fear he felt stemmed not from his grandfather's oppressive presence, but from the incident a few days ago when his brother had accidentally killed someone. Hyuga Qingxian had warned him not to tell anyone. Call him to dinner. The Hyuga main family elder tapped the table with his chopsticks, and Hyuga Qingma immediately rose and hurried away. A moment later he arrived at his brother's door. "Brother, grandfather is calling you to dinner." The door swung open, revealing Hyuga Kingxian's grim expression. Clearly the incident had taken a heavy toll on him. Hyuga Qingma instinctively followed behind his brother, and they returned to the table to begin their meal. "Qingxian, what has been troubling you these past 2 days?" The main family elder's attitude toward his eldest grandson was markedly warmer than toward the younger one, his smile genial and kind. Hyuga Kingxian's body stiffened at the words, a trace of panic flickering in his eyes. "Nothing, grandfather. I've just been too exhausted from training the rotation lately." "Good." The main family elder nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to his younger grandson, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "You should learn from your brother." "Yes." Hyuga Qingma lowered his head, not daring to contradict. In truth, his talent surpassed his brother's, but because of his branch family status, he dared not show it. Every time they had practical combat training, he deliberately held back. Otherwise, his grandfather and brother would surely be displeased. Just then, a Hyuga clan guard at the gate came to report. "Elder, the Uchiha security force is at the clan entrance demanding to see young Master Qingxian by name." At these words, Hyuga Kingxian's body went rigid, unable to conceal the panic on his face. Hyuga Qingma lowered his head in silence, realizing that the matter had finally been discovered. "Uchiha." The main family elder frowned. "What do they want with Qingxian?" Normally the Uchiha and the Hyuga kept their distance. There was no reason for them to come looking for trouble. Unless... He turned to see Hyuga Kingxian's flustered state, and his heart suddenly sank. "Qingxian, what exactly have you done?" Faced with his grandfather's roar, Hyuga Qingxian fell to his knees with a thud, his face pale, as he explained, "Grandfather, I truly didn't mean to." Now with no choice but to confess, he recounted what had happened some time ago. Miyamoto now was a housekeeper hired by Hyuga Qingxian. While cleaning, she accidentally broke the vase left behind by his father. That vase was the only keepsake his father had left. Blinded by rage, Hyuga Qingxian moved to strike the careless woman. He had only intended to hit her on the back, but the woman, driven by instinct, dodged out of fear. Unfortunately, his blow landed on the back of her head. Miyamoto now died on the spot. At the scene, besides the deceased housekeeper, only his younger brother Hyuga Qingma remained. Both brothers were dumbfounded. Hyuga Qingma wanted to tell their grandfather, but Hyuga Qingxian coldly silenced him. He was the one who killed. He must never tell grandfather. After threatening Hyuga Qingma to keep the secret, he tied stones to the corpse under cover of night and sank it into the river. He thought the matter would end there. But who would have imagined that so soon the Uchiha security force would come demanding him by name? It was likely that the murder had been exposed. Even if not exposed, he had become a suspect. Bastard. The Hyuga main family elder's face turned livid with rage. How could his gifted son have produced these two idiots as stupid as pigs? If only the two had informed him immediately. Then none of this would have happened. Now that the Uchiha security force was involved, the situation had become extremely troublesome. Those greedy bastards were notoriously difficult to fool. Who was leading them? The Hyuga main family elder turned to the Hyuga retainer who had come to report. Though called a retainer, it was more fitting to call him a household servant. There was no risk of the matter leaking. Reporting to the elder, the leader appears to be Uchiha Jin. Upon hearing this, the main family elder's already grim expression darkened further. Of all people, it had to be that fellow. Uchiha Jin's reputation had spread throughout Konoha village. His firm stance and execution of the Hokage's nephew were widely known. A madman like that showed no respect even for the Hokage, let alone an elder of the Hyuga main family. Moreover, that man's methods were extremely peculiar. No one knew how he pinpointed the culprit. Since he had come demanding Qingxian by name, he must have gathered. The situation had become troublesome. "Both of you stay in the house. He'll settle accounts with you when I return." The main family elder had no intention of taking the two brothers to meet Uchiha Jin. He planned to first go with the retainers to assess the situation. Hyuga Kingxian's legs trembled with fear. Uchiha Jin, the ruthless man who had dared to kill the Hokage's own nephew. If he was targeted, he was as good as finished. He was still so young, he truly didn't want to die. No, he had to find someone to take the blame. Hyuga Kingxian's gaze involuntarily fell on his younger brother beside him. If worst came to worst, he could push him forward. After all, the branch family was born to serve the main family. Hyuga Qingma noticed his brother's malicious stare and unconsciously clenched his hands on his thighs. How utterly unwilling he was. Why was he born into the branch family? Why did he have to bow to the main family? They were brothers by blood. His father and grandfather favored his brother over him, the branch family member. Even if he were more outstanding, it would be useless. At the Hyuga clan's entrance, clan leader Hyuga Hayashi and his younger brother Hyuga Hizashi looked with surprise at the 6 Uchiha before them. "What business brings you to the Hyuga?" Hayashi's focus rested mainly on the leading youth. Clan leader Hyuga Uchiha Jin pulled an arrest warrant stamped by Uchiha Fugaku from his pocket. "Hyuga Qingxian is involved in a homicide case. We need to take him in for questioning." Hyuga Hayashi's brow furrowed instantly. Hiruzen was a member of the main family, and as clan leader, he naturally had to defend his interests. The Hyuga clan had the strictest hierarchy and rules in Konoha, and the main family occupied the highest tier. Although there was only one head of the Hyuga main family, the main family consisted of more than just him. Hyuga Kingxian's father was Hayashi's peer, effectively a cousin. Whether it's a mistake will be clear once we see the person. Uchiha Jin tossed the search warrant casually to Uchiha Jin. Clan leader Hyuga, please do not obstruct our law enforcement. Let Hyuga Kingxian come with us. Hyuga Hayashi's face darkened. He hadn't expected the young Uchiha brat to show him no respect. Were the Uchiha really this arrogant now? Elder brother Rishiang Rizu did not recognize Yuzhibo Jin, but Rishiang Richa was well aware of his identity. He even dared to leave the village to intercept and kill the Hokage's nephew. Although Yuanfei Zhengtailing was at fault first, the Hokage had already at least give him some face. But Yuzhibo Jin, on the contrary, ignored the agreement between the clan and the Hokage and directly killed Zhengtailing in front of everyone. This alone only shows he is extreme, but the fact that he could silence the Hokage is terrifying. A madman who wields the village's laws. Who knows what he might do? Brother, let me handle this. Rishiang Richa instinctively stepped in front of Rizu, afraid that the other party might on a whim have them arrested on charges of obstructing law enforcement. If the Rishiang clan head were actually imprisoned by the Yuzhibo, it would severely damage the clan's reputation. Yuzhibo Jin glanced at Rishiang Richa before him and raised an eyebrow involuntarily. Is this the unlucky fellow who was pushed forward to take the blame in the original story? The origin of the saying, the scapegoat's descendants are also scapegoats. Rishiang Rizu killed the Yunin village envoy who had kidnapped Chutian. Instead, the Yunin village accused him, first demanding the village hand over the culprit's body. Forced to compromise, the Rishiang clan had to find someone to take the blame. And Rishiang Richa, a member of the branch house, was the best candidate. It was precisely his death that caused the young Rishiang Ningxi to develop a resentment toward the clan. He spent all his time studying that theory of fatalism. Not to mention it actually holds some truth. After all, Ningxi's final fate perfectly illustrated this point. I have already sent someone to fetch Rishiang Qingxian. Please wait a moment. Rishiang Richa's attitude was relatively mild. Yuzhibo Jin nodded upon hearing this, and did not say anything further. Why didn't you do this earlier? A few minutes later, the main house elder hurried over. Uncle. The two brothers Rishiang Rizu and Rishiang Richa greeted him respectfully. The main house elder nodded, then looked at Yuzhibo Jin, who was at the forefront. May I ask what business you have with my grandson? Rishiang Qingxian is involved in a murder case. We need to take him back for investigation. Yuzhibo Jin could only repeat himself. What evidence do you have? The main house elder squinted and retorted. You want to take my grandson away without any proof. That's showing too little respect for the Rishiang clan. Even the Hokagesima cannot do this. When did the Yuzhibo gain such power? Still the old generation's tactic, immediately slapping a label on some evidence will be found. Yuzhibo Jin extended his hand, and Yuzhibo Xian immediately placed the arrest warrant in his palm. I'm sorry to inform you, but the Yuzhibo do have great power. If you're not satisfied, go complain to the Hokage. The main house elder was furious, not expecting the young man to be so disrespectful. He dared to arrest someone without any evidence. Truly lawless. Can't the Hokagesima do something about this? And what's with Yuzhibo Fuyue? He actually issued an arrest warrant. Having the warrant does allow them to make an arrest. This is the highest authority of the Yuzhibo police force. Normally Yuzhibo Fuyue would only approve and stamp it when the evidence was but Yuzhibo Jin clearly had no evidence. What the hell is Yuzhibo Fuyue doing? Why did he approve it? To be honest, he couldn't understand the current Yuzhibo anymore. Why let a newbie act recklessly? Could this kid be Yuzhibo Fuyue's illegitimate son? He doesn't look like him at all. Once the arrest warrant was produced, the main house elder had nothing to say. If he dared to obstruct further, it would be considered resisting law enforcement, and in serious cases, he could also be arrested. Don't be fooled by the second Hokage Chinsho Feijian, who was always wary of the Yuzhibo. Apart from preventing them from participating in important village decisions, he was truly generous in delegating power to the police force. They had the full authority to enforce and arrest. Perhaps it was precisely this reason that kept them from rebelling. Of course, during Chinsho Feijian's reign, some Yuzhibo did lead a rebellion. However, it was suppressed by his iron fist. The remaining Yuzhibo were relatively obedient, but as time passed, they began to resent the village's upper echelons for marginalizing them. Eventually, they became the clan's hawks. You wait here. He'll go fetch him. The main house elder snorted, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. Rishiang Rize's expression soured upon seeing this. The Yuzhibo police force's actions were clearly a slap in the face to the Rishiang clan. But since they had an arrest warrant, there was nothing he could say. He could only wait until the matter was over to report to the third Hokage. The main house elder returned home, looked at his two grandsons kneeling on the ground, and sighed softly. Rishiang Kingxian's crime of murder and body disposal was quite serious. Fortunately, it was not intentional, so the crime was not punishable by death. At most he would be sentenced to a few years in prison. But he was a member of the main house. If news of a main house ninja committing a crime spread through the village, it would severely damage the clan's reputation. As a distinguished clan of the village, the Rixiang could not allow such a situation to happen. His gaze involuntarily fell on Rixiang Qingmao. If it were a branch house member, although it would also affect the clan's reputation to some extent, it would at least be better than the main house's scandal being exposed. Now there was no other choice. Qingmao. Rixiang Qingmao's body stiffened upon hearing this. The worst-case scenario had come. As expected at home, he was always the one to be sacrificed. Grandfather, what are your instructions? The main house elder's expression was complicated. Confess. The maid was killed by your negligence. It has nothing to do with your brother. Rixiang Qingxian, who had been trembling with fear, instantly had his dread vanish upon hearing this, and a hint of joy arose in his heart. It seemed he no longer had to worry about the murder being exposed, because someone had been found to take the blame for him. His grandfather's idea coincided with his own. The branch house was nominally part of the Rixiang clan, but within the clan, they were essentially hereditary servants. Their existence was to serve the main house. Taking the blame was no big deal. To put it bluntly, with the caged bird curse seal controlling them, the main house could kill any branch house member at any time. Yes. Rixiang Qingxian nodded, a trace of barely concealed resentment flashing in his lowered eyes. Why were the main house born to be above, while they, the branch house, had to be inferior? He couldn't even control his own life. How pathetic. If he could, he would rather not have these wide eyes and be an ordinary person instead. At least he wouldn't be controlled. At the gate of the Rixiang clan compound, the main house elder appeared with two boys of about 11 or 12. Wretched grandson kneeled down. Rixiang Qingmao knelt down with a thud, looking at the Yuzhibo police force members, with tears streaming down his face. I confess. It was I who accidentally killed the housekeeper, but I really didn't mean to kill her. No one present had anticipated this turn of events. Rixiang Rizu stared blankly at Rixiang Qingmao, who knelt on the ground confessing his crimes. He had originally believed that the Uchiha were deliberately causing trouble for the Hyuga clan. Issuing an arrest warrant without concrete evidence was clearly against. It was likely a conspiracy targeting the clan. Yet now it seemed otherwise. There truly were clan members who had committed offenses. Rixiang Richa let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had stepped in to stop his elder brother from clashing with the other party. Otherwise, he would have surely been accused of harboring an accomplice by Uchiha Jin. If the clan leader were to be imprisoned as a result, it would be disastrous. Uchiha Qingxi, who had come along to watch the spectacle, fell into silence. He felt that Uchiha Jin was simply making a scene. How could one arrest someone without evidence? Even if there was a genuine suspect, one needed to gather evidence in secret. Who makes an arrest out of the blue? Arresting is easy, but proving guilt is difficult. If someone was brought to the police force and it couldn't be proven they were the culprit, or if the wrong person was apprehended, it would be a severe law enforcement. He had already envisioned the scenario where Uchiha Jin would pay the price for lacking evidence. Yet now the suspect had directly confessed, without even presenting any evidence. Were criminals these days so weak in psychological endurance? Uchiha Qingxi, with decades of law enforcement experience, stood utterly bewildered. Of course, his two clansmen behind him felt the same. They couldn't fathom it, truly couldn't. I am truly sorry for accidentally killing the housekeeper, and I should not have chosen to dispose of the body, though I should have proactively reported the situation. Rixiang Qingmao's face was twisted in pain, his eyes red from crying. I am willing to bear all responsibility. Captain, you're amazing. Uchiha Zai's face shone with admiration. So the captain hadn't been bragging. He could truly see sin. This meant the captain was the most formidable enforcer in the clan. No crime could escape his eyes. Simply by following the captain and doing nothing, he had perfectly resolved 2 murder cases. It seemed the path to becoming a full member was promising. Uchiha Xian also showed admiration. The captain was truly incredible. He was his idol. Just by glancing at a corpse, he could precisely pinpoint the murderer. If he could learn even a fraction of that skill, wouldn't his rise through the police force be as easy as drinking water? Uchiha Jin stared expressionlessly at the kneeling Rixiang Qingmao. A flicker of relief passed through his eyes. So it wasn't an isolated incident for the Hyuga clan to use branch family members to take the blame. The real culprit was Rixiang Qingxian, yet they had pushed Rixiang Qingmao forward. Scapegoating was indeed a tradition of the Hyuga. Come to think of it, the branch family had been branded with the slave curse seal since the age of 3. Of course they had to serve the main house well. Otherwise, what was the point of the caged bird curse seal? Hold on. Just as Uchiha Xian and Uchiha Shi were about to take Rixiang Qingmao away in handcuffs, Uchiha Jin stopped them. The 2 team members looked at the captain in confusion, not understanding why he was stopping them. Uchiha Jin approached Rixiang Qingmao and looked. Rixiang Qingmao, tell me, are you truly the murderer? At these words, everyone was stunned. Rixiang Qingmao had already confessed. If he wasn't the murderer, then who was? What was this kid up to? The elder of the main house and Rishiang Qingxian felt their pupils contract sharply, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. You must be joking. That meant no third person could possibly know who had killed the housekeeper except for his brother. Yet Uchiha Jin's words made him feel as if needles were pricking his back, as if every move he made was seen through. He was a monster. It was a bluff. Absolutely a bluff. Uchiha Jin was deliberately trying to intimidate Rishiang Qingma. As long as his brother held firm and didn't admit it, then suspicion would never fall on him. He was well aware of the difference between a few years in prison and brain death. Just as he expected. Although Rishiang Qingma desperately wanted to tell Uchiha Jin that he wasn't the murderer, he knew that if he did, and his brother was arrested, his fate within the clan would be unimaginable. Even though he was unwilling, he had to swallow his pride. After all, he was born into the branch family. Yes, I am the murderer. He looked up, meeting Uchiha Jin's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. I am willing to accept any punishment. Under normal circumstances, when a Uchiha faced a suspect who voluntarily confessed, and there was no other incriminating evidence, they would usually close the case. But Uchiha Jin was different. He had a system that could directly pinpoint the culprit. That meant he didn't need evidence to enforce the law. As long as he could ultimately identify the murderer, that was enough. Although this might invite criticism from others, he couldn't care less about their opinions. After all, evidence didn't always represent the truth. Take the current situation, for instance. What if I say you are not the murderer? Uchiha Jin leaned down slightly, staring into those clear Byakugan eyes. Everyone present was stunned again. This guy certainly never ceased to amaze. Rishiang Qingma had already confessed to being the murderer. Could the real culprit be someone else? Uchiha Xian and Uchiha Shi exchanged glances. Could there be more to this story? Unlike the others, they had absolute faith in Jin. Whatever the captain said was right. The final outcome would prove that the captain's choice was correct. The confidence that radiated from Uchiha Jin's very bones made people instinctively believe in him. A shadow of gloom passed through Rishiang Qingxian's eyes. How had this guy figured it out? Only he and his brother knew about that day's incident. Could it be that Qingma had secretly revealed information? Impossible. That guy had always been timid and never had the guts to privately inform on others. Or had things gone wrong? Don't you think him right? Uchiha Jin no longer paid attention to the kneeling Rishiang Qingma, but instead looked at the young master of the main house, standing behind the elder. Rishiang Qingxian. Uchiha Jin stopped joking. My brother has already confessed. Rishiang Qingxian's expression stiffened as he spoke half-jokingly. We were classmates after all. This kind of joke isn't funny. Uchiha Jin had indeed been classmates with Rishiang Qingxian for a time. Later the war broke out, and the students were sent to the battlefield. Do you think I'm joking? Uchiha Jin's expression was flat, without any pretense of politeness. Those who know me well understand that I never joke. The smile on Rishiang Qingxian's face completely froze. Damn it, his brother had already confessed. Why was this bastard Uchiha Jin so fixated on him? Captain, do you mean? He is the real murderer. Uchiha sure looked at Hiruzen, whose expression was grim. From his demeanor, it seemed what the captain said was true. Uchiha Summit, he had shown no sign of abnormality at the start. How could he possibly know without any evidence? Could it really be as Jin claimed that his eyes could see sin? That was utterly absurd. Everyone had freedom of Sharingan, so why couldn't their eyes see it? Kid, stop spouting nonsense. The elder of the main family could no longer stand by. He had pushed Hiruzen forward precisely to minimize the family's reputational loss. If it were revealed that a main family member had killed someone, the Hyuga clan's hard-earned reputation would surely suffer greatly. They would then become the family's sinners. Thus, under no circumstances must they allow Uchiha Jin to uncover evidence of Hiruzen's crime. Strangely enough, this kid was truly unnerving. How had he discovered it? Since when had the Uchiha clan's investigative methods become so formidable? Just by looking at the corpse, he could identify the real culprit. Was that not too outrageous? Why are you all so anxious? Uchiha Jin sneered. Isn't that a guilty conscience? Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, upon seeing the grandfather and grandson's reactions, quickly grasped the whole situation. The murderer was the elder brother Hiruzen, but the elder had pushed the younger brother Hiruzen out to take the blame. As a branch family member, Hyuga Hizashi understood perfectly what was happening. Though disheartened from the family's perspective, the elder's actions were actually reasonable. The main family represented the face of the Hyuga. If Hiruzen's murder were exposed, it would cause major repercussions. In contrast, Hiruzen's branch family status would be somewhat less damaging. Uchiha Jin, could there be some misunderstanding? Hyuga Hizashi looked at the young man before him, forcing a fawning smile. Since Hiruzen has already confessed. Uchiha Jin gazed at Hyuga Hizashi, blocking his path, a fleeting sorrow flashing in. How pitiful. At these words, the onlookers were baffled, unsure why he would say such a thing. Hyuga Hayashi and the main family elder seemed to realize something, their expressions darkening. Uchiha Jin's next words confirmed their suspicions. As a branch family member, you can consider the greater good from the family's standpoint. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Hyuga Hisashi's pupils contracted sharply, staring at the calm face of the young man, long silent. Hyuga Simo, kneeling on the ground, flickered with hope in his eyes, but soon the gleam faded, replaced by numbness. Once a branch family member, always a branch family member. Ever since he was branded with the caged bird seal at age 3, his life was no longer his own. Not just him, but the entire branch family was the same. Perhaps in your Hyuga eyes, the branch family is meant to protect the main family. Uchiha Jin swept his gaze across the gathered Hyuga clan members, then spoke coldly. But I am not a Hyuga. I do not have to abide by your so-called rules. I, Uchiha Jin, will not wrong an innocent person, nor will I let a guilty one go free. That is my ninja way and the duty of joining the police force. With that, he gestured, and 2 officers produced handcuffs, approaching Hyuga Simo and Hyuga Seigen. Stop! Hyuga Hayashi blocked Hyuga Seigen, his Byakugan scrutinizing the black-haired youth leading the group. So this was the rising star of the Uchiha clan that had recently gained fame. The reckless brat who had refused to show even the Hokage any respect. So this was the rising star of the Uchiha clan that had recently gained fame. The reckless brat who had refused to show even the Hokage. In his view, the Uchiha were already ostracized and suppressed by the village. If this kid continued to enforce the law recklessly, the Uchiha situation in the village would only worsen. Hyuga clan head, are you trying to shield a criminal? Uchiha Jin activated his 3-mo Sharingan, meeting his gaze without flinching. If that is the case, I will arrest you on charges of serious obstruction of law enforcement. At these words, the Hyuga clan members who had been watching could no longer remain silent, stepping forward to block Hayashi. Kid, show some respect when speaking to our clan head. Uchiha Sumijai activated his 3-mo and moved to Jin's side. Although he was a faction advocating peace, harboring a deep dislike for the hawkish and troublesome Uchiha Jin, that did not mean he lacked backbone or would not resist. By now, how could he not see the situation? Hyuga Seigen was the murderer. It was clear from his evasive, panicked eyes. Since the culprit's identity was confirmed, he would not stand idly by while his comrades were bullied. At heart, they were all clan members, just differing in their positions. Jin, go back and tell the clan head that some Hyuga ruffians are attempting to violently resist law enforcement. Have him bring more people to support us. Uchiha Jin instructed Uchiha Jin. Jin, go back and tell the clan head that some Hyuga ruffians are attempting to violently resist law enforcement. Have him bring more people to support us. Uchiha Jin instructed Uchiha Jin. Yes. Just as he was about to leave, Hyuga Hayashi called out to stop him. His expression was extremely sour. If Uchiha Fugaku truly mobilized the entire Uchiha police force, the nature of this incident would change drastically. After all, Hyuga Seigen was very likely the real murderer. If word reached the Hokage, they would be in the wrong. He had originally hoped to use his position as clan head to persuade Uchiha Jin to take Hyuga Simo away and be done with it. But who would have thought the Uchiha were all madmen, giving no face at all? He had merely tried to block for a moment and was already labeled a ruffian resisting law enforcement. He was truly out of options. Uncle. Hyuga Hayashi sighed softly, indicating that he had done his best. If he continued to obstruct, a massive clan conflict would erupt, the largest since the founding of Konoha. No, according to Uchiha Jin's narrative, it would be the Hyuga resisting law enforcement. Though the Uchiha were ostracized and suppressed by the village, the Uchiha police force was essentially backed by the Hokage. If a fight did, though the Uchiha were ostracized and suppressed by the village, the Uchiha police force was essentially backed by the Hokage. If a fight did, then the trouble would be enormous. The main family elder finally understood the clan head's meaning. Though reluctant given the situation, he had no choice but to let the Uchiha take both grandsons away. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Uchiha Jin calmly swept his gaze over the Hyuga's grim faces, ignoring their murderous look. He led the 2 suspects out of the Hyuga compound. The Hyuga clansmen watched the departing Uchiha 6. They felt nothing but deep frustration. Too arrogant, truly. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the Hyuga brothers standing before him and let out a soft sigh. That kid Jin never stops causing trouble. Lord Hokage Uchiha Jin's enforcement actions completely disregard proper procedures. Hyuga Hayashi's face turned pale as he found the Hokage and complained loudly. Uchiha law enforcement should be based on evidence, arrest and interrogate only when evidence is sufficient, not randomly based on intuition. Lord Hokage, I think my brother is right. Hyuga Hisashi chimed in. Arresting people without evidence will cause unrest in the village, and everyone will fear being taken away by the police force for no reason. He tried to persuade the Hokage by suggesting it might unsettle the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe and looked at the 2 meaningfully. Then tell me, did Hyuga Qingxian commit murder? The situation at the entrance of the Hyuga compound, the ANBU monitoring Uchiha Jin had already reported to him. Based on the behavior of the Hyuga clan elder and Hyuga Qingxian himself, the latter was highly likely to be the murderer. The two Hyuga brothers clearly wanted to use him, the Hokage, as a pawn. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi fell silent upon hearing this. Although reluctant to admit Qingxian was indeed the murderer, they truly couldn't understand how that kid had discovered it. Logically, what happened within the Hyuga compound should not have been known to a third party. Even they themselves didn't know. How absurd. Hiruzen Sarutobi gently shook his head. If Hyuga Qingxian is indeed the murderer, I cannot make a decision to punish Uchiha. He couldn't help recalling the passionate words of that young man in the office that day. If Uchiha Jin was truly as he claimed, it would be a good thing for the village. Even though the other party had killed his nephew. Objectively speaking, there was indeed nothing wrong. In fact, Hiruzen initially thought Jin was deliberately targeting him, but now seeing the grim expressions of the Hyuga brothers, he suddenly felt relieved. But he knew these voices were the result of deliberate spread by certain people. In fact, most villagers actually had a favorable opinion of Uchiha Jin. Had in the village but he knew these voices were the result of deliberate spread by certain people. In fact, most villagers actually had a favorable opinion of Uchiha Jin. In less than a week since joining the police force, he had handled many cases without any wrongful convictions. Perhaps that child like Shisui possessed the will of fire. It was just that the way he expressed it might be different. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances, realizing that the Hokage would not punish Jin. The two took their leave and exited the Hokage's office. They had expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to punish the Uchiha, but contrary to their expectations, he had no such intention. He didn't even want to criticize Uchiha Jin for not following procedure. The office door closed. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a few puffs from his pipe, squinting as he looked out the window toward the police force. Shisui, how do you think Jin discovered the murderer? He still couldn't figure this out. It was as if the other could directly see the culprit. Lord Hokage Jin might be exceptionally gifted. Uchiha Shisui emerged from the shadows, bowing slightly in respectful reply. If only he would join the ANBU, but even your persuasion couldn't change his mind. Lord Hokage, I hope you can forgive Jin. Although his enforcement is somewhat unconventional, he genuinely considered. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Shisui, who was kneeling on one knee, a flicker of unknown emotion in his eyes. Then his face formed a kind smile. Of course, as long as Jin's intuition remains accurate, how could I punish him? If possible, I hope you can ask him how he identified the murderer. Understood. By the way, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as if thinking of something, asked casually, how is the Uchiha clan recently? Police force. After interrogation, Hyuga Qingxian confessed to the murder. Uchiha Qingxi watched Jin emerge from the interrogation room, his expression extremely complicated. He admitted that at first he thought the kid was being reckless. This is ridiculous. And what he couldn't understand most was that the clan leader actually issued an arrest warrant. But the results proved that Uchiha Jin really did identify the murderer based on a corpse. In over a decade working in the police force, he had never seen such an incredible thing. Finally understood why the clan leader issued the arrest warrant. This kid simply couldn't be judged by common sense. He admitted that his earlier doubts were a bit too loud. Jin, how did you find the murderer? He really wanted to learn this skill. If he learned it, why would he need to exhaustively search for clues? Directly catch the culprit in one step. Talent, you can't learn it. Earlier, Uchiha Qingxi had stepped forward proactively at the Hyuga compound, which improved Uchiha Jin's impression of him. Therefore, he didn't directly ignore the other's question. Uchiha Qingxi. Inside the interrogation room, Hyuga Qingxian was pale. Even now, he didn't understand how he had been exposed. Clearly, only he, his brother, and the murdered housekeeper were present at the time. Even his grandfather didn't know. What the hell? It couldn't be that the corpse told Uchiha Jin, could it? He wasn't a member of the Yamanaka clan. It should be known that reading the residual memories of the dead is not a secret technique every Yamanaka clan member knows. It belongs to the high-level secret technique, mind detection. Only a few Yamanaka clan members know it. Logically, it shouldn't have been possible to find him, unless someone secretly informed. The more Hyuga Qingxian thought, the more he believed his brother had betrayed him. It was he who secretly told the Uchiha, so they could come directly. Another interrogation room. Hyuga Qingxian has confessed. Uchiha Jin looked at Hyuga Qingma, who sat silently. The two had been classmates. Thank you. Hyuga Qingma looked up, his face full of gratitude. If not for Uchiha Jin, he might have been forced into prison. I said I would not wrong the innocent nor let the guilty go free. Uchiha Jin placed the indictment on the table. Sign it. You are guilty of harboring a criminal. Considering you were coerced, the sentence can be lenient. Uchiha Jin placed the indictment on the table. Sign it. You are guilty of harboring a criminal. Considering you were coerced, the sentence can be lenient. 9 years. Uchiha Jin did not hide the information. Originally, he was to be sentenced to 13 years, but your Hyuga clan gave too much. Plus the victim's family's forgiveness, which reduced Hyuga Qingxian's sentence by 4 years. The Hyuga clan's actions were completely exploiting the loopholes in the village's laws. He had nothing to say about that. Hyuga Chingma nodded, unable to suppress a smile. Uchiha Jin is such a good person. Brother. Uchiha Jin returned home after finishing a day's work. Uchiha Izumi, who was bullying the fat cat in the yard, immediately trotted over to greet him. Boss, you're finally here. The fat cat affectionately rubbed against his calf. Ever since Uchiha Kazuna threatened the cat with castration if it didn't lose weight, it had shed a significant amount of bulk in just a few weeks. Its current figure was just right. No longer as plump as a pig like before. Did anyone bully you at school? Having attended the ninja academy himself, Uchiha Jin understood that Konoha's feng shui was truly problematic. Those troublemakers didn't care who you were when they bullied others. Geniuses were bullied for being too smart, and the weak were bullied for being too. Children from ninja clans were bullied, and civilian children were bullied too. The entire shinobi world was engulfed in a frenzy of bullying. From another perspective, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when ninjas learned they could bully the legendary Uchiha Madara, they didn't hesitate to join the allied shinobi forces and charge into battle. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient, and they were killed by Madara instead. Both he and Shursui were often harassed by weaker students at school. Even after demonstrating their power and driving them away, new challengers kept coming endlessly. Eventually, Uchiha Jin grew tired of it and decided to fight fire with fire. He specifically took Shursui to bully those students who, "What? You were bullying others without inviting me. Then I really have to bully you properly." And so those bullies had a miserable time. During the 2 years Uchiha Jin was at the academy, the Ninja Academy suddenly became harmonious and friendly. No one dared to casually bully others, fearing they would be caught and bullied by the evil Uchiha. He wondered if the school had reverted to its old traditions after he graduated early. "No one bullies me." Uchiha Izumi shook her head, then added as if recalling, "But Uchiha Itachi is often bullied by students from other classes. They throw stones at him." To be honest, it looked a bit pitiful. She couldn't understand why someone as outstanding as Itachi would be targeted by his classmates. As long as you're not being bullied, that's fine. As for Uchiha Itachi, that kid brought it upon himself. Uchiha Izumi blinked in confusion, staring blankly at her. "Brother, you seem to have a big grudge against Itachi." The two were several years apart and normally had no interactions. She couldn't understand why her brother disliked Itachi. Although Itachi was usually taciturn and didn't talk much, apart from that he was fine in every other aspect. He ranked first in all tests and assessments. He was also a genius. "No grudge, I just don't like him." Uchiha Jin rubbed the girl's head until her smooth hair became a mess before letting go. "He was also a genius. No grudge, I just don't like him." Uchiha Jin rubbed the girl's head until her smooth hair became a mess before. Even a certain reed-eyed white-haired guy, no matter how much he hated the Uchiha, would never kill the elderly women and children. That guy was simply an inhuman beast. Of course, Uchiha Obito was no saint either. He would rather the Uchiha be suppressed and killed by Konoha in a coup than be inexplicably slaughtered by that weasel. Truly a genius who possessed the Hokage's mindset at the age of 7. His loyalties had completely shifted to the Hokage, even forgetting his own surname. In some aspects, he was even inferior to Uchiha Obito. After all, in Obito's eyes at that time, the ninja world was inferior to the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. It must be because of his character flaws. That explanation made sense. Time to eat. Uchiha Kazuna called the siblings to dinner, and the fat cat dashed onto the table with lightning speed. "Oh." Uchiha Izumi nodded obediently. Listening to her brother was always right. No wonder Uchiha Itachi was bullied by others. It must be because of his character flaws. That explanation made sense. Time to eat. Uchiha Kazuna called the siblings to dinner, and the fat cat dashed onto the table with lightning speed. Finally, it was time to eat. "Mom, can I have a little more cat food?" Under the threat of losing its testicles, even if it was hungry, it didn't dare to sneak food. Afraid that if it accidentally got fat, it would be taken to be neutered, and then have to be sisters with the female cats. Fine. Uchiha Kazuna eventually added a few dozen extra grams of cat food. The fat cat was speechless. That's barely enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Well, something was better than nothing. Once it slimmed down, it would go meet the female cats in its perfect form. Then if they hit it off, it could have a wonderful connection. And have a litter of kittens, leaving no regrets in its cat life. Eat more. Uchiha Kazuna kept putting meat into the siblings' bowls, her heart and eyes full of her children. "Jean, how's work recently?" At first, she was afraid that her son's tough enforcement would cause dissatisfaction from the clan and the village. But over this period, she was shocked to find that the clan leader not only didn't punish Jean, but actually promoted him. He went from a squad leader directly to a battalion commander with 4 squad leaders under his command. The entire commercial street on the southern side of the village was now under his responsibility. It was truly an incredible treatment. The clan leader was clearly grooming him as a trusted subordinate. Of course, rapid promotion easily attracted criticism, but fortunately Uchiha Jin's strength perfectly compensated for this. Although some clan members felt he was promoted too quickly, his recent enforcement performance and his status as an elite jonin at the age of 11. He even surpassed some of the old-school elite jonin. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. Uchiha Kazuna was proud of her son's excellence, but also he even surpassed some of the old-school elite jonin. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. Uchiha Kazuna was proud of her son's excellence, but also feared that if he made a mistake, people would take advantage of his fall. I feel it's fine, no problems. Village murder cases were ultimately rare. Most of the time, the Uchiha police force was on patrol, maintaining public order. They also mediated various disputes among villagers. It truly was an iron rice bowl, easy work with good pay. Unlike ninjas from other clans, they had to take missions to earn money. To be honest, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, though wary of the Uchiha, was also one of the few people in the village who truly understood them. The measures he implemented were flawless, giving the Uchiha no major faults to pick. It was an unsolvable open strategy of impeccable political maneuvering. In comparison, Sarutobi Hiruzen's handling of the Uchiha was far less effective, coupled with Shimura Danzo's constant instigation. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village's higher-ups only intensified. It finally erupted after the Nine Tails incident, driving some clan members to extreme thoughts. They attempted to change the situation through a coup. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to retire and Minato Namikaze would become Hokage. Then the situation for the Uchiha would improve. At that time, the Hawk faction within the clan would be suppressed by the moderates, leading to a period of. As for whether that stability would last, it depended on whether Minato Namikaze died in the Nine Tails incident, or if he survived, whether his governance would encounter problems. Captain, there have been inexplicable disappearances of genin in the village recently. Uchiha Shin entered the office holding several documents. Uchiha Jin opened the file, which listed 6 missing genin. Moreover, the 6 vanished within less than a week. I suspect it's the work of enemy spies lurking in the village. Uchiha Shin made a bold speculation. During this period of handling cases with Jin, he felt he had made significant progress. Uchiha Jin stared at the missing ninja's files without speaking. If there was any commonality among these individuals aside from being genin, they were also all civilian ninja. Take some people to visit the families of the missing and gather information. He first went to find Uchiha Fugaku with the documents, then proceeded to the Hokage's office to report to the Third Hokage. Such situations in the village required informing the Hokage. At the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, this is the list of missing genin from the past week. Uchiha Jin placed the documents on the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents, his aged face furrowed with concern. Although Konoha had a large population, the simultaneous disappearance of 6 ninja demanded attention. If the cause of their disappearance wasn't found, the same situation might recur. Jin, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his tobacco, took a gentle puff, and looked at the young man standing before him. This kid's efficiency in solving cases was terrifying. He believed Jin would soon find the reason. It's impossible for village ninja to vanish without reason unless someone needs their bodies. Uchiha Jin stared unflinchingly at the old man's clouded eyes. What you say is not without merit. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly at the words, then quickly regained composure. They'll have the Umbu investigate this matter. You continue to monitor for any new disappearances and inform me immediately if there are any. Uchiha Jin frowned. The Hokage wasn't allowing him to investigate, which meant he had already identified the culprit. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess who it was. Currently, the only ones in the village bold enough to do this were Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly knew the identity of the perpetrator, but forbade the Uchiha from investigating, instead assigning the Umbu. This was blatantly shielding the criminal. Uchiha Jin looked at the red health bar above his head, feeling it had deepened in color compared to before. Was this the village's Hokage? It seemed he would need to find a time to purge him. Uchiha Jin turned and left the Hokage's office, then opened the system panel, where a translucent blue screen appeared before him. Host Uchiha Jin, age 11, strength elite, jonin, innate titles, insight, can see the degree of evil above everyone's head, judgment, I can see the sins committed by others, judgment, aura, natural soul suppression against targets with sin marks, death recall, I can see the basic information of the deceased, and the killer, justice value 2400, after a period of law enforcement, his justice value had accumulated to 2400. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched him leave, then turned to the Umbu hidden in the corner. Summon Dan's. Monkey, what do you want from me? He frowned, wondering what the other was up to. Could it be that he was preparing to retire and hand over the position of Hokage? If that were the case, how wonderful. But it turned out he was overthinking. Take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly tossed the list of missing genin from the table. Shimura Danzo reached out to catch it, opened the documents, and furrowed his brow. Although he had indeed done some questionable things for the village, the disappearance of these genin had nothing to do with him. Why should he be blamed for everything? Just as Shimura Danzo was about to explain, he suddenly clamped his mouth shut, as if remembering something. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he had found the culprit, and his attitude grew stern. Danzo, do you realize what you've done? His old friend usually spread negative rumors about the Uchiha in the village, but he never expected him to actually lay hands on their fellow villagers. This behavior had crossed his bottom line. He was the Hokage of the village, and he could not stand by and watch his old friend go astray. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle later. Shimura Danzo remained cold-faced and silent. He probably knew who was behind the Genin disappearances, but he couldn't reveal the other's identity for now. The experiments still required his assistance to continue, so he would have to take the blame for this. I don't want to see a repeat of this situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his old friend with a complex expression, then turned resolute and decisive. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you pay the price. Despite his usual leniency toward Shimura Danzo, he would not tolerate such serious offenses. I understand. Shimura Danzo, seeing him angry, rarely refrained from arguing. Otherwise, he might really provoke him. Then he would again pull out the Hokage identity to suppress him. Anyway, the monkey was about to retire. He just needed to endure a little longer. Once he became Hokage, everything would be fine. He believed that under his governance the village would surely flourish, completely crushing the other countries and unifying the entire ninja world. Shimura Danzo's ambition was vast. Unfortunately, he was not the Hokage and had never had the chance to realize his aspirations. Monkey, when are you planning to retire? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Shimura Danzo's single eye, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the cane. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally understood his friend's thoughts. In truth, he had never considered letting Danzo become Hokage. That guy was too extreme. Moreover, he already had candidates for the Hokage position, Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. He would publicly announce the two candidates and let the villagers. Thus the fourth Hokage would be determined. Wait a little longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, gazing reluctantly at the village outside the window. To be honest, he didn't want to give up the position of third Hokage so soon. The feeling of wielding power was truly intoxicating. No wonder his old friend was so desperate to become Hokage. Shimura Danzo's brow furrowed upon hearing this, and his chest heaved with anger. This guy was giving such an ambiguous answer again. Couldn't he just give a definite time? That way he could prepare for his succession as the fourth Hokage. Danzo, you may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved lightly, but couldn't help adding a warning before he left. Don't forget what I said. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave the office. At least he didn't slam the door this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a smile, then his gaze grew deep as he murmured, Danzo, I hope it really was you who did this. Root base. Danzo Shimura arrived at the specially constructed secret laboratory. At that moment, Orochimaru was engrossed in his research. Upon seeing the visitor, his vertical pupils flickered with surprise. What are you doing here? Humph. Danzo Shimura's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Are the missing people in the village you're doing? In his view, within Konoha village aside from himself, the only one capable of such deeds was the person before him. The experimental materials you provided were insufficient, so I had no choice but to resort to this. Facing the accusation, Orochimaru made no attempt to conceal it, licking his lips with excitement. Fortunately, those people did not die in vain. I have already mastered the knack of the experiment. Danzo's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. Don't do such things in the future, or it will be troublesome if the Uchiha discover it. The deeds of Uchiha Jin during this period were known to all in the village. If Orochimaru were caught with a fault, Hiruzen Sarutobi under public pressure would have no choice but to personally deal with Orochimaru. By then there would be no one to research Hashirama's cells for him. Even if he had to reveal it, it would have to be after the experiment was completed, and then he could conveniently kick Orochimaru out. Oh. Orochimaru showed curiosity and couldn't help asking, are you worried about Uchiha Jin? Although he had been conducting research in the laboratory since the end of the Third Ninja World War, he was still aware of the major events that had recently occurred in the village. One could only say that Uchiha Jin was quite interesting. A special Uchiha. Don't worry, I did it very discreetly, no one will know. Orochimaru was very confident in his methods. Wasn't it just secretly capturing a few genin? He left no trace at all. I will use spies from other villages for materials. You must remember not to capture people on your own anymore. Danzo's voice was icy. Otherwise, I won't take the blame for you next time. Over the years, he had helped the monkey handle many dirty affairs which led to the village suspecting him whenever something bad happened. Even though most of Hiruzen's suspicions were correct, the feeling of occasionally being blamed was really unpleasant. Orochimaru nodded, turned around, and continued his research. Danzo stayed in the laboratory for a while before leaving. He was genuinely interested in Uchiha Jin and planned to personally recruit that youngster. The Uchiha had produced two new generation geniuses. Among them, Uchiha Shursui was recruited into the Umbu, while Uchiha Jin should have belonged to Root. Unfortunately, the other party simply didn't show him any respect, and that monkey fellow even sided with him. As a result, the root ninjas failed to bring Uchiha Jin back last time. The inherently evil Uchiha. Danzo looked at the Hokage rock, featuring Tobirama Senju. Once I become Hokage, I will eliminate this unstable factor. In the past, the Uchiha were merely arrogant and conceited, but now they dared to oppose the high-ranking officials. For instance, Uchiha Jin. He ran rampant in the village under the banner of so-called righteous law enforcement. He showed no respect to the Hokage or the major clans. His attitude was the Uchiha's attitude. If he continued like this, the Uchiha would eventually rebel. Hiruzen was too weak. Such matters could only be entrusted to him. Danzo planned to first use his personal charisma to recruit Uchiha Jin into root. After becoming Hokage, he would then deal with the Uchiha with full force. In the evening at the Uchiha police force, boss finally off duty. The fat cat lay on Uchiha Jin's shoulder looking at the darkening sky outside the window and yawned. It didn't understand why the boss, now promoted, still insisted on handling cases personally every day. Shouldn't he delegate all tasks to his subordinates and then sit in the office drinking tea and reading newspapers? Uchiha Jin nodded and left the police force with the black cat. When he reached the street that was the only way home, Uchiha Jin frowned slightly and instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The surroundings were too quiet, as if someone had deliberately cleared the area. Several pairs of eyes were watching him from the shadows. Boss, I'm going home first, meow. The fat cat, sensing something wrong, immediately jumped off his shoulder. They'll wait for you at home, meow. With that, it scurried away in a flash. Uchiha Jin. This guy was as cowardly as ever. Just as the fat cat was running fast, it accidentally bumped into someone. Ouch, meow. The fat cat covered its swollen nose with its paw and glared up at the person blocking its way. You're not watching where you're going. Before it could finish, it met Danzo's gloomy gaze and was so frightened that it first stood on end. Boss, help. Someone's trying to kill me, meow. The black cat ran back, jumped onto its owner's shoulder, and trembled. That guy's eyes were too scary. He definitely didn't look like a good person. Danzo. He had been waiting for Uchiha Jin to finish work for several hours and finally saw him come out, intending to approach and talk. But this damn cat kept yowling. It was really annoying. Uchiha Jin looked at Danzo under the streetlight, and for the first time a look of shock appeared on his calm face. In his eyes, the health bar above Danzo's head was billowing black smoke. Having enforced the law in the village for so many years, he had thought Hiruzen's deep red health bar was already extreme. He never expected there was an even greater one. So this was the darkness of Konoha. Indeed dark, so dark that it emitted black smoke. He couldn't imagine how many justice points he would gain if he killed this guy. 500. Definitely not. At least several thousand. Danzo saw the look in Uchiha Jin's eyes, and a flicker of satisfaction appeared in his own. It seemed this kid was intimidated by his appearance. Are you Uchiha Jin? He looked at the young man opposite, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are you interested in— Even if it failed, it didn't matter. Getting information from Uchiha Shursui would be the same. If he had to say why, it was simply unwillingness. Why could the monkey recruit Uchiha Shursui while he couldn't recruit Uchiha Jin? If the Hokage failed to recruit him, but he succeeded, wouldn't that prove he had more charisma than Hiruzen Sarutobi? Then he could become Hokage with even more legitimacy. Not interested. Uchiha Jin averted his eyes, no longer looking at the black smoking health bar above his head. He was afraid he might lose control and kill the man. Although Danzo was wrapped in bandages, he had once served as a guard for the second Hokage. His strength was not to be underestimated. With the root ninjas lurking around, if it came to a fight, he would barely be able to win. Moreover, now was not the time to strike at the shadow of the pot. Seeing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. What if I insist on you joining? This kid had rejected his invitation twice in a row, showing no respect at all. Truly the inherently evil Uchiha. As his words fell, the root ninjas hidden in the shadows emerged and surrounded Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin activated his 3-Demo Sharingan, looking directly at Danzo without any evasion. You can try. You spurn the wine only to drink the penalty. A cold gleam flashed in Jitsuin Tuanzang's eyes. Indeed, the Yuzhibo were all unstable elements, unwilling to accept the village's high-level recruitment. Such a clan would inevitably rebel sooner or later. Once he successfully became Hokage, he must annihilate them with lightning-like force. 4 root ninjas were all jonin belonging to the elite squad of root. In fact, few people in the village knew of the root ninjas. Even if someone accidentally saw them, they would only be mistaken for ANBU. After all, their existence was to take over the dirty work that ANBU couldn't do. Of course, whether there was Jitsuin Tuanzang's private intention to raise a personal army was unknown. Take him down. With Jitsuin Tuanzang's order, the 4 root ninjas attacked simultaneously. Since legitimate means couldn't recruit him, they would resort to unconventional methods to suppress him. If that failed, they would kill him. The Yuzhibo had too many geniuses, making them difficult to control. Over time, they posed a great threat to the village. Although this carried great risk, it was all for the village's safety. Uchiha Jin's behavior clearly indicated he wanted to place himself above the village. As the future Hokage, he naturally had to nip the danger in the bud. "Tisk you old dog, you really act without considering the consequences." Uchiha Jin's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. He had originally not wanted to make a move against Hiruzen Sarutobi so soon. After all, the other party was a high-ranking official of the village, and moreover Yuan, Fei Rizen's good friend. If he killed him, without regard for consequences, he would certainly find it difficult to remain in the village. But now things were different. It was this guy who made the first move. Swish! A kunai gleaming coldly shot toward his chest at incredible speed. Uchiha Jin sidestepped, grabbed the opponent's wrist, and twisted it forcefully. The root ninja, in pain, dropped the kunai. The kunai, still in the air without falling, was caught by him and slashed across the opponent's neck in a backhand motion. The root ninja clutched his throat, staggering backward as blood sprayed from the wound, unstoppable. In just a few breaths, the opponent fell to the ground, his neck twisted motionless. The three remaining root ninjas instinctively looked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Their orders were to capture Uchiha Jin, but the situation where he killed without mercy was tricky. After all, killing someone and subduing them were two different levels of difficulty. Bastard! Hiruzen Sarutobi clearly hadn't expected Uchiha Jin to dare kill his men. Kill him. There was no longer any need to recruit this brat. At such a young age, he was so decisive and ruthless, showing no regard for the village. If he grew up and gained the support of the Uchiha, wouldn't he incite the clan to rebel? Only by using lightning-like means to suppress and kill him could the problem be solved once and for all. The three root ninjas, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and charged from different angles, kunai in hand. Ants. Uchiha Jin used the illusion technique of the Sharingan to control the nearest root ninja, then grabbed his neck and used the opponent's body to block the attack of another root ninja. The root ninja watched the kunai sink into his comrade's body. His face beneath the mask remained expressionless. A comrade's death didn't matter, as long as he could complete Lord Tuanzang's orders. He pulled out the kunai and slashed at Uchiha Jin's neck, but the latter sidestepped and then used the corpse to slam into him, blocking the attack. Taking advantage of the moment when the root ninja kicked the corpse away, Uchiha Jin used the body flicker technique to appear behind him, drew the tachi from his waist, and pierced through his chest from behind. In just a few tens of seconds, two root ninjas were killed. Only the last root ninja and Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose face was ashen, remained. Useless. He really hadn't expected that the elites he had trained would be killed in such a short time. If he had known, he should have brought his trusted subordinates. Damn it. He had truly underestimated Uchiha Jin's strength. If he could do it again, he would definitely bring more people. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was feeling regret, Uchiha Jin had already killed the last root ninja. He shook the blood off his blade and looked coldly at the old man under the streetlight. "Now it's your turn. Kid, do you know that attacking a high-ranking official of the village is equivalent to treason?" Hiruzen Sarutobi asked coldly, his face dark. He was the Hokage advisor of Konoha, the founder of the Root organization, the future fourth Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Today he was actually being pointed at by a sword from a Uchiha brat. This was an utter humiliation. Uchiha Jin's name had already appeared on his kill list. No wonder this brat was unwilling to accept the recruitment of the Hokage and himself. His ambition was far greater than that. Although Jin and Jishui were both Uchiha geniuses, their ideologies were worlds apart. If Uchiha Jishui was a loyal dog, then Uchiha Jin was a madman who didn't care about power. His mind was full of that so-called justice. Such a guy acted recklessly without considering consequences. It could be said that he was much more dangerous than the Uchiha who attempted a coup. He really couldn't understand what that monkey was up to. Why did he let this brat run wild? Village high-ranking officials. Uchiha Jin tilted his head, his face unabashedly contemptuous. "When you ordered people to attack me, you didn't mention being a high-ranking official. Now that your dogs have been killed by me, you suddenly remember your status as a high-ranking official." Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, his face dark. This level of verbal attack had no effect on him. A man who achieves great things does not bother with trifles. As long as his goal was achieved, what did a few insults matter? No wonder you're just a Hokage advisor at your age. Seeing his shameless demeanor, Uchiha Jin planned to attack his weakest point with words. "In my view, with your dark personality, you'd better stick to your root fantasies. The position of village Hokage has nothing to do with you. Bastard." If earlier he could remain calm in the face of ridicule, now his entire face was as red as a pig's head. Becoming Hokage had been his dream since childhood. The scene where he missed becoming Hokage due to a moment of hesitation was still vivid in his mind. Every time he thought of it, he was filled with regret. It had become a lifelong pain. Yet the inherently evil Uchiha brat was rubbing salt into his wounds, saying damnable words like the position of village Hokage has nothing to do with you. He deserved to die. What do you know? I will soon be the fourth Hokage. Jitsuin Tuanzang retorted, his face flushed. He believed that after that guy Yuan Fei Risen retired, it was only natural for him, with his seniority and status, to become Hokage. Give it up, you're dreaming again. Uchiha Jin ruthlessly interrupted his vision of the future. If a guy like you who has done all kinds of evil becomes Hokage, then Konoha might as well go to hell. You. Jitsuin Tuanzang was so angry his body trembled, pointing at him, his blood surging, unable to speak for a long time. He'll say this: if you can become the fourth Hokage, he'll chop off my head and let you kick it as a ball. Uchiha Jin continued his relentless verbal assault. In the past, when he bullied those who bullied others at the Ninja Academy, it also required verbal attacks. Attacking both physically and mentally. That was truly satisfying bullying. Shimura Danzo hadn't been this angry in a long time. He felt his lungs were about to explode. Even when he had ideological disputes with the monkey in the past, and was ultimately suppressed by the monkey, using his status as Hokage, he hadn't been this angry. Bastard, you're such a bastard. Lord Tobarama was right, the Uchiha are truly an inherently evil clan. Tisk tisk, look at you getting all worked up. Uchiha Jin looked at his expression, couldn't help smacking his lips, and a smirk of mockery spread across his face. Your face is as red as a monkey's, but ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Sometimes lies don't hurt, it's the truth that cuts like a knife. Bastard. Shimura Danzo, completely shattered by the faceta-face mockery, began forming hand seals to unleash a wind release technique to kill this guy. Although he hadn't set foot on the battlefield for many years, his strength remained at the peak of elite jonin. With his powerful wind release ninjutsu, he still had a high chance of winning. If he had brought more people, the probability of killing the opponent would have been even greater. Aren't you going to come out? Uchiha Jin ignored the furious Shimura Danzo, who was ready to attack, instead retracting his smile and looking toward the corner. You've been watching for a while. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo instinctively looked around. His perception wasn't as strong as Jin's, so he hadn't noticed anything unusual at first. Only after hearing the other's words did he realize that several more people had appeared in the area. His expression instantly darkened. He didn't need to think to know they were sent by the monkey. Doesn't that mean that the incident where he was mocked faceta-face by that Uchiha brat was witnessed by others? If this got back to the monkey, a fleeting murderous intent flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. He really wanted to kill everyone who knew about it. Hekine perception. A hoarse voice sounded from the darkness as a pale-skinned man with long hair draping over his cheeks emerged from the shadows. His golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, his tongue licked the corner of his mouth, and a chilling, eerie laughter echoed through the empty street. The newcomer was none other than Orochimaru, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Behind him followed several ANBU with animal masks on their faces. Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow at the red health bar above Orochimaru's head. He could see the crimes the other had committed recently. Conducted inhumane human experiments using the bodies of 6 Konoha. Incidentally, the color of his health bar wasn't as deep as Sarutobi Hiruzen's. How ironic. Jinkuin, it's been a long time. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru served as a battlefield commander. The outstanding performances of Jin and Shursui on the battlefield were reported by him. The two had briefly interacted. So it's Orochimaru. Uchiha Jin's 3-Demo Sharingan locked onto those golden vertical pupils, and he pointed his Tachi directly at Shimura Danzo. Are you here to stop me from resisting? With his powerful spiritual energy, he had already sensed their arrival. When he killed the first root ninja, Orochimaru had already appeared on the street with the ANBU. This was also why he didn't directly attack Shimura Danzo, but instead provoked him with words. After all, that guy was a high-ranking official of the village. If he made a move, those ANBU would surely intervene to bias the situation. Since he couldn't kill Danzo, he might as well disgust him. Jinkuin attacking a high-ranking official of the village is not a wise choice, Orochimaru said with a half-smile. Although he understood that Shimura Danzo had started the trouble, this situation was not something he could decide. It needed to be left to the teacher to handle. Well, as the captain of the Uchiha military police force, am I supposed to swallow my anger when a high-ranking official of the village tries to assassinate me? Uchiha Jin sheathed his sword, looked at the waning moon in the sky with a melancholic expression. The sky of Konoha has finally turned dark. Uchiha Jin sheathed his sword, looked at the waning moon in the sky with a melancholic expression. The sky of Konoha has finally turned dark. Yes. Orochimaru. He had never realized before that this kid was so good at labeling others. With just a few words, he had painted himself as a victim with no way to resist. Although the kid really was a victim, it didn't seem like he had no means to resist. When he first arrived, he had sensed Jin's intense killing intent toward Danzo. After sensing their arrival, that killing intent gradually faded. In other words, if they hadn't shown up, this kid really would have dared to kill Danzo. Orochimaru, are you really going to be an accomplice to evil? Uchiha Jin pointed at Orochimaru, looking deeply grieved. It seems you lot are all in cahoots. I, the dignified captain of the military police force, am being bullied like this. Bastard, shut your mouth. Shimura Danzo, already furious, completely exploded upon hearing these words. Not only had the 4 elites he trained been killed, but he had also been verbally mocked by the other. In the end, it was all his fault. That inherently evil Uchiha brat was best at turning things upside down. His original intention was merely to recruit the other, if only this kid hadn't been so ungrateful. How could the subsequent events have occurred? Now it seemed he was the real victim. You old dog, you keep calling me bastard, what the hell are you shouting? Uchiha Jin pointed at Shimura Danzo's nose and cursed. He'll say it again, if you ever become the 4th Hokage, he'll chop my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Since there was no chance to kill Danzo, and Orochimaru and the Yanbu would intervene unfairly, he might as well launch another fierce verbal attack. This could also vent his pent-up frustration. He hadn't cursed anyone in a long time, and it felt so good. With that ugly face of yours, your body wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and you still dream of becoming Hokage. Uchiha Jin continued his relentless assault. You've got me laughing here. Orochimaru, tell me, with an image like his, can he ever become Hokage? Orochimaru. He subconsciously glanced at Danzo, whose mouth was twisted with rage, while maintaining an awkward but polite smile. Some words were not to be responded to. In fact, everyone knew that Shimura Danzo harbored the ambition to become Hokage. This situation was common in the village. Many people dreamed of becoming Hokage. As for the probability of realization, it need not be elaborated upon. Becoming Hokage wasn't something you could just will into being. Yet Uchiha Jin had directly brought it into the open, not only mocking Shimura Danzo for dreaming, but also attacking his appearance. He had imagined all sorts of reactions from this kid, but he never expected the other to curse like a fishwife. And crucially, this tactic was extremely effective against Shimura Danzo. He was truly out of options. In his impression, Uchiha clan members were not like this. This kid was truly unusual. No wonder the teacher often mentioned him. Shimura Danzo's body trembled with rage, wanting to recklessly charge forward and tear apart that foul-mouthed bastard's mouth. His lifelong dream had been publicly flogged and humiliated. His chest felt tight, and he could barely breathe. Why are you trembling, you motherfucker? Uchiha Jin watched his trembling body and continued to spew insults. It must be said, watching Shimura Danzo hopping mad was really satisfying. The vocabulary of the native ninja world residents couldn't compare with his, an outsider from Zwan. It was purely a dimensional reduction attack. Puffed. Shimura Danzo, overwhelmed by fury, directly spat blood. Orochimaru. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo, who was being supported by ANBU members, with a peculiar expression. Upon learning of Danzo's clandestine actions, he had immediately dispatched ANBU to intervene. Unexpectedly, Danzo was still severely wounded by Uchiha Jin. It seemed this young man was far stronger than he had imagined. After all, Shimura Danzo was an elite jonin, especially proficient in immensely powerful wind release techniques. Unexpectedly, Danzo was still severely wounded by Uchiha Jin. It seemed this young man was far stronger than he had imagined. After all, Shimura Danzo was an elite jonin, especially proficient. Monkey. Shimura Danzo gasped heavily, blood still at the corner of his mouth, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. That bastard was truly infuriating. Monkey. Shimura Danzo gasped heavily, blood still at the corner of his mouth, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. That bastard was truly infuriating. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Uchiha Jin, a look of displeasure forming on his face. Although Danzo was at fault first, this matter should have been handled by him, the Hokage. It was not for the other party to take matters into his own hands and gravely wound a village advisor. This young man was becoming increasingly reckless. Previously, when Uchiha Jin handled cases, he could find no fault, and thus said nothing. Now he had finally caught an opportunity. He must give him a proper reprimand, lest he no longer regard him with due respect. I didn't lay a hand on. Uchiha Jin spread his hands calmly, meeting the Hokage's gaze. On my way home from work, a few men disguised as ANBU tried to assassinate me. I simply disposed of them in passing. He pointed at the silent Orochimaru. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, instinctively looking at his disciple. He simply couldn't understand. If Jin hadn't struck, then why was Danzo in this state? Orochimaru, now called upon, showed a trace of helplessness. In truth, he had no desire to be involved in this matter. If only he had known, he would not have followed Danzo out. Wouldn't it have been better to stay in the lab researching Hashirama's cells? Teacher Jinkoin indeed did not lay a hand on advisor Danzo. Orochimaru glanced at the livid Shimura Danzo and succinctly explained what had happened. He focused on the process of how Danzo was so enraged that he vomited blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen. No wonder Danzo was so furious. Jin had simply rubbed salt into the wound. At the same time, he was shocked. He had not expected Uchiha Jin to see through his thoughts. Of course, he would never allow Danzo to become Hokage. For someone so young to possess the mindset of a Hokage, truly a genius recognized by the Uchiha clan. It seemed he truly possessed the will of fire, albeit expressed in an extreme manner. Shimura Danzo, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoke, felt a sharp pain in his heart. Though reluctant to admit it, that young man seemed to be right. The monkey's behavior clearly indicated that he did not support him becoming the fourth Hokage. What nonsense! Both were disciples of teacher Tobirama. Why could the monkey become Hokage while he remained merely an advisor? Was it because he hadn't been brave enough to step forward back then? No matter what, the position of the fourth Hokage must be his. Only by becoming Hokage could he realize his ambitions, eliminate the Uchiha, to maintain village stability, then implement sweeping reforms, and finally defeat other nations to unify the ninja world. That was what a true Hokage should do. Not like the monkey who cowered and clung to safety. Third Hokage. Uchiha Jin stared at him coldly, demanding, "Advisor Shimura Danzo sent men to assassinate me. How do you intend to handle this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave. Danzo's actions were indeed extremely malicious. If news got out that a high-ranking official had attempted to kill a fellow villager, it would cause great turmoil. He had to resolve this properly, or the situation would spiral out of control. Danzo was always causing trouble for him. What was he thinking, provoking Uchiha Jin? And if he was going to kill someone, why didn't he bring more men? Now he had been caught red-handed. Uchiha Jin was a genius of the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha found out, there would surely be an explosion. It might even escalate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. He was about to retire and really didn't want any more complications. Seeing his silence, Uchiha Jin spoke again. Shimura Danzo, premeditated murder of a public official of the Uchiha police force, abuse of power, illegal establishment of armed forces, unauthorized deployment of private troops, sabotage of village stability, and incitement of clan conflict. According to the laws established by the second Hokage, premeditated murder of a jonin in service, abuse of military and political authority, and endangering village peace warrant immediate removal of all positions, dissolution of the entire root organization, re-examination of all root members by ANBU, multiple charges, public trial, and execution. Shimura Danzo. He widened his one eye in disbelief, his face full of shock and incredulity. He couldn't fathom how this young man had memorized so many village laws. He had only sent men to teach him a lesson. Not only were all his subordinates killed, but he himself was so enraged that he coughed up blood and could barely breathe. And now this. The other party wanted the monkey to have him killed. What nonsense! Had he really committed so many crimes? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes glinted, and he unconsciously licked his lips, then looked at his frowning teacher. Things were getting more interesting. He had never expected Uchiha Jin to invoke the village's laws. In the world of shinobi, most didn't care about the law. As long as things didn't go too far, they would turn a blind eye. After all, might makes right. Yet this young man had directly listed a stack of charges, clearly intending to put Danzo to death. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a long silence. Naturally, he couldn't follow Uchiha Jin's words and bring Shimura Danzo to justice according to the law. After all, Danzo was a friend he had known since childhood. He couldn't really have him killed. Jin, the situation isn't as serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a soothing smile. Advisor Danzo's original intention was to recruit you into root. Your later argument led to the current. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. It seemed the teacher was determined to protect Shimura Danzo. Even with things having escalated to this point, he still sided with Danzo. Was he not afraid of alienating the Uchiha? The teacher was no longer the spirited hero of the shinobi he once was. Retiring early would be the wise choice, otherwise he would be criticized in the future. The village was in dire need of new leadership. Hearing these words that clearly favored Danzo, Uchiha Jin laughed coldly. Hokage, are you saying that I am also at fault? You were not wrong to act in self-defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head gently, then spoke earnestly. I'm just saying that you both acted too impulsively. If you had talked properly, the argument wouldn't have happened. TCH, you're the Hokage, so you're right. Uchiha Jin couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After all, the other was the exalted Hokage, and he was just an Uchiha ostracized by the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze for a moment, then he said affably, "Of course, Advisor Danzo was at fault first. I will definitely handle this properly and give you a satisfactory answer. Then I'll await your answer. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Uchiha Jin waved his hand and turned to leave the office. "Teacher will be going too." Orochimaru followed behind him and closed the office door on his way out. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the closed door, the smile on his face fading. He turned to his friend in disappointment. "Danzo, what have you done? Who told you to attack Uchiha Jin?" He had never imagined Danzo could be so lawless. He even dared to assassinate Uchiha Jin within the village. If this were mishandled, the reputation of the high-ranking officials would be ruined. That Uchiha brat is uncontrollable. If left unchecked, he will become a disaster. Better to nip him in the bud. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth at the thought of Jin's words. "Monkey, everything I do is for the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his forehead at his friend's stubbornness. "I'm so powerful, you could have let me kill him. Now not only did you fail to kill him, but you've also blown the matter out of proportion. You're really causing trouble for yourself. From today onward you are no longer a Hokage advisor. Don't come to the office often unless necessary. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Monkey, do you know what you're doing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and explained softly, "Your actions were indeed very malicious. I have to give the Uchiha an explanation. Monkey, you will regret this." Shimura Danzo's face darkened. That bastard was actually weakening his power at a time like this. How infuriating. Danzo, put away your petty schemes. I don't want any more complications. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Konoha, his voice filled with helplessness and exhaustion. "I'm about to retire." Shimura Danzo's expression returned to normal. "Let the power be cut. When the monkey retires and he becomes the fourth Hokage, everything will be fine." In front of the Hokage building, Jinkuin, who do you think has a chance to become the fourth Hokage? Deshiwan did not hurry to leave. Instead, he followed beside Jin and asked. He thought the words of Yuzhibo Jin evaluating whether Jituan Song could become Hokage were very interesting. He wanted to ask his opinion. "What?" Yuzhibo Jin turned his head to look at Deshiwan. "Do you want to become Hokage?" Upon hearing this, Deshiwan's eyes flickered and he unconsciously licked his lips. "Hokage, huh? Maybe." In the past, he had a normal temperament, his talent overwhelming his peers, and he had the desire to prove himself and protect the village. At this moment, he believed that the Hokage's protection only addressed symptoms, not the root cause, and peace could never last long. His mentality gradually became distorted. Of course, becoming the fourth, at this moment he believed that the Hokage's protection only addressed symptoms, not the root cause, and peace could never last long. His mentality gradually became distorted. Of course, becoming the fourth Hokage would also be nice. That way he could use the authority of the Hokage to openly study forbidden techniques. Then I think you have a good chance. Yuzhibo Jin said truthfully, if not for the time incident exploding, the third Hokage would probably favor you more. Deshiwan met the eyes of the black-haired youth. Stared at by those black pupils, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if the little secrets hidden on him had been discovered. Fortunately, that feeling soon disappeared, and his tense body unconsciously relaxed. You'll take your good words. Deshiwan responded with a laugh, his voice somewhat hoarse. This Yuzhibo brat is very interesting, actually able to make him feel fear. Then who do you think besides me has a chance to become Hokage? Instead of asking me, you might as well ask the third Hokage. Yuzhibo Jin became angry just thinking about the scene of Yuanfei Rizen's favoritism. If not for the situation at the time not allowing it, he would have killed Jituan Song first and reported later. Who would have thought the Umbu would appear then? What a pity. It seems that he cannot kill the old dog Jituan Song in the short term. Deshiwan looked at Jin's ugly expression and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Teacher Yuanfei is old. The village needs a new leader, otherwise the current situation cannot be changed. Of course, he was well aware of the village high-level suppression and exclusion of the Yuzhibo clan. To change this situation, they could only replace the Hokage with one who does not exclude the Yuzhibo. To be honest, he quite liked this kid Jin. If he himself could become Hokage, he wouldn't mind recruiting him. However, judging by his attitude towards Root today, he would most likely not accept his recruitment. Geniuses often have eccentric temperaments. Jinkuin, you can come to my place for tea when you're free if I'm home. Deshiwan finished with a smile, and they parted at the intersection. Yuzhibo Jin watched his departing back, then withdrew his gaze and returned to the clan grounds. Compared to Bofeng Shui Min, Shiwan's personality was too disadvantageous. If Shui Min was a little son, then he was a cold and sinister snake. Such a personality would find it difficult to gain the support of the villagers and ninjas. After all, from the perspective of the ninja clans, they would naturally prefer someone with Shui Min's personality to become Hokage rather than Deshiwan. That is to say, even without the incident of the experiments being discovered, he would still find it difficult to compete with Bofeng Shui Min. Yuzhibo clan grounds, clan leader's residence. Yuzhibo, you opened the courtyard gate and saw Yuzhibo Jin at the entrance. A flicker of surprise passed through his calm eyes. You and Ji Shui had a very good relationship, and Ji Shui and you also had a good relationship. The two had known each other before. The only thing that puzzled Ji Shui and you was that Jin for some reason had a very poor attitude towards you. Especially when mentioning the village and the will of fire, he did not hide the disgust in his eyes, and even released traces of killing intent. Since that incident, Ji Shui never brought you along when spending time with Jin. Although they were both members of the Yuzhibo clan, the two had not seen each other for a long time. Where is your biological father? Yuzhibo Jin looked down at Yuzhibo You, his voice inexplicably carrying a hint of mockery. Yuzhibo You tilted his head in confusion. In fact, he really didn't understand why Jin called his father biological father. At home, saying that he actively moved aside to invite Jin into the courtyard. Who is it? Yuzhibo Meichin came to the courtyard, and seeing the visitor, she couldn't help but pause, then a smile appeared on her face. "It's Jin." Yuzhibo Jin smiled and nodded. "I'm sorry to intrude. I have some business with the clan leader. He's in the study." Yuzhibo Meichin warmly walked ahead to lead the way. Yuzhibo Yu hesitated for a moment and then followed. He was very curious about what Jin wanted to say to his father. Inside the study, Yuzhibo Fuyue was reading a book. When he saw his wife push the door open and Yuzhibo Jin behind her, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Jin, you have something to see me about." Come to think of it, this kid seemed to be visiting the house for the first time. Yuzhibo Jin nodded. "You two talk slowly, you'll head back first." Yuzhibo Meichin turned and left and saw her son at the door. She smiled and said nothing. Although he was only 5 years old, he had never caused them any worry since he was young. Yuzhibo Fuyue also noticed Yu at the door and said sternly with a straight face, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Yuzhibo Yu obediently entered the study. The three knelt on the cushions and Yu consciously poured tea into the cups of the two. Yuzhibo Jin glanced at the black tea in the cup with no intention of drinking and looked at Yuzhibo Fuyue as he spoke. "I was assassinated by Jituan-sang on my way home from work." He told the other party the situation in detail and did not conceal the fact that Yuanfei Risen deliberately took sides. "Bastard." Yuzhibo Fuyue angrily slammed the table. "Does the village really think we Yuzhibo are easy to bully?" Yuanfei Risen's actions clearly showed no regard for the Yuzhibo. "Bastard." Yuzhibo Fuyue angrily slammed the table. "Does the village really think we Yuzhibo are easy to bully?" Yuanfei Risen's actions clearly showed no regard for the Yuzhibo. Constant tolerance will only make the other side more aggressive. Upon hearing this, Yuzhibo Yu frowned. In his view, Jituan-sang was indeed at fault first, but the Hokages-sama had already indicated that he would deal with it seriously. If father goes to the office to make a scene, the village high-level will think that the clan doesn't respect them at all, and then the clan's situation in the village will become worse and worse. Some things need to be considered from a long-term perspective. "Yo, why are you frowning so tightly? It seems you are thinking about the overall situation of the village. Clan leader, you really have a good son, able to view the relationship between the clan and the village with equality and rationality." "Yuzhibo Yu, are you okay? Although I know you dislike me, I haven't done anything, have I?" This kind of thing was not something he could intervene in. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why does he always act like a mad dog biting at him every time he sees him? Pity that your stance is crooked, just like Ji Shui, who doesn't know his own name. Yuzhibo Jin stood up, clapped his hands, and couldn't help muttering before leaving. "No wonder you two can get along." Yuzhibo Fuyue watched his departing back, was silent for a moment, then looked at his son. "Did you provoke him?" Yuzhibo Yu. Yuzhibo clan territory. The streets were empty at night. Yuzhibo Jin had just left the clan leader's mansion when he saw Ji Shui wearing umbu attire under the street lamp at the corner. It seemed he had been waiting here for a long time. Yuzhibo Ji Shui removed his mask, revealing an awkward smile. "Jin?" "What?" Yuzhibo Jin curled his lips, not hiding the sarcasm in his tone. "We the Uchiha are the most upright, the most imbued with the will of fire, the most loyal to the village and the higher-ups. You the rare and Busama in the clan who can transcend clan views and think rationally. What business do you have with me?" Yuzhibo Ji Shui. He didn't understand. During their ninja academy days, Jin had been on good terms with him. But after that incident, the two became familiar, especially when he wore umbu attire. Jin would always criticize him with sarcastic remarks. Which part had gone wrong? Ji Shui didn't think it was his own fault. He could only attribute it to his close friend being too extreme. He believed that as long as he persisted in persuading, he could eventually change the other's views. The clan and the village are equally important, neither can be lacking. Shimura Danzo tried to recruit me into route tonight. When recruitment failed, he intended to kill me. Yuzhibo Jin's smile faded. He stared coldly at the youth half a head shorter than him. With such a high-ranking official in Konoha, do you still believe the clan and the village can coexist peacefully? Yuzhibo Zishui's expression was complicated. He had been present at the scene tonight, following behind Orochimaru. He had witnessed what happened at the scene and in the office. He never expected Shimura Danzo to go so far as to attempt to kill a comrade of the village in such a manner. Especially the Hokages-sama's deliberate favoritism towards advisor Danzo briefly shook the faith he had always upheld. Fortunately, the Hokages-sama did not evade the issue. He severely punished Shimura Danzo and stripped him of his advisor position. The slightly shaken faith was reaffirmed. The Hokages-sama must have had his own considerations. Killing a high-ranking village official would certainly cause great repercussions. Moreover, Jin suffered no actual harm in this incident. There was no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. After all, the other party was a village high-ranking official. If it reached a point of no return, it would not be good for the clan or the village. This was his own interpretation of the Hokage's actions. Although advisor Danzo did something bad to you, the Hokages-sama has already punished him. Yuzhibo Jishui then took out from his pocket the punishment result issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen against Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jin looked at the content, his expression unchanged. Strip Shimura Danzo of his position as Hokage advisor, apologize and compensate the involved party Uchiha Jin, and confine him to his residence for 30. Shimura Danzo's actions do not represent the village's higher-ups. The village has more than one Hokage advisor, and now he is no longer. Uchiha Jishui, seeing him silent, couldn't help but patiently persuade. Jin, you can't form a bad impression of the entire village higher-ups just because of one person, Shimura Danzo. In his view, if the clan members shared Jin's negative perception of the higher-ups, the situation would only worsen over time. The Uchiha needed to try to understand the higher-ups and the Hokage's decisions. And if the higher-ups saw the clans change, they would stop adopting suppressive policies. Both sides needed mutual understanding and could not only focus on their own interests. Appropriate compromise was the most correct choice. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Jin watched his impassioned speech and couldn't help but applaud in praise. As expected of a Uchiha who can join the Umbu. This level of ideological enlightenment is worth learning for a lifetime. He wondered why he had never noticed how incredible this kid Jishui was. What the hell? You can't form a bad impression of the entire village higher-ups just because of Danzo. He had been holding back, but after hearing this divine-level statement, he completely lost it. The charges I listed against Shimura Danzo are not made up. Uchiha Jin's voice was icy. The third Hokage's attitude was clear at that time. He wanted to protect Shimura Danzo. Isn't that obviously taking sides? Uchiha Jishui opened his mouth, wanting to explain the reason for the Hokage's actions. But before he could speak, Jin's impatient voice sounded, "How can you say such a foolish statement? In my opinion, fools are the least deserving of sympathy." He casually threw the document with the punishment result for Shimura Danzo onto the ground. The death penalty was changed to a trivial stripping of advisor status, an apology, compensation, and a 1-month confinement. He looked at Zishui's hesitant expression, his eyes filled with disappointment and frustration at his unwillingness to fight. Ignorant people always cling to unrealistic fantasies. When the blade falls on you one day, you'll understand how foolish your current persistence is. Uchiha Jin walked past him, then suddenly stopped and turned his back to him. We are not on the same path. You can find Uchiha Itachi as your like-minded partner. Traitors of the clan sitting at a table with dogs would be an insult to dogs. Uchiha Jishui stared blankly at his close friends, gradually receding back. Jin. He suddenly realized that it might be really difficult to change Jin, or to change the clan's negative impression of the village higher-ups. Although the Uchiha Peace faction was willing to compromise, it didn't mean they could tolerate indefinitely. Added to that was the Hawk faction's dissatisfaction with the higher-ups. If they couldn't completely change their views, the higher-ups would only think they were unruly. Then they would certainly continue to target and suppress them, creating a vicious cycle, until the conflict between the clan and the village erupted completely. Therefore, he had to change the views of most clan members, making them realize that as long as they made changes, the higher-ups would not target them without reason. And Uchiha Jin was a genius bearing the same name as him. Recently, his prestige in the clan was very high, especially gaining the admiration of the Hawk faction. As long as he could change his views, the clan's situation would improve. All along, he had been persuading the other not to hold such strong opinions. Unfortunately, neither could convince the other. Especially after tonight's events, Jishui understood that Jin's resentment towards the higher-ups would. Jin, I will change the relationship between the clan and the village in my own way. Trust me. Under the streetlight, the youth's black eyes were replaced by scarlet and 3 Jin, I will change the relationship between the clan and the village in my own way. Trust me. Under the streetlight, the youth's black eyes were replaced by scarlet and 3 black tomo rapidly rotated to form the shape of the Mangekyo. But soon they returned to normal. Uchiha Jishui murmured softly, a flash of sadness in his eyes from being distrusted by his comrade. You really misunderstood. I am not a traitor to the clan. He quickly composed himself and headed to the clan leader's mansion with the verdict for Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku, bearing the Hokage's disciplinary verdict, sought out the elders. The third Hokage shows us absolutely no respect. The hawkish second elder, a man of volatile temper, roared as he slammed his palm against the table in fury. The fourth elder, equally incensed, bristled with rage. In contrast, the pacifist first and third elders remained composed. The Hokage has already stripped Shimura Danzo of his position as Hokage advisor. There is no need to dwell on this matter. Though Danzo had attempted to assassinate Uchiha Jin, that insolent brat had emerged unscathed. According to Shizui's intelligence, Jin had even slain 4 rude operatives and subjected Danzo to verbal humiliation. All in all, the clan had suffered no loss. Sometimes mutual concession benefits everyone. The pacifist faction believed that if the hawkish faction seized this pretext to provoke conflict, the outcome would only enrage Sarutobi Hiruzen and deepen his resentment toward the Uchiha. After all, his nephew's family had just perished, and it was Uchiha Jin who had orchestrated that incident. The third Hokage had already shown great magnanimity by not retaliating against him. They must not push their luck or it will backfire. I agree with the first elder. The fifth and sixth elders of the pacifist faction nodded in assent. The third Hokage is old. He will retire in a few years. There is no need to offend him at this juncture. Uchiha Fugaku, seated in the presiding position, listened to the elders' heated debate. He too found the first elder's reasoning sound. Could they really demand the death penalty for Shimura Danzo, as Uchiha Jin? Danzo was no ordinary figure. He was the Hokage advisor of Konoha. That Jin was a madman who held the village's leadership in utter contempt. The hawkish faction despised the village leadership for their oppression and distrust of the clan, hence their disregard for the Hokage and the advisory council. But Uchiha Jin simply disdained everyone. Judging by his conduct in the police force, he only cared about upholding his own sense of justice. To be honest, if Orochimaru and the Umbu hadn't arrived in time, Uchiha Fugaku feared Jin might have actually killed Danzo. Extreme Uchiha clansmen, upon seeing Jin, felt a sense of inadequacy in their own extremism. The second elder glanced at his unified old allies, then at the pensive clan leader. Finally, he waved his hand and rose to leave. Do as you please. The fourth elder followed suit. Uchiha Jin remained unaware of the clan meeting. At that moment, he was at home instructing Uchiha Izumi in training. A fat cat lounged on the table, squinting as it watched the siblings in the yard. Watching the little tyrant being tormented after a meal was pure bliss. Especially seeing Izumi in such a sorry state, the entire feline felt a surge of delight. Ever since Uchiha Jin joined the police force, he rarely took the cat along. Usually Uchiha Izumi brought it to the ninja academy, subjecting it to the tedium of school life. Never did the cat imagine it would have to attend school. And it couldn't resist, spending all day being cuddled and squeezed. It was a proud feline lord, yet constantly bullied by a little girl. How could it face other cats? Brother, I can't go on. Can we stop here? She was only a 5-year-old girl. How could she possibly match her elite Jonin brother? This so-called daily training was nothing but a one-sided beating. Either getting hit or waiting to be hit. Izumi, don't slack off. Uchiha Jin looked at his panting, pained sister and shook his head gently. His sister's talent was mediocre. Without more rigorous training, she would never achieve Jonin-level strength. Unless a strong emotional shock awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan. Otherwise, she would likely remain a Chunin at best. Faced with this reality, she had to train even harder. But training was painful and not everyone could persevere. In a sense, perseverance was a talent in itself. Uchiha Jin was in fact a doting brother. He couldn't bring himself to be strict with Izumi, always softening at her pleas for mercy. Brother, I'm really tired. Please let me rest, okay? Uchiha Izumi blinked, her big eyes pouting pitifully, her moist eyes brimming with feigned grievance. Uchiha Jin could not bring himself to scold her. Eventually, he watched as Izumi hopping and skipping. Uchiha Jin could not bring himself to scold her. Eventually, he watched as Izumi hopping and skipping carried the fat cat off the table and into her room. Were you laughing at me just now? The cat's shrieks echoed from the room. The commotion only ceased when Uchiha Kazuna's voice rang out, silencing both girl and cat. Uchiha Jin sighed helplessly, murmuring, "He'll need to find her a teacher. Since he couldn't bear to be strict, he would find someone who could." A figure in a green spandex suit flashed through his mind. That afternoon on the stone-paved street of Konoha's shopping district, passers-by stopped to watch. A boy with a bowl cut clad in a green spandex suit was walking on his hands down the street. His legs were straight-up weighted sandbags strapped to his calves' muscles. He walked while roaring upward, his white teeth gleaming, hot tears streaming down his cheeks, utterly oblivious to the stares of the crowd. Once there had been 2 such green spandex suits, one large, one small. After the third great ninja wore, only one remained. 500 laps of hands. If I fail ill, add 2,000 one-fingered push-ups. Burn my youth. Just then the onlookers, as if spotting a monster, averted their eyes and hurried away. The once crowded street parted spontaneously, clearing a wide path. At the far end of the street, a solitary, aloof figure approached slowly. Uchiha Jin walked with a cold, proud expression, bathed in sunlight, a black fat cat perched on his shoulder. The distinct, icy aura of the Uchiha clan radiated from him. The surrounding villagers dared not even breathe, loudly fearful of being arrested for the slightest noise. This was the Uchiha's living demon. In recent days, he had apprehended no fewer than 80 villagers and ninjas. They noticed his gaze fixed on the shouting green spandex youth. Everyone assumed the boy was doomed. In their experience, anyone targeted by Uchiha Jin met a grim fate. Just then Mike Guy, engrossed in his training, sensed the sunlight blocked. He looked up in confusion and saw Uchiha Jin's pale, handsome face. Guy's eyes lit up with excitement. "Benefactor, it's you. Commercial Street, dessert shop. Have some." Uchiha Jin handed the freshly bought 3-colored dumplings to the bowl-cut boy drenched in sweat. "Thank you." Mighty Kai, flattered, took the 2 skewers of dumplings and wolfed them down in a few bites, then gave him a thumbs up, flashing a gleaming white smile. After a morning of training, he was indeed a bit hungry. Eating some sweets replenished his sugar, making afternoon cultivation even better. It seemed he could increase the intensity by just a tiny bit. Boss. The black cat stared intently at the last skewer of dumplings, looking like it was about to drool. Mom said you need to lose weight, so I can only give you one taste. As the name suggests, 3 colored dumplings came in 3 pieces. He had originally planned to enjoy a skewer of dumplings during his break, but he ended up forgetting the fat cat on his shoulder. Reluctantly, he took off one dumpling and tossed it into the black cat's mouth. That chubby cat face instantly showed a satisfied expression with slightly narrowed eyes and a contented purr. This is the life. During this period of dieting, he hadn't had a chance to enjoy delicious food. To this cat now, even a single sweet dumpling was a divine delicacy. A rare treasure indeed. Fearing the fat cat would ask for more, Uchiha Jin stuffed the dumplings into his mouth in 2 bites and casually tossed the skewer into the nearest trash can. Indeed, eating sweets often can lift one's spirits. Benefactor, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. Mighty Kai excitedly grabbed Uchiha Jin's shoulders, his eyes shining with admiration and gratitude. The two first met at the Ninja Academy. Mighty Kai inherited his father Mighty Dai's physique with extremely low chakra reserves and no talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu whatsoever. The entrance exam of Konoha's Ninja Academy tested the 3 basic arts ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. At that time during the war, the admission standard required basic ninjutsu and jinjutsu, which Mighty Kai completely failed to achieve. He didn't pass the exam and was rejected in the first round of results. But encouraged by his father, he never gave up. Day after day, he madly honed his taijutsu, undergoing relentless extreme training year after year. This extraordinary perseverance was noticed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the end, he was exceptionally admitted, allowing Mighty Kai to enter the academy. He thought school life would be wonderful, but reality proved his. As the only student in the school with no talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he naturally became a target of bullying. Coupled with his father Mighty Dai's reputation as the eternal genin, he endured bullying and mockery from his classmates every day. Although Mighty Kai turned a deaf ear to the taunts and persisted in diligently honing his taijutsu, it would be false to say he wasn't hurt by the slander and ridicule. Just when he thought he would be taunted until graduation, that black-haired boy holding a black cat suddenly appeared. Yo, you guys are bullying someone without calling me. Don't you have any respect for me? Uchiha Jin looked at them with a half-smile, then handed the black cat to the bowl-cut boy and cracked his knuckles as he walked toward the bullies. Looks like he'll have to bully you properly. That day, Mighty Kai stood there holding the black cat, watching the black-haired boy easily beat away the bullies. Before he could thank him, the boy left with the black cat. Later, the students who usually liked to mock and bully others suddenly became. After much inquiry, Mighty Kai learned it was that boy's doing. Upon asking his classmate Uchiha Obito, he found out that his benefactor was named Uchiha Jin. His father was a genin, only able to take low-level missions in the village. Thus, his family circumstances were not very good. Mighty Kai wanted to thank Jin in person for his help, so he took an hour after school every day to do odd jobs, aiming to earn money to buy a gift to express his gratitude. Later, the Third Shinobi World War broke out in full, and they as newly graduated students also went to the battlefield. The only regret was that he never saw. Later, the Third Shinobi World War broke out in full, and they as newly graduated students also went to the battlefield. The only regret was that he never saw that black-haired boy on the battlefield. Long time no see. Uchiha Jin smiled, looking at the bowl-cut boy in a tight suit, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This guy's taste was as terrible as ever. He couldn't let his sister wear that kind of clothes, could he? He imagined his usually obedient and cute sister wearing the same green tight suit. The image was simply too beautiful. To be honest, he somewhat didn't want this guy to be Quan's teacher. Of course, this thought was dismissed as soon as it arose. Mighty Kai's perseverance and self-discipline were unquestionable, and having his sister train under him would bring more benefits than drawbacks. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Uchiha Jin stated his request to have him be Quan's teacher. Can I really do it? Mighty Kai, flattered and incredulous, pointed at himself. As a loser with no talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, was he really qualified to teach his benefactor's sister? If he messed up, his benefactor would surely be disappointed. Of course. Uchiha Jin nodded. In my opinion, you are very suitable to be Quan's. Since you don't mind, I certainly want refuse. Mighty Kai excitedly thumped his chest, revealing a mouthful of neat, gleaming white teeth. He'll take on the responsibility without hesitation. He'll train her strictly, letting her bloom with her own blazing youth. Burn youth. Uchiha Jin looked at his Chinibu demeanor, his smile freezing on his face. That girl Quan was only 5 years old, her worldview not yet formed. If she trained with this guy, she wouldn't be led astray, would she? Just imagining Uchiha Quan in a green tight suit shouting youth behind Mighty Tsk. She'd become a weird girl. It shouldn't be right. Benefactor, what did you say? Hearing him mutter, Mighty Kai scratched his head in confusion. Nothing. Uchiha Jin shook his head, dispelling the fantasy in his mind. Benefactor, wait for me, here'll be right back. As if remembering something, Mighty Kai called out and dashed away. About 10 minutes later, he returned panting, holding an exquisite gift box. Benefactor, for you. What is this? Uchiha Jin took the gift box, opened it, and raised an eyebrow at the kunai tied with a bow inside. Are you bribing me? This kid with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who would have thought he was so calculating? He even knew to bribe the captain of the security force. TSK tisk, you can't judge a book by its cover. Mighty Kai. He blinked, scratched his head in bewilderment, and said sheepishly, it's not a bribe, it's a token of gratitude for your help in the past. Please accept it. Uchiha Jin nodded and did not refuse his kindness. So that's why he ran off so fast. He had gone to the ninja tool shop to buy a kunai. But couldn't he have chosen a better gift box? The box and the ribbon on it were. In the afternoon, at the entrance of the ninja academy, the students filed out one by one, and upon catching sight of Uchiha Jin standing at the gate, they instinctively distanced themselves from him. Unprovocable, absolutely unprovocable. Though those students dared to bully geniuses like Uchiha Itachi within the school, it was only because they were peers and classmates. No one was foolish enough to bully an Uchiha who looked clearly formidable. Not everyone possessed an indomitable will that feared nothing. The majority of Konoha village were the type to judge others by their appearance. Brother. Uchiha Izumi, seeing Uchiha Jin standing at the gate, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. Her brother had actually come to the school gate to pick her up. Was the sun rising from the west? Uchiha Jin affectionately ruffled his sister's head. In his eyes, aside from the usual overflowing tenderness today, there was an extra layer of pity and sympathy. Izumi, I found a teacher for you. Izumi, who had been enjoying her brother's head pat, suddenly widened her eyes and looked up in disbelief. Brother, what did you say? She already found it exhausting enough to attend school every day, and all she wanted was to go home and tease the lazy, gluttonous fat cat. And now you're telling me you found a teacher for me? No way. Izumi, from today onward, I am your teacher. Mike Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Uchiha Izumi. This guy in the green bodysuit with a bowl cut was the teacher her brother had found for her. You really went all out finding a teacher for me. The fat cat, seeing the little demon's distressed expression, covered its mouth with its soft paw pads. Hold it, and must hold it in. She can't see me laughing, or she'll definitely settle the score later. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. This is my guy. From now on, after school, you'll train directly with him. When training's over, come home for dinner. Uchiha Jin tried hard not to look at his sister's expression, which was on the verge of tears. If he didn't make Izumi train hard, she would be in danger in the future. Although he roughly knew the future plot, who could say for sure about what was to come? Uchiha Jin tried hard not to look at his sister's expression, which was on the verge of tears. If he didn't make Izumi train hard, she would be in. My guy extended his hand, his white teeth dazzling in the sunlight. I look forward to working with you. Uchiha Izumi reluctantly reached out, and briefly she understood that her brother was doing this for her own good, and she wouldn't throw a tantrum over it. If she did, her brother would surely be disappointed in her. She resolved to train seriously under Might Guy Sensei, and once she truly grew stronger, her brother would definitely be pleased. Uchiha Itachi had just come out of school when he saw the scene at the gate. The moment he saw Uchiha Jin, his usually calm expression turned slightly unnatural. Why did he have to run into him here? To be honest, Itachi never understood what he had done to provoke Jin. In his memory, he had never antagonized him, and he simply couldn't comprehend the source of that undisguised hostility. Noticing Jin's gaze fall on him, Itachi respectfully greeted him. Jin-senpai. Uchiha Jin made no response, his eyes briefly resting on him before looking away. He simply couldn't bring himself to like the weasel. After all, he couldn't even change Uchiha Shizui's mindset, let alone Uchiha Itachi, who was even more extreme than Shursui. With the strength of an elite jonin, Uchiha Jin could kill Uchiha Itachi, the ninja prodigy, as easily as slaughtering a chicken. If the circumstances weren't unfavorable and the other hadn't yet acted on his intentions, he would have already killed him, and that included Uchiha Obito at the time. Uchiha Itachi had long grown accustomed to Jin ignoring it. He had already figured out the pattern. Either Jin paid him no attention, or he spoke with sarcasm. What was the reason? Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in thought, recalling the moments when he had interacted with Jin. Suddenly his expression turned strange. Could it be because of his good relationship with Shursui? He remembered that before Uchiha Shursui came to know him, Shursui and Uchiha Jin had been on good terms. But the first time Shursui introduced him to Jin, the moment he saw him, Jin didn't hide his disgust. At that time, Uchiha Itachi didn't understand what was happening. Now thinking back, it seemed to be precisely because Shursui introduced him to Jin that he incurred Jin's loathing and hostility. The root lay with Shursui. Uchiha Itachi concluded that the reason Uchiha Jin hated him was because he felt that Itachi had taken away his friend Shursui. Later, when Jin and Shursui fell out, it was also because of this. If explained that way, everything made sense. Uchiha Itachi with a complex expression secretly glanced at Jin, who was talking to Izumi with his head down. Uchiha Itachi concluded that the reason Uchiha Jin hated him was because he felt that Itachi had taken away his friend Shursui. He's the epitome of Uchiha extremism. What are you looking at? Uchiha Jin noticed the weasel staring at him now and then frowning and look again and he'll beat you up. Uchiha Itachi. He placed his hands on the straps of his backpack, lowered his head, and quickly walked away. Look again and he'll beat you up. Uchiha Itachi. He placed his hands on the straps of his backpack, lowered his head, and quickly walked away from them. If he told Shursui about this, it might just ease their relationship. Then Shursui wouldn't be gloomy every day. Benefactor, has that kid offended you? Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. He could sense that Jin strongly disliked Itachi. No, I just don't like him. Uchiha Jin answered truthfully. After all, the current Uchiha Itachi hadn't yet committed the massacre of the clan. But just because he hadn't done it now didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he felt no goodwill towards such a beast. The only reason Uchiha Jin hadn't beaten him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him was out of respect for the clan head Uchiha Fugaku. Might Guy nodded thoughtfully. The only reason Uchiha Jin hadn't beaten him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him was out of respect for the clan head Uchiha. The only reason Uchiha Jin hadn't beaten him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him was out of respect for the clan head Uchiha, and that disciple was the sister of his most revered benefactor. Izumi, I have a gift for you. Might Guy pulled out a green bodysuit from somewhere. The person who designed this style of training outfit was a genius. Jin strongly suspected that if his sister put it on, she would most likely. The person who designed this style of training outfit was a genius. Jin strongly suspected that if his sister put it on, she would most likely unlock her Sharingan out of sheer embarrassment. Shimura Danzo was completely incandescent. The words former Hokage advisor relentlessly echoed in his mind. He had indeed once been the village's. Shimura Danzo was completely incandescent. The words former Hokage advisor relentlessly echoed in his mind. He had originally planned to use his personal charisma to recruit Uchiha Jin. But who would have thought that the inherently evil Uchiha brat would show no respect? He had originally planned to use his personal charisma to recruit Uchiha Jin. But who would have thought that the inherently evil Uchiha brat would show no respect, and neither side was willing to yield, leading to an unfortunate escalation of the matter. Under pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to punish him. Not only was he stripped of his position as Hokage advisor, but Root's authority was weakened, and he was confined for 30 days. It was an utter disgrace. Danzo, I forgot to inform you of something. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, doing his best to soften his tone for the sake of his old friend's feelings. What? Shimura Danzo was deeply dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's punishment. In his view, his actions against Uchiha Jin were perfectly justified. Such an arrogant and conceited Uchiha brat could only bring harm to the village if left alive. Since he couldn't be used, the best choice was to eliminate him in it. You need to apologize to Uchiha Jin in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then said with a serious expression, What a... Shimura Danzo's eyes widened, and he pointed at his old friend, trembling with rage. Monkey, are you telling me to apologize to that brat? What a joke. This guy must be senile. He actually wants me to apologize to an Uchiha. He must have had too much to drink. This matter is your fault, so naturally you must apologize. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want this either. He had originally thought that that day in the office Uchiha Jin would show him as Hokage some face, turning a major issue into a minor one and a minor one into nothing. But who would have thought that Jin would show him no respect, instead demanding that Danzo be executed? Although he later used his authority as Hokage to make Jin relent, the subsequent handling had to convince the Uchiha clan. Therefore, in addition to stripping Danzo of his Hokage advisor status, weakening Root's authority, and confining him for 30 days, the most important thing was to have Danzo apologize to Jin in person. Only then could sincerity be shown. Otherwise, his favoritism toward his friend would surely be spread by the Uchiha. It would be unfortunate if his lifetime of reputation were ruined. You're joking, right? Shimura Danzo made a final probe, clinging to a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, he saw no hint of jest in Sarutobi Hiruzen's. He was utterly enraged. Monkey, give up this idea. Shimura Danzo roared. I will never apologize to that arrogant brat. Uchiha Jin was already on his kill list. Monkey telling him to apologize to that guy. Wasn't that slapping him in the face? No, it wasn't just a slap. It was stomping his face into the ground. If this got out, how could he, Shimura Danzo, continue to hold his head up in the village? In the future, when he became Hokage, this matter would also be used to criticize him. Therefore, he could not agree under any circumstances. Even if he had to die, even if he had to jump out of the Hokage's office window, he would never apologize to that brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his pipe, waiting for his old friend to vent his emotions before saying slowly, I've already decided on this matter. Whether you apologize or not is not up to you. He had known Danzo for many years, and in most cases it was difficult to persuade him. Fortunately, he was the third Hokage. Since reason didn't work, he could resort to authority. Danzo, this is not my decision, but the decision of the third Hokage of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again invoked the power of the Hokage. Shimura Danzo's face turned uglier than if he had eaten a fly. He subconsciously clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Damn it again. Every time he lost an argument, he would pull out the eye and the Hokage card. Couldn't he try something different? He was about to break down. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened, and his tone also eased a bit. Danzo, for the sake of the greater good, you have no choice but to apologize. If this guy hadn't secretly made a move against Uchiha Jin, how could things have reached such a state? Why had he provoked the one person who was the most troublesome? Isn't that just asking for it? Even he as Hokage could do nothing about Uchiha Jin. After all, although that brat showed no respect to anyone, his enforcement results were beyond reproach. There had never been a case of wrongful conviction. The only thing that could be criticized was that he never presented evidence before arresting someone. But as long as he didn't misjudge, it didn't seem to be much of a problem. The facts were exactly as he had said. He would not wrong a good person, nor would he let a villain off. And then Danzo, instead of behaving, went to recruit Uchiha Jin in secret, and when he failed, he actually attempted murder. Compared to Jin, he felt Danzo was even more lawless. The situation had reached this point entirely due to his own fault. Monkey, does it have to be this way? Shimura Danzo's face was dark, his voice trembling. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Shimura Danzo was silent for a long time, then took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. For the village, I agree. A smile bloomed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku and the elders of the Uchiha clan arrived at the office. A smile bloomed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku and the elders of the Uchiha clan arrived at the office. In the presence of the Uchiha high-ranking members, Shimura Danzo approached Uchiha Jin. I apologize for my impulsiveness back then. He forced himself to bend over, suppressing his humiliation and anger. The former Hokage advisor, now the leader of Root, and the future fourth Hokage. He forced himself to bend over, suppressing his humiliation and anger. The former Hokage advisor, now the leader of Root, and the future fourth Hokage. Just wait, all of you wait. When I become Hokage, the Uchiha must vanish from the ninja world. Just impulsiveness. Uchiha Jin stared at his face, twisted with rage, a playful expression on his own. Are you sure it wasn't premeditated? At these words, the office fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on the black-haired youth. Uchiha Fugaku. This kid really dares to... The Hokagesima is right here. The two elders of the pacifist faction frowned. The two elders of the Hawk faction relaxed their brows, and the two neutral elders raised an eyebrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed no change, as if he hadn't heard the taunt. You... Shimura Danzo straightened up, glaring at him with a livid face. This brat was truly too arrogant. In all his years aside from the legendary Uchiha Madara, this was the first time he had seen such an insolent fellow. He even dared to make sarcastic remarks in front of the Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his old friend's thoughts, he would have said, you think he's sarcastic with you? Sometimes he's sarcastic with me too. Uchiha Jin shrugged helplessly, an expression of resignation on his face. As the victim of this incident, I am merely making a reasonable inquiry. What are you in such a hurry for? Former Hokage advisor of Konoha. Shimura Danzo was completely incandescent. The words former Hokage advisor relentlessly echoed in his mind. He had indeed once been the village's Hokage advisor, but after this incident the Hokage had stripped him of the position. All of this was entirely the doing of the wicked Uchiha brat before him. Yet the bastard had the audacity to come right up to his face and taunt him. He had always prided himself on his composure, rarely ever losing his cool. Unless of course it was that monkey using his authority as Hokage to crush him. But lately he had been enraged time and again by Uchiha Jin. Never in his life had he been so furious. Lord Tobarama was right. The Uchiha are indeed a cursed clan. And this arrogant Uchiha before him was the very embodiment of that evil. Enumerating Uchiha Jin's heinous crimes, showing no respect for the third Hokage, killing the Hokage's nephew right before his eyes, refusing to join any official village organization, and publicly humiliating the village's Hokage advisor. Enumerating Uchiha Jin's heinous crimes, showing no respect for the third Hokage, killing the Hokage's nephew right before his eyes, refusing to join. Shimura Danzo's killing intent was barely concealed. He longed to strike down the Uchiha brat right then and there. Humiliate. Uchiha Jin stared at his furious expression, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm only stating the facts. If the truth happens to hurt you, then you'd better just bear it. Former Hokage advisor. Danzo's breathing grew ragged, his body trembling uncontrollably with rage. His chest felt tight, as if he could barely draw breath. He couldn't let himself be so enraged that he would vomit blood again like last time. With so many people watching in the office, he absolutely must not cough up blood. He forced himself to take deep breaths and calm down, his eyes fixed coldly on the youth before him. For the peace and stability of the village, one day he would surely slay this brat. Uchiha Jin stared at the health bar, emitting black smoke above Shimura Danzo's head, the smile on his face slowly fading. Whether it was for the sake of his clan or to execute justice in his heart, one day he would personally kill Shimura Danzo. Evil must be eradicated. His gaze also fell on the silently smoking Sarutobi Hiruzen and the deep crimson health bar above his head. Even the Hokage was no exception. Some might say politics is not simply black and white, but certain deeds are evil no matter what excuses or justifications are offered. Could it be said that Uchiha Obito's original intention to create the infinite Tsukuyomi, causing the death of his teacher and his wife, and assisting Uchiha Itachi in slaughtering the clan, can be understood and forgiven? Such acts are evil. No reason or excuse can conceal the crime. Lord Hokage, we shall take our leave. Uchiha Fugaku, having witnessed Danzo's apology, saw no point in remaining in the office. He beckoned Uchiha Jin and the clan elders to depart. Though Danzo's apology lacked sincerity, the fact that he, a former Hokage advisor, had swallowed his pride to apologize was already sufficient. The Uchiha should know when to stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen could have simply not arranged this apology. He did so to appease the Uchiha. Both the clan and the leadership could take a step back, each finding a way to save face. The matter of Danzo's assassination attempt on Uchiha Jin was considered closed. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, dismissing the ENBU hidden in the office. Both the clan and the leadership could take a step back, each finding a way to save face. The matter of Danzo's assassination attempt on Uchiha Jin was considered. Monkey, you just let him humiliate me like this. He was truly going mad, being mocked by a wicked Uchiha brat. And the worst part was that his friend the Hokage stood by idly, not even uttering a single word throughout, just watching him get taunted by Uchiha Jin. Who could stand that? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond immediately, waiting for his friend to vent before speaking slowly. Who told you to go provoke him? To be honest, if Danzo hadn't bothered to recruit Uchiha Jin in the first place, and then after failing got the impulsive idea to kill him. Danzo did nothing all day but hole up in Root, causing him minor troubles now and then. If it weren't for the fact that Root could handle the dirty work that ANBU couldn't. Danzo did nothing all day but hole up in Root, causing him minor troubles now and then. If it weren't for the fact that Root could handle the dirty work that ANBU couldn't, he would have disbanded Root long ago. Shimura Danzo. He had come to seek comfort from his friend, but instead of comfort, he got blamed for provoking Uchiha Jin. You call that comfort? His already gloomy mood grew even darker. Monkey, everything I do is for the village. Danzo retorted with a dark face, seizing the opportunity to vent his frustration on his old friend. Uchiha Jin's actions show no respect for the village leadership. Danzo retorted with a dark face, seizing the opportunity to vent his frustration on his. At that rate, the Uchiha will soon show no regard for the Hokage or the leadership. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend and rubbed his forehead in headache. Danzo, you're being too sensitive. Ever since recruiting Uchiha Shursui into ANBU, he had been fully aware of the Uchiha clan situation. He understood that the majority within the clan were moderates. Overall, the situation wasn't as dire as Danzo claimed. Besides, why were the Uchiha dissatisfied with the village leadership? Shimura Danzo should know the answer himself. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally aware of the little schemes Danzo had been pulling behind the scenes. He had been spreading and amplifying rumors about the Uchiha for years. Add to that the fact that police force members inevitably made enemies while enforcing the law. The Uchiha's reputation in the village grew worse and worse. Of course, his own decision to keep ANBU monitoring the Uchiha around. Add to that the fact that police force members inevitably made enemies while enforcing the law. The Uchiha's reputation in the village grew worse and worse. Of course, his own decision to keep ANBU monitoring the Uchiha around the clock had also contributed to the clan's loss of trust. But this situation was unavoidable. The Uchiha were a special case. He couldn't sleep without ANBU surveillance. Fortunately, now that he had Uchiha Shursui as a double agent, he could slightly reduce the ANBU monitoring of the Uchiha. He highly approved of the will of fire in Uchiha Shursui, the descendant of his former comrade Uchiha Kagami. He didn't believe Shursui would betray him. Belief or not, he couldn't completely withdraw the ANBU watching the Uchiha. Monkey, you'll regret this. Shimura Danzo, feeling that he had lost all face, couldn't be bothered to argue further and stormed out, slamming the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched him leave, shaking his head with a sigh. Danzo, you're too extreme. Jin, could you please keep a low profile in front of the Hokage from now on? Yuzhibo Fuyue hesitated for a long time before finally gathering the courage to advise. Jin was a genius rarely seen in a century within the clan. His own strength and loyalty to the clan were beyond doubt, and logically, he should have received the full support of the Yuzhibo. But the boy's extreme personality made Yuzhibo Fuyue restless and unable to sleep or eat. He feared that one day Yuzhibo Jin would shout that the third Hokage had violated the village's laws, then draw his blade against the Hokage. If it were anyone else, the probability would be low, but with this kid, it was not impossible. Because he lacked reverence. It was the same whether toward himself as the clan leader or toward the village's Hokage. If such a person didn't stir trouble, fine, but if he did, he could tear the sky apart. Even the extremists within the clan felt that Jin was too extreme. Normally, the hawkish second elder and fourth elder would have said the clan leader was too cowardly. After witnessing Yuzhibo Jin's actions in the office with their own eyes, they all tacitly remained silent. This kid indeed needed to be disciplined. Although the hawkish faction was dissatisfied with the village's upper echelon's oppression of the clan and detested the other clansmen's submissive cowardice, it had not yet escalated to the point of launching a coup. They merely wanted to put up appropriate resistance to let the village's upper echelon know that they had a temper. Clan leader, you are too weak. Yuzhibo Jin heard this, met his gaze, and the disappointment in his eyes was unvarnished. Rank does not determine right or wrong. We stand upright and fear no crooked shadows. There is no need to deliberately cater to anyone. His gaze swept over the several elders present, his tone calm. What you gain from humility is not respect, but contempt. With that, he ignored their complex expressions and left without hesitation. The few people stared blankly at the young man's proud back. What an extreme kid, murmured the first elder of the Yuzhibo. He was well aware that constant concession would only make others more aggressive. But resistance meant sacrifice. On the surface, it was a matter between the Yuzhibo and the village's upper echelon. Once they actually resisted, the other clans in the village would surely not stand idly by. Then it would be the Yuzhibo against the entire my village. No matter how strong the Yuzhibo were, they were but one clan, no match for the entire village. Moreover, the current Yuzhibo's combat strength was not what it used to be. Therefore, only silent endurance was the way to survive. Extreme. The second elder sneered. I think what Jin said makes sense. Since the Yuzhibo joined my village, the clan's warrior spirit had been gradually eroded by a comfortable life. Facing oppression, they submitted meekly, daring to be angry, but not to speak out. This was a situation he was unwilling to see. You both have a point. The neutral elder was unwilling to participate in their dispute, believing that it was fine for the clan and the village to maintain the status quo. Yuzhibo Fuyue silently shook his head. If he had no reverence, so be it. He hoped this kid would not cause any more outrageous in the forest at the edge of the village. Itachi, do you have something to see me about? Yuzhibo Jishue, wearing umbu attire, looked at you sitting by the river and asked. Jishue, I think I've discovered the reason why Senior Jin dislikes me. Yuzhibo, you said with a complex expression. Upon hearing this, Yuzhibo Zishue's eyes lit up and he excitedly came over to sit beside him. Tell me quickly. Previously Jin disliked you, and although he found it strange, he didn't think much about it. But now it seemed Jin also disliked him. If you could analyze the reason, then he would have a chance to reconcile with Jin. They were childhood playmates after all. Yuzhibo, you looked at his excited expression, was silent for a moment, and then revealed his conjecture. I think the reason Senior Jin dislikes me is because of you. Me? Yuzhibo Jishue pointed at himself, looking bewildered. He didn't understand why Jin would dislike you because of him. Was there any connection? Fortunately, you didn't keep him in suspense, and continued to explain. Senior Jin has always regarded you as his best friend. Yuzhibo, you stared at the river surface. But my appearance made him feel threatened. Senior Jin thinks I've taken away his best friend. Jin, who had been smiling, instantly dropped his expression at the sight of you and radiated undisguised malice and killing intent. At the time, Jishue didn't understand what had happened, and when he asked later, he got no answer. Hearing Yu's analysis now, it seemed to make sense. After all, Jin had no friends in the clan, at least in Yuzhibo Zishue's view. Jin's only friend was himself, and he on the other hand had made a new good friend behind his best friend's back, and even brought that new friend to meet Jin. Although Zishue's intention was to introduce the two, in Jin's eyes it seemed he had found a new friend. Yuzhibo Jin felt betrayed by his best friend, and thus harbored malice and killing intent toward Yuzhibo Yu. In the end, he didn't understand the reason for his best friend's anger, and foolishly went to ask him why he disliked you. Perhaps in Jin's eyes his behavior was tantamount to humiliation. Jin, I have a new good friend, why do you dislike my good friend? Thinking this way, everything made sense. Yuzhibo Jin learned that Yuzhibo Jishue had a new friend, and thus came to dislike Yuzhibo Yu. Coupled with often seeing the two train together, Jin became completely disappointed and no longer wanted to be friends with him. Thank you. Yuzhibo Jishue showed gratitude. He finally knew why Jin had broken ties with him. Finding the reason meant he could make him. He believed that as long as he explained clearly to Jin, the two could reconcile. Ever since Jin started to dislike him, he had been blaming himself and reflecting. Yet he had never understood what exactly he had done wrong. Today he finally found the reason. Jishue, this is just my personal reasonable guess. Before Yuzhibo, you could finish, Jishue had already used the body flicker technique and left. He looked in the direction where Jishui had disappeared, murmuring softly with a calm expression. I hope my speculation is true. My commercial street. Yet he had never understood what exactly he had done wrong. Today he finally found the reason. Jishui, this is just my personal reasonable guess. Yuzhibo Jishui appeared on the street without warning. Yo, isn't this the only Anbusama in the Yuzhibo? Yuzhibo Jin raised an eyebrow, his tone full of mockery. Did you suddenly come to find me to announce something important? Normally Yuzhibo Jishui would have been hurt by Jin's aggressive words. But after learning the truth from Yuzhibo, he felt that his best friend's behavior was jealousy. He was trying to express his dissatisfaction in this way. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, it would be fine. Hey, don't look at me with that disgusting expression. Yuzhibo Jin saw Zishui's expression. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, it would be fine. Hey, don't look at me with that disgusting expression. Yuzhibo Jin saw Zishui's expression and frowned. This guy must have taken the wrong medicine today. Jin, I know everything. Uchiha Shursui hastened forward, approaching his friend with an agitated expression. Uchiha Jin instinctively stepped back, feeling that the two-faced guy was not acting normal today. The Uchiha clan's mental state was never good to begin with. Especially someone like Uchiha Shursui, who had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Who knew what he might do? Jin, can't we make up? It's not what you think. Uchiha Shursui suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist, his face showing a pleading expression. Uchiha Jin tried to break free, but found Shizui's hand gripping him like a pair of iron tongs. It was unexpectedly difficult for him to escape. Let go. What was wrong with this guy today? No, I won't let go. Jin, you will always be my best friend. Uchiha Shizui's eyes were full of affection. A rare expression of fear and anger appeared on Uchiha Jin's usually calm face. This Uchiha had gone mad. Who wants to be friends with you? Let go of me right now. Uchiha Jin's face turned ugly, his black pupils replaced by a scarlet hue, frightened into activating the three tomo directly. Although Itachi and I are friends, my best friend has always been you. Uchiha Shursui completely ignored Jin's threat, continuing to express his inner feelings to the other. Jin, please don't be angry. Get lost. Uchiha Jin jerked his hand away and instinctively stepped back. Was this guy's head hit by a door? Otherwise there was no way to explain his sudden rambling. Uchiha Shursui looked at his empty hand, the palm still retaining the warmth of his good friend. A flicker of fleeting disappointment passed through his eyes, quickly replaced by guilt. Jin, I just wanted to introduce Itachi to you back then, but I accidentally neglected your feelings. I'm really sorry. Uchiha Jin. What on earth was this guy talking about? Why did he bring up Uchiha Itachi again? Uchiha Shursui, are you... Uchiha Jin placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. If the other party made any more aggressive moves, he would not be blamed for ignoring their past friendship. Jin, I am very clear-headed right now. Uchiha Shizui's expression was serious. I apologize to you. I should not have ignored your feelings. Can you forgive me? Psychopath. Uchiha Jin met his expectant gaze, and after a long pause he could only force out those three words. Even now he didn't understand what Shursui was up to. Hearing this, Uchiha Shizui's face showed disappointment, his eyes lowered as he murmured softly. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? It seemed that his past behavior of training together with Itachi had deeply hurt his good friend. So much so that even after 2 years the other party still refused to forgive. What exactly do you want me to forgive you for? Seeing Uchiha Shizui's dejected appearance, Uchiha Jin asked impatiently after a moment of silence. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know whether to forgive you? Could it be that this guy had already deeply realized how to choose between the clan and the village? If that was really the case, it wouldn't be impossible to forgive him. After all, the two had once been close, and he had made many attempts and efforts to change Shizui's fate. But the other party was stubborn and refused to listen. This eventually led to the outcome of them going their separate ways. I should not have been with Itachi and neglected your feelings. Uchiha Shizui's face showed pain. Uchiha Jin. Case solved. This guy's brain really was not normal. Always mumbling nonsense. If you have a mental illness, go get treatment. Uchiha Jin felt that he had been played, wasting half a day's time, and he instantly became furious. What does it have to do with me that you hang out with Uchiha Itachi? This guy couldn't possibly think that I broke off with him because of Uchiha Itachi, could he? What a godly way of thinking. With such a mental state, no wonder he could awaken the Mangekyo. In Uchiha Shizui's view, Uchiha Jin's reaction was purely the embarrassment and anger of having his hidden thoughts exposed. This further confirmed Itachi's guess. Jin was indeed jealous. Jin, no matter what, you are my best friend. Uchiha Shizui's expression was serious. Go away, don't bother me. Uchiha Jin waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. The good mood he had just gotten from Shimura Danzo was completely ruined. This guy was so inexplicable. Who is your good friend? Go sit with the weasel. He didn't give the other a chance to speak, directly turned around, and quickly left the... Only Uchiha Shursui was left standing there, utterly confused. Who is the weasel? How did Jin come up with a new Although he didn't get his good friend's forgiveness judging from Jin's previous behavior, Itachi's guess was probably right. The tension between the two was entirely because Jin felt that his good friend had a new friend and was jealous. He believed that one day he could make Jin put down the barrier and get back together with him, their relationship as close as before. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Jin, I will make you forgive me. Psychopath. Uchiha Jin was cursing all the way. He looked down at his swollen wrist that had been gripped, his face growing increasingly ugly. At first he just wanted to bring Shursui to his own side. After all, he was a genius who would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. At first he just wanted to bring Shursui to his own side. After all, he was a genius who would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. But it turned out that even becoming good friends couldn't change the will of fire in the other's heart. It could only be said that he was indeed a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. When he reached a certain age, he naturally awakened the will of fire. Especially after Uchiha Shursui joined the Umbu. Before that, Jin had found him and told him not to join. But Shursui said that only by joining the Umbu could he understand the situation of the village's higher-ups and the clan. As long as he operated well within it, he could resolve the conflict between the clan and the village. The two had a heated argument. The next day, one went to report to the police force, and the other reported to the Hokage's office. Ignorant fool, by the time you realize your mistake, everything will be too late. Uchiha Jin looked up at the sky and murmured. At that moment, a gentle female voice sounded beside him. Jin-kun. Uchiha Jin turned to look, and a small oval face came into view. The girl appeared to be 12 or 13, her face having shed the softness of childhood, but not yet grown into the charm of adulthood. A thick mane of curly black hair fell over her shoulders, and most striking were her translucent crimson double-ringed pupils. Uchiha Jin saw the other and nodded calmly, then his gaze passed over the girl and landed on one of the boys behind her. That head of white hair was exceptionally conspicuous. Hey, Kurenai is greeting you. One of the wheat-skinned boys couldn't stand it anymore and said indignantly, this bastard is as arrogant as ever. The girl herself has no objection. Uchiha Jin's expression was calm, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he stared at the speaking boy. What are you barking about here? You. The speaker was the Hokage's second generation, the youngest son of the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen. The future bounty of 30 million Ryo Yuanfei-sama. Yuanfei-sama was red-faced with rage, humiliated yet again by this guy. It had been the same back in school. Although they were not in the same grade, that didn't mean they had no interaction. Especially since this guy bullied everyone at school equally. Even the geniuses in the top class were bullied by him. Asama say less. Shiri Hong couldn't bear to watch anymore, not wanting the two to keep arguing. Otherwise Asama would be the one to suffer for sure. Hong. Yuanfei Asama felt his heart struck as he heard this. Hong actually wasn't on his side. Heartbroken. Jin, don't bully Asama. Shiri Hong said somewhat helplessly. Back in school she was bullied by others because of her red eyes. It was at that time that Jin appeared and drove away the bullies. But Yuanfei Asama arrived too late. He could only watch helplessly as his goddess looked adoringly at that black-haired brat who turned and left. The chance to be the hero saving the damsel was snatched away. From then on he deeply hated Uchiha Jin, this guy a year his junior. Why did he have to meddle and help Hong? Does he also like Hong? As the saying goes, rivals see each other with red eyes. Asama regarded Jin as a competitor and often went out of his way to cause trouble, but every time he got beaten badly. I didn't bully him. Uchiha Jin said calmly, shrugging helplessly. This guy was the one who rashly provoked me. Bastard. He wasn't someone with that much free time. If not for Yuanfei Asama actively seeking trouble, he wouldn't bother with him. Yuanfei Asama was triggered into another hot flush by his indifferent tone. He was the son of the Hokage, the second generation of my village. In the village, everyone gave him face. Yet he was mocked countless times by that Uchiha. The most infuriating part was that he wasn't even a match for him. He could only watch helplessly as the other talked with Hong, feeling like a powerless suitor. Go, leave me alone. Uchiha Jin thought Asama was even more annoying than Uchiha Jishui, always treating him as an imaginary rival and often causing trouble for him. Although he was no match for him, he never gave up picking fights. He originally thought a couple of beatings would make him behave, but it turned out that no matter how severely he was beaten, a few days later he would show up with bandages and crutches to taunt him. He no longer paid attention to Asama, his gaze falling on the bowed head of Chimu Kakashi. Ever since the Third Shinobi World War, after witnessing the deaths of Dai Tu and Lin, he had been in a state of dejection all day. Today he was forcibly dragged out by Meitokai for a gathering, otherwise he would probably be lying lifeless at home. Sensing Uchiha Jin's gaze, Kakashi looked up, revealing that lifeless eye, while the other eye was covered by the ninja headband. Yo, isn't this Kakashi? Uchiha Jin said with a sneer. 2 years no see and you've fallen so low. Kakashi. That eye isn't yours. If you ask me, just take it out, otherwise it consumes chakra 24 hours a day. Uchiha Daitus's eye on Kakaxi's body was truly a waste. If he could retrieve it early, he could swap it and use it directly. No, that's a gift from Daitu. Kakashi spoke for the first time today. Although what Jin said was true, the Sharingan cannot be closed and indeed constantly consumes chakra. It was a gift from Daitu before his death, given to him upon his promotion to Jonin. Under no circumstances could he hand it over to anyone else. Suit yourself. Uchiha Jin curled his lip. At that time you can use 2 lightning cuts and then fall to the ground and surrender. Kakashi. Benefactor. Meitokai, who had gone to the restroom earlier, returned, and his eyes lit up at the sight of Uchiha Jin in the crowd. Are you coming to eat with us? He had originally wanted to invite Jin, but didn't get a chance along the way. Who would have thought that while he was away in the restroom his benefactor would suddenly appear on his own? Yeah, Jin, want to come have some barbecue with us? Shiri Hong blinked, asking with some anticipation. Seeing this, Yuen Fei Isama's molars were nearly ground to dust. What a joke. That dead last Meitokai was one thing, but why did Hong take the initiative to invite that guy? He really wanted to tell Hong not to, but if he said that, Hong would definitely think he was petty. He could only hope that this guy would never agree. He had finally managed to invite Hong out for a meal after completing a mission. If he were interrupted by this guy, he would really break down. Heaven seemed to have heard his prayer. No, I have to patrol. Uchiha Jin was busy fighting crime and had no time to socialize with them. Moreover, their relationship didn't seem that close. At least in his eyes. Back then he had helped them simply because he was annoyed by the bullies and he used violence to curb violence to make those bullies behave. Who would have thought these guys would regard him as a benefactor? Especially Meitokai. Alright then. Shiri Hong showed a regretful expression, then a smile bloomed on her face. They'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Uchiha Jin nodded. Usually such, when I have time, was just a polite phrase. Naturally he wouldn't take it seriously, and besides, he wasn't lacking a meal's worth of money. As the captain of the Uchiha police force, coupled with his accumulated merits during the Third Shinobi World War, the word poverty had nothing to do with. Shiri Hong stood still, staring dazedly at the tall back of the young boy as he left. Jin truly was as taciturn as ever. Although Uchiha Jin was only 11 years old, his height was 1.7 meters. Among their group of 12-year-old youths he could indeed be considered tall. He felt different from other Uchihas. Seeing this, Yuen Fei Isama unconsciously clenched his fists. Damn it. If he hadn't gone to buy water for Hong back then, and inadvertently let those bullies encounter Hong, would that guy have had the chance to play the hero, saving the day? Just a few minutes late, Uchiha Jin had played the hero and won Hong's heart. Every time he thought of that scene, he felt difficulty breathing. If only he could have come earlier. Would Hong look at him with that same look? No, he must train hard to become stronger. Once his strength surpassed Uchiha Jin's, Hong would definitely regret and fall for him. After all, admiring the strong is a woman's nature. Kakashi continued to lower his eyes, staring at the ground, his mind filled with scenes of his time with his comrades. Lin. Dai-tu. He had once promised Dai-tu to protect Lin. Unfortunately, he broke his promise. The 4 of them, each with their own thoughts, left together. Meanwhile, in the commercial street, a dispute occurred between members of the Uchiha police force and a Mai villager. The Uchiha are killing people. The Uchiha are killing people. As soon as the words were spoken, people around came to gather. The Uchiha are killing people. A middle-aged woman clung to the leg of a young Uchiha clansman, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of hysterics, her face bruised and swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The onlookers buzzed with chatter. What happened? Seems like this old hag's husband was drunk and beating her, and some kind soul called the police force to handle it. The police force subdued her husband, but when she saw him being arrested, she suddenly got upset. This couple is something else. Let's see how the police force deals with it. Let go. The Uchiha clansman tried to break free, afraid of hurting the ordinary. Another Uchiha clansman looked panicked, clearly encountering this situation for the first time. They were fresh interns who had just joined the police force, and this was their first solo patrol. When they had previously accompanied the squad leader, everything had gone smoothly. Was this the gap between the seasoned and the green? Just then the crowd parted to make way. Uchiha Jin surveyed the scene. One clansman had a man pinned down, while a woman covered in injuries clung to another clansman's leg, wailing. What's going on? If he hadn't been able to see the sin values above the 2 clansmen's heads, he might have thought the Uchiha were brutalizing the commoners. Captain, the 2 Uchiha clansmen's eyes lit up at the sight of him. It's like this. Uchikawa briefly explained the situation. They had received a report of domestic violence, gone to the home, and subdued the man. According to the law, they needed to take him in for detention. Moreover, the woman's injuries were severe. Her face bruised and swollen, her head bleeding profusely from hitting a table corner. If they hadn't arrived in time, it could have turned fatal. But unexpectedly, the moment they restrained the abuser, the woman, who had been lying on the ground wailing, suddenly protested. She blocked them from taking her husband away. Thus the earlier scene unfolded. The Uchiha are killing people. The woman continued to wail on the ground, With her bloodied face, anyone would think the Uchiha had committed some heinous crime. Shut up. Uchiha Jin's voice was icy as he looked down at her. The woman who had been wailing frantically met his cold gaze and fell silent as if choked. That look was terrifying, like a murderer's. She was just a middle-aged woman long abused by her husband. Though she liked to throw tantrums and make scenes facing a formidable ninja, she dared not show her shrewish side. She was just a middle-aged woman long abused by her husband. Though she liked to throw tantrums and make scenes facing a formidable ninja, she dared not Uchiha Jin's voice remained cold. Now not only your husband, but you will also come with us. The Uchiha already had a bad reputation in the village. If this old woman kept spreading lies, rumors would only make things worse. These ruffians never consider the consequences. They could turn white into black. Such people needed a lesson. A few days in detention would humble them. The middle-aged woman was stunned. She had only tried to use her tantrum to stop the police from taking her husband. Throwing a fit was always the best. It drew attention and made the Uchiha hesitant to act rashly. Who would have thought that this sudden Uchiha would not only take her husband, but also no justice? The woman sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing. How can you just arrest people like this? Although her husband often beat her when drunk, she had never wanted him locked up. Wasn't it normal for a woman to be beaten? Who the hell called the police? Arresting people. Uchiha Jin said, exasperated. The Uchiha enforced the law fairly. If you have complaints, appeal to the Third Hokage. Take them both away. The two trainee Uchiha, emboldened, escorted the couple away. The husband, drunk and violent, had attacked them when they tried to intervene. And then they knocked him out. The Uchiha are arresting people unjustly. The Uchiha are abusing their power. Uchiha Jin's face darkened. He was certain someone was behind the woman's hibehavior. Who? The Hiruzen Sarutobi Shimura. All the clans he had offended were suspects. The prime suspect was none other than Shimura Danzo. That old dog had always targeted the Uchiha covertly, and now that he had offended him, Danzo would surely retaliate. But in the middle of the street, they couldn't silence the woman publicly. They could only speed up the process and take her back for interrogation. Soon rumors spread that the Uchiha police had assaulted villagers and made arbitrary arrests. I heard the two new interns beat up a couple, and Uchiha Jin took them away without cause. Really? Wasn't Uchiha Jin supposed to be upright? He even executed the Hokage's nephew according to the law. Upright? Did you see it yourself? Maybe Uchiha Jin did it on purpose to embarrass the Hokage. After all, the Uchiha. That makes sense. As a result, the reputation of Uchiha Jin and the Uchiha police force plummeted further. They were branded as disrespectful to the Hokage and arbitrary enforcers. Those clans and ninjas who had been offended by Uchiha Jin, seizing the opportunity, submitted petitions to the Hokage demanding punishment. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, weary from the stack of documents criticizing Uchiha Jin submitted by various. These people sure loved to stir up trouble. In less than a month since joining the police force, Uchiha Jin had managed to offend so many ninja clans. It seemed he was truly enforcing the law justly. He admitted that at first he thought Jin was too extreme, hard to control, when he didn't even show respect to the Hokage. But now he realized that kid simply didn't show respect to anyone. Hence he had offended a lot of people. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many documents on the desk. In fact, Uchiha Jin had single-handedly united the usually fragmented ninja clans. Sarutobi already knew the truth of the. As for the rumors circulating in the village, he didn't need to guess who was behind them. Danzo, you always give me trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed helplessly. On the verge of retirement, he truly didn't want to provoke the Uchiha. Angering them would only cause more trouble. These are rumors. In the end, Sarutobi personally issued a statement declaring them false and vowed to find and severely punish the rumor spreaders. At the upper reaches of the Nanhegawa River, Uchiha Jin sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a fishing rod and staring at the river surface. With the aid of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could see the fish beneath the water through the surface. Unfortunately, after half a day, not a single fish had taken the bait. Boss, can we really catch fish like this? The black fat cat had grown bored from watching, squinting its eyes and yawning. Don't disturb me, I have my own rhythm. Uchiha Jin held his breath, eagerly awaiting a bite. As a seasoned angler, coming home empty-handed was the norm. Today was his day off. Early in the morning, he had brought his gear to the river ready to show off his skills. But after a whole morning, he had only caught 2 finger-length grass carp. The moment they were thrown into the bucket, the fat cat devoured them. Gurgle. The cat stared at the empty bucket, its stomach rumbling uncontrollably. This morning the boss said not to eat breakfast because they would feast on fish at the river. It foolishly believed him and skipped the half bowl of cat food its mother had prepared. Now it was noon, and it was starving, its belly nearly touching its back. If things didn't improve, it would have to jump into the river and catch fish itself. The float sank. Uchiha Jin's face lit up with surprise. With the visual enhancement of his Sharingan, he saw a fish. The float sank. Uchiha Jin's face lit up with surprise. With the visual enhancement of his Sharingan, he saw a fish of about 30 pounds take the bait. Once I haul it in, you'll have your fish feast. The fat cat crouched on the ground, its tail swaying. After waiting all morning, a fish had finally... It was no easy feat, meow. Once the fish landed, it would eat and eat. Jin. Just then a voice from behind startled both man and cat. Uchiha Shursui had appeared behind them without a sound. Splash. The big fish nearly pulled ashore, slipped the hook during Jin's moment of distraction. Uchiha Jin was speechless. He had waited all morning for a big catch, and now someone had ruined it. Frankly, he felt like killing Shursui right then and there. This guy had to show up now of all times. Damn it. Wasn't this a deliberate disruption? Jin, are you okay? Uchiha Shursui watched his friend's trembling, furious back, and the big fish diving back into the water. It dawned on him that he might have caught... Did I disturb you, eh? What do you want? Uchiha Jin turned around, his face completely dark. You'd better have a good reason, or I won't be... Why was this traitor wandering around in broad daylight instead of playing dog for Hiruzen Sarutobi? What business did he have bothering Jin while he fished? It was infuriating. That was a 30-pound fish, the biggest he had ever caught in either of his lives. He would probably remember this for the rest of his life. Uchiha Shursui swallowed hard. Today was his rare day off. He had learned his friend's whereabouts from Uchiha Hina and came to find him. Who would have thought had arrived at the worst possible? To be honest, Shursui had some fishing experience and knew that even without his interruption, the fish would likely have escaped. His arrival just gave the escape a convenient excuse. What bad luck. If only he had shown up a little later, now he was the scapegoat. Haha, I just wanted to see you. Uchiha Shursui scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. You've seen me now? Can you get lost? Uchiha Jin was so angry he felt he might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. A poor angler had finally hooked the biggest fish of his life only to have it ruined by the appearance of the inherently evil Uchiha Shursui. How infuriating. How many big fish can a person catch in a lifetime? It was a testament to his mental fortitude that he didn't draw his sword and go after Shursui. Hey, don't rush to chase me away. Uchiha Shursui picked up the fishing rod from the ground, baited the hook with an earthworm, and cast the line into the river. The black cat's eyes lit up. The smooth, fluid motions were leagues ahead of the boss. A fishing master. Absolutely a fishing master. Hey, don't rush to chase me away. Uchiha Shursui picked up the fishing rod from the ground, baited the hook with an earthworm, and cast the line into the river. Fish was flung onto the... Uchiha Jin was speechless. Was this guy secretly using Jinjutsu to make the fish bite? Otherwise, how could it be hooked so quickly? There was something fishy, definitely something fishy. As an angler who had come up empty-handed for 2 lifetimes, this scene was beyond his comprehension. Uchiha Shursui noticed his friend's bewildered expression and smirked. Hooked. Then he started reeling in fish like crazy. 10 fish in just 10 minutes. Oh my god, meow. It's a feast. The fat cat tore into the fish flesh like a hound, tears of joy streaming from its eyes. Finally it could eat. Each fish weighed several pounds. No more finger-length minnows. Those were barely enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Uchiha Jin began to question his own existence. Could the gap between people really be that vast? He subconsciously opened his system store searching for a fishing mastery skill. Unfortunately, the all-powerful system didn't have such a thing. How do you do it? Although he didn't want to swallow his pride and ask, he truly wanted to know how the fish were caught. Why didn't they bite for him, yet they bit the moment this guy cast his line? Why indeed? Want to learn? Uchiha Shursui turned to him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He'll teach you. As long as he didn't bring up Uchiha Itachi, the clan, or the village's conflict, Jin was still the same easygoing person as before. Really? Uchiha Jin's expression was complicated. He considered himself a fast learner with an adult's way of thinking and was known as a genius at school. He learned ninjutsu very quickly too. If Shursui was willing to teach him fishing, he believed he could become a master angler in just a few days. Of course, we're best friends. Uchiha Shizui's smile widened, his eyes crinkling. TCH, who's best friends with you? Uchiha Jin curled his lip and snatched the fishing rod from his hand. I'm just letting you teach me fishing. Don't get ahead of yourself. Go away, don't stand so close. How can I teach you, Hansen, if I'm not close? That's a point. Damn it, don't touch my hand. Guidance on how to... Go away, don't stand so close. How can I teach you, Hansen, if I'm not close? That's a point. Damn it, don't touch my hand. Guidance on how to... Jin, if I may say so. Do you know what Hansen means? The fat cat, having just finished tearing apart a fish, looked up and saw the two sitting shoulder to shoulder. It was stunned. Since when were these two on such good terms? In its memory, the boss and Shursui had been close initially, but a conflict erupted during the Third Shinobi World War. After that, every meeting was tense. The black cat had been ready to find a corner to eat its fish in peace away from their arguments. Who would have thought their interaction would be unexpectedly harmonious? Under the Hansen guidance of Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Jin suddenly had an epiphany and quickly grasped the essentials of fishing. The art of technique is truly mysterious. After mastering the fishing technique, he transformed from a fishless angler into a fishing expert. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could catch a fish every 3 to 5 minutes. Compared to before, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Is this still the boss I know? Fat Cat stared wide-eyed at its owner, who was landing fish one after another. Its feline face was filled with disbelief, and it even forgot to eat the fish it had in its mouth. Jin, you're truly amazing. Uchiha Shursui praised his friend with a smile. It had been a long time since he had sat down and had a calm conversation with Jin. Usually when they met, the other had never given him a friendly look. Now that Uchiha Jin had become a fishing expert, he was in a good mood, and for once did not snap at Uchiha Shursui beside him. After all, the other had taught him all the fishing techniques. He couldn't just turn hostile on the spot, could he? He wasn't the type to bite the hand that feeds him. Moreover, the conflict between them stemmed from differing ideologies. When ideology wasn't brought up, their relationship was actually quite good. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin nodded contentedly. Of course I'm a fishing expert. Yes, you're an expert. Uchiha Shursui praised him earnestly, his tone as if coaxing a child. The two really hadn't spoken so calmly to each other in a long time. How nostalgic. You go clean the fish and he'll start a fire to grill them. Uchiha Jin had been fishing all morning without eating anything. Now he was feeling a bit hungry, and with Shursui right there, he might as well let him. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had originally thought that after teaching Jin, the other would mercilessly drive him away. But to his surprise, Jin had no intention of sending him away. Instead, he told him to go to the river to clean the fish. This meant Jin was going to treat him to grilled fish. It seemed like a long time ago since they last sat down to eat together. So long that he could barely remember. What are you standing there for? Uchiha Jin was about to go gather firewood when he saw Shursui still sitting there and couldn't help but frown. Oh, Uchiha Shursui turned around, picked up the bucket, and walked to the river, his back somehow appearing a bit cheerful. How strange, Uchiha Jin muttered under his breath, then left to gather firewood. Fat Cat stood there watching the backs of the two, tilting its head in confusion. When had their relationship become so good? What had it missed while it was off eating fish? Uchiha Jin used fire release to ignite the dry branches while Uchiha Shursui was inserting the skewered fish into the ground around them. The black cat sat between the two, staring intently at the fish meat. How come cooked fish seemed more delicious? Meow. Shursui, why do you think my reputation has become so bad again? Uchiha Jin leaned back on his hands, looking up through the leaves towards the direction of the Hokage building. Uchiha Shizui's body suddenly stiffened. He had been trying all day to avoid mentioning matters of the clan and the village, who only then could they get along peacefully like friends. If they touched on the clan and village, they would inevitably argue due to their differing beliefs. But now his good friend had brought it up himself. It seemed discussion was on. Jin the Hokage said he would find the rumormonger. Uchiha Shursui explained quietly, looking down at the flames. Jin was already dissatisfied with the village's leadership. This incident would only make things worse. Jin the Hokage said he would find the rumormonger. Uchiha Shursui explained quietly, looking down at the flames. Jin was already dissatisfied with the village. Even though the Hokage promptly issued a statement, many still held a stereotype. They thought the Uchiha police force liked to enforce laws, arbitrarily arresting people without evidence and torturing whoever they disliked. Faced with his friend's questioning and gaze, Uchiha Shursui fell silent. Sorry, I don't know. I trust the Hokage can find the culprit behind this. Hey, you don't know. Faced with his friend's questioning and gaze, Uchiha Shursui fell silent. Sorry, I don't know. I trust the Hokage can find the culprit behind this. Hey, you don't know. Uchiha Jin curled his lips into a mocking smile, continuing to look up towards the Hokage building. Whether you really don't know or don't dare to say, only you know in your heart. A tall tree catches the wind. Even within the Uchiha, some disliked him, not to mention ninjas from other clans. This incident was probably led by Shimura Danzo, with other clans following. A tall tree catches the wind. Even within the Uchiha, some disliked him, not to mention ninjas from other clans. This incident was probably led by Shimura Danzo, with other clans following suit. Otherwise, the news couldn't have spread throughout Konoha in just half a day. Jin, we must trust the Hokage, Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but say when he saw the disappointment in his friend's eyes. The Hokage will surely punish the rumormongers severely and restore your honor and the Uchihas. His tone was firm, as if the Hokage would truly help. Uchiha Jin twitched the corner of his mouth, was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Shursui, you're too naive. One can only rely on oneself, while others are fundamentally unreliable. If you place all your hopes on others, what you'll get are often only misunderstanding and betrayal. He truly wanted to persuade Shursui, but it was like talking to a brick wall. The other was unwilling to listen. Shursui even tried to turn the tables and persuade him. In my view, only if the clan and the leadership understand each other can the village develop stably without. Uchiha Shizui's expression was serious. Conflict will only give the enemy an opportunity. Suit yourself, you foolish fellow. Uchiha Jin pulled out a grilled fish from the ground and ate it by himself, unwilling to talk further. Talking to such a self-righteous fool was a waste of breath. In his eyes, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had been brainwashed by the will of fire to such an extent that they had completely forgotten where they came from and what their surname was. Jin, believe me. Seeing the disappointment in his friend's eyes, Uchiha Shisui felt a sudden pang of pain and explained in a flustered tone. Believe you? Uchiha Jin swallowed the fish in his mouth and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Believe in your naive ideas. Believe you can resolve the conflict between the clan and the village. Don't be foolish, Shisui. People can't live forever in ideals. You need to learn to face reality. Shisui now was actually no different from Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Both thought they could solve problems their own way. In reality, it was nothing but a pipe dream. Jin, please believe me. Uchiha Shisui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, pointed at his eyes, and said seriously, I will use these eyes to handle the conflict between the clan and the village. Uchiha Jin was momentarily stunned when he met those eyes, then regained his calm expression. Whatever. A few days later, Jin the Hokage has found the rumor monger. Uchiha Shisui, clad in his umbu attire, rushed excitedly to find his dear friend on patrol. Oh, Uchiha Jin's face betrayed no emotion. In his view, Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely pushing out a few scapegoats to bear the blame. How could he possibly catch the real rumor monger? Even if he knew the mastermind behind the rumors, he wouldn't arrest them. This was the hypocritical third Hokage of Konoha. The ever-deepening bloodstain on his head was no falsehood. The Hokage wants to see you. Uchiha Shisui was overjoyed, naively believing that finding the rumor monger would ease the tension between the clan and the village. After all, the rumors were spread by others, not the village's higher-ups. And since the Hokage had already dispatched the umbu to apprehend the culprit, the clan surely couldn't hold the higher-ups responsible for this. Naive fool. Uchiha Jin snorted coldly, following Shisui. Why did he become so foolish when it came to village matters? Naive like a college student who had never been hardened by society. Perhaps this was what it looked like to be brainwashed by the will of fire. In the Hokage's office, when Uchiha Jin arrived, several young men with handcuffs were already kneeling on the floor, trembling with. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking the haze, obscuring his aged face and making his expression unreadable. Jin, you're here. He gently placed the pipe on the table, a benevolent smile spreading across his face. The rumor mongers have all been captured by the umbu. I called you here today to ask how you wish to handle this. If it were any other Uchiha, they would demand severe punishment for the rumor mongers. But Uchiha Jin was different. He never acted recklessly and always adhered to the village's rules and regulations. That was why Hiruzen had summoned only Jin, using a few inconsequential individuals to serve time in exchange for the Uchiha clan's appeasement. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, it was a very cost. After all, he was about to retire soon, and the subsequent matters would be left to the new Hokage. Uchiha Shisui glanced at the kneeling rumor mongers, then at his silent friend beside him. Excellent, the culprits have been caught. As long as these rumor mongers receive their due punishment, surely the clan will stop suspecting the village's higher-ups of conspiracy. Excellent, the culprits have been caught. As long as these rumor mongers receive their due punishment, surely the clan will stop suspecting the village's higher-ups of conspiracy. Third Hokage, is this the umbu's efficiency? Uchiha Jin stared at the kneeling men, a sarcastic smirk curling at the corner. A few days to catch a few irrelevant people. It seems I made the right choice not joining the umbu. He knew Hiruzen would find scapegoats, but he hadn't expected them to be so perfunctory. These were all ninjas without talent, still genin in their 20s, and there were even 2 ordinary civilians. It was as if they were treating everyone as idiots. The moment he arrested that middle-aged couple, the rumors spread like a virus through the village. With such speed of propagation, you're telling me they did it? Uchiha Shisui was stunned, looking at his good friend in shock. Are you crazy? Jin dared to speak to the Hokage in such a manner. This disrespectful remark completely disregarded the Hokage's authority. While it was reasonable to question the outcome, this blatant provocation and mockery went too far. If he accidentally angered the Hokage, he couldn't imagine what would happen next. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze on his face, maintained for so long that his facial muscles twitched slightly. He truly hadn't expected Uchiha Jin to contradict him to his face, and even openly criticize the umbu's incompetence. Although he knew Jin wasn't targeting him personally, this guy was far too arrogant. He was after all the village's third Hokage, yet he was being mocked by this youth for the umbu's inefficiency, even hearing the damnable remark that it was a good thing he hadn't joined the umbu. The Uchiha are indeed an arrogant clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, his benevolent smile unwavering. He picked up his pipe, took a gentle puff, and then fixed a deep gaze on the young man before him. Jin, the umbu's investigation is flawless. They are the ones who spread the rumors this time. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Uchiha Jin looked down imperiously at a genin. He had a faint memory of this fellow, a ninja from a civilian background. During the Third Shinobi World War, when Jin had single-handedly covered his comrades' retreat, this man was one of the wounded. Do you remember me? The Genin trembled at the words, secretly lifting his head to meet Jin's icy gaze before quickly lowering it against the eyes. You saved my life. At that time, the wounded unit had been ambushed by Cloud Ninja, and Uchiha Jin had appeared just in time to cover their retreat. Otherwise, they would all have died in the Third Shinobi World War. Jin was nothing less than their savior. So, is this how you repay your savior? He had rescued his comrades on the battlefield purely because he didn't want to see them die. So, is this how you repay your savior? He had rescued his comrades on the battlefield purely because he didn't want to see them. Although Jin didn't expect repayment, he certainly didn't expect retaliation. I'm sorry. The ninja's expression turned serious, mustering the courage to meet his gaze. Even if you are my savior, you cannot arbitrarily arrest people using your position in the police force. Uchiha Jin. At that moment, he suddenly understood what Hatake Sakumo had felt. Realizing that the person you saved is a beast makes you want to die. Well, this is very Konoha. Who instructed you to do this? Uchiha Jin's voice was icy, a flicker of killing intent passing through his eyes. No one instructed me, though I simply can't stand the Uchiha acting with impunity. The other ninjas and civilians nodded in agreement. It had to be admitted that the masterminds behind the scenes had handled things well. These people were being used as pawns without even realizing it. They even saw themselves as champions of justice. Fools who believed everything they heard. Jin, you see, they've confessed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile widened. These rumor-mongers were carefully selected. Even if someone knew something was wrong, they couldn't prove it. The old friend had considerable experience in finding scapegoats. Uchiha Jin's expression remained calm. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Then let the village's law decide. Maliciously spreading rumors, slandering village comrades, and undermining village unity. Sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his retreating figure, feeling an extraordinary sense of relief. As the respected Third Hokage of Konoha, he was the one who decided who the real culprit was. The door to the inner office slid open and Shimura Danzo walked to the table. Monkey, you should follow my advice. The inherently evil Uchiha cannot be indulged or they'll only become more insolent. Danzo, you have a point. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. The Uchiha have already begun to disregard me as Hokage. It's indeed time to rein them in. Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered with contempt. A weakling, only reining in. When he became Hokage, he would scatter the Uchiha's ashes to the wind. Shursue, this is what you call finding the culprit. Uchiha Jin looked at Shursue, who had followed him out, trying to explain. The Umbu's investigation is infallible. They are indeed the rumor-mongers. Uchiha Shursue said in a low voice. Though he also felt that those individuals being the masterminds was somewhat exaggerated, the Hokagesima wouldn't just find scapegoats arbitrarily, would he? The third Hokage, who possessed the will of fire, could never do such a thing. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding causing Jin to wrongly blame the Hokagesima. He thought to himself. Since the Hokagesima had already tasked the Umbu with finding the culprits behind the rumors, Jin had no reason to view the village's leadership through a conspiratorial lens. It was precisely this lack of trust that had escalated the conflict between the clan and the leadership. Uchiha Shursue let out a soft sigh. When will the clan's prejudices finally disappear? Uchiha Jin watched Shursue, who was constantly defending the Hokage, and suddenly broke into a relieved smile. Heaven is fair. People often gain something and lose something in return. Don't be fooled by Uchiha Shursue being a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possessing the mighty Mangekyo Sharingan and the heaven-defying Dojutsu Kodoamatsukami. But he had lost his mind, blindly trusting the village's leadership. No wonder in the original story Shimura Danzo had his eye plucked out, and his death only temporarily delayed the Uchiha clan's rebellion. If Shizui's personality were replaced by Sasuke's, even if the Uchiha clan couldn't win, they wouldn't have died so pathetically. Alright. Uchiha Jin patted Shursue on the shoulder with a smile, no longer aggressive, but starting to speak with sarcasm. Why don't you just let the third Hokage adopt you? The Uchiha surname is holding you back. Change your name to Sarutobi Shursue, and maybe you could pass the political review and become Hokage. Uchiha Shursue. Why was Jin being sarcastic again? He felt his reasoning was sound. The Hokagesima had issued a statement as soon as he learned of the situation and dispatched the Umbu to find the rumor-mongers. In Shizui's view, the Hokage was already making an effort to improve relations with the clan. He didn't understand why Jin had to be so aggressive, even saying those things in front of the Hokagesima. It felt like he was deliberately picking a fight. If Jin's extreme mindset couldn't be corrected in time, it would only worsen the relationship between the clan. To be honest, he was somewhat tempted to use Kodoamatsukami to change Jin's extreme thoughts. But recalling that Jin wasn't the only extremist in the clan, he ultimately dismissed the sudden idea. Jin was his best friend. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to resort to such means. No wonder you and Uchiha Itachi get along so well. You're both the clan's hope, the village's geniuses with the will of fire. Uchiha Jin continued his sarcasm while slinging an arm around his shoulder. The twin stars of the Uchiha are none other than you two. One had his eyes gouged out after awakening the Mangekyo, then jumped off a cliff. The other turned his blade against his own kin after awakening his Mangekyo. Absolutely divine. Uchiha Shursui felt the weight of his friend's arm on his shoulder, unfazed by the sarcasm. At that moment, catching the faint scent of lime on Jin's mind was filled with Itachi's recent speculation. Senior Jin has always regarded you as his best friend. And my appearance made him feel insecure. Senior Jin feels I've taken away his best friend. Initially, he had been skeptical of Itachi's speculation, but Jin's sudden mention of Itachi and calling them the clan's twin stars made him reconsider. The words seemed like praise, but they were dripping with sarcasm. This meant Jin was jealous. He was angry that Shursui was getting along with Itachi, but too proud to express it directly. He could only vent his emotions through such an opportunity. A soft light flickered in Uchiha Shizui's eyes, and he decided not to argue with his best friend anymore. Jin, you don't have to be like this. He gently removed his friend's hand from his shoulder, lifted his head slightly to meet his handsome face, and broke into a happy smile. You will always be my best friend, always. Uchiha Jin, who had been incessantly mocking Shursui and Itachi, was stunned by Shizui's heartfelt words, especially when he saw the earnest and sincere look in Shizui's eyes. He was completely at a loss for words. Seeing this, Shursui thought his best friend was deeply moved, so he placed his hands on Jin's shoulders. Jin, don't hate Itachi because of me. He's a good person just like you. Uchiha Jin. Was this guy out of his mind? He abruptly slapped Shizui's hands off his shoulders and stepped back 2 meters. Uchiha Itachi, a good person. Don't make Uncle Jin laugh. Ever since Uchiha Shursui awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, his entire demeanor had become unhinged. He would occasionally pull off incomprehensible stunts. Like just now. He was mocking Shursui for acting like a dog for the village leadership, while also criticizing Itachi's will of fire. But instead of refuting, Shursui inexplicably declared that Jin was his best friend. Psycho. Go away, who's your best friend? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes in annoyance, then brushed off his shoulder where Shursui had touched him as if had been contaminated by something filthy. Don't be so presumptuous, you idiot. Seeing the disgust on his friend's face, Shizui's smile stiffened and pain flickered in his eyes. Was Jin still unwilling to forgive him? But he and Itachi really didn't have anything going on. How could he make Jin believe him? If you have nothing better to do, go kneel in the Hokage's office. Don't follow me. With that, Uchiha Jin turned and left. After a moment's hesitation, Shursui followed. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Jin, can you bear to abandon your best friend? Are you crazy? Then would you be willing to go to the hospital with me? Oh, I was wrong, Jin, don't hit me. Jin, you've hit me. Can you forgive me now? He hadn't fought back when Jin was hitting him, thinking that Jin was just retaliating for him getting too close to Itachi. Is there something wrong with your brain? Uchiha Jin frowned at Shursui, his chest heaving with anger. He couldn't understand what was going on with this guy. In the past, Shursui would just argue with him over differing ideals, but now Shursui seemed as if had been possessed. He spoke nonsensically, and his mental state was inhuman. Perhaps this was the after effect of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. He hadn't wanted to resort to violence, but this guy was just too infuriating. The doctor just checked me. My brain is fine, Shursui said weakly. Uchiha Jin. If he had known this day would come, he would never have befriended Shursui or tried to change his fate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be suffering this backlash now. Months later in the Hokage's office. It seems I really must retire. Yuenfei Risen gazed at the documents on his desk, massaging his temples with a headache. One cannot deny the effects of age. Although he was reluctant to relinquish the power of the Hokage, he could not remain in that seat forever. Even though he wished to handle the documents properly, his energy began to wane with age. The news that the third Hokage was about to retire began to circulate throughout the village. Yuenfei Risen announced his retirement, necessitating the selection of a new Hokage to lead the village in his stead. The third Hokage had served as Hokage for so many years, arguably the longest reign. It was only natural that he wished to retire now. What they worried about was whether the newly appointed fourth Hokage would be easy to deal with. If they encountered an extreme warhawk, that would be bad news for them. Fortunately, the Hokage election in my village was relatively peaceful. It was not decided solely by the Hokage, but required consideration of achievements and reputation. Yuenfei Risen only needed to draft a list, and then let the villagers recommend candidates. This was the origin of the principle that one must gain the villagers' recognition to become Hokage. At the Nanha Shrine, the scene of the Uchiha clan assembly. Everyone, the third Hokage is about to retire. This is our chance, the Uchiha's opportunity. Yuzebo Fuyue stood on the high platform, delivering an impassioned speech to the clansmen below. As long as I become the fourth Hokage, those cold stares and discriminations will cease to exist. In the Uchiha's view, rather than hoping the new Hokage would not target them, it was better to participate in the election and become the Hokage themselves. Simply put, every ninja clan had the right to participate in the Hokage election, a rule established by the first Hokage Hiruzen Jin during his tenure. His original intention was to give every clan a chance to become Hokage, to realize equality for all in the My Hidden Village he founded, preventing any single clan from becoming dominant. Hiruzen Jin watched his clansmen, their faces flushed with excitement, and gently shook his head. Theory was theory. The probability of an Uchiha becoming Hokage through election was not even higher than that of the dog raised by the neighboring Chuanzhong clan. The other clans and the village's high-ranking officials would absolutely never allow an Uchiha to become Hokage. When the vote came, probably only the Uchiha clansmen would vote for Yuzhibo Fuwa. Everyone, when I become Hokage, that will be the time of the Uchiha's rise. As Yuzhibo Fuyu's words fell, the Uchiha present erupted into deafening. Yuzhibo Zishui's expression was complex. He shared Jin's thoughts and did not believe the clan could become Hokage. Not to mention their Uchiha identity, whether they could gain the villagers' recognition, was questionable. Speaking of reputation and achievements, many in the village surpassed the clan leader. Under such circumstances, Yuzhibo Fuyu's desire to become Hokage was nothing short of a pipe dream. Jin, should you try to persuade the clan leader? Yuzhibo Jishue looked at his friend beside him and said in a low voice. Ever since he joined the Umbu, his status in the clan had greatly declined. The clansmen all regarded him as a traitor. Although the clansmen did not say it to his face, the deliberate alienation was unmistakable. Therefore, he dared not speak on such an occasion, otherwise the clansmen would surely think he was intentionally cursing the clan leader. He could only rely. Some things were fine to know in one's heart, but saying them out loud would change the meaning. With this guy's intelligence, no wonder he would die so miserably. Yuzhibo Fuwa certainly knew that his hope of becoming Hokage was slim. Then why did he still convene the clan meeting to incite the clansmen? The reason was simple: he wanted to create an illusion for the clansmen that the Uchiha could also become Hokage. Even if this election failed, the clansmen would only look forward to the next election. In this way, he could temporarily stabilize the hawkish faction of the clan. In his eyes, Yuzhibo Fuwa was not at all competent as a clan leader, only meekly submitting to the oppression of the village's high-ranking officials. He even lacked his own opinions. His thoughts were similar to the neutral faction of the clan, not participating in the struggles between the peace faction and the hawkish faction. In the original story, the attempted coup was most likely because the voices of resistance in the clan grew louder, and as the clan leader, he had to step up and lead. Eventually, there came a situation where he did not resist and allowed his son to massacre the clansmen. Yuzhibo Jishue, some things are not your concern. Yuzhibo Jin stared at him with a playful expression, murmuring softly, as if inadvertently. Eventually, there came a situation where he did not resist and allowed his son to massacre the clansmen. Yuzhibo Jishue, some things are not your concern. But his earlier reaction did not escape Jin's eyes. Yuzhibo Jishue opened his mouth to explain, but met his good friend's cold gaze. Do you know there's a traitor in the house? Yuzhibo Jin could roughly guess that Yuzhibo Jishue was providing Uchiha intelligence to the Hokage. After all, in the original story, both Itachi and Jishue did the same. As expected of the twin stars of the Uchiha clan, their loyalty had almost completely shifted to Hiruzen's side. The current situation of the Uchiha was not so dire. Even if Jishue leaked intelligence, it was not a big problem. But if after the Nine Tails incident the Uchiha's discussion of a coup were to be leaked, then the Uchiha would indeed be not far from annihilation. Jin, it's not what you think. Yuzhibo Jishue lowered his head, not daring to meet his good friend's disappointed gaze. I did this to maintain the relationship between the clan and the village. He had always been trying to make the clan and the village coexist peacefully. Informing Hiruzen about the clan situation was also to make the Hokage understand the Uchiha's loyalty. Only in this way would the high-ranking officials stop targeting the clan. Unfortunately, apart from Itachi, no one in the clan was willing to understand him. Even his best friend thought he was a traitor. This feeling of being distrusted was truly unbearable. At this moment, he wished so much that Jin would pat him on the shoulder and comfort him with a firm gaze and gentle words. Jishue, I understand you. He had dreamed of such a scene countless times, and each time he woke up his heart felt empty. Jin, how I wish you could understand me. Yuzhibo Jishue met his good friend's cold gaze, opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. Based on his understanding of his friend, speaking it out would surely invite mockery. He dared not confide such things to his good friend, and could only tell it to his like-minded comrade Itachi. But if he went to find Itachi, Jin would definitely become jealous. It was really troubling. At this moment, Yuzhibo Jin was unaware of Zishui's mental storm, instead staring at the pale blue system panel before him. Host Yuzhibo Jin, age 11, strength elite, Jonin, possessed talent titles, clear insight, able to see the degree of evil above everyone's head, eye of judgment, able to see the sins committed by others, aura of judgment, natural soul suppression against targets with sin marks, eyes of tracing death, able to see the deceased's basic information, and the killer justice value 9600, hoping to accumulate enough justice value before the Ninetales incident. The Mangekyo Sharingan cost 300 justice points, and the Eternal Mangekyo cost 100 justice points. If possible, he wanted to awaken the Mangekyo on his own so that he could spend less. If, during this time, he had gained a deeper understanding of the judgment for obtaining justice value. The stronger the strength and the higher the status, the higher the justice value. For example, when capturing an ordinary person might only yield 20 justice points, while capturing a chunin would yield 100. The monkey is finally going to retire. In the root base, Shimura Danzo's body trembled with excitement, a faint smile curling at the corners of his usually icy face. That man had occupied the position of Hokage for over 20 years, and he himself had been preparing to serve as Hokage for just as long. Now with retirement imminent, he would soon become Hokage. The moment he envisioned himself assuming the role of the fourth Hokage, Shimura Danzo could not help but throw his head back in laughter. His wish was about to come true. He'll put it this way: if you ever become Hokage, I'll cut off my own head and let you kick it around like a ball. The memory of Uchiha Jin's utterly humiliating words echoed in his mind. The smile on his face froze, his expression quickly darkened, and his murderous intent became blatant. Brat, you just wait for me. Once he became the fourth Hokage, he would behead that arrogant Uchiha brat immediately. How dare that little wretch curse him for never becoming Hokage. Absolutely unforgivable. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both disciples of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and served as his Hokage guards. With his outstanding qualifications in every aspect, there was no reason he could not become Hokage. He believed that the clan leaders would surely give him face, allowing him to ascend to the position seamlessly. Summon them. As his words fell, a group of root shinobi instantly appeared, kneeling on one knee. You are to spread word throughout the village of my silent contributions over the years so that everyone knows what I have done for this village. Summon them. As his words fell, a group of root shinobi instantly appeared, kneeling on one knee. You are to spread word. Soon rumors circulated in the village that the Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo was discussing village governance with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, every day. This painted an image of a leader devoted to the village's development and tirelessly working for its people. The villagers of Konoha were gullible fools incited by root shinobi. They all believed Danzo was a good leader. They eagerly declared that they would vote for him in the Hokage election. The clan leaders, upon learning of Shimura Danzo's shameless tactics, were both amused and exasperated. The common shinobi might not know the inside story, but the clan heads were fully aware of the truth. Root was entirely his creation. If someone like that became Hokage, their lives would be miserable. Therefore, they secretly agreed never to vote for Shimura Danzo. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his pipe as he looked over the list of candidates submitted by the clans. He had already learned from Shursui that Uchiha Fugaku would participate in the election. He shook his head helplessly, thinking the Uchiha were wasting their time. How could they possibly become Hokage? No one would vote for them anyway. Although he did not think highly of Uchiha Fugaku's candidacy, any shinobi meeting the requirements could participate in the election. In the end, he reluctantly added Fugaku's name to the list. When he saw the next candidate, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his composure. Shimura Danzo, so you still haven't given up? He had always known of his old friend's burning desire to become Hokage. He had thought that ambition would fade with time, but it seemed Danzo still wanted to be Hokage. Still, it was understandable. After all, they had both dreamed of becoming Hokage as children. Only he had achieved that dream. Danzo had not. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think Danzo suitable for the role. His personality would drive him to extreme measure. Even as the leader of Root, he often caused trouble for Hiruzen. It was terrifying to imagine how disastrous things would be if he became Hokage. Fortunately, times had changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had become Hokage by the direct appointment of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in an emergency, when there was no time to return to the village for public discussion and election. Now it was different, and Shimura Danzo had little chance against others, such as Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. 1 week later, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the list of candidates for the fourth Hokage election. There were 10 people in total: Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, Shimura Danzo, and 6 other clan heads who were just making up the numbers. In truth, they had no desire to participate, but the Hokage had asked them to join for the sake of participation. Simply put, it gave the villagers more choices, thereby highlighting the value of the first-place winner. At the Uchiha Police Force headquarters, the clan members all cast their votes for their leader Uchiha Fugaku, eagerly hoping he would win and become the fourth Hokage. After casting his vote for Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Jin left the police headquarters to begin his patrol. He needed to accumulate more justice points in order to awaken the Mangekyo as soon as possible. Ever since word of his righteous enforcement spread, the Uchiha clan members had regarded him as an idol, imitating his strict enforcement of the law throughout the village. As a result, the crime rate in the village plummeted. Everyone was afraid of being caught by the Uchiha, causing Jin to earn fewer and fewer justice points. These stubborn commoners seemed to have become well-behaved. Uchiha Jin patrolled the streets for half a day, taking in the thriving scene, and whispered to himself. Just then he spotted a young couple walking. The man had yellow hair, and the woman had red hair. In the shinobi world, such punk hairstyles were very common. Yellow, red, white, pink. Moreover, these hair colors were natural. Jin, we meet again. Minato Namikaze smiled warmly and waved at him, while Kushina beside him tilted her head in curiosity. She had some recollection of Jin. She remembered that a few years ago Minato's 3 students had all interacted with him, especially Uchiha Obito, who often complained about him to Rin and Kakashi. She could not recall the exact words, but it seemed to be about Uchiha Jin calling Obito a simp and a dead last. Rin had told her that when Obito was bullied at school by some classmates, it was Jin who stepped in to help him deal with the bullies. Before leaving, he had said, "Being a simp is one thing, but being a dead last in strength means you probably can't even protect the one you love on the battlefield." Uzumaki Kushina's expression was complicated. It seemed the boy had been right after all. Obito and Rin had both died in the war. Uchiha Jin nodded at the two. "Long time no see." As expected of Minato Namikaze, not even a trace of nervousness despite participating in the Hokage election. He was still out strolling with his girlfriend. Such a calm demeanor was something ordinary people could not emulate. "Hey, how close were you with Rin and Obito?" Kushina suddenly asked. Although she was nominally the mentor's wife of Team 7, she rarely had any contact with them. Her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could not be revealed. Among Team 7, the person who interacted with her the most was Rin. Whenever that girl mentioned Jin, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Jin is truly an upright person. That was why she asked this question, wanting to know how close they were. Uchiha Jin fell into silence at the words. Namikaze Minato instinctively looked at the young man. He had no knowledge of the student's situation at the academy. He felt guilt over the deaths of Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin. Back then he was so busy shuttling between various battlefields that by the time he learned of the situation it was already too late. Team 7 was left with only Kakashi. "Our relationship is ordinary." Uchiha Jin was unwilling to have too much contact with Uzumaki Kushina. After all, she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, a nuclear-level weapon of war. The village's higher-ups kept a 24-hour watch on her. If he interacted with her for too long, those with ulterior motives would start accusing the Uchiha of plotting something. He was all too familiar with this kind of behind-the-scenes slander. Seeing that he was about to leave, Uzumaki Kushina immediately became unhappy and suddenly appeared, spreading her arms to block his way. "If your relationship is ordinary, then why did Rin often mention you to me?" This Uchiha was too cold. She couldn't understand how, despite both being Uchiha Jin and Obito, had such different personalities. Although she had not interacted much with Uchiha Obito, she knew he was a warm, polite, and respectful child. In contrast, Uchiha Jin exuded an aura of keeping everyone at a distance. If she remembered correctly, this guy was a year younger than Obito. Uchiha Jin frowned at Kushina blocking his way, and his gaze flickered for a moment when she mentioned, "Kushina, don't be silly." Namikaze Minato immediately stepped forward to pull his girlfriend away, offering an apologetic smile to Uchiha. "Sorry, Jin. Minato, don't interfere. I just want to ask a question." The couple began to argue. "My relationship with them is indeed ordinary." At that moment, the silent Jin finally spoke slowly with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. Uchiha Obito was the dead last of the clan. Many clansmen considered him a disgrace to the family. His academic performance was extremely poor. His theory and tactical notes at the Ninja Academy were a mess, and his exam results were always at the bottom, making him the class dead last. In the eyes of other Uchiha, his age Obito was nothing but a stain on the clan's honor. Therefore, they often bullied him. At that time, he was being cornered and beaten in the restroom by several clansmen. "I happened to see it when I went to use the toilet, so I beat those guys up and rescued a bruised and swollen Obito." He taunted Obito for being not only a simp, but also getting beaten up in the restroom, which was truly disgraceful. Obito, who had just been saved and was about to thank him, was instantly provoked by the young man's sarcasm and bristled with anger. From then on, he had a goal to defeat not only the arrogant Kakashi, but also the arrogant Jin. Noera Rin, upon hearing the news, rushed to the men's restroom and saw the battered Obito and Jin standing before him. She instinctively thought Jin was the one bullying Obito, and thus the three of them came to know each other. Later, as Uchiha Jin displayed his formidable talent, he began to be repeatedly targeted and bullied by other students. So he teamed up with Uchiha Shursui to launch an anti-bullying campaign. Within just a month, the Ninja Academy became a place of unity and camaraderie. Noera Rin witnessed this and came to see Jin as a man of integrity. She often brought Obito along to interact with Jin. Over time, the three grew familiar with each other. Although Uchiha Jin despised Uchiha Obito deep down, he came to terms with it when he saw Obito's intelligence quotient of 2. It was only natural for such a fool to be manipulated by Uchiha Madara. He began to subtly hint that the two of them should be careful on the battlefield in the future. He even hinted that Obito should not let the death of a comrade change his original dream. He wondered if Obito had understood his hint. It was probably doubtful. Uzumaki Kushina raised an eyebrow after listening to Uchiha Jin's story. You call this an ordinary relationship? From his description, she saw Jin saving the bullied Obito, improving the bullying situation at the academy, earning Rin's admiration, and the three of them later interacting frequently and forming a deep bond. Yet in Jin's words, it was just an ordinary relationship. Uchihas were really tsundere and stubborn. According to Jin's logic, her relationship with Minato would also be considered ordinary. Namake's Minato's expression was complicated. Their relationship was so good. Jin must have been deeply saddened when he learned of Obito and Rin's deaths. Just like Kakashi. If there's nothing else, I need to go on patrol. Uchiha Jin looked at the couple with their complicated expressions, tilting his head, and he couldn't understand what they were feeling so down about. His story was fine. His relationship with Obito and Rin was indeed ordinary, more like acquaintances. His bond with them was definitely not as close as with that idiot Shursui. Uzumaki Kushina, seeing his feigned calm, stepped aside with a head, so his coldness was just a cover for inner sorrow. Kakashi was the same. Despite that little white-haired boy always being silent and wearing a scowl, she knew he often visited the cemetery to see his fallen comrades. She figured Jin was the same. Uchiha Jin, what was that look in your eyes? Never mind, patrolling was more important. He was forced into contact with Uzumaki Kushina, and this would surely reach the higher-ups. What a hassle. Without further conversation with the couple, he left and continued his patrol. Now the troublemakers in Konoha had all become well-behaved. When would he ever get a major case? Minato, I didn't realize their relationship was that good. Uzumaki Kushina murmured as she watched the young man's solitary figure receding into the distance. Was I too harsh with him just now? It's fine, Jin isn't the type to hold grudges. Namake's Minato took her hand, his smile warm and radiant like a little sun. We'll find a chance to apologize to him next time. The young couple set aside their thoughts and continued to enjoy their rare time together. The people of Konoha are all messed up in the head. Uchiha Jin's head ached at the thought of their complicated gazes. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his explanation. Did he deserve that look? Just then he suddenly saw a person with a red health bar above his head walking past hurriedly. The annoyance from the inexplicable looks earlier vanished instantly. Finally caught one. Jitsuin Jingyan was panicked. As a prodigy of the Shimura clan, he was already an outstanding chunin at the mere age of 12. He was confident that he would become one of the few jonin in the clan before coming of age. His future had been bright, but he made a slight mistake. Exhausted from training last night, he had a few drinks to reward himself, never expecting that in the dead of night, he would go on a drunken rampage and kill several people in someone else's home. He had killed people while drunk. The tragic fate of Sarutobi Shotaro was still fresh in his mind, and he had no desire to end up like the Hokage's nephew. If the inherently evil Uchiha police force discovered him, he would be done for. Fortunately, he kept his cool. After cleaning up the crime scene, he planned to return to the clan and seek help from the clan leader. As long as he could fabricate evidence that the family had left the village, no one would suspect a thing. Everyone would believe they had simply departed, not that they had been murdered last night. The clan leader was once a Hokage advisor and controlled the root, an organization no weaker than the Yumbu. Pulling off such a feat would be a piece of cake. Just as he thought he could resolve the matter smoothly, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the alley. Do you know what you've done? At those words, Jitsuin Zinjian's body froze instantly, all color draining from his face. He instinctively looked at the speaker. When he saw the Uchiha attire, he was struck with terror, as if he had encountered something monstrous. No way. How could he run into the Uchiha police force here? Don't panic, absolutely don't panic. No one else should know about last night except him and the victims. Without anyone reporting it, it couldn't have been discovered so quickly. Besides, he had cleaned the scene thoroughly. How could it be exposed? He must have been spotted because of his panicked expression. That guy was definitely bluffing. What are you talking about? How could I have committed a crime? Jitsuin Jingyan gave an awkward laugh. Stop joking with me. This joke isn't funny at all. Even the Uchiha police force couldn't arrest someone without evidence. After all, not everyone was that living demon king. Uchiha Jin looked at the man's identity information and the crimes he had committed, then smiled. Name Jitsuin Jingyan. Crime under the influence of alcohol last night. He murdered a family of 4 with the bodies stored in a storage scroll. Name Jitsuin Jingyan. Crime under the influence of alcohol last night. He murdered a family of 4 with the bodies stored in a storage scroll. A clansman of that old dog Jitsuin Danzo. Finally caught one. He hadn't forgotten the assassination attempt by Jitsuin Danzo a few months ago. Since he couldn't strike at the old dog directly, he would unleash his wrath on his clansmen instead. I never joke. Uchiha Jin's tone was playful, a smirk curling on his lips as he stared at him. Do you want me to recount in detail how you murdered that family for last night? At these words, Jitsuin Zinjian's eyes bulged and his face was a mask of utter disbelief. No way. He had cleaned up so thoroughly, and there were no witnesses at the scene. How the hell did this guy know? You know very well whether you did or not. Now come back with me for investigation quietly, or you won't want to experience my methods. Uchiha Jin instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice ice cold and devoid of emotion. Jitsuin Jingyan naturally couldn't go with him. Once inside the police force, life and death would be out of his hands. Although he had committed the murder while drunk, the death of 4 civilians was a serious matter. Sarutobi Shodaro had killed 3 people and was finished, so killing 4 would surely seal his fate. The only option now was to return to the clan and have the clan leader fabricate evidence that the family had left the village. That way there would be no proof. He pretended to follow Uchiha Jin, but when the latter let his guard down, he sprinted toward the Shimura clan compound. It seems you've made the wrong choice. Uchiha Jin activated his 3-Demo Sharingan, drew the tachi at his waist, and gave chase. Murder. An Uchiha is committing murder. Nearby villagers turned to look, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. There was Uchiha Jin's sword in hand chasing after Jitsuin Jingyan. The sight screamed that if he caught up he would take his life. The Uchiha clan emblem on his back was strikingly conspicuous. Has the Uchiha gone mad attacking people in broad daylight? Wait, isn't that Uchiha the living demon king? As far as I remember, the living demon king has never fingered the wrong criminal. Bro, how much did the Uchiha pay you? Give me a referral too, will you? Don't mythologize Uchiha Jin. Who knows how many wrongful convictions he's made. Maybe those innocent people were executed as criminals. This is utter chaos. How can the police force let someone like him be the captain? I have to complain to the Hokage. Word of Uchiha Jin attacking someone in the street spread through the village like wildfire. In the Hokage's office, this is outrageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing the news, immediately dispatched Umbu to intervene. Regardless of whether the man Jin was chasing was a criminal, such behavior was absolutely unacceptable in the village. If innocent people got hurt, it would be a disaster. Uchiha Shursui volunteered to leave the Hokage building and used his fastest body flicker technique to stop his good friend. Meanwhile, at route, Jitsuin Danzo also received the news. Truly an inherently evil Uchiha brat, acting without a thought for the consequences. Jitsuin Danzo's eyes were cold, his disgust undisguised, and his resolve to eliminate the Uchiha hardened. The day he became Hokage would be the day the Uchiha were wiped out. Hell, I must thank the fool being chased by Uchiha Jin regardless. Finally, I have a legitimate reason to file a complaint against him. Lord Danzo. The root ninja reporting paused, hesitating. The one being chased by Uchiha Jin is your clansman. What a... Danzo's voice rose in shock as he stared at the root ninja. You say the one being chased is my clansman? How dare Uchiha Jin? How dare he chase my clansman? Danzo was not only the former Hokage advisor and the leader of Root, but also the head of the... How dare Uchiha Jin? How dare he chase my clansman? Danzo was not only the former Hokage advisor and the leader of Root, but also the head of the... And now Uchiha Jin was chasing his clansmen through the streets. Wasn't that a slap in the face to the entire Shimura clan? That damned Uchiha brat kept humiliating him. He was definitely asking for death. Did he really think Danzo wouldn't kill him? Guards. Danzo summoned his confidants Yamakaze and Aburame Toryan. He was definitely asking for death. Did he really think Danzo wouldn't kill him? Guards. Danzo summoned his confidants Yamakaze and He led the two of them out of Root with a menacing air. In the center of the commercial street, amidst the shocked gazes of the onlookers, Uchiha Jin kicked Jitsuin Jingyan to the ground. The tip of the blade pressed against his neck, breaking the skin and causing blood to flow. Not so fond of running now, are you? Uchiha Jin's 3-Demo eyes stared directly at the criminal pinned beneath his foot. How could an elite jonin like him let a chunin escape right under his nose? If he really let him get away, he might as well find a piece of tofu and smash his head on it. You have no evidence. How dare you arrest people arbitrarily? Jitsuin Jingyan belatedly realized that this guy seemed to be the legendary living Yama King. The Hokage's nephew Yuanfei Zingtailing had died at his hands. How unlucky could he be? He had just committed a murder and was already targeted by this guy. Evidence. Uchiha Jin's expression was blank, his tone eerily calm. A settled fact. Why should we need evidence? Others rely on evidence for fear of arresting the wrong person, but he could directly see the murderer. Why bother with evidence? As long as he ensured he didn't catch the wrong person, that was enough. No, you have no evidence. How can you just arrest people like this? Jitsuin Jingyan was truly scared out of his wits. At that moment the Tachi was in zero-distance contact with his neck, and he was genuinely afraid that the living Yama King would execute him on the spot. Let alone him, even an elite jonin would piss a few drops facing such a situation. Although he really had killed someone, how did this guy know? He simply couldn't understand. Since the other party couldn't produce evidence of his crime, how did he know he had committed murder? I don't need evidence to handle cases. I can see the sins you have committed. Uchiha Jin didn't intend to waste any more words. Do you want to go through the procedure, return to the police force, and confess your crime, or shall I directly pronounce your sentence and execute you according to the village's laws? Jitsuin, what the hell is it necessary to be so terrifying? At the slightest disagreement, he would execute someone. Are you kidding me? Don't make murder sound so casual. After all, he was an elite among chunin, not some random cat or dog. No, I'm not a criminal. You can't arrest me arbitrarily. Jitsuin tried to stall for time as much as possible, believing that the clan leader would surely come once he learned of the situation. As long as he held out until reinforcements arrived, he would have a chance. How could anyone convict someone without evidence? This was fucking ridiculous. After this was over, he must file a complaint with the Hokage. The Uchiha police force was really getting more and more lawless. If everyone acted as recklessly as the living Yama King, my village would be finished in no time. Kill anyone he disliked with fabricated charges. He believed that the Hokage would definitely not allow the Uchiha to act so recklessly. Why don't you want to admit it? Uchiha Jin understood that the other party was deliberately stalling, and his patience was completely exhausted. His gaze turned icy and piercing. Jitsuin, drunk yesterday, killed a family of 4. After waking up, he disposed of the scene and put the bodies into a storage scroll. As his words fell, Jitsuin's pupils contracted sharply. Whether you've opened it or not, you know in your heart. You have to understand that when he was handling the bodies at the scene, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and he dared to guarantee that no second person could have seen it. How on earth did this guy find out? Is what the living Yama King said true? The bodies are in the storage scroll. Ooh, just open the scroll, and you'll know. Look at his confident look. That guy is probably the murderer. Tisk, that's a family of 4. Such a person must pay with his life. Hearing the loud discussions around him, Jitsuin realized that once the scroll was open, the murder would be undeniable. At that point, only death awaited him. No matter what, he had to leave the scene and dispose of the bodies inside the scroll. Suddenly, he burst forth, scrambled up from the ground, and sprinted like mad toward the Jitsuin clan compound. Back to the clan. As long as he could return to the clan, he would be safe. Without the bodies, it would be a case without evidence, and with the clan leader applying pressure, he believed that even the living Yama King wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Puchi. The sharp tachi slashed across his back instantly, leaving a hideous scar. Jitsuin, running at full speed, stumbled and fell flat on the ground. The wound on his back sent excruciating pain, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. There were no vital organs on the back. A single slash wouldn't kill him. But at this moment, he felt the terror of death. The living Yama King had actually made a move. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Jitsuin crawled forward on his hands and knees, his face smeared with tears and snot. Facing the fear of death, even ninjas rarely could remain calm. Killing and being killed were completely different experiences. He was still young, with infinite possibilities ahead. If he died here, everything would be lost. No, he must return to the clan, then he wouldn't die. The tip of the blade dragged across the ground, producing a harsh screeching sound. Hearing the sound, Jitsuin felt death approaching, and with a terrified expression, he quickened his crawling. Uchiha Jin walked slowly with a calm expression. Jitsuin, the crimes you have committed are too numerous to record. According to the village law, I have the right to execute you on the spot. As he spoke, he raised the tachi and slashed down toward the back of the other's neck. Yamaro, Jin, that's enough. The newcomer was Uchiha Jin, who had rushed over from the Hokage's office. He really hadn't expected Jin to dare to commit murder in public. This was really too reckless. Even if the guy on the ground had really violated the law, there was no need to kill him in the street. Such behavior had a very bad influence. Uchiha Jin frowned, his expression turning gloomy. Why does someone always show up to stop me at critical moments? It seemed that next time he saw a criminal, he would just cut them down directly, not giving them a chance to stall. Shwa shwa shwa. Several umbu surrounded him, and the crowd of onlookers instantly fell silent. Save. Jitsuin finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the umbu. Curse it. He had almost been killed by this guy. When this is over, he must file a serious complaint against him. Are you obstructing my execution of a criminal? Uchiha Jin broke free from Zishui's grip and swept his icy gaze over the umbu. Jin, you can't kill people in the street. Uchiha Jin was completely out of ideas. How could a person cause such a huge trouble, even killing in the street? His good brother truly didn't care about the village's order or the Hokage's authority. The Hokage's opinion of the Uchiha would surely drop further. According to the village law, when facing a murderer who resists arrest, in order to prevent escape and further crimes, police force members have the right to execute them. Uchiha Jin's tone was mocking. I almost forgot you're only a nominal member of the police force, completely unaware of the specific laws. Uchiha Jishui. The other Umbu exchanged glances. If the boy on the ground really was a murderer, then what Uchiha Jin did should probably maybe not a problem. After all, they couldn't just let the criminal leave and commit another crime, right? No one could bear that responsibility. Jin, you can't keep acting so recklessly. Uchiha Shizui's eyes behind the mask were filled with concern. In his view, his good brother's actions were undoubtedly challenging the authority of the village's higher-ups. Even if the police force had law enforcement powers, they could not commit murder in the streets. If he truly did, so many would surely impeach Jin. It would even affect the reputation of the police force, thereby tarnishing the clan's name. The Uchiha already had a poor reputation in the village. If such incidents continued, it would be disastrous. Whether from the perspective of the clan or the village, he could not allow his good brother to continue. Uchiha Jin sheathed his blade, his expression extremely grim. He could guess Shizui's thoughts. No doubt he was worried about provoking the village's higher-ups. This guy naively believed that if the Uchiha just submitted and played the obedient dog for the higher-ups, the situation could change. But facts had proven this approach futile. The higher-ups had never trusted the Uchiha since the era of Senju Tobarama. This became increasingly evident in the later years of Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration, and after the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha were completely marginalized. Thus they were forced to consider rebellion to change their situation. It was precisely this foolish mindset that led Shursui to ultimately end up jumping off a cliff. Though Uchiha Jin did not approve of Konoha's higher-ups, he always acted according to the village's laws. Law enforcement officers arresting criminals was a normal practice in any village. But in Konoha, the police force members were Uchiha. What was considered normal in other villages became unacceptable when it wasn't this blatant double standards. Moreover, months ago when he killed Sarutobi Shotaro in front of Sarutobi, Hiruzen the latter had said nothing. After all, the man was indeed a murderer. Now when he was about to execute Shimura Masahiko and his group, they rushed to stop him. He couldn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Shimura Masahiko is a murderer. Uchiha Jin crouched down and retrieved a storage scroll from the man's waist. After unsealing the restriction, 4 corpses appeared before everyone. What more do you have to say? His gaze swept coldly across the ANBU present, finally resting on Shursui beside him. My god, that guy really is a murderer. So the living Yama's judgment is truly 100% accurate. Maybe it's just a lucky guess. You can't assume he's always right just because he got it right this time. True, perhaps some people were wrongly accused and killed on the spot without a chance to defend themselves. Aren't you guys all so hostile to the Uchiha? Uchiha Jin records every enforcement, the criminals all confess. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Bro, how much did the Uchiha pay you? Introduce me. Let's make money together. The ANBU looked at the gruesomely dead bodies on the ground, their gazes toward Uchiha Jin complex, shock, bewilderment, admiration. Although he never produced evidence when identifying suspects in the months since he had never failed. What a monster. Shimura Masahiko broke into a residence while drunk and killed a family of 4. Uchiha Jin fixed his gaze on one ENBU. Tell me, how should this be punished? The ENBU, who was singled out, stiffened, feeling as if he had been called on by a teacher in class. An inexplicable tension gripped him. Death penalty. If that were truly the case, execution would be inevitable. Killing civilians was absolutely forbidden. After Shimura Masahiko committed murder, I discovered him. He resisted arrest and fled into the crowd, attempting to escape. Uchiha Jin turned to Uchiha Shursui. I suspected he might take hostages. For the safety of the villagers, as a member of the Uchiha police force, I ask you, did I have the right to execute him? Uchiha Shursui fell silent. So Jin's street execution seemed justified. They couldn't very well let the criminal escape. If it were him, he would certainly stop the criminal from fleeing, and if necessary take forceful measures. Not only Shursui, but the ANBU and civilians present all found it reasonable. Especially those who had been watching the spectacle earlier. If not for Uchiha Jin's timely intervention, they might have been taken hostage, and if they were unlucky enough to be killed, that would be disastrous. For a moment, many voiced their agreement. After all, Shimura Masahiko was not wronged. He was a genuine murderer. Thanks to Uchiha Jin, we're safe. Exactly, I support executing murderers on the spot. Uchiha Shursui looked at the villagers, nodding in agreement, his expression behind the mask complicated. Had he truly wronged Jin? As an Uchiha himself, when he saw a problem, instead of understanding the situation, he had judged Jin without a fair hearing. Was that right? Nonsense. At that moment, Shimura Danzo approached with a grim face, flanked by Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian. Shimura Masahiko saw the newcomer and clung to him like a drowning man grasping a last straw. The clan leader was a former village advisor, head of root, and a candidate for the Fourth Hokage. Surely he could save him. Shimura Danzo's face darkened when he saw that the murderer was indeed a Shimura clan member, killing a few civilians and getting caught by that inherently evil Uchiha. Utterly stupid. How had someone with such low intelligence even become a chunin? To be honest, he didn't want to bother. Let the brat fend for himself. But he was the Shimura clan leader. If he didn't save a clan member in such a situation, the clan would. Shimura Danzo fixed his gaze on Uchiha Jin with a sneer. How ridiculous. Just because there are corpses in the storage scroll that proves he's a murderer. He narrowed his eyes, his tone mocking. If I put corpses in your storage scroll, could I execute you as a murderer too? Since the monkey wouldn't deal with this brat, he would teach him a lesson. And who might this be? Uchiha Jin was not angered by his words, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Ah, if it isn't Lord Danzo, the former Hokage advisor who wanted to run for Hokage at 50-something. Shimura Danzo's face turned ashen. He clenched his fist involuntarily. What? Uchiha Jin's teasing voice continued. Instead of running for votes, you come meddling here. Seems you're quite confident you'll become Hokage. He pinched his chin, frowning, as if deep in thought. But wait, according to the bulletin board, your votes aren't the highest, are they? Shut up. Shimura Danzo was boiling with rage. That inherently evil Uchiha brat dared to mock him so blatantly. He was asking for death. The voting has just begun. The result is not yet decided. Oh. Uchiha Jin nodded thoughtfully, then began to analyze on his own. But I think if you're behind from the start, the gap will only widen. After all, the last place always stays last. Damn, it'll kill you. Shimura Danzo was truly furious. Since the voting began, he had been dispatching members of Root to propagate his contributions to the village. Initially, when the villagers learned of the situation, many voluntarily cast their votes for him. He had assumed that his momentum would smoothly carry him to the top, naturally securing the position of the fourth Hokage. Yet to his dismay, the growth rate began to slow, falling far behind the frontrunners Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. In the eyes of most, even though Shimura Danzo, the former Hokage advisor, had contributed greatly to the village, he still could not compare to the heroes Minato and Orochimaru who had fought on the battlefield. Thus his vote count remained stuck in an awkward middle ground. Coupled with the fact that Root had little presence in the village, it even appeared that his votes were fewer than those of the Nara clan head. He was already furious. And now this inherently evil Uchiha brat dared to mock him in front of so many people. This was sheer courting of death. Shimura Danzo desperately wanted to charge forward and kill that insolent little brat. However, catching sight of the several Umbu members and the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, he forcibly suppressed his rage and quickly calmed down. This was not the nocturnal assassination from a few days ago. There were too many people watching here. If he dared to attack Uchiha Jin in the street, he would surely be criticized by the onlookers. That would be detrimental to his campaign for Hokage. I am discussing with you the matter of identifying a suspect without evidence, Shimura Danzo said, his face dark as he coldly interrogated. Your conduct is utterly unreasonable. How can you identify the culprit without evidence? It can't be that you are gifted with the ability to see who has committed a crime. Judging by Shimura Masahiko's reaction and the several corpses on the ground, the brat was almost certainly the murderer. How did Uchiha Jin know? Under normal circumstances, a chunin could kill a few civilians more easily than slaughtering chickens. Ordinary people had no ability to resist, not even a chance to cry for help. As long as a ninja handled the scene properly, even the Umbu would find it difficult to identify the culprit. Over the years, there had been nearly 100 cases of civilian deaths in the village, yet the security forces had identified fewer than a few dozen perpetrators. The remaining cases were all sealed away. Yet Uchiha Jin, having just joined the security forces, had solved cases one after another using methods incomprehensible to ordinary people. Until now, no one could explain how he discovered them. Talent. Something you cannot learn, Uchiha Jin said. He did not continue taunting, instead staring expressionlessly at Shimura Danzo, then sweeping his gaze over the gathered onlookers. I know my methods might displease many, but I can guarantee that I will never wrong an innocent person. My investigation procedures and the results of my judgments are all publicly available. If a miscarriage of justice truly occurs, I am willing to bear full responsibility. Everyone present was stunned by his confident words. Although they did not know how he identified the culprit, as long as the person he arrested was indeed the murderer, wasn't that enough? Generally speaking, when the outcome is correct, the process might indeed matter less. Although the living Yama never produces evidence when making arrests, it seems he has never made a mistake, someone remarked. That's exactly what I've been thinking, another replied. Murders of civilians by ninja have happened before. If we had to follow normal procedures and gather evidence to track down the killer, we would probably never find the culprit. In Konoha, the majority are not ninja, but defenseless ordinary citizens. If every law enforcement officer in the security forces could identify the true culprit like Uchiha Jin, it would greatly ensure their personal safety. Thus, more and more ordinary people began to agree with his viewpoint. The tide turned. Uchiha Shursui looked at his friend, then at the surrounding villagers, his expression growing complicated. He truly had not expected that his good brother would receive so much support. The reputation of the Uchiha clan seemed to be improving. The reason was not the help of the village's higher-ups, but Jin's own way of gaining the villagers' recognition. Did that mean he had been wrong from the very beginning? Shimura Danzo's already dark face grew even darker. These foolish commoners were easily swayed by a few words from an inherently evil Uchiha. They had no brains at all. You said something right, Uchiha Jin said, his three-demo eyes fixed on the grim-faced Shimura Danzo. His voice, amplified by chakra, reached everyone present. My eyes can indeed see the culprit, so I don't need to present evidence like others. According to what the former Hokage advisor said, if we must have evidence for everything, then if we cannot find evidence to prove the murderer's guilt, does that mean the victim died in vain while the culprit walks free? I never said that. Shimura Danzo retorted immediately. This bastard was putting words in his mouth again. I am questioning you. How can you identify the culprit without evidence? Uchiha Jin shook his head, spreading his hands helplessly. Didn't I just say it? My eyes are gifted. They can see the crime. I just need to know who the criminal is and arrest them. So far my eyes have never been wrong. Uchiha Jin drew his tachi and pointed it at the unconscious Shimura Masahiko on the ground. So, until I make a mistake, I maintain a perfect closure rate. If you're not happy, you'll have to endure it. Shimura Danzo found himself unable to argue with this brat. Although he made arrests without evidence, he had never made a mistake. In this situation, others would only see him as a genius enforcer, even viewing his evidence-free arrests as a miracle. To change this situation, it would be simple: make him commit one error in judgment. Then he would naturally fall from his pedestal. But the problem was that months had passed without a single mistake. Perhaps, as he claimed, his eyes were truly gifted and could see murderers. Now he finally understood why Hiruzen Sarutobi and Fugaku Uchiha did not stop this guy's law enforcement. This was an unsolvable proposition. The man possessed 100% ability to identify the culprit. Any reasonable person would not obstruct him. Even if they wanted to stop him, they would have to wait until Jin made a mistake. Until then, even if they were displeased, they could only endure it. What a joke. Shimura Danzo was being outmaneuvered by an inherently evil Uchiha. Monkey as Hokage was still too weak. Once he became Hokage, he would have to deal with the Uchiha problem. Uchiha Jin's blade tip pointed directly at Shimura Masahiko's throat. Without wasting words, he used Jinjutsu to force him to confess his crime. We'll see about that. Shimura Danzo, seeing this, did not even glance at his clansmen on the ground. He flicked his sleeve and stormed off with his men in a rage. Uchiha Jin did not kill Shimura Masahiko on the street. He brought the man back to the security forces, had him sign and fingerprint a confession, and only then executed him. Notably, no one from the Shimura clan came to collect the body. The burial was paid for by Jin himself, who found a plot for the man. After this incident, Uchiha Jin's reputation in the village began to turn around. Many praised his perfect closure rate. For a time, he was unmatched in fame within the village. His popularity even temporarily surpassed the Hokage election. He understood that someone was deliberately stirring the pot. The higher they lifted him now, the harder he would fall later. But the other party seemed to have miscalculated. With his system, it was impossible for him to make an error in judgment. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the final processing result and shook his head helplessly. Based on his understanding of Uchiha Jin, although that brat was arrogant and unruly, looking down on everyone, he always adhered to the justice in his heart, acting as a police force to eliminate violence and bring peace, and in the months that followed, he never made a mistake in his work. Therefore, when he learned that Jin had cut someone down on the street, he knew that the victim was a criminal. He sent the Umbu to stop him in order to prevent chaos and escalation. Who would have thought that person was actually a clansman of Shimura Danzo? All the ninja-talented members of the Shimura clan were recruited by Danzo into the route, with only a few who at their own request did not join. Instead, they carried out normal missions like other clan ninjas. Shimura Masahiko was one of those few who did not join the route. As a result, after getting drunk and committing murder, he killed 4 ordinary people. When discovered by Uchiha Jin, he resisted arrest and tried to flee. Thus, the situation of cutting someone down on the street occurred. Danzo, why must you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the detailed report submitted by the Umbu, which included Jin's words mocking Danzo. He himself dared not provoke that brat casually, yet his old friend repeatedly took the initiative to provoke him. Then he was infuriated half to death. In his view, Uchiha Jin was different from other Uchiha clan members. He did not belong to any faction within the Uchiha clan. Although Jin, like Shursui, had broken free from the shackles of the clan, the two were fundamentally different. Shizui's aim was to eliminate the conflict between the clan and the village and achieve peaceful coexistence. Jin, on the other hand, was simply for the justice in his heart. Even after several months, when Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the words Jin had spoken in the office, he still felt a chill down his spine. This kind of Uchiha with extreme ideals and goals was the most terrifying. No one knew what outrageous things he might do for the justice in his heart. Fortunately, after months of observation, there was no abnormality, and for the village there was no immediate threat. He was about to retire. The voting for the fourth Hokage was nearing its end. Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru had similar numbers of votes. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, he would prefer his own disciple to become Hokage, but if Minato Namikaze ended up as Hokage, it would also be a good choice. Both possessed the qualifications and temperament to serve as Hokage. Speaking of Orochimaru, it seemed he hadn't seen him for a long time. Even for something as major as the Hokage election, he hadn't appeared in public. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Over the years, his relationship with his three disciples had gradually become distant. Tsunade left the village after developing hemophobia. Jiraiya also left, claiming to search for the legendary Child of Prophecy. Only Orochimaru remained in the village, but he too was rarely seen. He was always conducting experiments in the lab. He was aware of the matter of Hashirama's cells. At that time, Shimura Danzo proposed researching the cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, claiming that if Konoha mastered this technology, it could enhance its strength and sweep the 5 great nations. Such research would require human experimentation. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally could not agree and mercilessly refused his old friend. Shimura Danzo did not give up. He secretly conducted human experiments using spies, mountain bandits, and others as materials. This matter could not be hidden. After learning of it, Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a tacit policy. After all, Danzo's words were not without. If they truly mastered Hashirama's cells, it would be a great boon for the village. Combined with the fact that Orochimaru had not been seen in recent months. He looked at the Umbu kneeling before him and called softly, "Shursui." Uchiha Shizui's state was very unusual. He suddenly realized that his long-held persistence might have been wrong. Jin had gained the recognition and support of the villagers in his own way, while Jin's previous behavior was labeled as extreme by him. In his long-held belief, only through peaceful coexistence between the clan and the higher-ups would the villagers see the changes in the Uchiha, thereby changing their previously ingrained perceptions. But Uchiha Jin did not do this. He always adhered to his own thoughts. Facts proved that Jin's actions were not problematic. "Shursui." Seeing no response, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice a bit. "Yes." Uchiha Shursui snapped back to attention. "Lord Hokage, what are your orders? You have worked hard during this time." Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a kind smile, looking at the slender young man before him with relief. "He'll give you a few days off. Go home and rest well." Uchiha Jin had become famous in the village, gaining support from many villagers. This gave him a headache. Uchiha Fugaku originally had ambitions to run for Hokage, and now, because of Jin, his vote count had increased significantly. Of course, it still couldn't match the votes of Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen worried that if the Uchiha failed in the election, they might suspect the higher-ups of rigging things. If the Hawks then incited trouble, there might be a rebellion. Ostensibly, he let Shursui return to the clan to rest, but in reality, it was to secretly observe the situation. He believed that the clever Shursui would understand his concerns and implications. Yes, Uchiha Shizui's expression beneath the mask was solemn. He naturally understood the Hokage's subtext, and knew that the Hokage wanted him to monitor the clan. Although he knew the Hokage did this for the safety of the village, the feeling of the clan not being trusted by the higher-ups was truly painful. Especially for someone like him who tried to ease the relationship between the two, it made him feel that his efforts over the past few months had been completely useless. Even inferior to his friend, who was called extreme. Truly a failure. Uchiha clan grounds, clan leader's residence. Jin, well done. Uchiha Fugaku's smile could not be suppressed. He knew that his earlier judgment was correct, that brat Jin could really create surprises. With just one person, he could change the clan's reputation. Truly a junior he valued. Clan leader, you didn't say that before. Uchiha Jin calmly took a sip of hot tea, showing no surprise or flattery at being praised by the clan leader. If he remembered correctly, the other had called him too extreme more than once. Uchiha Fugaku caught out twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid still holds a grudge. He felt that his earlier words about Jin being extreme were not without reason. Disrespecting the Hokage, killing the Hokage's nephew, arguing with the Hokage face to face, enforcing the law without evidence. Each of these alone was serious. "Haha, I was just thinking of you." Uchiha Fugaku laughed and patted his shoulder. "As compensation, you can pick any ninjutsu scroll from the— Fine, I forgive you." Uchiha Fugaku. This kid really is not polite at all. It wasn't until the young man left the clan leader's residence that he remembered the purpose of calling Jin over. He originally wanted Jin to guide Itachi's training. "Forget it, let's talk about it later. Brother, let me rest for a day, please." Uchiha Kwan tugged at Jin's sleeve, blinking her eyes with a pitiful expression. It seemed her brother had suddenly stopped loving her. He hadn't been like this before. Today the Ninja Academy was on holiday, and she finally had a day off, but her brother insisted she go train with Might Daikai. Thinking of those grueling training tasks, and how her teacher would often shout about youth and burst into tears, Uchiha Kwan was almost in tears herself. Her body was already exhausted and her spirit was constantly tortured. She had no idea where her brother had met Might Daikai. No. Uchiha Jin shook his head. I've already arranged it with Kai. Although his sister's pleading often softened his heart, the results of these months of training were remarkable. Kwan's strength had improved dramatically. This was thanks to Might Daikai's specially crafted training plan for her. How can you do this? Seeing that her pleading was futile, Uchiha Kwan pouted in displeasure. Stinky brother, I'm not talking to you today. With that she returned to her room, changed into her black training outfit, stomped her feet, and stormed out of the house. Boss, aren't you being too strict, meow? The fat cat, which had been lying on the table with its eyes closed in feigned slumber, dared to open its eyes, and ask only after Kwan had left. Even though Kwan often bullied it at home, it still felt that the master was being too harsh. The little tyrant was only 6 years old, meow. Do you want to go with her? Uchiha Jin shot at a displeased glance. Forget it, meow. The fat cat immediately shut up. It had only made a casual remark. Why was the boss getting angry? Uchiha Jin lowered his head to look at the ninjutsu scrolls he had taken from the Uchiha library. He had already reviewed Might Daikai's training schedule. The intensity was entirely within Kwan's capacity, and there was no risk of overtraining affecting her foundation. It was better to endure a bit of hardship now than to be killed in the future. Jin. Just then Uchiha Fuyue arrived at the door with Uchiha. Clan leader, why are you here? Uchiha Jin looked surprised at the arrival. One does not visit a temple without a reason. The clan leader's personal visit must mean he had something to assign. Clan leader, why are you here? Uchiha Jin looked surprised at the arrival. One does not visit a temple without a reason. The clan leader's personal... His gaze fell on the weasel, his malice undisguised. Uchiha Yu. Today the Ninja Academy was on holiday, and he had been training in the yard. His father had called him away without explanation, not saying what they were going to do. Who would have thought he would bring him to see Senior Jin? You understood that the relationship between him and Jishue displeased Senior Jin greatly. Therefore, during this period, he tried to avoid contact with Jishue as much as possible, and also tried not to appear before Uchiha Jin. He attempted to lower his presence in this way. His plan was going well, but his father had disrupted it. Even now, he didn't know why his father had called him along. Haha, I was free, and thought I'd come see you. Uchiha Fuyue sat down in front, pouring tea into the cup as if he owned the place. Uchiha Yu stood behind his father, not daring to sit. I'm not a pretty Uchiha, what's there to see? Uchiha Jin took a sip of tea, his tone calm as he shot back. This old man coming early in the morning definitely meant trouble. On a rare day off, he comes to bother me. The pleasant mood instantly turned sour at the sight of the weasel. How could he possibly be pleasant to Fuyue? Uchiha Fuyue, how did this kid manage to say such biting words in such a calm tone? He was truly a master of sarcasm. No wonder both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had suffered losses at his hands. It felt like he was sarcastic to everyone equally. If not for his immense strength, that mouth of his would have been slapped long ago. Uchiha Yu lowered his head, not daring to speak. If Senior Jin was sarcastic even to people he didn't dislike, then for someone like himself, who had taken away Jishue, it would be even worse. In truth, he had never intended to monopolize Jishue. Their relationship was that of like-minded comrades. But Senior Jin didn't see it that way. Clan leader, stop playing riddles with me. Just say what you want. Uchiha Jin set down his teacup, unwilling to beat around the bush. On his day off, he only wanted to read ninjutsu scrolls, bask in the sun, and pet the cat, enjoying the rare leisure. Not to be disturbed by others. Haha, then I'll be direct. Uchiha Fuyue crossed his arms and said with a smile. I want you to become your disciple. Can you guide his training? Uchiha Yu, who had been trying to keep a low profile, widened his eyes in shock upon hearing his father's words, looking up at him in disbelief. You must be joking. His father actually wanted Senior Jin to guide his training. Didn't he know how much Jin hated him? Even the usually composed Yu couldn't hold it together anymore. He cautiously looked across, and as expected met a cold gaze. Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Jin truly hadn't expected Uchiha Fuyue to propose that he become the weasel's teacher. He had thought Fuyue had come to talk about clan and village matters, or perhaps to speculate on who the fourth Hokage would be. Who would have thought the clan leader's purpose was to have him teach his son, him, the weasel's teacher? Was there a mistake? In the entire ninja world aside from the second pillar, who didn't know the truth in the original story, no one hated Uchiha Yu more than he did. Having the one who hated you the most be his teacher was as absurd as having Senju Tobarama adopt an Uchiha. Clan leader, don't joke with me. Uchiha Jin waved his hand and said half-jokingly, the we. Yu is exceptionally talented, calm, and composed, possessing the mind of an adult even at such a young age. Training such a genius would be a waste of my efforts. Uchiha Yu looked bewildered. Did Senior Jin really think so highly of him? But why did it feel like he was being sarcastic again? Hahayu's talent is indeed remarkable. Hearing the clan's acknowledged genius praise his son Uchiha Fuyue felt an indescribable satisfaction. He believed that you would one day become the clan's genius, perhaps even surpassing Jin and Jishui. Precisely because his talent is so good, I want you to help guide him. There were two benefits to having Jin as Yu's teacher. First, Jin's talent was immense. Second, it would create a teacher-student bond between them. This would effectively pull Jin into the same camp. If the conflict between the clan and the village ever became irreconcilable, Jin and Yu would be the clan's sharpest weapons. Although both Jin and Jishui were recognized as geniuses of the clan, most members favored Jin over Jishui, who had joined the Anbu to serve as a dog for the Hokage. Many clan members had begun to distance themselves from Jishui, making his position in the clan increasingly awkward. Uchiha Fuyue thought, if Jin was unwilling, he would ask Jishui to teach you. To be honest, Uchiha Jin didn't want to take the weasel as his disciple. Having spent so many years with that fool Uchiha Shisui, he understood how difficult it was to change a person, especially someone like this with strong will and a mature demeanor from childhood. Neither of the Uchiha twin stars was easy to deal with. But later he thought he might as well give it a try. If he truly couldn't change Uchiha Itachi's thoughts, then he could take the opportunity to beat him up a few times as his teacher during training sessions. The weasel's talent was indeed formidable. During his days as a rookie ninja, he surpassed the vast majority of his peers. But that was only among his peers. Before he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Jin was confident he could string him up and beat him. Since reasoning wouldn't work, he would use his fists instead. Alright. After a brief mental struggle, Uchiha Jin nodded in agreement. If possible, Jin truly wanted to change the weasel's mindset, at least to stop him from blindly supporting the village. That Uchiha Shisui was already a lost cause. Let's see if the young weasel was also beyond saving. Haha, then Itachi will be under your guidance from now on. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. In truth, he had never understood why Jin disliked Itachi. The two had no interaction whatsoever, yet Jin inexplicably harbored animosity toward Itachi. He had once asked Jin if Itachi had done something to offend him. Unfortunately, Jin never gave a direct answer. Uchiha Fugaku hadn't held much hope that Jin would take Itachi as a disciple. He had already planned to have Itachi seek Shizui's guidance if it didn't work out. Who would have thought he would agree directly? Uchiha Itachi was stunned. Hadn't Senior Jin always disliked him because of the Shisui incident? Why would he agree to take me as a disciple? Something was off, very, very off. Could he be planning to take revenge through this opportunity? After all, Senior Jin was the top combatant in the clan. Even if he disliked him, he wouldn't lay a hand on a child. But once he became his disciple, things would be different. Uchiha Jin could completely use the identity of a teacher to guide his training, and in the process, he could legitimately beat him up. Uchiha Itachi's face showed bitterness. This was the most reasonable inference based on the current situation. That meant his days ahead would be tough. Uchiha Jin noticed the weasel's resigned expression and raised an eyebrow. It seemed the smart one already knew what was coming. Tisk tisk, no wonder he was a genius who could think like a Hokage at age 7. You stay? They'll train you today. Uchiha Jin's tone carried an excitement he couldn't suppress. Finally, he could openly beat the weasel. It was perfectly reasonable for a teacher and disciple to spar, wasn't it? Sparring a few minor injuries were normal, right? Since he was injured, it would certainly hurt, wouldn't it? Ha. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He hoped the weasel would give him a good time. Yes. Uchiha Itachi felt he would either die or at least be skinned alive today. He understood his father's purpose in making Senior Jin his teacher. Not only could it improve his strength, but it could also win over the other. Then he'll leave him to you. Uchiha Fugaku patted his shoulder cheerfully, then looked at his son with satisfaction. Itachi trained well under Jin. Uchiha Itachi watched his father's retreating figure, then turned and looked at his teacher expressionlessly. Tisk, do you have a problem with me? Uchiha Jin's dissatisfied voice came. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi looked bewildered. Me have a problem with you? Isn't it you who has a problem with me? How dare you turn the tables? If you don't have a problem with me, then why are you making such a sour face? Uchiha Jin frowned. I hate it when people give me a cold shoulder. Uchiha Itachi. With things having come to this point, he could only force a smile. Perhaps because he had been expressionless since childhood, his smile was stiff and his facial muscles twitched slightly. Since I promised your biological father to be your teacher, I will naturally guide your training seriously. Uchiha Jin rested his chin on one hand, had the fat cat bring paper and pen, and began scribbling. Uchiha Itachi. Sit. Uchiha Itachi obediently sat on the stone bench, hands on his knees, looking uneasy. Senior Jin was definitely thinking of new ways to torment him. Since I promised your biological father to be your teacher, I will naturally guide your training seriously. Uchiha Jin rested his chin on one hand, had the fat cat bring paper and pen, and began scribbling on it. They'll give you a few questions now. Consider it an entrance test. Just answer honestly. Soon he handed the written questions to the Uchiha Itachi was stunned when he saw the first question. The third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku are both severely injured and falling off a cliff. With your ability, you can only save one. Who would you save? Uchiha Itachi was stunned when he saw the first question. The third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku are both severe, but this question was too. He decided to skip it first, finish the rest, and come back to it later. The village is invaded by a mysterious figure. 2 wounded lie before you, but you can only treat one. Who would you save? A child of the Uchiha B. The Hokage's child C. A civilian's child Uchiha Itachi. Skip this one for now. If sacrificing one Uchiha clan member could save 3 ordinary people, how would you decide? A. Sacrifice the entire clan to save more ordinary people. B. Not sacrifice the clan member and let the ordinary people die. Uchiha Itachi. What kind of questions are these? He considered himself a genius and excelled academically. But faced with the teacher's questions, he had no idea how to answer. Half an hour later. This is what your biological father called good talent. Uchiha Jin demanded the paper, looked at the blank sheet, and shook his head helplessly. Turning in a blank paper. Uchiha Itachi said nothing. These questions were impossible to answer. No matter which option he chose, it wouldn't work. Uchiha Itachi, why didn't you answer? Don't you know the characters, or can't understand the questions? Uchiha Jin slapped the paper on the table. Not a single word written. Clearly a problem with your attitude. Are you looking down on me? Uchiha Itachi. He suddenly felt that Senior Jin's sarcastic remarks were actually not so bad. At least that was better than the current situation. Teacher, I cannot answer your questions. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were complex. After a long silence, he responded softly. I don't know what to choose. The questions above were too extreme. He truly didn't know how to decide. If you can't even answer a hypothetical question, what would you do if such a situation really happened in the future? Uchiha Jin's voice was icy. Teacher, I think this situation won't happen. What if it really does? Uchiha Itachi felt pressured. I don't know. How can you not know anything? Uchiha Jin clicked his tongue impatiently, reverting to his familiar sarcastic tone that Itachi knew well. I ask you a question, and all you do is stay silent or shake your head. Tell me, are you really a genius? Or is that just a persona your biological father made up to boast about you? Uchiha Itachi. Although his teacher was being sarcastic, it felt better than answering the questions. Compared to the multiple-choice questions he couldn't solve, he was more accustomed to being taunted by Uchiha Jin on a daily basis. After all, he had long grown used to it. See, you're not talking again. Uchiha Jin sighed, helplessly rubbing his forehead. This kid's mental state was definitely unhealthy. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan awakening required intense emotional stimulation, which often led to psychological issues among those who awakened it. And this weasel already had psychological problems before awakening his Sharingan. When he eventually awakened the Sharingan and Mangekyo, his actions would only become more extreme. For example, killing some relatives and friends, wiping out some Uchiha, then leaving behind a despairing and broken Sasuke, gracefully disappearing to join the Akatsuki as a spy. Teacher, Uchiha Itachi looked at Jin's disappointed expression, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately closed it and remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. It was just that the questions on the test paper were too extreme. Not even the third Hokage himself could choose an answer. Then he'll ask a simpler question. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin decided not to press him further. If one day an irreconcilable and irreversible conflict arises between the clan and the village, and you are the strongest combatant in the clan, what would you do? Uchiha Itachi. Didn't he say he'd ask a simpler question? How is this any different from before? If anything, it changed from multiple choice to an open-ended question. Try staying silent again. Under his teacher's cold gaze, Uchiha Itachi knew he had to answer. I would try to prevent the conflict between the clan and the village. Crack. The teacup in Uchiha Jin's hand shattered instantly, shards cutting across Itachi's cheek, blood streaming down. Why do all of you say the same thing? Jin's expression darkened, his Threedemo Sharingan unconsciously activating. The figure of the brat before him gradually overlapped with that fool Shursui. Both of them were hopeless fools, always thinking they could mediate and resolve the conflict between the clan and the village. Time would prove how foolish their ideas were. Did Uchiha Shursui tell you that, or did you come up with it yourself? Uchiha Itachi wiped the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand, meeting the Threedemo gaze, without flinching, his expression calm. I came up with it myself, teacher. All right. Uchiha Jin laughed in exasperation, unable to help clapping his hands. Your answer is very rational. Trying to resolve the clan-village conflict in your own way. If it actually works, you'd be a hero of the village. I came up with it myself, teacher. All right. Uchiha Jin laughed in exasperation, unable to help clapping his hands. As the clan's top combatant, would you lead the clan against the village or betray the clan and side with the village? Uchiha Itachi's eyes grew vacant. He had never considered this question before. As suddenly confronted with it, he had no answer. He and Shursui were like-minded comrades, both believing the clan and the village were equally important. They were also aware of the high-ranking officials' oppression and distrust of the Uchiha over the years. But both believed this situation could change, if only they could alter people's ingrained perceptions. They kept trying toward that goal. Uchiha Shisui joined the Umbu to become a key bridge between the clan and the village, and Itachi planned to join the Umbu too. Now Uchiha Jin's words shattered their illusions, laying bare an extreme scenario that could actually happen. Choose the clan or the village. Stuck on a hard question again, so you stay silent. Uchiha Jin deactivated his Sharingan, picked up a new teacup, and poured tea. Extreme idealists only live in their fantasies. When their ideals shatter, what choice will you? He didn't know what to do. To prevent the Uchiha from learning of the situation and rebelling immediately, he used suicide to delay the clan's coup. Childhood was shattered. He didn't know what to do. To prevent the Uchiha from learning of the situation and rebelling immediately, he used suicide to delay the clan's coup. Childhood was shattered. Uchiha Itachi awakened his Mangekyo after Shisui jumped off a cliff. He did not seek revenge on Shimura Danzo for Shisui, nor did he stand with the Uchiha clan. Instead, he continued serving as an Umbu under the Hokage. Until the Uchiha were about to rebel outright for the sake of the village, he had to nip the danger in the bud. He personally annihilated the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi lowered his eyes, silent. Yes, if his and Shizui's ideals failed, and the clan-village relationship grew increasingly tense. Where would they go? No, that wouldn't happen. He believed that as long as he and Shisui remained true to their original intentions, they could definitely avoid such an outcome. You're not still fantasizing that this situation won't happen, are you? Uchiha Jin noticed his expression and shook his head helplessly, murmuring softly. The Uchiha really are stubborn about certain things. Although his clan members thought he was extreme, if he were truly extreme, he would have already killed Itachi. Of course, Uchiha Siener couldn't be let off either. Teacher, what would you do? Uchiha Itachi countered. The village treats us harshly, and the clan is full of strife. That's an undeniable fact. Uchiha Jin looked at the azure sky. The Uchiha are our clan. Before the founding of Konoha, we were a major clan during the Warring States period. In other words, Konoha would still be Konoha without the Uchiha, but the ninja world without the Uchiha would truly be nothing. You and Shisui are too foolish, so foolish that you only focus on the clan's flaws and yearn for the peace the Hokage speaks. But you look too far ahead and fail to see the ground beneath your feet. The Uchiha have their absurdities, ambitions, and rifts, but it is still the homeland that gave birth to and raised you. He looked at the weasel without the usual disgust for the first time, speaking earnestly like an elder. What could he say? It felt strange. The village is a home, and so is the clan. It should never be an either-or choice. Peace achieved by abandoning the clan has never been true justice. Uchiha Itachi's expression grew complicated upon hearing this, suddenly feeling that his teacher bore many burdens. Just as he was pondering the weight of these words, Uchiha Jin set down his teacup and stood up. Think about that on your way back, and you can tell Shisui too. He stretched his body, cracking his knuckles. Now let me first test your caliber. Uchiha Itachi. You were about to say beat me up, weren't you? Definitely. Uchiha Shisui was granted a day off by the Third Hokage yesterday. The next day, he couldn't wait to visit his close friend. Although Itachi's matter had caused Jin to treat him coldly, he believed that once he explained they would reconcile. As soon as Uchiha Shisui approached Jin's house, he heard wild laughter from inside. He subconsciously rubbed his ears. It seemed to be Jin's laugh. In his memory, his good brother had always been aloof and taciturn. How could he make such a sound? Listening closely, there seemed to be sounds of beating and muffling. What exactly was Jin doing at home? With doubt and anxiety, Uchiha Shisui quickened his pace and soon arrived at the front gate of the court. Just as he reached the door, he saw Jin beating Itachi. Ola ola ola. Uchiha Jin, holding Uchiha Itachi by the collar, wore a rare manic smile on his usually indifferent face. Bang bang bang. With his left hand gripping the collar, his right fist hammered the abdomen. Uchiha Itachi's eyes began to roll back. He was just a first-year student at the Ninja Academy, exceptionally gifted among his peers. But he was still just a child. Before an elite jonin, he had no room to resist. Jin yammied. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui panicked. Why was Itachi at Jin's house and being beaten up like that? Without time to think, he used the body flicker technique to appear on the scene, grabbing the fist aimed at Uchiha Itachi. Then he gently placed Itachi on the ground. Itachi, are you okay? Uchiha Itachi, dazed from the beating, took a while to remember who he was. He had just been lifted by the teacher and pummeled without any chance to resist. Fortunately, it was only superficial injuries, no internal damage. Shisui. He looked at Shisui, holding him bewildered. Wasn't it the teacher who hit him? Why was it Shisui? His appearance clearly showed he was stunned from the beating. Uchiha Shisui carefully placed Itachi on the ground, then stood up and looked at his good brother with a grim expression. Jin, how could you do this? He never imagined his good brother would beat Itachi. Even if he was jealous, he couldn't act like this. You've disappointed me greatly. Uchiha Shisui looked heartbroken. What are you babbling about? Uchiha Jin tilted his head in confusion. Was this guy crazy this early in the morning? He had just been enjoying the pleasure of beating the weasel when this sudden arrival interrupted him. He hadn't even gotten angry yet. This guy was the one. How can you bully Itachi? He hasn't done anything wrong. Uchiha Shirsue, seeing his good brother's unrepentant attitude, didn't know what to say. Itachi's father was the clan leader. If he found out that Jin had beaten Itachi, his good brother would be in trouble. Now he could only hope the two would resolve their conflict, otherwise Jin would certainly be punished by the clan leader. An elite jonin bullying a student at the ninja academy. Jin would surely face cold stares and criticism from the clan. He didn't want to see that. Jin apologized to Itachi. Psycho. Uchiha Jin curled his lips and rolled his eyes in annoyance. He was Uchiha Itachi's teacher, and he had just been training his disciples' resistance to blows. How could it be bullying between master and disciple? It was clearly training. Itachi, tell him, did I bully you? Uchiha Itachi, having just gotten up from the ground, twitched the corner of his mouth and answered honestly. No. Uchiha Shirsung. He looked incredulously from Jin to Itachi. What was going on? Itachi was actually speaking up for Jin. When had they become so close? To be honest, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Had they become good friends behind his back? Sensei is guiding me in training. Uchiha Itachi noticed the change in Shizui's expression and added, rubbing his burning abdomen. It seemed that not only the teacher could be jealous. Was he just a part of their emotional play? Sensei. Uchiha Shirsue caught the key point, his eyes widening in shock. Hadn't Jin and Itachi always had a bad relationship? When did they become master and disciple? What had happened during his absence from the clan? You see, how could I bully my own disciple? Uchiha Jin shrugged helplessly and sighed with some exasperation. We grew up together, yet you still don't trust me. No, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just. Uchiha Shirsue tried to explain, but was cut off by Jin. Never mind whether you trust me or not, doesn't matter. Does the Umbu captain have any orders from the Hokage? I'm on leave today and came to see you. Although he had joined the Umbu, he still had a nominal position in the police force. So he knew his good brother was off today and thought of inviting him fishing to mend their relationship. Who would have thought that the moment he arrived he would see Jin beating Itachi? Combined with Itachi's previous analysis, he had assumed Jin was bullying Itachi. But it turned out to be a misunderstanding. They were actually master and disciple. Uchiha Shirsue stared at Itachi with a complex expression. Such a big matter. Jin hadn't told him, and even Itachi had kept it from him. He felt left out. At that moment he seemed to understand how his good brother had felt back then. Was it really this painful? Uchiha Itachi. He felt exhausted. His body hurt, and he still had to explain. Shirsue, today my father brought me to seek Jin-senpai as my teacher, and he just agreed. Haha, so that's it. Uchiha Shizui's dejected expression instantly vanished, and he was fully revived. Jin, want to go fishing? He looked at his good brother expectantly. I found a spot during my last mission. There are definitely big fish there. Originally, Uchiha Jin wanted to refuse. His relationship with Shirsue wasn't that good. He'd rather train Itachi's resistance than go fishing with Shirsue. But at the mention of big fish he wavered. Which fishing enthusiast could resist the temptation of a big fish? Of course it's true. Have I ever lied to you? Uchiha Shirsue thumped his chest loudly. He could guarantee there were big fish at that spot. After all, he had bought them at the market last night and released them in the dark. Fine, I'll reluctantly go check it out with you. Uchiha Jin went to the storage room, took out 2 simple fishing rods, and handed them to the two. Then he returned to his room and retrieved his custom-made expensive fishing rod. Even if he caught a fish weighing hundreds of pounds, the rod wouldn't break. The only pity was that he had never encountered a giant fish weighing over 100 pounds since buying it. The two looked down at their rods, then at Jin's rod, which looked expensive. Was this the case of a poor student having many stationary items? In the Hokage's office. Today was the day the votes for the Hokage candidates were tallied. Sarutobi Hiruzen pipe and mouth squinted at the final results. Minato Namikaze had secured the top spot with a lead of several thousand votes over Orochimaru. Sometimes one had to admit that gentle souls more readily earned the goodwill of others. Although he held both Minato and Orochimaru in high regard, deep down, he had hoped his own disciple would come first. Tsunade and Jiraiya were no longer in the village. If Orochimaru became the 4th Hokage, the two might return for a visit. Then he could persuade Tsunade to stay. Even though Tsunade suffered from hemophobia and had essentially lost her status as a shinobi, her medical ninjutsu was arguably the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Her presence in the village would undoubtedly be more valuable than her absence. Minato, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his expression complex. Time flies so fast. From the moment he was appointed the 3rd Hokage in a time of crisis, over 2 decades had passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years he had governed the village with diligence, priding himself on avoiding major errors, and earned the adoration of villagers and shinobi alike. The results of the 4th Hokage election were out. This meant he would have to step down and pass the torch. Realizing his imminent retirement, a sudden pang of reluctance struck him. Could Minato truly govern the village alone? This meant he would have to step down and pass the torch. Realizing his imminent retirement, a sudden pang of reluctance struck. Since Minato was too young to be Hokage without potential heirs, he could oversee the fourth Hokage's administrative affairs in his capacity as the third Hokage. The new Hokage could consult him on any unclear matters. Just then the office door burst open. Monkey! Shimura Danzo stormed in, his eyes bloodshot and his face darkened as his gaze fell on the voting results on the desk. There were 10 candidates in total. He truly hadn't expected to rank only 5th. His vote count was even lower than that of Fugaku Uchiha and the Nara clan head. What a joke. He was a disciple of the second Hokage, a former Hokage advisor of the village, and the leader of Root. With such achievements, he barely managed 5th place. And this was after he had dispatched Root ninjas to widely spread his merits and brainwash the villagers. Fraud, absolute fraud. That monkey must have secretly tampered with the votes to prevent him from becoming Hokage. Danzo calmed down. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing his old friend's breakdown, took the pipe from his mouth and rubbed his temples in frustration. Although he didn't want someone with Danzo's extremist temperament to become Hokage, he hadn't stooped to rigging the vote in secret. The election of Hokage candidates must be fair and just. Calm down. How can you expect me to be calm? Shimura Danzo's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving with rage. What a joke. He had waited over 20 years for the monkey to retire, planning to smoothly ascend to the position of Hokage once the others. After all, in terms of status and seniority within the village, no one else could compare to him. Shimura Danzo. Who would have thought that even the inherently evil Uchiha clan head would outrank him by over 100 votes? It was an utter disgrace. That bastard monkey had pulled such tricks just to keep him from becoming Hokage. How despicable. Danzo, I understand your feelings, but the voting for Hokage candidates is absolutely fair and just. There can be no favoritism. Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated this reaction and produced a list of votes prepared in advance by the Umbu. A thick stack was thrown before Danzo. The voting was by real name, making it clear who voted for whom at which time. Shimura Danzo flipped through the data, his face growing darker with, damn it. He had dispatched Root ninjas round the clock to brainwash the villagers with his achievements. Why didn't these ingrates, even Fugaku Uchiha, under the shadow of the Uchiha Jin incident, had over 100 more votes than him? He felt like he couldn't breathe. Shimura Danzo felt the blood rush to his head. All sounds around him faded, leaving only a ringing in his ears. Seeing him on the verge of collapse, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered an Umbu to bring a chair for him to sit. Danzo, I understand how you feel, but the voting results are final. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to console him, genuinely afraid his old friend might die of rage in the office. If you ever become Hokage, you'll chop off my head and let you kick it around. At that moment, the words Uchiha Jin had spoken months ago began to replay endlessly in Shimura Danzo's mind. He had lost. He had failed to become the fourth Hokage. That inherently evil, arrogant, disrespectful, and ill-mannered Uchiha brat had been right. Bastard. Shimura Danzo suddenly roared, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then violently smashed the armrest of the chair. His failure to become Hokage was all that brat's fault. Damn Uchiha Jin. He was determined to kill that bastard to quell his hatred. Meanwhile, at the Nakanagawa River, Uchiha Jin, who was fishing, sneezed without warning. Who's muttering behind my back? He rubbed his itchy nose and squinted at Itachi Uchiha, who was fishing quietly beside him. Are you cursing me in your head, kid? Itachi Uchiha. Not again. Could his teacher really blame him for a sneeze? No teacher. Itachi Uchiha feared that Jin would use this as an excuse to beat him up again. Uchiha Jin stared at his calm face and couldn't help but purse his lips. You'd better not be. Then he turned to Shursui Uchiha, who was sweating profusely, and said impatiently, Hey, didn't you say there were big fish here? Where are the fish? The three had been sitting here all morning, and the biggest fish they caught was only 30 pounds. Was this guy messing with him? I remember there were. Shursui Uchiha wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and activated his 3-mo Sharingan to peer into the... He had clearly released several big fish here last night. How could they be gone in just one night? Had they swum downstream? Are you about to say the fish might have gone downstream? Just as Shursui Uchiha was about to explain, Uchiha Jin's displeased voice rang out. Haha, you've got a point, the fish might have swum away. Last night, he had only thought of releasing a few big fish, so he could bring his good buddy to fish by. Indeed, he hadn't considered the possibility that the fish would leave. He should have used Jinjutsu on the fish to keep them nearby. Careless. Forget it, let them go. Uchiha Jin, seeing the sweat drenching Shursui, understood exactly what had happened. This idiot must have secretly thrown a few big fish into the river to get him to go fishing. He hadn't considered that the fish might escape. Sure enough, only such a fool could be brainwashed by the will of fire. Anyone even slightly smart wouldn't believe that spiel. Shursui Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that his good buddy would get up and leave in a huff. That would have been a huge loss. Fortunately, Jin had been in a relatively stable mood lately, unlike the previous period when he was always throwing sarcastic remarks. Itachi Uchiha. Several days later, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen announced that Minato Namikaze would become the fourth Hokage. The major clans had long anticipated this outcome, judging by the voting trend the next Hokage could only be Minato or Orochimaru. Ultimately, it was only natural that Minato Namikaze led in the vote count. Many of them had cast their ballots for Minato, as most preferred his sunny and gentle disposition over Orochimaru's. Such a person as Hokage would not be too harsh. In the Uchiha clan grounds, upon learning the identity of the new Hokage, the Uchiha family convened an internal meeting. At the Naka Shrine in the meeting room. What are your views on Minato Namikaze becoming Hokage? The Uchiha had long been suppressed and sidelined by the village's higher-ups, so the new Hokage's attitude toward them was crucial. If the fourth Hokage treated the Uchiha the same way as the third Hokage, it would be far from favorable for them. Therefore, they had to ascertain Minato Namikaze's stance beforehand to prepare for the worst. I believe Minato Namikaze's character will not actively target us. The senior elder of the pro-peace faction spoke first. Although I have not interacted with him, the new Hokage enjoys a good reputation in the village. To most clan members, as long as the new Hokage did not overly antagonize the Uchiha, it was acceptable. If not, they could at least maintain the same stance as during Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, avoiding further oppression of the clan. Otherwise, even the pro-peace faction would object, and they would eventually join the Hawk faction, disrupting the tripartite peace within the clan. This was precisely what the senior elder wished to avoid. The Hawk faction's third elder narrowed his eyes, harboring long-standing resentment toward the higher-ups' oppression. Had it not been for the internal political discord, he would have led the Hawk faction to make the Konoha higher-ups understand that the Uchiha were not to be trifled with. Thus he was displeased not only with the higher-ups, but also with the pro-peace and neutral factions. The fifth elder of the pro-peace faction did not rush to speak. His murky eyes fell upon the young man standing at the back. Jin, I recall you had contact with Minato Namikaze on the battlefield. Do you understand his character? Minato Namikaze has a good disposition and holds no prejudice against me, Uchiha Jin replied. Under his leadership, the Uchiha will likely face less oppression than during Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure. Minato Namikaze could be considered a true Konoha ninja who embodied the will of fire, treating all clans in the village equally. Of course, this was only if the Uchiha remained truly compliant. Otherwise, he would certainly take swift and decisive action against them. After all, the ninja world held no true saints. Even the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The elders fell into silence. After all, the ninja world held no true saints. Even the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The elders, thus the clan's attitude toward the higher-ups needed to change. They could no longer act as they had under Sarutobi Hiruzen. In simple terms, they must remain obedient and not provoke the Hokage's displeasure. With that thought, most clansmen once again turned to Uchiha Jin. This young man was the epitome of extremism within the clan. They could guarantee they would not provoke the Hokage, but they could not guarantee the same for Uchiha Jin. If he continued to show the Hokage no respect as before, that would be disastrous. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. Jin, I believe your attitude must change. You can no longer act so recklessly. Rarely the six elders nodded simultaneously, all agreeing with the clan leader. It was the first time the Uchiha elders had shared the same opinion since Uchiha Madara's defection. Evidently, Uchiha Jin's recent actions had greatly impacted and shocked them. Uchiha Jin, why is everyone looking at me like that? As if I were some irredeemable villain. Jin, the clan leader, is right. Uchiha Shursui approached and whispered in agreement. The fourth Hokage is about to take office. You must not cause trouble for him. He feared Jin would single-handedly worsen Minato Namikaze's impression of the Uchiha. Go away, none of your business. Uchiha Jin waved his hand, as if shooing a fly, dismissing Uchiha Shursui. That guy was a spy sent by the Hokage to infiltrate the Uchiha. The content of today's clan meeting would surely appear in detail on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk soon. A complete turncoat. Uchiha Shursui. Why does it feel like my good buddy has started hating me again? Wasn't he fishing with me just a few days ago? How can his mood change so fast? I guess, clan leader, I never pick a quarrel without reason. Uchiha Fugaku. Why is this kid so stubborn? Forget it'll see how things go. Hopefully after Minato Namikaze takes office, he won't stir up any trouble. Meanwhile, in the root laboratory, Orochimaru was bent over meticulously dissecting a human body and once again transplanting Hashirama cells into a lab rat. The lab rat let out a painful scream as its body wildly sprouted branches, eventually bursting apart. Another failure. Orochimaru calmly wiped the blood from his face and looked at the cage holding the lab rats. It was empty. No more subjects. He wondered what Shimura Danzo was up to. It had been so long since had sent any test subjects, seriously delaying the research on Hashirama's. He left the laboratory to find Shimura Danzo and inquire about the situation. Having been immersed in the lab, he had not cared about the Hokage election at all. In his eyes, what was the Hokage compared to immortality? He had joined Shimura Danzo's research on Hashirama's cells to understand their principle. Such powerful cell activity was promising for the study of immortality. This is infuriating. Shimura Danzo raged in root, smashing everything breakable. Why wasn't he chosen as the fourth Hokage, but some yellow-haired? Ridiculous. These ignorant villagers have no idea who the true leader capable of leading them to greatness is. Hey, you're quite angry, Orochimaru said, arriving at Root just in time to witness the scene, a hint of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes. Looks like Jin was right about this. The guy must be absolutely furious. What brings you here? Shimura Danzo asked with a dark expression. I need subjects. Provide me with test subjects, Orochimaru replied with a smile. By the way, the fourth Hokage election results are out. It must be Minato Namikaze, right? Based on his deduction, Minato was the more popular candidate. It didn't matter. Unlike someone, he wasn't very interested in the Hokage position. He'd rather spend the time researching immortality. At the mention of Minato Namikaze, Shimura Danzo's already dark face grew even darker. Whenever that yellow-haired brat was mentioned, he fumed. The mere mention of that yellow-haired kid made his blood boil. Shumen, what is your view on Uchiha Jin? In the Hokage's office. After bluffing, Shumen succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Yuanfei Risen did not rush to step down. Instead, he placed another desk in the office. It was not that he was reluctant to relinquish power. He simply felt that Shumen was serving as Hokage for the first time and was not very familiar with the village's affair. With him, the third Hokage, remaining in the office, Shumen could consult him whenever he encountered something unfamiliar. It would not be too late to retire after Shumen fully grew into the role of Hokage. Seeing that he had been staring at the law enforcement records submitted by the Uchiha security force, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked. Minato Namikaze happened to be reviewing Uchiha Jin's case file. With the question, he put down the documents and revealed a warm smile. Third Hokage, I believe Jin is a very peculiar person. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen someone solve a case without evidence and still identify the culprit. In his view, Jin might possess an ability similar to that of the Shanjon clan, allowing him to perceive the process of the crime from the scene, the corpse, or the criminal. Although it sounded somewhat far-fetched, the ninja world was filled with bizarre and strange abilities, and having such a power was not entirely implausible. Regardless of what ability Jin possessed, as long as the process of handling cases was flawless, it would be acceptable. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, then he also curled his lips, slightly revealing a kind smile. You are right. Jin is indeed a very peculiar person. Then his tone shifted. His smile remained, but a hint of profundity crept into his eyes. And what is your opinion of the Uchiha clan? Minato Namikaze's smile was faint, his gaze sincere and composed. Third Hokage, I understand your concerns. The precautions left by the second Hokage and the conflicts of the past have fostered suspicion and distrust on both sides. But the will of fire has never been a barrier that divides clans. The Uchiha have fought on the battlefield for generations, and ordinary clan members faithfully fulfill their duties in the security force. We should not label them as threats. He met those murky eyes without a trace of fear on his face. I will maintain the vigilance befitting a Hokage and recognize potential threats, but I will not use endless surveillance to drive an entire clan toward opposition. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was complex as he watched the new Hokage speak with eloquence. Perhaps Shumen was right. He truly embodied the will of fire that he himself preached. Suspicion only breeds resentment. Only through tolerance and equal voice can the Uchiha be truly integrated into my village. If we isolate them outside the village, the conflicts will only deepen. Third Hokage, I am willing to give both sides a chance to trust each other, to replace vigilance with communication, and to balance the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Smoke slowly dispersed in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped his pipe, his brow slightly relaxing as he gazed at the young fourth Hokage before him. Your vision truly surpasses what I thought in my younger days. The will of fire should embrace every person in my. But Shumen, you are too idealistic. Suspicion does not arise from nothing. The power brought by the Xiaolunian desires and the long-accumulated estrangement cannot be erased by a mere word of trust. He put down his pipe and looked at the village outside the window. Your idea of building a bridge is good, but never let down your guard completely. As the Hokage, what you must protect is the entire Mai. You can harbor goodwill, but you must not forget the potential risks. I hope your kindness can carry a measure of the clarity that comes with being a ruler. He paused and let out a soft sigh. I hope your approach can dissolve this wall that is growing higher and higher between the Uchiha and the village. I am old. The only one I can place my hopes in is you. Minato Namikaze's expression was solemn. Third Hokage, I will do my utmost to change all this. To change the relationship between the village and the Uchiha was not a matter of just shouting slogans. He needed to use his own methods to make the entire Uchiha clan understand the goodwill of the leadership. What do you plan to do after graduation? In the commercial district of Mai, the Uchiha captain was leading his usual training sandbags on a routine patrol of the teacher. I want to join the ANBU. Uchiha Yo had many bruises on his face. After hearing this, he thought for a moment and said, "Why do you want to join the ANBU?" Uchiha Jin frowned. Were it not for the crowded and watchful street, he would have said something like, "Isn't joining the ANBU just being a dog for the Hokage?" Teacher, only by joining the ANBU can the higher-ups see the loyalty of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yo's expression was earnest. In his view, only by having more clan members join the ANBU could the village recognize the Uchiha's loyalty. Thus the higher-ups would no longer target the Uchiha. Tisk, it seems you will also become a noble ANBU lord in the future. When you carry out missions, don't call me a troublesome citizen. After all, I am just a mere captain of the security force. How could I compare with an ANBU lord under the Hokage? Uchiha Yu. The teacher had started his sarcastic remarks again. What a master of sarcasm. Fortunately, after this period, he had grown accustomed to Uchiha Jin's occasional barbs and mockery. He was already used to it. Future ANBU lord, why aren't you at school today? Uchiha Jin suddenly remembered. Wasn't it school time now? Could this kid have sneaked out to apply for early graduation? Teacher, I sent a shadow clone in my place. Uchiha Yu replied honestly. The knowledge one could gain at the Ninja Academy was limited. It was better to learn from his cheap teacher. Although Uchiha Jin always found excuses to beat him during training, following his teacher had greatly improved his endurance, combat skills, and reaction speed. After all, if he was slow to react, he would be caught and severely beaten, and being beaten often increased his endurance. Yo, you're quite good at slacking off. Uchiha Jin rarely used shadow clones to attend school when he was a student. It was mainly because he enjoyed the feeling of bullying the bullies at school. The tactile sensation of fist-to-flesh strikes was the most satisfying. All right, from now on you'll patrol with me in the morning, and you'll train your endurance in the afternoon. Yes. Uchiha Jin suddenly stopped and turned to look at his disciple beside him. By the way, you little brat, you're not enduring hardships to come back and cut me down first when you become strong, are you? He realized that if he could not change the fate of the Shumen couple, then the future of the Uchiha clan would likely be the same as in the originals. The Weasel joined forces with Kamui to massacre the Uchiha. At that time, he would most likely be the first to be struck down. Uchiha, he felt that his cheap teacher's thinking was very erratic. There was a sense that he seemed serious, but occasionally acted like a goof. He actually asked a question like whether he would seek revenge after becoming stronger. Hey, don't tell me you're really thinking about how to cut me down in the future. Uchiha Yo snapped back to reality upon hearing this, and gently shook his head. Teacher, I won't do that. Uchiha Jin stared at his obedient look and curled his lips. I hope you can keep your word. Children are the best liars. Successfully apprehended the child molester. Acquired 10 justice points. Uchiha Jin sighed inwardly as he gazed at the system's reward. Ever since he joined the police force, the crime rate in the village had been steadily declining. For him, that was hardly good news. Without a constant stream of criminals, where would he find an endless supply of justice points? Host Uchiha Jin. Age 11. Strength Elite Jonin. Talent titles keen insight perceives the degree of evil above everyone's head. Judgment I sees the sins committed by others. Judgment aura natural soul suppression against targets bearing sin marks. Retrospective death I sees the basic information of the deceased and their killer. Justice points 9,990. He still needed 2/3 of the 3,000 justice points required to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now things were different from before. Criminals were becoming scarce. Sometimes he could patrol an entire day without spotting a single offender. This troubled him. If all else failed, he could only set his sights on those red-named ninjas. For instance, Orochimaru. That man's status and strength placed him among the very top in the village. If he successfully killed him, he would surely gain a massive amount of justice points. But Orochimaru was no ordinary cat or dog. Killing him within Konoha village would be extremely difficult. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, Jin's probability of killing Orochimaru was very low. Moreover, if he dared to do so, Hiruzen Sarutobi would certainly not stand idly by as before. That was precisely why he had never made a move against Orochimaru. In truth, the one Uchiha Jin most wanted to kill was Shimura Danzo. In a village of hundreds of thousands, he had never seen anyone whose head emitted black smoke, until now. If he found the right opportunity to slay him, perhaps the points gained would be enough to directly exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could then kill the other red-named ones, thus forming a virtuous cycle. No matter what, Shimura Danzo was on his kill list. One could say he was the necessary consumable for Jin's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He hadn't seen that old dog lately, wondering what evil scheme he was plotting. With Minato Namikaze becoming Hokage, that guy must be absolutely... Sensei, why are there so many criminals in the village? Uchiha Itachi suddenly asked, watching the molester being escorted away by the police force in turn. Because wherever light exists, shadows will follow. Uchiha Jin for once explained patiently instead of using his fists to teach a lesson. Some endure hardship and choose to hold fast while others yield to darkness. The village needs people to confront these shadows. That is the original purpose of the police force. Uchiha Itachi fell silent upon hearing this. Alright, what's a little brat like you doing asking so many questions? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes in annoyance. That perpetually grim look on your face really pisses me off. With that, he ended his patrol for the day and led his sandbag disciple to the training ground. Today we continue our endurance training. If you feel pain, it's perfectly normal. That proves the training is effective. Uchiha Itachi, if you want to hit me, just say so. No need to find such an excuse. Of course, Uchiha Jin didn't use his elite Jonin strength to simply grab Uchiha Itachi and beat him to a pulp. He wasn't so low as to bully a 5 or 6-year-old brat. Instead, he suppressed his strength and overwhelmed the boy with combat experience. Though Uchiha Itachi was beaten badly, he made significant progress. An hour later, Uchiha Itachi lay on the ground staring at the sky, gasping for breath. His whole body ached. At least this was just a routine day as his master's disciple. He believed that with diligent training, he would soon change the situation of always being beaten. Uchiha Jin, having thoroughly enjoyed the fight, felt his earlier frustration over the slow accumulation of justice points dissipate. When in a bad mood, beating up the weasel relieved his gloom. When in a good mood, beating up the weasel only made it all the more satisfying. Now in a pleasant mood, and sensing no Umbu surveillance nearby, he prepared to give the weasel his daily guidance. Itachi, remember your clan. The Will of Fire has taught you how to protect Konoha, but no one ever told you that the Uchiha are also the home you must guard. Uchiha Jin sat by the river watching the large fish that occasionally leaped from the water and said, "Don't give all your loyalty to a village that is always on guard against you. Your roots are in the Uchiha and the clansmen who share the same blood as you. You can love Konoha, but don't sacrifice the clan that gave birth to you and raised you, nor the innocent clansmen for the sake of outsiders' peace." Though he didn't know if the young weasel could take it to heart, he had to try before the worst outcome came to pass. What if it worked? Even if it didn't, when the weasel recalled these words in the future, it would at least make him live in self-reproach and guilt. Uchiha Itachi, who had sat up from the ground at some point, stared at his teacher's slightly lonely back, lost in thought. His thoughts were similar to Shizui's. Both wanted to maintain peace between the clan and the village, achieving mutual respect, trust, and harmonious coexistence. Neither of them ever considered the possibility of the worst outcome. In their view, as long as they worked hard to change things, the complete rupture between the clan and the village would never happen. This was what Uchiha Jin called idealists. Therefore, over this period, he kept telling the weasel what to do if the worst outcome occurred. At first, Uchiha Itachi's mind went blank when faced with this question. It was something he had never thought about, or rather dared not think about. After some time, he began to reflect on what he would do if it really came to that. How could he minimize the losses? The answer he ultimately arrived at shocked even himself. No matter what, the clan and the village must never reach that point. Seeing that the boy remained silent, Uchiha Jin stood up from the ground and looked toward the direction of the Hokage rock. Their craftsmen were carving the statue of Minato Namikaze. Sometimes talking to you is like casting pearls before swine. If the plot truly could not be changed, he would find a chance to kill Shimura Danzo, awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then leave the village with it. The ninja world was vast. Where could the Uchiha not go? In the original story, Orochimaru alone had founded Otogakure in the land of rice fields. Then the Uchiha could likewise find a small country to build a village, at least no longer subjected to others' exclusion and oppression. If the Uchiha clansmen had followed Uchiha Madara back then, Madara would likely have settled the clan in a similar way, then led trusted members to carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. How many days? Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow. The sandbag was taking leave. Who would he vent his frustration on when he was in a bad mood? The graveyard of mountains. Within a dim and deep underground cavern, pale green wood style vines coiled around while the rock walls exuded a damp and chilling cold. An elderly man sat upon a stone throne, his crimson Sharingan, gazing forward, silver hair cascading over his shoulders. Behind him, a colossal mountain-like withered form crouched in the depths of the cave. Its skin was cracked and hardened, a dull ashen brown covered with age-like fissures. Several thick, curved bone horns sprouted from its head, and its eye sockets were deep, empty pits of darkness. This was Uchiha Madara and the Geto statue he had summoned. At this moment, Madara was far too aged, bearing none of the spirited vigor of his youth. He was merely a decrepit old man. See the world clearly, Obito. Uchiha Madara looked at the spiky-haired youth across from him, whose body was half substituted by white Zetsu cells. This was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had died in the Third Great Ninja War. You're right. Uchiha Obito opened his remaining eye, his face no longer bearing the smile he had once worn in Konoha. Having witnessed Lin's death with his own eyes, he no longer held any hope for this wretched world. What's wrong with the infinite Tsukuyomi? Tear apart this filthy, tedious reality. Let everyone live a life free of pain. You speak well. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can create true peace. Uchiha Madara was immensely satisfied with Obito's response. It seemed his schemes and brainwashing had gone off without a hitch. The boy had completely become a pawn in the plan to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara-sama. Just then a white Zetsu surfaced from the ground, standing beside Madara with a respectful expression. I have discovered a very interesting member of the Uchiha clan. Oh, is it that brat I asked you to investigate? Uchiha Madara's interest was piqued. Indeed, it is Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Obito, who had been immersed in despair and anger, showed a fleeting clarity in his eyes upon hearing the name Uchiha Jin. Jin, you were right. I'm useless, unable to protect the girl I loved on the battlefield. Once he thought Jin's words were deliberately meant to humiliate him, but the truth proved that Jin's words were not wrong at all. Lin died. She died before his eyes. And all he could do was watch, helplessly watching as Kakashi's Chidori pierced her body, unable to do anything. Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Madara wore an expression that said, I knew it. In truth, Uchiha Jin had been on his observation list from the very beginning. He had intended to use some underhanded tactics on the battlefield to make him despair of this world, thus turning him into an asset. But after observing for a while, Madara abandoned the idea of manipulating Jin. The reason was simple: Jin was smarter than Obito. He was a harder nut to crack. If his schemes were inadvertently discovered, he might bring a wolf into the fold. He was truly too old, relying entirely on the Gedo statue to sustain his. If Uchiha Jin were to cause trouble, his plan might die before it even began. In the end, he gave up on Uchiha Jin and chose the sunny, cheerful loser Uchiha Obito. Such a person, once deprived of what he loved, would likely awaken the Mangekyo. And so it was. Through his scheming and intervention, Obito had indeed awakened the Mangekyo, becoming a pawn to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. What has that guy been up to? During this time, he had not focused on Konoha, but had instead concentrated on cultivating Uchiha Obito. He was unaware of the specifics of what had happened in the village. Uchiha Jin joined the police force. The White Zetsu recounted everything Jin had done over the past few months, including, but not limited to, refusing to join the Umbu, executing Sarutobi Shotaro in accordance with the law, imprisoning a member of the Hyuga main house, denouncing Shimura Danzo, and cursing that he would never become Hokage, and his transformation from being hated by the villagers to being beloved through righteous law enforcement. Uchiha Obito's expression was complicated after hearing this. That guy really was a monster. If he had possessed the same talent and strength as Jin back, then he wouldn't have been ambushed and fatally wounded on the battlefield. In the past, Jin had urged him to train diligently so that on the battlefield, he could protect the precious comrades he cared about. He always thought good enough during training. In the end, he ended up seriously injured and Lin dead because he didn't listen to advice. Indeed, it was all his fault. Interesting. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. To him, a Uchiha with such high talent, strength, and clear goals was the most likely to awaken the Mangekyo charm. All he needed was to employ a few tricks to make him lose someone important or his ideals, and then he would naturally open his eyes under the intense emotional stimulation. This method had already been tested on Uchiha Obito. It worked perfectly. The only pity was that the kid wasn't as gullible as Obito. If he realized he was being used, he would definitely cause trouble. To be safe, it was better not to try rashly. Obito, come here. Uchiha Madara no longer wished to live in such a hideous state. He planned to use Jinjutsu to pass on some of the Uchiha clan's traditions and opportunities, then sever the energy supply from the Gedo statue. He would simply await his future resurrection by another pawn, Nagato, using the Rinna Tensei. Uchiha Obito, immersed in memories and self-reproach, snapped out of it upon hearing Madara's words and stepped forward. Within the illusionary world, old Madara, fearing that Siener might not be smart enough, etched the entire process of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan into Obito's memory and also taught him the Uchiha signature techniques and forbidden arts. Then he raised his palm, and a mass of black substance appeared which fell to the ground and took the form of a humanoid prostrating itself. This is my will incarnate. I call him Heiju. Uchiha Madara stood up shakily from his chair, snapping the energy transmission tubes of the Gedo statue that were inserted into his body. Bang, bang, bang. All the tubes disconnected. Madara's body swayed, then he collapsed back into his chair, lowering his head and gasping. Obito, be sure to carry out the plan as instructed. As he spoke, the scant life force remaining in him began to fade rapidly, and soon his heavy eyelids closed. Uchiha Obito gazed at Madara's corpse, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Heiju, from today on I am Uchiha Madara. Heiju. This pawn sure had a lot of internal monologue. No, wait. He was a pawn among pawns. You stay and dispose of Madara's body. I'm leaving this place for a while. Uchiha Obito put on the yellow single-eyed spiral mask he had made earlier, and his body phased into the void, vanishing from the spot. Heiju was left staring at Madara's corpse in silence. You prided yourself on being clever, treating everyone else as pawns, little knowing that you were also a pawn in my game. Heiju thought to himself, then looked up toward the cave ceiling. Through the rock, he seemed to see the moon in the sky and his mother sealed upon it. The preparations for the moon's eye were complete. Now the plan could begin. Hopefully the pawns of this generation would be effective enough. Since Minato Namikaze succeeded as Hokage, the situation of the Uchiha clan in the village began to improve. The villagers' criticism of them gradually diminished, and they no longer whispered behind their backs as they once did. When people did speak of them, it was mostly in praise. The Uchiha clan's resentment toward the village leadership began to dissipate, and even the hawkish faction within the clans stopped voicing their dissatisfaction with the higher-ups. It turned out that what they hated was not the Hokage itself, but the Hokage as embodied by Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a Hokage like Minato Namikaze, who did not deliberately target any clan, the Uchiha could hardly find reason to feel discontent or rebellion. After all, they only sought equality and respect within the village. Not everyone was like Shimura Danzo, who schemed relentlessly to become Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi learned of the Uchiha's situation and let out a soft sigh. Perhaps Minato's thinking was correct. Under the influence of his teacher Tobarama Senju and his old friend Danzo, he had over the years come to deliberately guard against and subtly suppress the Uchiha. From his own standpoint and perspective, this was not wrong. But he had overlooked the feelings of the Uchiha, causing the conflict between the clan and the leadership to intensify. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze brought about change after taking office. He hoped the Uchiha would not abuse the Hokage's trust and do anything wrong. Konoha Year 50, Uchiha Clan Grounds. Jin, the relationship between the clan and the village has improved. Shisui Uchiha was like a child who had received a beloved toy, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Unlike the third Hokage, the fourth never deliberately targeted the clan. Instead, he granted them equality and respect. Even the hawkish members of the clan spoke no ill of the fourth. The ideal he had always strived to achieve was finally realized today. Uchiha Jin looked at Shisui's excited state, and for once did not sarcastically mock him. If Minato Namikaze had not died in the Nine Tails riot 1 year later, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village would indeed not have deteriorated. At least the clan members would not have been pushed to the point of rebellion. But if the plot could not be changed and Minato died in that riot, then the Uchiha truly had no reason to remain in the village, endure disdain, and be forced into rebellion only to be annihilated. If it came to it, he could lead the clan away, though he wasn't sure if they would listen. If they didn't, he would follow the example of Madara Uchiha and leave the village with his family. Jin, I told you that as long as the clan and the leadership understand each other, things won't reach an irreparable point. Shisui Uchiha was truly overjoyed. Before his ideal was realized, no one but Itachi understood him. His good brother thought him naive and foolish, while his clan thought he was a spy for the Hokage. He was caught between a rock and a hard place within the clan, which caused him great sorrow. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Minato Namikaze's succession proved that his views had been correct all along. Congratulations on realizing your ideal. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly. Shisui Uchiha and Minato Namikaze were like a swift horse meeting a discerning master. If Shimura Danzo had been Hokage, Shisui would have long ago had his eyes gouged out and been used for human experiments. Alright, I'm going on. Jin didn't continue chatting with Shisui and left the clan grounds for the commercial district. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had gone. It was likely that Naruto Uzumaki would be conceived soon, and then Obito Uchiha would cause trouble during the Jinchuriki's childbirth. To be honest, Uchiha Jin couldn't understand why Obito Uchiha would come to Konoha to cause destruction. Sasuke Uchiha wanting to destroy Konoha after learning the truth about the clan's annihilation was understandable. But Obito's actions were utterly illogical. He was simply insane. Host Uchiha Jin, age 12, strength elite, jonin, innate titles, keen insight, can see the degree of evil above everyone's head, judgment. I can see the sins committed by others, judgment, aura, natural soul suppression on targets with sin marks, death recall. I can see the basic information of the deceased and their killer, justice value 2 to 0. With less than a year left, he was still far from accumulating enough to exchange for the Mangekyo. Uchiha Jin's strict enforcement of the law combined with the policies newly enacted by Minato Namikaze caused the crime rate in Konoha to plummet. Serious crimes were rarely seen anymore, most were minor disturbances. The justice value gained was pitifully small. If he couldn't awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan before the Nine Tails riot broke out, then preventing the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife would be extremely difficult. Unless he let Shisui stop Obito. But doing so would expose the fact that the Uchiha possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo would surely become restless. An innocent man may be charged with a crime if he possesses a coveted treasure. In the original story, Shisui Uchiha had his eyes stolen in this way. Unless he also awakened the Mangekyo, having two pairs of Mangekyo would change the situation. Even if the two were displeased and wary, they would not dare to act rashly against them. The most important thing now was to accumulate enough justice value. Shisui Uchiha watched his companion's retreating figure, a look of emotion on his face. Jin is truly dedicated. Although Konoha had the lowest crime rate in the shinobi world, major criminal incidents were still unavoidable. Ever since Uchiha Jin joined the police force, within just over a year the crime rate had plummeted. The moral standards of the villagers had also improved significantly. All of this was thanks to Jin. Konoha Cemetery. Uchiha Jin finished his day's patrol having gained only 100 points of justice value. It felt like an eternity before he could accumulate enough justice value to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. He placed white chrysanthemums in front of the graves of Rin Noura and Obito Uchiha. Although he knew that Obito Uchiha was not only alive but had turned dark, he couldn't very well offer flowers only to Rin. If others saw, they might think he had a crush. There were a few withered white chrysanthemums in front of the graves. Uchiha Jin didn't need to guess who had placed them, a certain white-haired man. He stood in front of Obito's grave in silence. If only that idiot had not been rescued by Madara Uchiha and had actually died under the rock back, then so many things would not have happened later. Idiot, I told you to train hard, but you didn't listen. You just followed your sister around like a lovesick puppy. Uchiha Jin shook his head, and now you've loved yourself to death. If Obito had listened to him and trained properly back, then he might not have been crushed under the rock. Madara Uchiha's plan might have failed. Unfortunately, he didn't listen and ended up crushed under the boulder, just like in the original story. Forget it, I won't say. Uchiha Jin lingered in front of the grave for a while before turning and leaving. Only after his figure disappeared did the entire cemetery fall into dead silence once more. Just then a ripple appeared in the space. A hooded figure in a black robe appeared where Uchiha Jin had stood moments before. The face beneath the hood was concealed by a yellow striped mask. Only a single crimson eye was visible. He stood there staring at the fading silhouette of the young man for a long time. Boring fellow. Uchiha Obito withdrew his gaze, looking at the white chrysanthemums before the grave. He picked up the withered white chrysanthemums and casually tossed them to the ground. Jin Kakashi, this false world is not worth lingering in. Then he stood before Lin's grave for a long time. Lin's body had been stored in his Kamui dimension since the Third Shinobi World War. What lay before him was merely a cenotaph, who of course his own grave was the same. Lin Jin is right. I was too weak to protect you. Uchiha Obito would be lying if he said he felt no remorse. If only he had been as strong as Jin back, then he wouldn't have been crushed beneath the boulder. If he hadn't been trapped, he could have always protected Lin. Then Lin wouldn't have died. This world is false and cruel. I will create a world without smoke of gunpowder, without war, without suffering. Uchiha Obito looked up at the sky. When that time comes, I will let you all live in a beautiful world. Believe that day is not far off. Just then a sound of cutting through the air came from behind. Uchiha Obito immediately activated his intangibility. A great sword slashed down from his body, but caused no substantial damage. Uchiha Jin had appeared behind him, without warning, maintaining the posture of a diagonal slash. Not bad, Junior. You actually managed to detect my presence. Uchiha Obito gazed at the familiar face before him, his single exposed eye suddenly constricting, but quickly returning to normal. This guy's stealth techniques were getting more and more formidable. He had been caught off guard, unaware of being followed, until the last moment when he heard the sound of the blade cutting air. Otherwise, he would have truly been cut in half. Junior. Uchiha Jin activated his Threedomo Sharingan, staring at the masked man of similar height before him. Did Hashirama's cells accelerate growth and development? At 12, Jin was 1.75 meters tall, while 13-year-old Obito was about the same height. Before the Third Shinobi World War, Obito's height had been average. Now he had shot up significantly, wearing a mask and wrapping himself like a mummy, imitating Uchiha Madara's voice. How could Minato Namikaze possibly recognize him? Besides, everyone believed Obito was dead. Who would waste time suspecting a deceased Uchiha? Indeed, you should have heard of my name. Uchiha Obito distanced himself from him calmly, beginning his deception. I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Jin, upon hearing this, feigned shock and disbelief. Since the fool wanted to play, he might as well amuse himself by toying with the idiot. You are actually Lord Madara. Uchiha Obito was satisfied with Jin's reaction. He hadn't expected this guy, who usually maintained an unflappable demeanor, to be so astonished at the revelation of Uchiha Madara's identity. Why did this feel so satisfying? So this was the thrill of showing off. Kid, I see you have talent. Interested in joining me? Uchiha Obito immediately extended an olive branch. He had recently finished manipulating Nagato, and the Akatsuki was short on personnel. If he could use Madara's identity to recruit his former comrade into working for him, that would be a huge gain. Join. Uchiha Jin looked confused, inwardly mocking. Indeed, even after turning dark, a fool's intellect didn't improve. He had only just met and already tried to deceive him with Madara's identity. Even if it were the real Madara inviting him, he wouldn't agree. The infinite Tsukuyami was merely a fabrication by Black Zetsu to deceive them into resurrect. This world is false. Living in such a world brings no joy, only pain and despair. Uchiha Obito recalled the words the old Madara had once spoken. He tried to make Jin understand the cruelty of the shinobi world and thus embrace the Great Moon Eye plan. That was how he had manipulated Nagato. So you want to trap everyone in a beautiful dream never to wake. Uchiha Jin interrupted his explanation, a mocking smile curling on his lips. How about killing everyone instead? Then the shinobi world would have no more war or suffering. Uchiha Obito interrupted in the midst of his perfect plan. He cast a cold glare at the boy before him. Kid, you don't approve of my plan. In his view, the infinite Tsukuyami was the only viable plan to create a perfect world. Yet this guy not only disagreed, but also mocked him. Enough, stop acting. Uchiha Jin's smile faded, and his expression turned calm as he met his gaze. You are not Uchiha Madara at all. Uchiha Obito froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you really are an interesting kid. Uchiha Jin stared at the deep red health bar above Obito's head, gripping his sword handle as he calculated the probability of killing him. His earlier sneak attack had been detected. The intangibility ability was too overpowering. Killing him would be extremely difficult, unless he could strike suddenly without any warning. Otherwise, it was nearly impossible to kill Obito, and it had to be a fatal blow, leaving him no chance to use his Anaji. Uchiha Jin sighed. There was simply no way to kill this guy. Obito, stop acting. At these words, Uchiha Obito's body froze, his eyes filled with the shock of having his identity exposed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What the hell? How could anyone in this world know his true identity? At most, they might suspect he wasn't the real Uchiha Madara. Who would have thought that the first time they met his former comrade would expose his identity? No matter how you disguise yourself, you can't change the foolish or... Uchiha Jin looked at him. Frankly speaking, given how thoroughly Obito had wrapped himself up, if it weren't for knowing the plot and seeing the red name above his head, no one else would have been able to identify him. Uchiha Obito stared at his confident demeanor and fell silent. He couldn't understand how he had been... How did you figure it? Yet today his former comrade recognized him at a glance. I told you I deduced it from your foolish aura. Uchiha Jin shrugged, looking at him with a mocking expression. You want to kill me? Even though he hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, not being able to kill Obito didn't mean he would die. Moreover, they were in Konoha. The fool wouldn't dare act rashly. Uchiha Obito said nothing, his eyes complexly fixed on him. Jin, you are very clever. Compared to you, I am indeed quite clever. Uchiha Obito. 2 years apart, and this guy's mouth was still as sharp as ever. Tisk, only one eye left. Uchiha Jin looked at the yellow whirlpool, single-eyed, mask a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I remember now, you gave the other eye to Kakashi as a gift for his promotion to Jonin, didn't you? Uchiha Obito's face darkened completely. This guy really knew how to hit a sore spot. Back then, when he was crushed under the boulder and thought he was doomed, he had nothing to give Kakashi before death, so he could only entrust the exposed eye to Kakashi. To this day, those eyes are still set in Kakashi's sockets. If he could retrieve that eye, it would greatly enhance his strength. But he didn't do that. That eye was a gift from the naive Uchiha Obito of the past, and the current Uchiha Madara scoffed at taking it back. Even missing one eye didn't affect his power. Jin, you still talk as infuriatingly as ever. Uchiha Obito stopped using Madara's voice and reverted to his own, which sounded somewhat hoarse. It's just that you can't take it. Uchiha Jin shrugged. I've always talked like this since we were kids. You've known me for so long, why don't you learn to adapt? Uchiha Obito. He instinctively clenched his fist, itching to punch this sharp-tongued guy. Back then, Jin and Kakashi always had the upper hand over him. Kakashi was just quiet, but Jin was fond of sarcastic remarks. Compared to Kakashi, talking to Jin was even more infuriating. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, transplanted powerful Hashirama cells, and obtained the legacy of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Obito felt incredibly strong, convinced that if it came to a fight, he could definitely beat this insufferable guy to a pulp. After a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. Now the most important thing was to realize the Moon's Eye plan and end this false, painful world. Jin, do you want to join me? Uchiha Obito extended the olive branch again. Konoha is not a place for someone with dreams like you. Join me, and I can help you find the value and meaning of life. These words were spoken with fervor, as if true. In reality, he simply wanted to trick Jin into joining the organization to have his former comrade accompany him in realizing his ideals. Uchiha Jin looked at the wildly speechifying Obito with a strange expression, staring at him as if he were an idiot. This guy was indeed a fool. He himself was fooled, and now wanted to fool others. Joining you, can I find the meaning of life? Uchiha Jin's tone was mocking. Then what do you think is the meaning of your life? My life's meaning. The fervent expression under Obito's mask calmed, and his three-to-mo Sharingan fixed on his former comrade. Do you know, Jin? This world is false, filled with pain and hatred, incapable of bringing joy or happiness. Happiness is fleeting, pain is endless. I want to destroy this world and create one without pain, without sorrow, without despair. Uchiha Obito stepped in front of his friend. They were of similar height. Are you willing to join me and help me realize this ideal? Their eyes met. Uchiha Jin's smile not only remained, but widened. Obito, I think your intelligence is insufficient to accomplish what you claim. Though I don't know why you changed your ideals, I suspect you picked it up from hearsay. Obito was taken aback. He stared blankly at his resigned friend, then his shocked gaze suddenly turned icy. Don't talk nonsense. Uchiha Obito used Madara's voice, his three-tomo spinning rapidly into the Mangekyo. My ideals were seen with these eyes. This guy actually mocked his intelligence. Though it had been the same during school, he had changed a lot now and still got ridiculed. That was truly infuriating. After activating the Mangekyo, he expected Jin to look shocked the moment he saw the eyes, but instead the other's face remained expressionless. Tisk. Uchiha Jin clicked his tongue. Did Rin's death awaken your eyes? Obito had been about to show off his Mangekyo, but this remark instantly killed his interest. Please trust me, once I realize my ideals, something like Rin's death will never happen again. Uchiha Jin, he knew it would be like this. This guy was deeply brainwashed, especially in Uchiha, who had awakened the Mangekyo. Go, I don't want to join. Go fool some other. Uchiha Jin failed to change Obito's mind, and given the precedent of Uchiha Shisui, decisively gave up. Slap. Uchiha Obito suddenly grabbed Jin's wrist, which held a kunai. The tip of the kunai was less than 3 centimeters from his heart. If he hadn't been on guard against his friend, the blade would have pierced his heart just now. Jin, what do you mean? His eyes turned cold, emitting killing. He truly hadn't expected Jin to suddenly ambush him. This was the second time today. If the first ambush was because Jin didn't know his identity, the second was intentional. He had sincerely invited the other to join and realize their ideals, but instead of succeeding, he was met with sarcasm. It was really infuriating. Too bad I didn't kill you. Uchiha Jin looked at the deep red health bar above Obito's head, his eyes filled with regret over losing a large amount of justice points and a Mangekyo. Truly regrettable. He had planned to kill Obito from the start, talking all along to divert his attention. His other hand, hidden behind his back, gripped a kunai, intending to strike fatally when the moment was right. This was the only way Jin could think of to kill Obito. Clearly it failed. Uchiha Obito was no longer the dead last of the past. He had awakened the Mangekyo, transplanted Hashirama's cells, and obtained Uchiha Madara's legacy. Given this, it was extremely difficult to kill him. You're asking for death. Uchiha Obito drew a kunai from behind and slashed it at lightning speed toward Uchiha Jin's cheek. Clang. Sparks flew as the two kunai collided, unleashing a piercing sound. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the cemetery. Before the cenotaph of their former friend, they refrained from using ninjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu. In this situation, Obito held a significant advantage. With his Mangekyo, he could use intangibility, making the close-quarters combat evenly matched. If Jin hadn't known the information beforehand, he might have been killed by the sneak attack. Jin, you'll regret this. Uchiha Obito's body gradually became intangible and soon vanished from the cemetery. Under the setting sun, Uchiha Jin clutched a white severed arm. Standing in the graveyard filled with tombstones. Rin, I told you he was a fool. He murmured softly, staring at Rin's grave. You insisted that Obito was wise in his foolishness. Brother, what is this? Uchiha Izumi, seeing her brother enter with a peculiar object, approached curiously to examine it. Upon recognizing the white arm, she immediately retreated a considerable distance. Ew, how disgusting. Where had her brother found this arm? Its pallid bone-white appearance was enough to turn her stomach. Back from training, Uchiha Jin put away Obito's arm. With the Rinnegan and White Zetsu at his disposal, Madara's research on Hashirama cells was undoubtedly superior to Orochimaru's. Though it served no immediate purpose, keeping it was better than discarding it. Yesterday, Teacher Kai won a fight Kakashi-senpai, and now he's lying at home resting due to serious injuries. Over the past year, she had grown accustomed to Might Guy's intense training, and her own strength had improved significantly. She was among the top students in her age group at the academy. In some cases, effort itself is a form of talent. Brother, are you injured? Uchiha Izumi suddenly noticed her brother's pallid, bloodless complexion. It's nothing. Uchiha Jin gently ruffled his sister's hair. She abruptly lifted his shirt. White bandages wrapped around his abdomen were seeping blood. Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? Uchiha Jin lightly tapped her head, and Uchiha Izumi immediately clutched it in feigned pain. He pulled down his shirt and turned back to his room. In the battle against Uchiha Obito, he had also sustained considerable injuries. His intangibility is too sinister. Even with foreknowledge, it was difficult to counter. unless one could move as fast as Minato Namikaze, leaving Obito no time to react. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it was hard to truly land a hit on him. Rip. The bandages were gently torn away, revealing a deep wound on his abdomen. Blood gushed out with each breath. Uchiha Jin found a needle and thread, casually stitched the wound, applied medicine, and wrapped it with fresh bandages. The sneak attack had failed to kill Uchiha Obito. He had missed the only chance to eliminate him. Brother, dinner is ready. Just then, Uchiha Izumi knocked on the door, her voice filled with worry. Coming. Uchiha Jin opened the door and ruffled his sister's hair again. I'm fine, just a flesh wound. Witnessing this, Uchiha Izumi made a resolve in her heart. Whoever had hurt her brother, she would help him get revenge. After all, her brother was always carrying out missions in the village, yet he had returned severe. Something must have happened. Her brother didn't have many friends, perhaps she could ask Shisunei and Itachi. One was his best friend, the other, surely those two would know something about it. Jin, be careful in the village. At the dinner table, Uchiha Hana placed food into Jin's bowl, her eyes filled with motherly concern. No mother wished for her son to encounter danger. If she could, she would have preferred Jin to be an ordinary person with average talent. At least then he wouldn't have to live a life on the edge. Mother'll be careful. Even though Uchiha Jin deliberately concealed his injuries, his current state was undeniable. His abdomen had nearly been completely sliced open. If he hadn't dodged to the side in time, his intestines would have spilled out. Clearly both of them had intended to kill each other. The next day, Jin, Uchiha Shirsue, having learned from Izumi about his close friend's injury, immediately set aside his tasks and rushed over with a basket of fruit to visit his comrade. Behind him trailed his designated punching bag, Uchiha Itachi. Why are you two here? Uchiha Jin's injuries were quite severe. To be honest, he just wanted to lie at home and rest. He had been planning to go back and sleep in. But this pair of twin stars had caught wind of his condition and come running. It was obvious that Izumi had told. Izumi said you were injured, so I thought I'd come see you. Uchiha Shirsue frowned at his pale complexion. Who hurt? Ordinarily, there shouldn't be any danger in the village, especially for a powerful ninja like Jin. After all, such things had happened before. A year ago, when Danzo failed to recruit his close friend, he had sent Umbu to assassinate him. Knowing too much won't. Jin had once said that Shimura Danzo would never become Hokage, a prophecy that had come true. Therefore, Danzo, harboring resentment after his defeat, had dispatched Umbu to attack Jin. After all, such things had happened before. A year ago, when Danzo failed to recruit his close friend, he had sent Umbu to assassinate him. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Uchiha Jin had no intention of telling them the truth for now. Even if he did, he would wait until the two had reformed, otherwise it would be useless. His words only solidified Shizui's suspicions. His close friend refused to speak. Then it must be Shimura Danzo. A flash of anger and a trace of killing intent flickered in Uchiha Shizui's eyes. He had been working so hard to maintain the fragile peace between the clan and the village. But why did there always have to be those who sought to undermine it? If Jin were truly assassinated, the Hawk faction within the clan would surely erupt. The hard-won détente between the two sides would shatter. And Jin was his best friend. He would never allow anyone to harm him. Not even the Hokage, let alone a former Hokage. Uchiha Itachi noticed the change in Shizui's expression and instinctively looked at his teacher, who had been instructing him for the past year. Although his teacher often used various flimsy excuses to beat him, over the past year his abilities in all aspects had improved tremendously. All of this was thanks to his teacher. If someone in the village had truly harmed his teacher, then, as a disciple, he would surely seek justice for him. What's with those expressions? Uchiha Jin was taken aback by the complicated looks in their eyes. What was going on with these two? I wasn't killed by Obito. You two seemed disappointed. As expected, the twin stars of the Uchiha are nothing but ungrateful wolves. I wasn't killed by Obito. You two seem disappointed. As expected, the twin stars of the Uchiha are nothing but ungrateful wolves. He suddenly felt that all his past efforts had been in vain. I'm not dying, so you can both get lost. Uchiha Jin waved his hand to Shirsue and Itachi, who had been pondering the cause of Jin's injury, were utterly dumbfounded by his sudden change in attitude. Hadn't everything been fine? Just how could he seem like a completely different person in the blink of an eye? They hadn't done anything to provoke him. Uchiha Shirsue looked at the fruit basket in his hand. Could it be that Jin thought the gift he brought was too shabby? That couldn't be it. Uchiha Itachi looked at his own empty hands, then at the fruit basket Shirsue was holding. Maybe his teacher was angry because he hadn't brought a gift. How rude of him. It was truly improper to visit a teacher empty-handed. He would have to prepare a gift for his teacher once he got home. With that thought, the two turned to leave. Wait, you're taking the fruit basket? Uchiha Jin watched as Shirsue walked away with the basket, shaking his head helplessly. Forget it, why am I getting upset with them? In the land of rain, the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito emerged from the Kemui dimension. Black Zetsu immediately noticed his disheveled Obito, did you encounter danger? Though Uchiha Obito was still young, awakening the Mangekyo had granted him the Kamui dimension. Logically, few in the ninja world could harm him. Yet now his robe was tattered and his entire right arm was missing. What had happened during his absence? Black Zetsu, busy providing the Akatsuki with intelligence networks, had no idea where Obito had gone or whom he had met. How many times must I say it? Address me as Madara. Uchiha Obito glared coldly at Black Zetsu, instinctively using Madara. Since Uchiha Madara's death, he had lived under Madara's identity, only using his own voice before Jin. Very well, Madara. Black Zetsu grumbled, inwardly thinking how troublesome pawns could be. Now can you tell me how you were injured? He did not want Obito to be killed off haphazardly. Without Obito to restrain Nagato, the plan would be difficult to execute. I infiltrated Konoha for intelligence and ran into an old friend. Uchiha Obito's eyes were complex, but his tone remained unchanged. I intended to recruit him into the Akatsuki, but that fool was brainwashed by the will of fire. The will of fire of Konoha was truly a... He too had once revered the so-called will of fire, but facts proved it was useless. Only the Moon Eye plan could bring true peace to the... In his view, Uchiha Jin's refusal to join was simply because he had been fooled by the village's sweet talk. If Konoha were destroyed, would Jin see the truth? Uchiha Obito began contemplating the possibility of destroying Konoha. An old friend. Black Zetsu immediately guessed who he had secretly monitored Obito for a long time and knew his relationships well. Among Obito's friends, only Kakashi and Uchiha Jin could have injured him, so Uchiha Jin was the more likely candidate. He is more foolish than I imagined. Obito casually severed a white Zetsu's arm and attached it to himself, muttering softly. That fool cannot grasp the grandeur of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. He refuses to join me in bringing peace to the ninja world, instead clinging to Konoha's patch of land. How ignorant. Black Zetsu listened to his rambling, the corner of his mouth twitching. This guy had been completely fooled by Madara, yet he had the audacity to call others stupid. Truly foolish without realizing it. Of course, for him, the more fools the better. That way the plan to rescue his imprisoned mother could proceed smoothly. Black Zetsu from now on have white Zetsu monitor Konoha. Uchiha Obito gave the order. I need to cripple Konoha to stir up the waters. Konoha was currently the strongest ninja village not long after the Third Great Ninja War. The major nations were all in a period of recovery. If he inflicted heavy losses on Konoha, other nations could seize the opportunity to start a war. Then the chaos would make it easier to collect the tailed beasts, and at the same time make Jin realize that Konoha's so-called will of fire was just a meaningless slogan. The Moon Eye plan was the ideal, truly worth realizing. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded. As long as the plan was not affected, he could let the guy do as he... After all, with the Kamui dimension and the Hashirama cell's powerful regeneration, he was hard to kill. After Black Zetsu left, Uchiha Obito stood alone in the cave, gazing at the rain-soaked, hidden rain village. Jin, once I realize my ideal, you will understand why I did this. The ninja world's major villages were all recovering, superficially peace reigned. But such peace was only temporary. Once the great nations recovered from the trauma of war, they would initiate a new round of conflict. Death, pain, and despair would once again engulf the ninja world. Ignorant fools can never see reality. Itachi, who do you think caused Jin's injuries? The twin stars of the Uchiha left and arrived at the banks of the Naka River. Uchiha Itachi did not respond immediately, but after a moment of silence, he voiced his conjecture. I think Shimura Danzo is the most likely. He knew something of the enmity between his teacher and Danzo. If anyone in the village despised Uchiha Jin the most, it was undoubtedly the former Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo. Hearing Itachi's speculation, Uchiha Shizui's expression turned complex. It matched his own guess. Shimura Danzo had failed to assassinate Uchiha Jin and was stripped of his advisor status by the Third Hokage. Afterward, Jin had openly declared that Danzo would never become Hokage. Therefore, the injuries on Uchiha Jin were most likely the work of Dan. The two sat by the river in silence. Both believed that Danzo and his root ninja had attacked Jin. The Uchiha had been striving to integrate into the village. But why did there always have to be troublemakers stirring up discord? If such incidents happened again, the conflict between the clan and the village would surely... No, this must be reported to the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo attacked Uchiha Jin. Minato Namikaze listened attentively to Shizui's speculation, his warm smile fading into a serious expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe in silence. He truly had not expected Danzo to attack Jin again. Had he not learned from the last incident? The current real power lay with Minato Namikaze, not him. Danzo's action was truly inexcusable. Summon Danzo. Before Minato could give the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved at the Umbu. Yes. The Umbu left the office immediately. Minato Namikaze frowned almost imperceptibly. Though he was now the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage had not fully retired. Instead, he remained in the office under the pretext of guiding the new Hokage. He reviewed the documents Minato had processed. Initially, Minato saw no issue, even appreciating the third's dedication to the village. But over time it gave him the illusion of divided authority. Whenever he wanted to initiate reforms, he was blocked by the third and the two advisors. There was some resentment in his heart, especially the way Sarutobi Hiruzen had just commanded the Umbu. The Umbu was a division directly under the Hokage responsible for protection, assassination, and interrogation. It was an institution exclusive to the Hokage. In other words, his subordinates had been commanded by the third. Minato sighed, inwardly feeling discontent, but unable to express it. Meanwhile, in the root base, since his failure to become Hokage, Shimura Danzo rarely left root. He had been in a gloomy mood. Why could a mere yellow-haired boy become Hokage while he, a veteran, was rejected outright? Those commoners had no idea what they had done wrong. Just then a root ninja brought an Umbu. Advisor Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence. Is it Minato Namikaze, or the monkey? Advisor Danzo, it is the third Hokage. Shimura Danzo did not leave immediately, but asked who summoned him. He had not done anything wrong recently. Why would the monkey summon him to the office? Before Hiruzen Sarutobi retired, Danzo Shimura frequently visited the Hokage's office. However, ever since Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage, he had never set foot there again. Today was the first time in a year. Danzo Shimura pushed open the office door and suddenly sensed a heavy atmosphere inside. All eyes were fixed on him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why is everyone staring at me? He began to recall the misdeeds he had committed recently. It seemed he had merely ordered some root ninja to capture a band of mountain bandits and hand them over to Orochimaru for experimentation. Logically, they shouldn't be coming after him. After all, eliminating bandits could be considered a good deed. Danzo, do you know your mistake? Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe and tapped it lightly on the table, speaking first. Danzo was after all his old friend, so it was better for him to handle this matter. Otherwise, if his old friend were to be interrogated by the younger Minato, he would certainly lose face. Minato Namikaze frowned at the sight. The third Hokage seemed to have no regard for him as the fourth. He was not a man who craved power. In his view, as long as the village could prosper, it did not matter who became Hokage. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi repeatedly exercised authority that rightfully belonged to him. This feeling was truly unsettling. Shursui Uchiha noticed the fourth Hokage's expression change, and wisely lowered his head, pretending not to see anything. This was a matter between two Hokages. His purpose in coming here was only to seek justice for his good brother. The rest was beyond his consideration. Mistake. Danzo Shimura looked utterly bewildered, pointing at himself. Monkey, are you still asleep? What mistake have I made? He had rarely done anything this time. He didn't understand what nonsense Monkey was spouting. In the past, he had sacrificed some people for the village and was scolded by Hiruzen, which he could accept. But now, having done nothing, he was being unjustly accused of wrongdoing. Wasn't this bullying an honest man? Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback by his old friend's furious demeanor. Was this guy so brazen when committing evil deeds? One would think he was being wronged. In Hiruzen's mind, the only person in the entire Hidden Leaf village who dared to attack Uchiha Jin was Danzo Shimura. After all, this guy had a history of such actions. Did you order someone to attack Uchiha Jin? Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing no point in beating around the bush, directly asked. He needed to settle the matter before Minato could speak. If Minato Namikaze were to handle Danzo Shimura, the charge would not be something as simple as house arrest. Me? Attack Uchiha Jin. Danzo Shimura was so enraged that his beard bristled, and he pointed at Hiruzen Sarutobi, demanding loudly. Monkey, are you out of your mind? Though he wished he could kill that inherently evil Uchiha brat, he also understood that during the fourth Hokage's reign, he could not act recklessly as before. Therefore, he had been lying low en route for the past year, never striking without absolute certainty. Otherwise, being caught by the fourth Hokage would— I never ordered anyone to attack Uchiha Jin. Danzo Shimura felt extremely wronged, having finally behaved himself for a year. He was suddenly saddled with a huge black pot without any warning. That would drive anyone mad. Which bastard dared to slander me? I must find him and punish him severely. The people in the office watched his reaction. It seemed as if he were truly being wronged. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly. He had to admit that Danzo's acting skills were getting better and better. If it weren't for their decades-long acquaintance, he would have believed Danzo was innocent. Confession earns leniency, resistance is punished. He looked at his old friend with a stern expression, his fingers tapping the table firmly. If it's found out that you're lying, the charge won't be just assaulting a comrade. Monkey, why do you think it was me? Danzo Shimura was so furious he nearly spat blood. He had already said he didn't do it, so— Danzo Shimura subconsciously glanced at the silent Minato Namikaze. Could it be that this yellow-haired kid, upon taking office, wanted to make an example of him to curry favor with the inherently evil Uchiha? Though he had stayed en route all year, he knew the fourth Hokage's attitude toward the Uchiha. Minato Namikaze noticed Danzo staring at him and asked in a serious tone, Jonin Danzo, did you attack Uchiha Jin? No, I have been en route all along, though I did not attack that brat. Danzo Shimura's face grew even darker. It seemed this yellow-haired kid was making up an excuse to go after him. He really couldn't understand why those fools had chosen this guy to be Hokage. How ignorant. Minato Namikaze nodded and immediately dispatched the Umbu to investigate. Uchiha clan grounds. Jonin Jin, the Hokage, wants to see you. An Umbu appeared in the courtyard. There had been no major cases recently. He had only arrested criminals with very low guilt levels. There was no incident of executing a rogue ninja in the streets. Logically, the Hokage wouldn't summon him without reason. Puzzled and curious, Uchiha Jin arrived at the office. Oh, the former Hokage advisor is here too. Seeing Danzo Shimura's grim expression, as if he had lost his mother, Jin couldn't help but laugh. He wondered what had made this old dog so furious. Danzo Shimura, already fuming from being wronged, nearly exploded upon. If he had successfully become Hokage a year ago, the Uchiha would have been wiped out by now. How could he be suffering such false accusations and mockery? Jin, are your injuries related to Jonin Danzo? Minato Namikaze, seeing everyone present, spoke before Hiruzen Sarutobi could. Uchiha Jin. He didn't understand why Minato Namikaze would ask that. Then seeing Shursui Uchiha beside him, he understood. He hadn't told Shursui the cause of his injuries. Most likely Shursui had jumped to the conclusion that the culprit was related to Danzo Shimura and had come to the Hokage to complain. That was impressive. No wonder Danzo Shimura's face was so ugly. He had been wronged. Such was Danzo's reputation. Whenever something bad happened, he was the first suspect. The attacker who assaulted me wore a hood and a mask. Uchiha Jin told the truth, though he omitted a few details. At these words, the people in the office once again looked at Danzo Shimura. Hood and mask. In the village, only two departments dressed like that: the Umbu and Root. Clearly the attacker could not be from the Umbu. That left only. Why are you all staring at me? Danzo Shimura completely lost his composure. I told you I didn't attack Uchiha Jin. Why are you wronging me? Uchiha Jin watched as the old dog Danzo nearly choked on his own blood. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. As the saying goes, only the one who wrongs you knows how wronged you are. I am upright and above board. Facing the crowd's skeptical gazes, Shimura Danzo took a deep breath to calm himself. I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. Just because he had made some mistakes in the past, they couldn't just pin every bad thing that happened on him, could they? How absurd. After finally managing to stay out of trouble for a while, he had to bear the unjust blame for the assassination attempt on the Uchiha. Where was the... To be honest, he had reason to suspect that this was a drama staged by Uchiha Jin himself, designed to stir up trouble. Who knew if the wounds on Jin were actually inflicted by other Uchiha? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Damn it. He had been set up. Hiruzen Sarutobi observed his old friend's changing expressions, marveling at how much his acting skills had improved. Even he couldn't detect any anomaly. The shock, the disbelief, the indignation of being wronged, all acted as if they were real. Tisk Tisk, truly a veteran actor. Minato Namikaze silently watched Shimura Danzo's reaction. Although he had only been Hokage for a year, he was aware of some of Danzo's past. The most likely culprit behind the assassination attempt on Uchiha Jin was Shimura Danzo. No one else had such a motive. It was probably the work of Root operatives. Root was an organization established by Shimura Danzo during the reign of the Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. In essence, it was similar to the Umbu. After succeeding as Hokage, Minato Namikaze had considered disbanding Root. After all, Shimura Danzo was not the Hokage and should not possess a private armed force. Most critically, Root operatives followed only Danzo's orders. They wouldn't even obey the Hokage's commands. Even now, Minato Namikaze did not know the full roster of Root operatives. If Danzo had dispatched Root to attack Uchiha Jin, and they failed and retreated back to Root, then it would be entirely normal for Jin not to know the attacker's identity. Noticing Minato's grave expression, Danzo's heart skipped a beat. This young blonde wasn't about to condemn him without evidence, was he? What a joke. That inherently evil Uchiha Jin didn't bother with evidence when handling cases. If the fourth Hokage also ignored evidence, then Konoha might as well collapse. Fortunately, his worry was unfounded. Minato didn't pass judgment, but instead asked them to leave. They would wait for the investigation results. Jin, regarding the assassination attempt, I will do my best to give you a satisfactory... Minato Namikaze smiled warmly. He had witnessed Jin's correct enforcement within the village. It was fair to say that Jin's presence had significantly reduced crime rates in Konoha. Moreover, under his observation, the situation with the Uchiha clan was not as dire as the third Hokage had once described. Under his policies, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village leadership had eased. Many Uchiha clan members had a favorable impression of the fourth Hokage, at least, in that he did not arbitrarily suppress them. All right. Uchiha Jin nodded and turned to leave the office. No one would have guessed that the one who had injured him was not someone sent by Shimura Danzo, but the long-dead Uchiha Obito. He didn't plan to tell anyone about this. He would observe for a while. If Minato Namikaze truly bore no ill will toward the Uchiha, Then he could reveal the truth before Kushina Uzumaki's delivery. The main issue was that without awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt insecure. Without absolute power, Jin didn't want to alter the timeline just yet. Otherwise, who knew what unpredictable situations might arise? Shimura Danzo cast a cold gaze at the two, his eyes lingering mainly on Uchiha Shursui. This was definitely a case of the Uchiha crying wolf. Indeed, the Uchiha were an inherently evil clan. Shizui's joining the Umbu was merely a ploy to lull the leadership into complacency. It wasn't at all what Hiruzen had said, that Uchiha Shursui had broken free from the clan's constraints and could view issues more rationally. If that were true, he wouldn't have intentionally framed him. Shimura Danzo had never trusted Uchiha Shursui. His past wariness had proven correct. If he hadn't failed to become Hokage, he would have already annihilated the Uchiha clan. Sensing the malice emanating from behind him, Uchiha Shizui's body stiffened involuntarily. He hadn't expected Danzo's hostility toward the Uchiha to be so intense. All these years he had been diligently working to maintain the relationship between the clan and the leadership. Yet the other party seemed never to have truly trusted the Uchiha. Uchiha Jin stopped voluntarily, turned around to look at the ashen-faced scapegoat, and barely suppressed a laugh. This guy had really taken the fall. He had never once mentioned Shimura Danzo, yet everyone assumed the culprit was him. That's what you call reputation. Danzo was already furious, and seeing Jin's half-smiling expression made his fists clench with audible cracks. Bastard. Being framed like this must be that kid's doing. Wasn't it just a failed recruitment attempt a year ago, after which he wanted to kill him? Did he have to target him repeatedly like this? If the current Hokage weren't Minato Namikaze, but Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would have already sent someone to kill him. Tisk, what's the rush? Uchiha Jin looked at his face, now a shade of pig's liver, and smiled playfully. Former Hokage advisor, I actually don't think you're the culprit. The ragtag bunch at root could hardly have wounded me so severely. Danzo's eyes lit up when he heard Jin say he wasn't the culprit, but the second half of the sentence nearly made him cough blood. Was this inherently evil Uchiha brat mocking him for Root's lack of capable members? This was like looking for death. No. Danzo suddenly calmed down, squinting as he spotted the problem. This kid was deliberately trying to... If he let his emotions get the better of him and dispatched Root to attack, he would fall right into the Uchiha clan's trap. Then they would have evidence linking Jin's injuries to... It would be a case of mud in the crotch. Not excrement, but it looks like it. Fortunately, he had used such dirty tricks before, and thus wasn't... I've seen through your little trick. Shimura Danzo quickly stopped being angry. This was all a self-directed play by the Uchiha. Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow. As expected of an old fox who often schemed behind the scenes, he had seen through his intentions so quickly. He had hoped to anger Danzo into sending Root after him, then pretend to be injured to set him up. Unfortunately, he was seen. Shimura Danzo gave the two a cold glance before flicking his sleeves and heading toward Root. Sorry, Jin, I couldn't find any evidence. Uchiha Shursui looked self-reproachful. Although he suspected Shimura Danzo was behind the assassination attempt on his close friend, it was difficult to convict him, especially since the third Hokage seemed intent on protecting him. Idiot. Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes in exasperation. He really hadn't expected Shursui to go to the office and complain upon learning of his injury. Never mind. He wouldn't insult that inherently evil Uchiha brat. Shimura Danzo, who had been restraining himself throughout the journey, erupted in fury upon returning to the Root. The Root ninjas all knelt on the ground, hardly daring to breathe. How dare he slander me? It's practically a death wish. What infuriated him most was that everyone believed he was the culprit without ever considering the possibility that the Uchiha had staged the whole thing. Was there no trust left between people? Bastard. The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the angrier he grew. He raised his hand and overturned the table and chairs. Had quite the temper, Orochimaru remarked, having just finished his day's experiments. He witnessed Shimura Danzo's fury, a scene he had observed many times before. He had grown accustomed to it. Most likely Danzo had been caught doing something shady behind the scenes, and was now losing his composure in a fit of rage. Orochimaru had little interest in what misdeeds Danzo had committed. After a few taunts, he left the Root. The experiments on Hashirama cells had come to a temporary halt. He needed to focus on researching how to achieve immortality. Human life was fragile and finite. He was the shinobi world's foremost research genius, obsessively delving into all truths. Ninjutsu, the mysteries of the human body, bloodline limits, Hashirama cells, and everything else. But a mere few decades of human life were insufficient for him to master all secret techniques and forbidden arts. To grasp every ninjutsu in the world and understand the laws of life, one needed an infinitely long time. The mortal flesh was too short-lived, it could never achieve that. Life to him was merely a tool for endless research. He sought not the pleasures of longevity, but an eternal span of time to pursue. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes as he watched Orochimaru's departing figure. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. A year ago, when Orochimaru participated in the Hokage election and garnered a high number of votes, Shimura Danzo had already considered what would happen if Orochimaru became Hokage. He would expose the fact that Orochimaru had secretly used village ninjas for human experimentation. Unfortunately, Orochimaru lost the election and Danzo lost along with him. Minato Namikaze had snatched the prize away. To this day, Danzo could not let go of his resentment. Those commoners had no taste. For now, he could only hope that Minato Namikaze would retire early, or that he could catch a political misstep and force him into retirement. Do you want to become Hokage? As Shimura Danzo returned to his room, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded beside him. Who? He whirled around to find a masked figure standing at the door, having appeared there without his knowledge. When had he arrived? How had Danzo sensed nothing? A kunai slid from his sleeve into his hand. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would make a commotion and the root ninjas would rush in immediately. No need to be tense. I mean you no harm. Uchiha Obito spread his hands, lounging casually against the doorframe. I'm here to propose a partnership. Don't you want to become Hokage? Cooperate with me, and we can bring Minato Namikaze down. Shimura Danzo's expression remained unchanged, his gaze cold as he stared at the mysterious intruder. What is your goal in doing this? He would not trust the words of some unknown stranger. For an ideal, of course. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha's commercial district, Uchiha Jin had already given up on awakening the Mangekyo on his own. Such a thing required intense stimulation, which was difficult to achieve. Besides having lived two lives, Uchiha Jin had already given up on awakening the Mangekyo on his own. Such a thing required intense stimulation, which was difficult to achieve. Besides having lived two lives, his psychological resilience was stronger than most. He had awakened his Sharingan 3 times, each time during life-or-death crises. Back then there was no system, he was thrown onto the battlefield. If he couldn't win, he would die. It was under such high-pressure circumstances that he had upgraded his Sharingan to the 3-tomo level. Perhaps experiencing a true life-or-death crisis might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jinkuin, long time no see. Just as Uchiha Jin was pondering the possibility of awakening the Mangekyo on his own, a hoarse voice sounded from behind. He turned around to see Orochimaru. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he had last seen Orochimaru. He wondered if Orochimaru had made any progress in studying Hashirama's cells. Long time no see. Uchiha Jin stared at the red health bar above Orochimaru's head, considering how many justice points he could gain if he killed this man. A few thousand points would be enough to exchange for the Mangekyo in advance. Orochimaru noticed the peculiar look in Jin's eyes, and the smile on his face froze for a moment. Why did Jin's gaze seem so strange? It almost looked like longing. Honestly, his mind went blank for a second. He couldn't figure out what he had that Jin could possibly desire. Would you like to come to my place? Orochimaru wanted to get to the bottom of it, so he invited Jin to his home for a chat. He wouldn't be able to sleep without figuring it out. After all, Uchiha Jin had caused quite a stir in the village over the past year. Being targeted by him for no reason was not a good thing. Sure, Uchiha Jin had nothing better to do, so he figured he could chat and maybe extract some information. Orochimaru was even more suspicious when Jin agreed so readily. This guy was definitely after something. He began to reflect on his recent actions. Aside from conducting experiments in the lab, there was nothing else. Could it be that Jin knew about his secret research on Hashirama's cells? The thought made Orochimaru's eyes flicker. He decided to probe Jin's intentions once they were home. Could it be that Jin knew about his secret research on Hashirama's cells? The thought made Orochimaru's eyes flicker. He decided to probe Jin. It was clear that he was someone who knew how to live. Although I'm rarely home, Excuse me, let me change clothes. Uchiha Jin surveyed the living room, which was simply furnished. Excuse me, let me change clothes. Uchiha Jin surveyed the living room, which was simply furnished with only basic amenities. Soon Orochimaru emerged in a blue casual kimono, knelt before Jin, and refilled his cup. Come to think of it, this is our first face-to-face conversation. The two had met during the Third Shinobi World War, but they were merely acquaintances, not close. Yes, our first conversation. Uchiha Jin drained his teacup, and Orochimaru promptly refilled it. Actually, I really admire you, Jinkuin. Orochimaru continued to pour tea into his cup, smiling. Could you tell me how you usually identify the culprit in your cases, eh? He was genuinely curious about the basis Jin used to catch criminals without evidence. Uchiha Jin took a sip, set down the cup, and saw Orochimaru fill it again, raising an eyebrow. It's a talent. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. I see. Orochimaru thoughtfully stared at the full cup of tea in front of Jin. Uchiha Jin raised the cup and drained it again. Orochimaru immediately refilled the empty cup. Uchiha Jin. Damn it, no need. Uchiha Jin could no longer endure Orochimaru's incessant tea pouring, so he raised his hand to stop the cup. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Ever since they sat down, Orochimaru had kept refilling his cup, going through an entire pot of tea. If he didn't stop him, he'd be bursting. Orochimaru smiled as he placed the teapot back on the table, observing the young man across from him with keen interest. He had been curious to see just how much this boy could drink. Who would have thought a single pot would be his limit? I haven't seen you around the village in quite a while. Uchiha Jin asked, feigning ignorance. What have you been up to lately? In truth, the two were barely acquainted. If he didn't take the initiative to ask, the other would simply keep pouring tea into his cup. And since it was already poured, he couldn't very well refuse to drink it. That would be far too disrespectful. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. This kid was definitely targeting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. His face betrayed no anomaly as he raised his cup and took a sip. The village has a classified research project. The specifics aren't something I can disclose. Even now, Orochimaru couldn't fathom the meaning behind Uchiha Jin's earlier longing gaze. Could it be that the other knew about Hashirama's cells? That yearning look was a desire to obtain them. A classified project. Uchiha Jin inquired with visible interest. Does the Hokage know about it? He was curious whether Minato Namikaze, who had been in office for a year, was aware of Orochimaru's secret research on Hashirama's cells. He knows. Orochimaru nodded slightly. I mean the fourth. He knows. Uchiha Jin nodded. Thought it was as he had guessed. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't been willing to leave the center of power after retiring, Minato Namikaze was still the village's current Hokage. Such a matter couldn't be hidden. In truth, researching Hashirama's cells wasn't considered a serious offense. Everyone chose to turn a blind eye. After all, these were the cells of the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. Unlocking their secrets would bring immense benefits to the village. The captured test subjects were spies and bandits. These people had died a worthy death. In the original story, Orochimaru's exposure came purely from experimenting on village comrades. The matter escalated. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to intervene, ultimately forcing Orochimaru to leave the village under the encirclement of multiple ANBU. As for whether Hiruzen Sarutobi went easy on him, those in the know understood. Aren't you curious about my research project, Jinkun? Orochimaru continued his probing. Uchiha Jin instinctively reached for his teacup, saw it empty, and set it back down, gently covering the rim with his palm to prevent the other from seizing the chance to pour more tea. His stomach was already bloated, completely filled. He couldn't take another drop. Reaching for the cup had been pure reflex. Would you like me to add some tea? Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he immediately lifted the teapot ready to pour. No need. Uchiha Jin waved his hand and answered the question posed to him. Since you said it's a classified project, even if I asked, you wouldn't tell me. Why was this guy so fixated on pouring him tea? Could he have added something to it? Orochimaru at this point shouldn't be that depraved yet. Jinkun has a point. Orochimaru kept his eyes on Uchiha Jin. After long observation, he noticed that Jin would occasionally glance at the top of his head, then show subtle changes in expression. Emotions such as longing, anticipation, regret, disappointment, etc. He instinctively looked up, but saw only the ceiling. Orochimaru finally couldn't hold back. Jinkun, what are you looking at? He had always been the type to want to understand everything. Not knowing the reason would keep him tossing and turning. Especially with an anomaly like Uchiha Jin. I was checking if you're going bald. Uchiha Jin belatedly realized that his excessive eagerness for justice points had made Orochimaru detect something off. Luckily, he reacted quickly and made up an excuse on the spot. You researchers stay up all night. One day you might wake up with a bald spot. Imagine Orochimaru with flowing long hair, but a bald patch in the middle. Tisk, too beautiful a sight to imagine. Orochimaru. You mean, you stared at me for so long just to see if I'm going bald? Seriously, have you nothing better to do? Though he was reluctant to admit that this was the reason, looking at the actual situation, it did seem quite plausible. The longing gaze could be explained as envy for his long hair. The anticipation was for seeing him bald from doing experiments. The regret and disappointment came from finding out he wasn't bald. Orochimaru. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. He had gone back and forth with Jin, probing each other for nothing. Turned out the other was just curious whether doing experiments would make him lose hair and go bald. No. Orochimaru dismissed this absurd notion. No Uchiha could be that bored. There must be something he didn't know. Wait. He suddenly recalled flipping through the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's notes on observing and researching the Uchiha clan. It mentioned that Uchiha members had a probability of awakening the Sharingan when mentally stimulated, meaning these awakened Uchiha were all more or less mentally unstable. It was just a matter of severity. So Uchiha Jin was mentally unstable, and therefore observing whether he was going bald was perfectly normal. After all, the thoughts of the mentally ill differ from normal people. When you really think about it, it's quite terrifying. No one knows when a seemingly stable madman might snap and do something irreversible. No wonder the second Hokage Tobirama Senju had to be wary of the Uchiha. Originally, Orochimaru wasn't afraid. But after accepting the premise that Uchiha Jin was mentally ill, he suddenly felt a bit panicked, afraid the other would suddenly draw a long sword and slash him. Uchiha Jin. He watched a series of changes cross Orochimaru's face. From calm to doubt, then realization, and finally shock settling into calmness. Dude, what on earth are you fantasizing about? He had just made up a random excuse. Only asked if he was going bald. Was that really such a big deal? Anyone would think he was some heinous murderer. Are you okay? Faced with Uchiha Jin's inquiry, Orochimaru forced a smile. Had Jinko and him fine. The mentally ill were the most terrifying. He should never have invited a madman to his home. Now every muscle in his body was tense, prepared. If something's wrong, strike immediately. Are you really okay? Uchiha Jin looked at his unnatural complexion, puzzled as to what he had said wrong. Could it be that Orochimaru was already bald? Was he wearing a wig? What is Orochimaru up to? Uchiha Jin left the mansion, occasionally glancing back. At that moment Orochimaru was smiling and farewell Jinkoin. He had finally sent this psychopath away. After accepting the premise that Uchiha Jin was mentally unstable, he found it difficult to chat with him as calmly as before, fearing that the other might suddenly shout about justice and evil and then leap up to cut him down. Only when Jin's figure disappeared from sight did Orochimaru heave a long sigh of relief. I can't just casually invite people home anymore. Especially Uchiha. Commercial Street. I don't understand. Uchiha Jin really couldn't figure out the sudden change in Orochimaru's attitude. He had originally wanted to probe for information, but the other person acted like a completely different person. Suddenly he stared at him with a wary expression. Sure enough, those who do experiments are all mentally unstable. He finally came to that conclusion. It was probably because Orochimaru had been cooped up in the lab for a long time doing experiments without much contact with others, temporarily losing his ability to converse. He believed that it would improve after some time. Just as Uchiha Jin was regretting that he couldn't gain any justice points, several familiar voices of conversation came from beside him. Kurenai, will you wait for me? Following the sound, he saw Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Yamashiro Aoba, and Shiranui Gima all there. All familiar faces. Upon hearing their conversation, Uchiha Jin immediately understood what was happening. So Asuma was going to the Land of Fire's capital to serve as a guard for the daimyo. That is later the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo. I will. Asuma looked at the smile of the girl he liked, his heart beating faster. Wait for me to return. Children in the ninja world were relatively precocious. Asuma had liked Yuhi Kurenai since their days at the He would confess to Kurenai when he returned from the capital. He was a legitimate second-generation Hokage son, and his own strength and talent were top-notch among his peers. Becoming an elite jonin in the future was no problem at all. Such conditions were more than enough for Kurenai. Jin. Yuhi Kurenai caught sight of the boy walking toward her in her peripheral vision, her eyes lighting up as she immediately waved excitedly. Since Asuma and Kurenai were face-to-face, he didn't see Jin at first. After hearing Kurenai's call, he instinctively turned to look. How did this guy get even more handsome? Sarutobi Asuma saw the girl he liked getting excited and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. He had barely managed to get a moment alone with Kurenai before. Then this guy shows up out of nowhere to mess things up. It's infuriating. What are you all doing? Uchiha Jin noticed Asuma's sour expression and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. This guy had caused him no small amount of trouble back at school. Now with nothing better to do, it was a good choice to annoy him. Asuma is going to the capital to serve as a guard for the daimyo. We're going to see him off at the village entrance. Yuhi Kurenai explained with a smile. I see. Uchiha Jin nodded in understanding and patted Asuma's shoulder approvingly. Asuma, you've made it able to become a guard for the daimyo. The daimyo was the supreme ruler of the country, part of an aristocratic hereditary system. The Kage was merely the village head, still under the daimyo's jurisdiction. Moreover, the daimyo had the power of appointment and dismissal. A new Kage needed to report to the daimyo and obtain approval. Otherwise, they could not assume the position. The daimyo controlled the nation's finances. All tax revenue and land resources belonged to the daimyo. The expansion of ninja villages, large-scale wars, and major missions all required the daimyo to allocate funds. He was the true controller of the ninja village's economic lifeline. In this world, no matter how powerful a ninja was, they were merely tools. The daimyo represented the legitimate authority of the nation. It would not be an exaggeration to call him an emperor. If a ninja could serve as a guard for the daimyo, it was truly a meteoric rise. Seeing Uchiha Jin's approving expression, Sarutobi Asuma angrily shook off the hand on his shoulder. What business is it of yours? This guy was the most annoying. He really couldn't understand why Kurenai had a favorable impression of such a smug person. That was precisely why he had picked on Uchiha Jin every day at school. Of course, he had never won a fight. If only he had been there in time when Kurenai was being bullied back then. Perhaps things would have been different. Missing the chance to be the hero in distress still haunted him to this day. Asuma, how can you be like this? Yuhi Kurenai frowned in dissatisfaction at Asuma's attitude toward Jin. Jin was clearly congratulating him, yet he was treated so rudely. That was really ill-mannered. Sarutobi Asuma. He hadn't expected that his attitude toward Jin would displease Kurenai. What the hell? He was about to leave the village for the capital today, and he had barely managed to get Kurenai to agree to see him off. And then that inherently evil Uchiha Jin had to come and ruin it. It even caused Kurenai's displeasure. Kurenai. Asuma was interrupted before he could finish. Kurenai, it's fine. He smiled again and patted Asuma's shoulder. He's just joking with me. Sarutobi Asuma really wanted to slap Jin's hand away and say, bastard, who's joking with you? But noticing Kurenai's gaze sweeping over, he could only force a smile. How humiliating. Asuma's affinity for Jin had already dropped below zero. If he weren't outmatched, he would have started a free-for-all. This guy was truly gifted in sarcasm and driving people mad. At any rate, he couldn't find anyone who could out-talk Jin for now. Seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai's furrowed brow finally relaxed. She was of course aware that Asuma had feelings for her, but she had no romantic interest in him. At their age, it was too early for they could talk about it in a few years. Yamashiro, Aoba, and Shirenui Gunma stood in the distance, having originally created a perfect opportunity for the two, with Uchiha Jin's arrival that seemed unnecessary. So they all gathered around. Well, you're all busy. He'll leave you alone. Uchiha Jin finished his sarcastic remarks, feeling delighted as he looked at Asuma, who looked like he had swallowed a fly. That's what you get for coming to bother me at school. Jin, goodbye. Yuhi Kurenai waved somewhat regretfully. She had been thinking of inviting Jin to dinner. Unfortunately, she had to see Asuma off at the village entrance. Goodbye, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Uchiha Jin casually made a polite remark, but unexpectedly the girl took it seriously. Really? I'm always free. Crack. It sounded like something had Looking closely, it was Sarutobi Asuma's heart that had shattered. He often invited Kurenai out to eat, but she always said she was busy. He had naively believed she really had no time. Until now. Women only hinder my efficiency in upholding justice, Uchiha Jin murmured to himself. A true powerhouse always discerns what he truly needs. Sentimental attachments are only for young fools who haven't yet matured. Take Uchiha Obito, that imbecile. If only he had heeded my advice and channeled his energy into cultivation instead of chasing after a girl, his chances of surviving on the battlefield would have been considerably higher. After all, Obito possessed talent, but his intelligence was lacking and his academic performance was abysmal. Had he trained as diligently as Uchiha Jin, he would have soon caught up with Kakashi. But alas, that fool could only think about pursuing his sweetheart. I'd rather spend that time capturing more criminals, Uchiha Jin sighed helplessly. He had initially intended to be polite, and his offer to treat her to a meal was merely a formality. Who would have thought Yuhi Kurenai would take it seriously? He supposed he would have to find a time to invite her for a meal. Since words had been spoken, he could not back down. The daytime patrol concluded. Uchiha Jin conducted his daily instruction for the ferret. At the Naka River, Jin sat by the water fishing. Teacher, I'm back. Lately, Uchiha Jin had not used shadow clones to attend school. It was primarily Jin's requirement. After all, he spent his days working to capture criminals and earn justice points. He could not abandon his instructional time to guide the ferret. Has anyone bullied you at school? Uchiha Jin gripped the fishing rod, staring at the bobber on the river's surface. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by the question. Has anyone bullied you at school? Uchiha Jin gripped the fishing rod, staring at the bobber on the river's surface. Thus he did not consider being harassed as being bullied. If someone does cause you trouble, how would you respond? Izumi had said that Itachi was frequently bothered at school, but when he asked, the boy claimed he wasn't bullied. TSK. Children love to lie the most. I ignore them, Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. In his view, the strong need not heed the clamor of the weak. Simply ignoring them was sufficient. When he was troubled at school, he always chose to ignore. Uchiha Jin's face fell with disappointment, and he put down the fishing rod with a sigh. So everything I've taught you this year has been in vain. Those brainwashed by the will of fire were truly terrifying. Despite being bullied, they remained foolishly passive. If one lacked the strength to retaliate, forbearance was understandable. But to deliberately endure when one is clearly stronger, that was either stupidity or malice. Let me teach you what to do when someone causes you trouble. Uchiha Jin rose, cracking his joints, then walked toward Itachi with a grim expression. Uchiha Itachi. Oh no. He had said something wrong and angered his teacher. His intelligence allowed him to instantly grasp the reason for his teacher's fury. It was definitely dissatisfaction with his answer of ignoring them. A few minutes later, Uchiha Itachi lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath, with bruises covering his exposed skin. Uchiha Jin exhaled deeply, brushing the dust from his hands. Satisfaction. The earlier displeasure dissipated after thumping the— Do you understand now? Uchiha Jin stared coldly at the boy on the ground. The strong should crush the weak mercilessly. How dare someone weaker than me cause trouble? It's because there are too many people like you in the village that bullies become even more emboldened. Bullies dare to pick on those stronger than them. They have tasted sweetness and believe the strong will not retaliate, so they grow increasingly reckless. Uchiha Jin had realized this during his time at the Ninja Academy. Thus he launched an anti-bullying campaign. In less than a week, bullying incidents at the academy dropped to zero. It turned out these people were not fearless bullies at all. They merely preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Teacher, we cannot treat our comrades this way. Even after being beaten, Uchiha Itachi believed he had done no wrong. He was strong. He had no need to heed the clamor of the weak, and more importantly, those weaklings were his comrades in the village. He could not bully the weak simply because he was strong. He would never bully a comrade. A saint. Uchiha Jin's first thought was that the boy was a saint, and then an uncontrollable rage surged within him. What a joke. He had spent a year trying to mold Uchiha Itachi only to produce a paragon of sainthood. A leopard cannot change its spots. Indeed, one should never attempt to change a person. Say that again. Uchiha Jin activated his three-tomo Sharingan, glaring at the earnest little boy on the ground, his fury boiling. Damn, he felt as if he were about to awaken his eyes from sheer anger. Teacher, we cannot treat our comrades this way. Even facing his furious teacher, Uchiha Itachi held his ground. Though some people come looking for trouble, they are still our comrades in the village. I cannot treat them as you do. Even now, tales of Uchiha Jin's deeds circulated at the Ninja Academy. He had single-handedly bullied everyone, eradicating bullying at the school. Yet Uchiha Itachi disapproved of Jin. He believed such methods were ineffective, would diminish his comrades' goodwill, and that bullying one's comrades was wrong. No wonder the clan was always suspected and targeted by the higher-ups. It seemed there was reason. Uchiha Jin. Which step had gone wrong? Over the past year, aside from guiding the ferret's training, he had steered him away from excessive reverence for the will of fire. On second thought, there seemed to be no issue. Then how had the ferret turned out like this? A saint. It was hard to believe that term could ever describe a ferret who had wiped out his entire clan with his own hands. This shouldn't be. Uchiha Jin was utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. How had the ferret become a saint? What a joke. So you're saying as long as they are comrades of the village, you will never raise a hand against them? Yes. What if they try to kill you? I would knock them unconscious and hand them over to the police force. Have you never considered killing them in self-defense? No. Uchiha Jin was dumbfounded. How had the ferret turned out like this? He could not tell if it was good or bad. And would you raise a hand against your clan's comrades? To be safe, Uchiha Jin decided to probe further. No. Uchiha Itachi answered without hesitation. Then let me ask you, if the clan and the village came into conflict and you sided with the clan, would you attack other ninjas? No. And the reverse. If you sided with the village, would you attack your clan members? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly. No. Uchiha Jin. Though he was not sure which step had gone wrong, at least choosing neutrality was not a bad outcome. At least the boy was not blindly siding with the village's higher-ups. That was a small mercy amidst the misfortune. What business does the clan leader have with me? Several days later, Uchiha Jin was invited by Uchiha Fugaku to the clan leader's residence. Haha, I just wanted to invite you for tea. Uchiha Fugaku smiled as he poured tea for Jin, unable to suppress the grin on his face. He seemed to be in excellent spirits. Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow and took a light sip of the tea. Ever since he had suffered a loss at Orochimaru's place, he dared not finish the tea in one go, fearing that others would keep refilling his cup. The clan leader seems in high spirits. Uchiha Itachi, kneeling beside him, looked at his father with equal confusion. His father had always been stern and unsmiling, rarely showing such a smile in front of others. What exactly happened? My wife is pregnant. From now on, while handling clan duties, I will also take care of family matters. Upon hearing this, both the master and disciple were somewhat surprised. Uchiha Jin, on the other hand, was fine. He quickly accepted the news of Uchiha Makoto's pregnancy. Calculating the dates, it was indeed around this time that the second son was conceived. About a month after Uchiha Sasuke was born, Uzumaki Naruto would also be born around the same time. By then, Uchiha Obito would initiate the Nine Tails attack. The time left for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan was running short. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi stood frozen, staring blankly at his father, who was explaining with a smile. The sounds around him began to fade. His mind was filled with the thought that his mother was pregnant. He would have a younger brother or sister. Itachi, do you prefer a younger brother or a younger sister? Uchiha Fugaku, in excellent spirits, rarely smiled as he asked his son. Either is fine. Uchiha Itachi snapped back to reality and lowered his head shyly. He was about to have a younger brother or sister. Whether it was a brother or a sister, he would be a worthy older brother. Uchiha Jin watched Uchiha Itachi's shy expression and twitched the corner of his mouth. Why are you blushing, you idiot? Your mother just got pregnant, and you're already daydreaming about the future. As expected of the Uchiha, they are all brother complex. Jin, I will be staying home often to accompany Makoto from now on, Uchiha Fugaku said. As expected of the Uchiha, they are all brother complex. Jin, I will be staying home often to accompany Makoto from now on, Uchiha Fugaku said. The elders thought the same. Although Uchiha Jin was somewhat extreme in punishing evil, he had never made any principled mistakes. Moreover, with his high talent, strong power, loyalty to the clan, and prestige, there was no issue with such a genius becoming the next clan leader of the Uchiha. Therefore, Jin was the first to be considered for such matters. "Aren't you afraid he'll act recklessly?" Uchiha Jin said half-jokingly. Back when he first started upholding justice, no one had faith in him. The clan members all said he was causing trouble, that his extreme thinking would bring disaster. Even the clan leader and elders had specifically spoken with him. "Haha, all that is in the past. Of course I trust you," Uchiha Fugaku said with an awkward laugh. Given the things Uchiha Jin had done in the past, anyone would be afraid. He never bothered with evidence when arresting people. Wasn't that sheer? Fortunately, time would prove everything. He speculated that Uchiha Jin possessed a special ability to see the perpetrator's actions, so he didn't need evidence when handling cases. Just as Jin had said, "My eyes can see evil." Since he could see evil, there was no need for evidence. "Alright, I agree." Uchiha Jin temporarily assumed the position of captain of the Uchiha police force. He was the fastest promoted Uchiha member since the force's establishment. "I leave the police force affairs to you." Uchiha Fugaku patted his shoulder solemnly. "If you have any problems, feel free to come to me." In the past, he had thought Uchiha Jin was extremely radical, carrying out missions entirely as he pleased without reason. But as time passed, his views gradually changed. It could only be said that the thinking of a genius was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. If he were to become Hokage in the future, he would likely do a better job than himself. Uchiha Jin nodded, then stood up and left. Uchiha Police Force. Captain. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha, she had now gone from interns to squad leaders. The two still respectfully called him captain when they saw him. Uchiha Jin nodded, his gaze sweeping across the hall of the police force. The crime rate in the village had dropped, leaving most of the clan members idle. Apart from daily patrols, they just waited for the end of their shift. One had to admit that the police force was truly a stable job. They could receive double subsidies from both the clan and the village. The monthly compensation was no less than that of ninjas who went on regular. It could only be said that the second Hokage was politically astute. With just a police force, he had kept the Uchiha away from the core of power. Uchiha Jin arrived at the office. A large pile of documents lay on the desk, all records of the police force members' law enforcement processes. The work was simple, just browse and review them all, confirm there were no issues, and then submit them to the Hokage. If there were problems, he would find someone to verify and correct them. Staring at the mountain of documents, Uchiha Jin fell silent. "Wait, you didn't tell me there would be this many when I came." "Oh no, I've been tricked." Uchiha Jin began reviewing the documents. It took him a full 3 hours to finish sorting and reviewing them all. He rubbed his sore temples and sighed. Being the captain is not easy either. In the past, he had never thought much of the pile of documents on the desk. Only after experiencing it firsthand did he understand. If even the police force had this many documents, he couldn't imagine how heavy the Hokage's workload was. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto in the Boruto era was too busy to spend time with his family. Take the documents he had just reviewed. They would need to be sent to the office for the Hokage to check. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Hokage's office. Uchiha Jin brought the documents to Namikaze Minato. "Hokage, these are the recent law enforcement records and processes of the Uchiha police force." As he spoke, he placed the documents on the desk. Namikaze Minato was quickly reviewing documents, but paused upon hearing the familiar voice. "Jin, why is it you?" It had always been the Uchiha captain who delivered the documents, so why was it Uchiha Jin today? "The clan leader's wife is pregnant, so he stays home to take care of her, and he temporarily appointed me as acting captain." "I see." Namikaze Minato showed a look of realization, then his expression grew somewhat complicated. His wife Uzumaki Kushina had a good relationship with Uchiha Mikoto. If she found out about Mikoto's pregnancy, she would definitely push him to fulfill his marital duties. Half the day working diligently in the office, and then having to serve his wife at home. Being the Hokage was not easy either. With that thought, he quickened the pace of his document review. Uchiha Jin clicked his tongue in admiration. This blonde-haired guy was truly the fastest man in the ninja world. He was quick. Half a year later. "Uchiha Jin, you cannot kill me." In the dead of night, a middle-aged jonin was cornered against a wall bearing several fresh wounds, one hand clutching his bleeding abdomen as he gasped for breath. "I am a jonin of the village. I have bled for the village. I am a hero of the village." Under the moonlight, Uchiha Jin walked slowly forward, Itachi in hand. "It's not easy to catch a big fish like you. How could I let you leave?" He stared at the red health bar above the other's head, his eyes filled with longing for justice points. This ninja was named Yamada Ichiro, a ninja of commoner origin. Some time ago, in a drunken stupor, he killed his wife and son, then disposed of their bodies and concealed them. He claimed his wife and child had returned to her parents' home. If Uchiha Jin hadn't stumbled upon him during patrol, he might have missed it entirely. Moreover, Yamada Ichiro's crimes didn't stop there. he had once killed 3 members of his own squad. The reason was merely an unfair distribution of mission rewards. During the mission, while his teammates were off guard, he launched a surprise attack, killed all 3, and then lied that they had been ambushed en route. Without witnesses or physical evidence, the village could only accept the official account of the 3 shinobi's deaths. After all, ninjas are not exactly good people at heart. Uchiha Jin had never considered himself a good person either. In a world where might makes right, those with overwhelming power can indeed do as they please. Yamada Ichiro was a jonin. Killing 3 comrades was a simple task for him. Without the system, Uchiha Jin would never have known about this, nor would he have bothered to come and eliminate him. He was simply unlucky. Uchiha Jin pressed the tip of his blade against the man's chest, his voice icy. Yamada Ichiro, do you know your crimes? I know my crimes. What crimes do I know? Yamada Ichiro knew he was doomed the moment he realized the living Hell King had set his sights on him. After failing to escape, he had no choice but to accept his fate. The living Hell King, true to the rumors, could indeed see the sins of others. After all, no one else could have known about the things he had done. Being discovered only proved the rumors were not false. Uchiha Jin, I have no conflict of interest with you. What good does it do you to bring me? Yamada Ichiro demanded, his face pale. Is it really for the sake of the justice you speak of? I don't believe there is such an upright person like you in this world. You must have your own selfish motives and goals. Since you believe everyone has their own purpose in doing anything. Uchiha Jin replied calmly. Then what do you think is my purpose in upholding justice and punishing criminals? This question left Yamada Ichiro stunned. Yes, what was his purpose in doing this? Uchiha Jin had neither abused his power for personal gain nor falsely accused and arrested people. He continued to punish criminals even in the face of others' resentment and misunderstanding. What was it for? It's normal that you can't figure it out. Uchiha Jin looked down at him and murmured. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. As time passed, doubt began to creep in. Was upholding justice truly his original intention? Or was what he really needed not the maintenance of justice, but the justice points gained from punishing criminals? After all, he had never harbored grand ideals. Survive changed the fate of the Uchiha clan. That was all. As for upholding justice, it was merely a mission from the system to grow stronger. Punishing criminals for so long had become a habit. Habit becomes second nature. Uchiha Jin often wondered if one day the system were gone, would he still continue to defend the fairness and justice of Muyi? To this day, he had no answer. Yamada Ichiro, seeing his bewildered expression, was momentarily stunned. He had only wanted to vent his resentment before dying, but his words had made the other man question his own life. It seemed his words were quite thought-provoking. In the past, he would have seized the chance to attack Uchiha Jin while he was distracted. But now Yamada Ichiro simply leaned silently against the wall, waiting for the young man to come back to his senses. Kid, people in this world aren't simply black or white. Yamada Ichiro's words snapped him back to reality. I lost my father at 3, my mother at 4. I struggled alone to grow stronger and went to the battlefield to kill enemies at 9. He gazed at the full moon and recounted his life. At 23, I became a jonin and started a family. I rendered meritorious service to the village and killed countless enemies. Later, I fell into gambling and drinking. I no longer gave my earnings to my wife for the household, but squandered them all at the once harmonious family was shattered by me. That night, I lost my earnings again. Drunk and angry, I came home to my wife's nagging. Perhaps because of the alcohol and the loss, I killed her. While disposing of the body, my son saw me and cried out that he would avenge his mother. Fearing the truth would come to light, I killed my son as well. Yamada Ichiro's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. When I woke up the next morning and saw the bodies of my wife and child, I was utterly devastated. Uchiha Jin listened quietly. The system's description was concise, merely stating that Yamada Ichiro had killed his wife and son while drunk. The detailed process was not recorded. Kid, do you think I was a hero in the first half of my life? Yamada Ichiro wiped the tears from his face with a hand and let out a bitter laugh. Though I am now a beast who drinks, gambles, and killed his wife and child, there's no denying my contributions and merits to the village. Before I die, can you tell me how you judge evil? Seeing that Uchiha Jin remained silent, Yamada Ichiro rambled on. Suppose I saved a mother and daughter and took care of them for years, but then one day I killed them. How would you judge that? Based on the reason and motive for your killing. Uchiha Jin explained, haha, so it really is based on logic. Yamada Ichiro, pale from blood loss, couldn't help but laugh at the explanation. I thought the living Hell King judged people arbitrarily. Alright, I've asked what I wanted. Send me off on my final journey. Yamada Ichiro stopped smiling, closed his eyes, and awaited death. I hope I can catch up with my wife and child in hell, and serve them like a beast to atone for my sins. If reincarnation really exists, good people likely go to heaven, while bad people go to the hell you mentioned. Uchiha Jin thrust his tachi into the man's heart. Cough. You bastard, I'm about to die. Can't you say something nice? Yamada Ichiro, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, couldn't help but twitch his lips. They go to heaven and I go to hell. That's not bad. With those words he closed his eyes. Slain red name villain Yamada Ichiro obtained 1,000 justice points. Congratulations host. Achieved 30,000 justice points reward 1 store discount lottery ticket. Uchiha Jin sheathed his blade, feeling a twinge of emotion. Finally saved up enough. After a year and 8 months Uchiha Jin had captured countless criminals upholding the village's justice and peace. Finally he had accumulated enough justice points to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Exchange for Mangekyo. Without any hesitation, he directly entered the system market and spent 3,000 justice points to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan. I look forward to my eye's abilities. Uchiha Obito's intangibility, Uchiha Shizui's Kodo Amatsukami, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, and Amaterasu. Normally the ability of the eyes is related to the emotions before awakening. Congratulations host on successful exchange. As the system's voice faded, Uchiha Jin felt a strange sensation in his eyes as a warm stream flowed through his optic nerves. At the Nanga River, Uchiha Jin activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at the reflection of those eyes on the river surface. 3 tomo linked end to end with a solid black equilateral triangle in the center instead of a dot. At the moment of awakening the Mangekyo, he felt terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly possessing such immense strength can briefly intoxicate a person and cause them to lose judgment. For instance, he now felt invincible. Fortunately, Uchiha Jin quickly snapped out of the euphoria of gaining power. Why do I feel so arrogant after awakening my eyes? He stared at his reflection in the water and murmured softly. Jin prided himself on being a cautious person who never undertook anything without certainty. But after obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, he became so arrogant that he looked down on everyone. He even had the thought of heading straight to the route to eliminate Shimura Danzo. When he deactivated the Mangekyo Sharingan, that thought dissipated. When he activated it again, the arrogant feeling returned. System, are you sure this isn't a side effect? Uchiha Jin frowned deeply. Excessive arrogance is not a good thing. Sometimes caution is what allows one to survive in battle. For example, Uchiha Izuna, after awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, was too arrogant and underestimated Tobarama Senju. That was why he was caught off guard and severely injured by Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. The system did not respond. He shook his head slightly, and then began to study the abilities of his eyes. Left Eye Heavenly Punishment Edict. It can establish a temporary rule within the field of vision, and those who violate it will suffer severe punishment. For example, within this area the use of fire release is prohibited. This prohibition will form a causality level constraint within the domain. If someone forcefully violates it, they will suffer heavenly punishment. Usually their chakra will reverse flow or the technique will backfire on them. The size of the domain depends on the amount of dojutsu consumed. However, there are limitations. Only one prohibition can exist at a time, and the edict must be clear and unambiguous. A causality level dojutsu. Uchiha Jin murmured softly. This ability was very powerful. Generally things involving causality are not weak. If I prohibit killing within the domain, if it weren't for insufficient points to exchange for the eternal Mangekyo, he would definitely use the eye's ability directly. Some things can only be understood through practice. The right eye's ability is called Karma Fire Burns Sin. It releases black-red flames, a variant of Amaterasu, which also cannot be extinguished by physical means, because it does not burn matter but the sins committed by the wicked. Once the karma fire ignites the sin, the afflicted person will be pulled into an illusion space. Avicii execution ground. There the criminal will infinitely and repeatedly experience all the pain they once inflicted on others until their spirit completely collapses under endless torment. After the spirit collapses, the karma fire disappears. The sin value is reset to 0. Simply put, death ends the debt. Is it a combination of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami? Uchiha Jin's lips curled slightly. If the future plot cannot be prevented, he could let the weasel experience it. The difference between Mangekyo and 3-tomo, apart from dojutsu power and abilities, is also the powerful Susanoo form. At the moment of awakening, the Mangekyo Jin's mind had already acquired all the abilities of these eyes. His Susanoo is called Divine Punishment God. Its form differs from other Mangekyo Sharingan users. The Divine Punishment God is no longer the traditional warrior or tengu. Instead, it is a demigod draped in an ancient red robe resembling a judge. In the dark space of consciousness, Uchiha Jin stood before a colossal giant, whose face had no features, only an indistinguishable void. Behind it floated 9 enormous mirrors. Law mirrors. These are the exclusive weapons of the Susanoo form, capable of emitting powerful beam attacks. The Divine Punishment God held a giant sword in its hand with 10 unforgivable sins engraved on the blade. When Jin pronounces a certain sin as established, the corresponding rune on the sword lights up. The more runes that light up, the stronger the sword becomes. When all 10 evils are lit, this strike possesses the effect of causality erasure. capable of completely erasing the enemy from this world. His consciousness returned. Uchiha Jin stood by the river staring at the water surface in silence for a long time. He felt terrifyingly powerful. After obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The ninja world no longer seemed as dangerous as he had imagined. He gently shook his head and dispelled the arrogant thoughts. Is this the side effect of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Considering that he hadn't experienced extreme pain, his mindset had undergone a huge change after becoming stronger. No wonder Sasuke was so arrogant after awakening his eyes. Having already been mentally stimulated coupled with possessing immense power, it was only natural for his mentality to become unbalanced. How did that guy Shursui manage to remain as calm as still water? Uchiha Jin couldn't help but think of that foolish comrade. That guy had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan during the Third Shinobi World War. Yet over the years he seemed to have not changed at all. He was still that foolish brainwashed by the will of fire idiot. Host Uchiha Jin, age 13, strength, cage level, eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan, talent, titles, insight, can see the degree of evil above everyone's head, judgment, eye, can see the sins committed by others, judgment, aura, natural soul suppression on targets with sin marks, retrospective eye, can see the basic information of the deceased, and the killer, justice value 30, imbroke. Uchiha Jin, seeing the meager 30 justice points, fully snapped out of the joy of becoming stronger. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan was powerful, it was not truly invincible. Overuse carried the risk of blindness. The urgent task was to accumulate 100 justice points to exchange for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, he had a random discount card rewarded by the system. Perhaps he would get lucky and get a 90 discount. It seemed he had to put the plan to kill Shimura Danzo on the agenda. A red name Jonin could provide 1,000 justice. He couldn't imagine how many points killing Shimura Danzo would provide. How exciting. Teacher ID, like to request leave. Uchiha Itachi scratched the back of his head with a hint of embarrassment. He had never missed a training session before. This was his first time asking for leave from his teacher. How many days? Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow. The sandbag was taking leave. Who would he vent his frustration on when he was in a bad mood? He hoped it wouldn't be too long, or else he'd have no outlet for his restless hands. 3 days. Uchiha Itachi explained, my mother is due to give birth in the next few days, so I plan to return home to take care of her. Although with ninja techniques one could know the gender of the unborn child in advance, for instance the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, Uchiha Fugaku did not do so. In his view, whether it was a boy or a girl, it was still his and his wife's child. Therefore both father and son had been looking forward to it during this time. Tisk. Uchiha Jin clicked his tongue lightly upon hearing this. Ever since Uchiha Mikoto became pregnant, Uchiha Fugaku had been acting like a hands-off manager, leaving Jin to temporarily serve as the captain of the police force. And now the sandbag was also asking for leave to go home and accompany his mother. What a loving family. Uchiha Itachi, the filial son, was about to awaken his little brother obsession. I believe you'll become a great older brother. Uchiha Jin patted Itachi on the shoulder. The weasel was truly impeccable when it came to his younger brother. Slaughtering all the clan members except for the second pillar and leaving behind a pair of Mangekyo as an inheritance. He even helped eliminate Orochimaru before his death. A great older brother, no doubt about it. Anyone in the Uchiha clan could criticize Itachi except for Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi had put immense effort into motivating Sasuke to grow stronger. A great older brother, no doubt about it. Anyone in the Uchiha clan could criticize Itachi except for Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi had put immense effort into motivating Sasuke. After the weasel left, Uchiha Jin sat alone by the riverbank, lost in thought. The second pillar was about to be born. Uzumaki Naruto was also coming soon. He believed that in a few months Uchiha Obito would instigate the Nine-Tails incident. It seemed he needed to make preparations in advance. Minato Namikaze, as the Hokage, treated the Uchiha clan fairly well, unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was deliberately wary and vigilant. He gave the clan the respect it deserved. As long as he didn't die, the clan situation should not evolve into the scenario from the original story. At least not in the short term. Obito. Uchiha Jin propped himself up with his hands on the ground and looked up at the azure sky. I should have killed you back then. 2 ambushes in the cemetery had both failed. The intangibility was truly too cheap. He wondered if the ability of his left eye could limit Obito from using his Mangekyo's power. If so, he could kill that virtuous second. Without an eternal Mangekyo, there was truly no sense of security. Going blind would be the end. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Madara, we need to recruit members for the organization quickly. Uzumaki Nagato's body was completely crippled, and he could only control the 6 paths of pain in his daily operations. The most frequently used was the Deva path made from the corpse of his friend Yahiko. Uchiha Obito nodded, not taking this matter to heart. He had been in the Mist Village all this time. Using the Jinjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he controlled the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Mist's Umbu implanted the three tails into Rin Nohara's body, planning for her to return to the leaf and cause the tailed beast to go berserk and destroy the village. Uchiha Obito witnessed with his own eyes as Rin, to avoid harming the village, voluntarily impaled herself on Kakashi's Chidori and died. In his view, the Mist Village was the culprit behind Rin's death. Therefore, Obito manipulated the fourth Mizukage to implement the Blood Mist policy, the ninja graduation system of mutual killing. The Ninja Academy's exam was changed to have students slaughter each other. Only by killing all fellow students could one graduate, completely distorting the values of the Mist Village, fostering mutual suspicion and hatred among people. A comprehensive purge of Kekkai Genkai clans. Using the fourth Mizukage's decrees to encircle and massacre clans with bloodline limits, the Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan, and others. Survivors were forced into exile or went into hiding, drastically weakening the Mist Village's combat strength. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist were used as tools of violent suppression to silence all voices of opposition within the village. The brutal internal strife caused a large number of top-tier ninjas to defect, leading to severe talent drain in the Mist Village. It completely degenerated into the infamous Blood Mist Village across the ninja world. Back in the cave, Madara Kushina Uzumaki is due to give birth in 2 months. Black Zetsu reported in a hoarse voice. It didn't quite understand Obito's train of thought. The plan hadn't even officially begun. Why did he have to go cause trouble in the Leaf Village? This reckless behavior made it uncomfortable, yet it was hard to say anything. Then let's set the plan to destroy the leaf for when the Jinchuriki gives birth. Uchiha Obito's tone was calm. When a Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal weakens, making it the perfect opportunity to summon the 9 tails and destroy the village. He had already ravaged the Mist Village. In his view, the more chaotic the ninja world, the more favorable it was for realizing his plan. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity. That's your master's wife, you know. Black Zetsu said mockingly. You won't be unable to bring yourself to do it and abandon the plan, right? As everyone knows, when a tailed beast leaves its host, the Jinchuriki dies immediately. Uchiha Obito turned his head to look at Black Zetsu, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixed on it. Before peace is achieved in the ninja world, no one is beyond sacrifice. Even if it's my master's wife. Although Kushina was his master's wife, the Moon's Eye plan was the most important. As long as his plan succeeded, his master's wife would appear in the perfect world he created. Just some people dying. Compared to living in this cruel, hopeless world, it was better to be immersed in the world woven by the infinite Tsukuyami. I wish you a smooth implementation of your plan. Black Zetsu chuckled. Its goal was to use Madara, Uchiha, and Obito to rescue its mother. It didn't care what the two of them did as long as it could free its mother. It will be realized. Uchiha Obito stood at the mouth of the cave, looking at the village where it was raining incessantly. Then his body became intangible, and he entered the Kemui dimension. In the very center was a crystal coffin. Rin Nohara lay inside. He stood before the crystal coffin, looking at the girl with Rin, forgive me. Uchiha Obito murmured to himself. My plan concerns the entire ninja world. I have to sacrifice some people. The girl in the coffin had her hands folded over her abdomen, eyes closed with a smile on her lips. Actually, there's something I never told you. Uchiha Obito crouched down, leaning his back against the coffin, his voice hoarse as he muttered to himself. Jin recognized my identity. I tried to invite him to join, but he refused without hesitation. That guy's words are still as infuriating as ever. Jin's vision is too narrow, but it doesn't matter. They'll make him witness the day peace is achieved in the ninja world with his own eyes. It's normal to be questioned and obstructed before that. Rin. Within the Uchiha compound, a festive atmosphere prevailed today. The clan leader's child had been born, a boy, and a grand banquet was held as clan members came to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations, Lord Fugaku. Not only Uchiha members arrived to pay respects, representatives from other clans also came to extend their felicitations. Although the Uchiha had once borne a poor reputation among the clans, their standing had gradually improved in recent years. Moreover, as a major force in Konoha, the other clans naturally felt obliged to show courtesy. Uchiha Makoto stood beside Uchiha Fugaku holding their infant son, smiling graciously at the arriving guests. Clan leader, have you chosen a name for the child? Uchiha Jin, gazing at the baby in Makoto's arms, and noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen following behind, asked with keen interest. For such a momentous occasion as the birth of the Uchiha clan leader's son, Hiruzen, as a village elder, naturally came to offer his congratulations. Standing behind Jin, Hiruzen looked at the infant with a benevolent smile. Perhaps due to his advancing age, he had a fondness for young children. He was now more or less retired. Once his eldest son Sarutobi Shinsuke married and had children, he could fully retire and spend his time as a Haha, we do have a name, Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. After consulting with the clan elders, we have decided to name the child Sasuke. Hearing this, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze for a moment. Sasuke. That was the name of his own father, Sarutobi Sasuke. And now Uchiha Fugaku had named his younger son after Hiruzen's father. Though it was common for names to be repeated in the shinobi world, it still felt oddly unsettling. Uchiha Jin noticed Hiruzen's hesitant expression and couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching upward. He had anticipated that the old man would make such a face. Just as Hiruzen came back to his senses, he caught Jin's gleeful look and twitched his own mouth in response. So this brat knew his father's name. He was just reveling in his schadenfreude. Lord Third, please do take a seat. Uchiha Fugaku warmly invited Hiruzen into the courtyard, pretending not to notice the complicated, peculiar expression on his face. Of course he knew the Third Hokage's father's name. Wasn't it perfectly normal for names to coincide? He simply wanted his son to be called Sasuke. The banquet filled 100 tables. Uchiha Jin took a seat beside Hiruzen. At this table sat the influential and wealthy figures of the major clans, either clan leaders or elders. When they saw Hiruzen sit down, they greeted him warmly, but the moment Jin sat down, everyone fell silent. He was the most feared person, and no one dared to claim they would never make a mistake. If they ever slipped up and were caught by this man, they would be in serious trouble. Nearly every clan had members who had been apprehended by Jin. Most were imprisoned according to the law, while some who committed grave offenses were executed. This included Uchiha clan members. Such a man who showed no favoritism even to his own kin was the hardest to get along with, yet paradoxically also the easiest. Still few dared to approach him, they mostly kept their distance. Uchiha Jin ignored the expressions of the others. Once the dishes were served, he began to eat heartily. He had already given his gift. He had to get his money's worth. Everyone please dig in. Seeing that only Jin was eating while the rest exchanged awkward glances, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to break the silence. If he didn't, this brat would finish everything. Though the current Hokage was the fourth, the Third Hokage's authority still held. At his word, they all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Unlike the lively buzz at other tables, this one was dead silent. Many diners stole glances at Uchiha Jin, as if he were some monstrous beast ready to devour them. Uchiha Jin. Did he really look like a heinous villain? Why was no one talking? Fine head, stop eating. After finishing his meal quickly, he got up and left. The others sighed in relief, afraid he might suddenly arrest someone on a whim. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at their tense faces and shook his head with a helpless smile. What was there to fear? A clear conscience fears no one. During his tenure, he prided himself on having done nothing wrong, strictly adhering to the rules set by the previous Hokage. He often reminded Minato Namikaze that only by being strict with oneself could one avoid mistakes and earn the respect and love of the villagers. Jin. Just as Uchiha Jin stepped outside, he saw Yuhi Kurenai and her father Yuhi Shinku. The father and daughter had also come to congratulate Uchiha Fugaku. Kurenai spotted Jin and immediately ran up to him, the young girl looking up at the boy with a face full of joy. Yuhi Shinku. The more he looked at this brat, the more irritated he felt. Especially seeing his precious daughter's delighted expression, a sour feeling rose in his heart. Jonin Jin. Yuhi Shinku greeted him proactively. Though the boy was young, the shinobi world valued strength above all. If one's power was formidable, age mattered little. No one looked down on you just because you were young. Jonin Shinku. Uchiha Jin nodded in response. After all, this man was the father of his female classmate. Basic courtesy was necessary. They exchanged no more words. After the brief greeting, they parted ways. Jin, don't forget to treat me to a meal, Kurenai reminded him with a hint of reproach before leaving. He had said once that he would take her out to eat when he had time, but months had passed, and she had barely seen him. He had probably forgotten the casual promise. She had to remind him. Uchiha Jin was taken aback. Treat her to a meal. Why? He quickly recalled that it had been a casual remark he made when Sarutobi Asuma left the village that time. He hadn't expected Kurenai to take it seriously. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Though it had been a polite gesture since she had brought it up. He wasn't short on money for a meal. It's a deal then. Kurenai's eyes curved into crescents, her smile bright. Watching his precious daughter interact with that wicked Uchiha brat, Yuhi Shinku's face turned dark. His little cabbage was willingly offering herself to be rooted by a pig. The sky was falling. His good upbringing kept him from exploding, but he silently watched his daughter see Uchiha Jin off. Kurenai, are you and Jin very close? Yuhi Shinku asked with a sour tone. We're on good terms, Kurenai replied, unaware of her father's expression, already happy at the thought of Jin treating her to dinner. Yuhi Shinku. Trouble. It seemed his daughter had developed feelings for someone. The only consolation was that it appeared to be a one-sided crush. Uchiha Jin didn't seem to return her feelings in that way. Otherwise, Kurenai wouldn't have been the one to initiate the invitation. For instance, Asuma, when he was still in the village, used to invite Kurenai out every few days. To be honest, Asuma was decent in many ways, and if he and Kurenai ended up together, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Of course, he wouldn't force his daughter's marriage. Uchiha Jin didn't go home. Instead, he headed to the graveyard hoping to coincidentally encounter Uchiha Obito again. He had been visiting the graveyard frequently these days. If he could catch Obito, he might be able to eliminate him. Inside the graveyard, a silver-haired youth stood before Uchiha Obito's tombstone. His Obito Rein, the mistress will give birth soon. Although they hadn't had much contact with Kushina since becoming Minato's disciples, she had always been kind to them, never forgetting to bring them bento along with their teachers. They would surely be delighted to hear that the mistress was about to give birth. Kakashi. Uchiha Jin appeared behind him at some point, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Obito. The poor fellow was completely kept in the dark. Kenji was not dead. Perhaps someone was hiding in the Kamui dimension, silently eavesdropping on Kakashi's monologue to the tombstone. That voyeur was fully capable of such a thing. He intended to chat with Kakashi to probe whether Obito was nearby. Jin, have you come to visit Obito, and Rin too? Kakashi's voice was calm. He regularly came to visit Rin and Obito each time, bringing 2 bunches of white chrysanthemums. But later he discovered that someone had thrown away the flowers he placed before the tombstones. He had never found the culprit, but after seeing the white chrysanthemums in Jin's hand, it suddenly seemed he knew who it was. It was probably this guy who had discarded the white zetsu he had given to the 2. Why would he do that? Just as Kakashi thought he had found the true culprit, Uchiha Jin bent down to place the white chrysanthemums before the tombstone. Just came to take a look out of boredom. He stared at Obito's tombstone, making his usual sarcastic remarks. Back then I told this kid to train properly, but he insisted on going to play with Rin. As expected, he died on the battlefield, and the saddest thing is that Rin died after him. At these words, Kakashi's eyelid twitched. It could be said that he was inextricably linked to Rin's death. After all, Rin died under his Raikiri. Uchiha Jin's words were like pulling a chain to trigger a bomb. Anyone with a bad temper would have exploded on him. Fortunately, Kakashi held back from losing his temper. After all, everything Jin said was true. Raging helplessly would do no good. Jin, don't say that. Hatake. Kakashi's eyes dimmed. I failed to protect them. At that time, among the 3-man team, he was the strongest. The successive deaths of the 2 filled him with self-blame, always feeling that he had failed to protect his comrades. If he had been stronger, they wouldn't have sacrificed them. All these years he had lived in guilt and sorrow. He was already taciturn, and now he had become depressed. He could only read some little yellow books to ease his gloomy mood. That's true, Kakashi. He widened his dead fish eyes, a look of utter speechlessness. Seriously, if you can't talk, learn to shut up. No wonder Obito used to quarrel with this guy. His mouth was really irritating. If he weren't temporarily outmatched, he would have pinned him down and beaten him up. What are you looking at? Didn't you admit it yourself? Uchiha Jin yawned, a look of utter indifference on his face. Kakashi. Although I said it myself, couldn't you just pretend to be silent? The deaths of Obito and Rin had already made him feel guilty, but this guy's words made him even more miserable. Forget it. In the future, he should avoid being alone with Jin. Otherwise, the words from that mouth were really infuriating. Hatake. Kakashi took one last look at the 2 tombstones, then turned and left without hesitation. He feared that if he continued talking, he would be unable to resist attacking him. Come out. After Kakashi left, Uchiha Jin suddenly spoke. The cemetery was silent. Stop hiding, I know you're here. Uchiha Kenji wasn't very smart. He thought he'd try a bluff out of boredom. If Obito were really present, he would stupidly come out. The lack of reaction only meant Obito truly wasn't in the cemetery. What a pity. Uchiha Jin shook his head gently, a look of regret on his face. Rin's corpse was probably in Obito's hands. That guy came to the Konoha cemetery, most likely to see his buddy Kakashi. After being discovered by him last time, it was only natural that he didn't dare come again. If only he had pretended to join him then, and set a trap to trick him. He had acted too hastily. He should have talked about ideals and friendship first. Uchiha Jin returned to the clan compound. The next day, he went to Yuhi Kurenai's doorstep to invite the girl out for a meal. Yuhi Shinku silently watched his precious daughter leave with the Uchiha brat, a sour feeling in his heart. Yuhi Kurenai walked beside Jin, occasionally glancing up to steal a look at the young man's profile. They had known each other for so many years, yet this was the first time they went out alone. Was this a date? Thinking so, her fair face instantly flushed red, her entire face like a boiled shrimp. Uchiha Jin didn't notice the girl's reaction at all, his mind full of when he could encounter Obito again. Surely he wouldn't have to wait until the Ninetales attack. To be honest, the Jinchuriki's delivery date was a village secret. If he appeared at the scene in time, it would be difficult to explain. Moreover, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan would certainly invite suspicion and wariness, referring to how Danzo Shimura treated Shursui Uchiha in the original. Even if Minato Namikaze had no objection, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kohar Udatain, and Hamuramito Kato would surely scheme behind the scenes. They had personally seen Uchiha Madara, so they naturally understood what the Mangekyo Sharingan represented. Perhaps in their eyes, anything that could threaten the village must, especially that old dog Danzo. Of course, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. If they really dared to attack him over the Mangekyo, then Jin could kill them in self-defense. If it came to that, he could leave the village. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to follow Itachi Uchiha's example and join the Akatsuki, then kill Uchiha Obito while he was at it. Jin. Yuhi Kurenai noticed that Jin had been lost and thought the whole way, not saying a word to her. She couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Was he very busy? Had her request for him to treat her to a meal interrupted his work? Maybe you should get back to work, we can eat another time. I'm not busy, I was just thinking about something. Uchiha Jin's thoughts were pulled back at her words, and seeing the girl's disappointed look, he explained subconsciously. What would you like to eat? Hearing this, the disappointment on Yuhi Kurenai's face instantly vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Let's go eat sushi. Jin wasn't busy and didn't dislike her, he was just thinking about something. Sure. The two went together to the sushi shop. Aoba Yamashiro, who had just returned from a mission, saw the two figures from behind, and his eyes widened behind his sunglasses. Were Jin and Kurenai on a date? He wondered what expression Asuma would have if he found out. Oh well, he wouldn't tell for now. Let him stay as a guard by the daimyo's side. Perhaps by the time Asuma returned from the capital, the two of them might already have a child who could even run errands. Minato Kushina is approaching her due date. We need to move her to a safe place for delivery. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. Giving birth as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is extremely dangerous. During labor, the seal will weaken. There is a possibility that the Nine Tails could break the seal. We need to move her to a safe location and have the seal team reinforce the seal during delivery until the child is born safely. Moreover, it can prevent spies hidden in the village from causing trouble. Therefore, the Jinchuriki's childbirth is a top secret matter. The fewer people who know, the better. I understand, Lord Third. Minato Namikaze naturally knew the gravity of the situation. It was his wife and child. No matter what, there must be no problems. The two then began arranging everything for the upcoming days. A few days later, Kushina Uzumaki was secretly transferred to a hidden cave delivery room on the outskirts of Konoha. During childbirth, the Jinchuriki's chakra, used to suppress the Nine Tails, would be massively drained, greatly weakening the seal. The village elders, fearing the Nine Tails would go on a rampage and destroy the village, specially moved the delivery room outside the village away from residential areas. Inside and outside the cave, multiple layers of soundproofing illusion barriers and sealing talismans were set up. Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically sent his wife Biwa to assist with the delivery. A large number of Umbu were on perimeter alert. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his arrangements, puffed on his pipe, and nodded in satisfaction. With such a security configuration, he believed that not even a fly could get in. Minato, don't be nervous. Hiruzen Sarutobi patted his shoulder with a kind smile. No accidents will happen. Minato Namikaze nodded slightly. Although he knew that such security arrangements would not cause problems, he still felt a sense of unease in it. Perhaps it was just the nervousness of becoming a father for the first time. Next, it was time to quietly wait for Kushina to give birth. Minato, stay here during this time. He'll handle the village affairs. Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed Minato's tension and proactively offered to help manage the village. It wasn't that he was greedy for power. He just wanted Minato to be more at ease guarding his wife and child. Thank you, Lord Third. Minato Namikaze showed gratitude. At this moment, he had no heart to handle village affairs. He only wanted to stay with his wife. Minato. Kushina Uzumaki lay on the bed, her face lighting up with surprise at the sight of her husband. Don't worry, I'm here. Minato Namikaze stepped forward and embraced his wife. He'll stay with you until the child is born. Emma, I trust you. Kushina gently stroked her swollen belly, her eyes filled with the anticipation of becoming a mother and the longing for a— Look, he's kicking me again. By the way, have you thought of a name for our child? Minato Namikaze scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. During this time, he had been busy with village affairs and had actually forgotten such an important matter as naming the child. Kushina wasn't angry. Well, think about it slowly after the child is born. Just as the two were being affectionate, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind them. How touching, Fourth Hokage. The space rippled and a masked man in a hooded black robe appeared behind them without warning. Before Minato Namikaze could react, Obito Uchiha placed his hand on Kushina Uzumaki's shoulder and a vortex appeared in his right eye, sucking her. Minato. Kushina Uzumaki didn't even have time to resist before she vanished. Kushina. From the masked man's appearance to Kushina's disappearance, the entire process was too fast to react. Fourth Hokage, do you like the surprise I gave you? Obito Uchiha's voice was mocking. It turned out he had planned to act on the day of Kushina's delivery, but the risk would be too great if they were fully prepared. To be safe, it was best to strike suddenly when they thought they were secure. Just as he had guessed, his sudden appearance and capture of Kushina caught even the yellow flash Minato Namikaze off guard. The plan was a success. Who are you? Give Kushina back. Minato Namikaze's expression was frantic. He hadn't expected someone to bypass the layers of barriers, break in, and then use a space-time ninjutsu to take his wife. Although he had long placed a flying thunder god seal on Kushina, he could no longer sense her location. This meant Kushina was not in this space. She had been transferred to another dimension. Obito Uchiha narrowed his eyes. My identity is not important, Fourth Hokage. He'll be taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with me. As his voice fell, his body slowly faded. Minato Namikaze rushed at him, but passed right through his body. Meanwhile, in the Kamui dimension, several chains shot toward him. The adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan. Obito Uchiha immediately retreated, looking at his former master's wife with a fleeting complex expression in his eyes, then gazed coldly at her with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, give up resistance. Although he could no longer use intangibility in the Kamui dimension, Kushina Uzumaki was about to give birth and couldn't exert her full strength. In his eyes she posed no danger. Who are you? Kushina Uzumaki, in a strange space, stared warily at the mysterious man who had brought her here. Using ninjutsu just now had made her feel something wrong with her body. Her water seemed about to break. If she couldn't leave here, only death awaited her. Obito Uchiha did not respond and attacked with the chains wrapped around his hand. Kushina Uzumaki gritted her teeth and fought back. After dozens of exchanges, Kushina's face turned pale as amniotic fluid flowed down her thighs. It was time to give birth. Give up resistance. Obito Uchiha's voice was cold. Release the seal and let out the nine tails. I can temporarily sustain your life force and let you go back to deliver the child. After all, she was once his master's wife. When he had the advantage, he didn't mind going easy a little. Hearing this, Kushina Uzumaki closed her eyes in despair. She knew that in her current state, she couldn't defeat the mysterious man. Continuing to fight would only result in the death of both mother and child. The child in her womb had not yet seen the world. She absolutely cannot die. Fine, I agree. Kushina Uzumaki showed a resolute expression. I can release the seal, but you must keep your promise. She absolutely cannot die. Fine, I agree. Kushina Uzumaki showed a resolute expression. Obito Uchiha watched her release the seal within her body. Seeing that the nine tails inside her went completely berserk, and its chakra began to leak out continuously. Summoning Jutsu Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was summoned, and Kushina Uzumaki immediately collapsed to the ground. The moment the Nine Tails appeared, it tried to attack Obito, but upon seeing that it became completely docile. Obito Uchiha actively channeled chakra into her body, temporarily sustaining her life. Coupled with the powerful life force of the Uzumaki clan, she would not die in the short term. Having done all this, he brought her out of the Kamui dimension. I've taken the Nine Tails. Uchiha Obito emerged from the Kamui dimension, with Uzumaki Kushina casually tossing her to Namikaze Minato. Returning the Jinchuriki to you. By then, Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived. Upon hearing the news, and the delivery room was filled with Umbu shinobi. He had never imagined that someone would attack the Jinchuriki the moment he left. Who would have thought that this man could wield space-time ninjutsu? Kushina. Namikaze Minato embraced his wife, his face etched with anxiety as he saw her pale complexion. Minato, let them save me while I still have time. She clung to her husband, tears streaming down. I'm sorry, I won't be able to stay by your side from now. Please take care of our child. Kushina, you'll be fine, Kushina. Namikaze Minato's voice trembled. He knew that once a tailed beast left the Jinchuriki's body, death was inevitable. He refused to believe this was happening. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's signal, Sarutobi Bawako and the medical ninjas brought Uzumaki Kushina into the delivery room. This was the only option left. Minato, Kushina has a special constitution. If we can seal the Nine Tails back in time, she might survive. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the despondent Minato and offered words of comfort. Though he was uncertain if this would work, they had to try with hope. What if it succeeded? Hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Minato's despairing eyes. He turned his gaze to the masked man who stood surrounded by Umbu, yet showed no fear. Hand over the Nine Tails. Come and take it yourself. Uchiha Obito vanished from the spot. On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Obito stood atop a building, gazing at the village he once called home. His eyes held no trace of nostalgia. His Mangekyo was devoid of any emotion. He released the Nine Tails from the Kamui dimension. Its colossal form was immediately noticeable. Roar. The Nine Tails howled at the sky, its massive roar alerting everyone at once. What is that? A tailed beast. It's the Nine Tails. Heavens, why is the demon fox in the village? Help! Where's the Hokage? Save us! Under Uchiha Obito's control, the Nine Tails began to ravage the village. Namikaze Minato immediately led a team to stop it. Minato, you go after the mysterious man, while handle the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already donned his armor, gripping the adamantine staff as he stood at the forefront of the formation. Minato glanced at the mysterious figure on the rooftop, then turned to Sarutobi with a serious expression. Lord Third, I entrust this to you. With those words, he vanished in an instant, appearing before the mysterious man. A fierce battle erupted between them. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound. Why is this happening? Uchiha Jin's face darkened. The information he had received from Shursui indicated that Kushina's delivery was not scheduled for today. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound. Why is this happening? Uchiha Jin's face darkened. The information he had received from Shursui indicated that Kushina's delivery. Jin, we need to help. The fact that Uzumaki Kushina was the Jinchuriki was no secret among the major clans. With the Nine Tails appearing, it was clear something had happened to the Jinchuriki. And since Kushina was the fourth Hokage's wife, the Uchiha needed Minato's goodwill. In such a crisis, they had to assist. As Uchiha Jin and the others left the compound, they encountered Shimura Danzo and his root shinobi. The fourth Hokage has ordered that the Uchiha are not to leave the compound. Stay put until this matter is resolved. He pulled out a document stamped by Minato, clearly stating that the Uchiha were forbidden from leaving. Shimura Danzo, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Fugaku exploded with rage. Knowing the fourth Hokage's character, he could never have issued such an order. After all, since Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at the assembled Uchiha. The inherently evil Uchiha must be eradicated. As long as the plan went through, tonight would be Minato's death. Once the fourth Hokage was dead and Orochimaru's human experiments were exposed, he could smoothly become the fifth Hokage. The day he became Hokage would be the Uchiha clan's funeral. Uchiha clan leader, are you accusing me of forging the Hokage's orders? Shimura Danzo's voice was cold and accusing. His feigned outrage made it seem as if he were truly wronged, momentarily intimidating Uchiha Fugaku. What if the order was indeed from the fourth? What if the fourth had a deeper reason for confining them? Clan leader, you go and support the fourth. Uchiha Jin stepped in front of Fugaku, his gaze fixed on Danzo's ugly expression. Leave this man to me. He had long wanted to kill that old dog Shimura. Whether for his persecution of the Uchiha or for the justice points he would gain, the man had to die. He had long wanted to kill that old dog Shimura. Whether for his persecution of the Uchiha or for the justice points he would gain, the man had to die. During the Nine Tails rampage, everyone's attention was on the tailed beast. Amid the chaos, it was the perfect time to kill. Especially since Danzo had clearly forged the Hokage's order. Having learned of the Nine Tails outbreak beforehand, Danzo led Root to block the Uchiha from aiding the village. Once Minato died, the Uchiha would become the prime suspects. After all, as long as Obito revealed himself, his Sharingan would betray his Uchiha identity. Then I'll leave it to you. Uchiha Jin's resolve made Fugaku realize this was Danzo's conspiracy. He immediately led the clan members to force their way through. Do you dare defy the Hokage's orders? Shimura Danzo hadn't expected that even with the Hokage document in hand, these rebellious Uchiha would still try to break through. They showed no respect for the Hokage. Though the document was a forgery, it bore the fourth Hokage's name. The Uchiha's flagrant disregard for the Hokage's decree was tantamount to treason. We will clarify this with the fourth Hokage ourselves. No need for you, former Hokage advisor, to trouble yourself. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand. Let's go. The Uchiha clan is rebelling. Stop them. Shimura Danzo ordered his root shinobi. A root shinobi stepped forward only to be cut down in a flash of steel. Uchiha Jin pointed his blade at Danzo. Want to stop? You can try. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. He had thought the forged document would keep the Uchiha confined, but they simply ignored him. They deserve to die.